Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Villain Deku Blackmails Pro Heroes. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Keep up will ya? God, you're so slow. I'm trying Kakin. You're too fast. The two boys laughed as they raced each other home. Their favorite show was going to come on in 2 minutes and there was no way they were gonna miss the season finale. Slow down you little punks. Your mamas can't keep up with you too. Mitsuki barked good naturally while Inko laughed at the two overly energetic boys running ahead. Sorry Auntie Mitsuki. Divided by go faster than you old hag. The boys called back simultaneously. Hey, what was that brat of mine? Mitsuki yelled as she began to chase her son down the street. Shit, she's coming. Run Zuzu run. The blonde boy screeched as he sped up to avoid his much faster mother. Izuku and his mother just giggled together as they tried to keep up after them. It was times like these that Izuku could almost forget how mean Kakin could be. The whole class oot and awed as Bakugo's hands lit up with tiny sparks. Bakugo himself stared down incredulously at his quirk. That's a very flashy quirk, Bakugo. Perfect for hero work. He heard one of the teachers compliment. Lucky that's so cool, and awed Izuku breathed out next to him. Bakugo couldn't help but feel a swell of pride at impressing his friend. If nerdy Deku thought he had a cool quirk, surely this power had to be amazing. Your quirk is so cool, Kakin. I hope I get my quirk soon too. I want to be strong just like you. Izuku gushed as he followed after Bakugo deeper into the forest. Tatsuki just scoffed and twirled around his net, secretly proud of the constant compliments he got from Midoriya. No matter what quirk you get, you'll never beat me, Deku. Now come on. These bugs aren't gonna catch themselves. He laughed, racing ahead. You're what? Was Deku serious? Was that even possible? The small boy in front of him hiccuped out his response again. The doctor Hick said that heck I am quirk. Stop crying already, stupid Deku, he snapped, patience thinning. He said I'm quirkless, Kakin. The small green-haired boy wailed. The reality of it struck Bakugo like a shock of cold water. No, not possible. The words came out before he could stop them. Quirkless as well as useless? He drawled, hating himself immediately for making his friend flinch at the harsh words. You really have the worst luck, Deku. What happened to having a super strong quirk? We were gonna be heroes. How dare you lie to me? How dare you not have a quirk? How dare you get my hopes up? What can you possibly do without a quirk? Midoriya visibly flinched and stepped back a bit. Shit, I said that last one out loud. Izuku wouldn't meet Katsuki in the eye. He walked past the freckled boy, hitting him with his shoulder roughly, not trusting himself to keep it together. Whatever, stupid nerd. You were always gonna be fucking useless. Quirk or no quirk. Don't you dare fucking cry over that, stupid Deku. Don't you fucking dare, Bakugo Katsuki. He scolded himself as the tears started to burn his eyes. He ran the rest of the way home. Stop it, Kakin. You already made him cry. Just leave him alone. Midoriya stammered out, wobbling even as he stood up to face his friend, tears welling up. Is he serious? Stupid. Brave but extremely stupid. Bakugo thought to himself as he lights up his hands. Give it up already, Deku. Even though you're quirkless. He slams his fist into his hand with a small explosion and fiendish grin, causing Izuku to whimper and back away. You can't win this. The three of them rush at the poor boy. He pushes away the guilt gnawing away in his chest. Just stay in your place, Deku. I'll see you guys later. Bakugo called out and waved goodbye to the two kids. Friends he had been walking with, and started another way home. I'm not checking on him. The way home just happens to go by that particular park. That's all. Oh, he's still there. Sure enough, Izuku was still sprawled on his back in the middle of the playground, eyes closed. The kid he had so bravely defended long gone. The sun's going down. He's gonna catch a cold. Not that I care. He went over and crouched next to the green-haired boy. Oi, shitty nerd. You sleeping? Deku's eyes slowly opened and he gazed at Kakin with a tired, bleary and dead look. Go away, Kakin, he mumbled and closed his eyes again. Bakugo kicked him lightly. Bitch, come on. It's getting dark. You'll get sick lying out here. He snapped irritatedly. So, why do you care? His green, piercing eyes looking straight at Katsuki. Why do I care? Because Auntie Inko and Mom will kill me if they found out I left you out here by yourself. Now come on. He whined. Izuku turned his head away silently with a faraway look on his face. God, he's in one of his fucking moods again, he thought to himself with a sigh. For a quirkless Deku, he could be insufferably stubborn. Bakugo knew this firsthand. Once Midoriya had set his mind on something, it was impossible to stop him. Well, almost impossible. Nope, not resorting to that yet. He tried to pry the smaller boy off the ground, but Izuku just went limp and refused to move. Got him, knit Deku, come on. I want to go home already, he grunted before dropping him with a muttered curse. Just go without me. You always do anyway. Midoriya sniffled, still not looking at the blonde boy. Bakugo groaned and plopped down next to him. I'm gonna have to use that. Fucking hell. Tell you what, you get up and come home and, long drawn out sigh, why me god. And we can watch that Heroes Beginning show, documentary thingy you're not allowed to watch at your house over at my place. Deku turned his head so fast Kaken was surprised he didn't get whiplash. There was a small spark back in the boy's eyes. You hate a Heroes Beginning, Midoriya remarked with a suspicious squint. Yeah, no shit. Bakugo threw his hands in the air in defeat and an eye roll. It's that or staying out here to get kidnapped. Make your fucking choice already or else I really will leave you here. He snapped. Izuku squinted a bit more. Can I have a green tea ramune? You must be out your goddamn mind if you think I'm having another repeat of the incident. Hell no, not after last time. Midoriya frowned a little. Quick, compromise. You can have a melon one. Only one. And strawberry pocky. He asked hopefully. Would you like a fucking unicorn while you're at it, your majesty? Fine, fine. Can we go now? Katsuki sighed and picked himself up. He held out a hand to help up Izuku, who gave him a small faint smile as he took it and got up. Okay Kaken. That was amazing Kaken. The boy exclaimed as he flapped over. You were able to beat both those older kids at once. The other cheered, fingers extending in excitement. Bakugo sniffled and wiped away the few tears of pain he still had with a grin. Of course I did. A hero always wins no matter what, he announced proudly. Midoriya peeked from around the tree he was hiding behind. That's Kaken, always putting on a brave face even when he's scared. The other kids didn't notice, but that comment the older boys said about him being a villain really hit him hard, he thought sadly. Oi Deku. The green-haired boy jumped, startled out of his thoughts. You finally coming out of hiding? Bakugo called out with a laugh. Izuku pouted as he stepped around the tree and walked over. Haha, good one Kaken. The other boys laughed. If I remember correctly, you two ran and hid as well, assholes. Did you say something, Deku? Bakugo asked, causing Midoriya to jump again. Shit, did I say any of that out loud? And no, he stammered out. Stop stuttering. This is why no one talks to you. Those injuries look pretty bad, Kaken. Do you want me to fix them? He asked hopefully. Being the only one without a quirk somehow made him the gang's medic by default. TCH, I don't need your help, Deku. Katsuki snapped. I'm fine. That didn't stop Midoriya from noting the limp or the way his friend kept holding his side. But he wisely kept his mouth shut and said nothing. Are you okay, Kaken? They called out as the boy sat up out of the water. His injuries still aren't completely healed from that fight a couple days ago. Did he hit his head? Without hesitating, Izuku slid down the bank to help. Yeah, I'm fine. I'll be back up in a bit. Bakugo called back, with a sheepish grin. Are you hurt, Kaken? Katsuki froze at the worried voice and outstretched hand. It would have been bad if you hit your head, Midoriya fretted. God, is he okay? Bakugo slapped the other boy's hand away and got up angrily. Don't you look down on me. I didn't need your help, Deku, he snarled and stomped up the bank, leaving Izuku in the water. Well, I guess if he's pissed enough to yell at me, he's not that injured. Asshole, I'm just trying to help. He gave a little annoyed huff before crawling out of the creek and stumbled after the others. Midoriya and Bakugo pointedly ignored the other the rest of the day. You need to stop getting into so many fights, Kaken. The freckled boy fussed as he patched up his friend in his kitchen. It's getting old. I'm not always going to be there to fix you up. Don't tell me what to do, Deku. I can take care of myself. Bakugo huffed indignantly before wincing at the sting of the alcohol on his cheek. Oh, that hurt, you piece of shit. He pulled his face away from the cotton ball. Hold still, damn it. Izuku grabbed him by the chin and roughly pulled him back to finish up. Oh, grow up. Midoriya snapped. If I have to suffer, so do you. With the number of times I've had to fix you, you'd think you'd have gotten used to the sting by now, Katsuki just growled. Oh no, he's getting pissed. Hurry it up, Izuku. There, done, he sighed, putting away the bandages and alcohol pads back into the little first aid kit he always carried around. He went over to the fridge to get one of the bags of ice he kept for times like these. You've gotten better at this, Bakugo noted as he rubbed the band-aids covering his face and arms. With the amount of times I've had to clean you up, I should fucking hope so. He tossed the blonde boy an ice bag wrapped in a paper towel and motioned to his cheek. I get a lot of practice. Deku smirked as Kaken placed the ice on his bruises. Oh, go fuck yourself. He grumbled back, too tired to go after him. Geez, this is his what? Third fight this week. He's gonna get himself killed. What's your excuse this time? Midoriya sighed and rubbed his forehead. Bakugo just fidgeted uncomfortably. God, I'm so tired. I'm only 6 for crying out loud. I shouldn't be having to deal with this shit. Never mind. I don't want to know. He walked over to the couch in the next room and plopped down, turning on the TV. If the invalid is able to move, I'm gonna be watching A Hero's Beginning. He called out. There was a small groan from the kitchen and some shuffling. Again, do you watch anything else? Bakugo whined as he sat down next to Izuku on the couch. Yes, but I'm gonna make you pay for all this. Midoriya scooted over before giving Kaken a shit-eating grin. Suffer. You're doing it again, Deku, Bakugo grumbled as the little group of boys walked down to the convenience store. Oops, was I mumbling again? Why do you do that, Deku? It's weird, one of the other kids asked. Weird? More like super creepy, the other shuddered. Oh, but having 2 huge bat wings coming out of your back isn't. I don't know why. Sometimes I think too fast and it ends up coming out of my mouth. Deku shrugged helplessly. At least that's what Mama said. What were you thinking about? The bat-winged boy asked, genuinely curious. You really want to know? Really? Bakugo stiffened. No, he whispered horrifiedly. Please don't start him off again, for the love of God. Shut up, Kaken. Apparently only Midoriya heard because no one stopped him from answering. You know that new hero, Terracide. So people think that he has some sort of telekinetic earth powers since he can move the ground and rocks and such without directly touching them. But whenever he fights, a part of him always needs to be touching the ground. But if he's telekinetic, then he wouldn't have to do that, so why does he? Oh look, we're here, Bakugo announced with a slight hint of relief, interrupting Izuku and stopping his train of thought. Honestly, Deku, do us all a favor and stop mumbling these kinds of things, he sighed as they entered the store. I can't help it, he whined back. I honestly can't, Kaken. If I could, I would have stopped a long time ago. Well then at least do it silently, was the snappish response. What the hell? How am I supposed to mumble silently? The whole point of me talking out loud. I don't know, write it down or something. I don't care, Bakugo yelled back exasperatedly while snatching a bag of chips next to him in anger. Write it down. Izuku glanced over at the small aisle of school supplies. That's actually not a bad idea. The boys left the convenience store with the snacks they had originally planned to buy, while another also left with a small, red, composition notebook clutched giddily to his chest. Bakugo shook his head in annoyance. I still can't believe you bought it. Midoriya. Izuku was having a shit day. First, he'd been caught out in the rain on the way to school without an umbrella, so everything was sopping wet. Some random kids had knocked him over in the hallway, sending him and his stuff sprawling to the floor. One of Kaken's friends kept poking him through class, making it impossible to pay attention. Then he ended up having to walk home alone with Kaken. And now fucking this. Piss off, assholes. Bakugo screamed as he sent a blast towards one of the 3 older kids. Midoriya just laid in the mud where he had been shoved a few moments before, trying not to cry. Why does this always happen to me? He painfully got himself up and tried to hold the pissed off Katsuki back, right before he got shoved back into the mud. Bitch, let's just go, Kaken. Izuku cried out, staggering back up, completely covered in mud. No way. Those fucking assholes deserve it. Bakugo yelled back as he too got tossed in the mud. Yes way, you moron. You're drenched. Your quirk doesn't work as well when you're wet. You should listen to your friend, you little shit. One of the boys, the one with a water quirk of all things, snarled. Yes, listen to the only voice of reason, for the love of God. Fuck you, was the immediate response. Midoriya gave a muddy facepalm. I'm so tired. You kiss your mother with that mouth. The boy with vines growing all over him smirked. No, I kiss yours, came the angry comeback before a weak explosion blasted the plants trying to hold the blonde down. The third boy made his hands bigger and swung them at the bystanding Izuku. Oh, he must have some sort of enlarging quirk. Wait, he vaguely registered what was happening before getting sent careening into Katsuki. Fuck, that hurts. Oh, he screeched and scraped his cheek on the sidewalk as the two fell. Get out of the way, Deku. Bakugo yelled and shoved Midoriya off of him roughly. You're useless in a fight without a quirk. Just go. Useless. The word echoed in Izuku's head. Useless, useless, useless. He grit his teeth in anger and ran down the alley, away from the fight, away from his own uselessness. He made it down about a block before screeching to a stop. How dare he tell me I'm useless? He fumed. How fucking dare he? Izuku turned right back around and started to run back, furious tears running down his cheeks. Asshole. Every time you get hurt, who fixes you up? He dodged the people in his way, who's always stood up for you no matter what. He ignored the strange stares he got from the strangers he shoved aside. I can't do much. He half slid down the alley. But damn it, Kaken. He picked up a brick in his right hand and a random plank of wood in the other. I'm not useless. Oh, how cute, the water quirk boy drawled, trying to play the hero and save your little friend. Let's be honest though, he's really more of a villain with that mouth and quirk. Vine boy laughed. Okay, that one kinda hurt. He's not my friend. Bakugo yelled back frustratedly. He was beaten, battered, and bruised. He was sore in places he shouldn't and truthfully was kind of hurt at the fact that Deku had run off. Why would anyone be friends with that loser Deku? Me, I'm his friend. Or at least I thought I was. Oh, so you won't mind if once we're done we go after him next? Waterboy asks with a devilish grin. Wait, what? Hold on, wait a minute. TCH, like I care about that useless quirkless loser who can't defend himself for shit. Ugh, he's gonna get himself killed. Fuck. But let's just say it'll be pretty hard for you to do anything if you're dead. He launched himself at them again, hands burning. One of the blasts landed and knocked Big Hands over, but Vine Boy managed to pin Bakugo down. Shit, how did this happen? He could faintly feel some sort of stinging pain on the bridge of his nose. It's fine. Deku will fix it for me. he thought blearily, starting to lose consciousness. He noticed a familiar-looking little green blur racing towards them, unseen by the 3 older kids. I really am losing it, because that looks an awful lot like. I'm not useless, Izuku screeched as he leapt at the boy currently strangling Katsuki and swung a hand with it. Is that a fucking brick? There was a sickening crunch and thud as the brick connected with the vine boy's skull, knocking him out immediately. Bakugo was dropped roughly as the vines loosened their grip on him. Is this even Deku? The boy that stood over the body with a bloodied brick looked nothing like the calm, collected, shy boy he knew. This boy looked absolutely, terrifyingly, downright pissed. Midoriya promptly dropped the brick, got a better grip on the oh my god why does he have a plank of wood, swinging it with all his limited might at the head of the guy with the enlarging quirk. He hit him hard enough that the plank broke. That was for earlier, you bitch. He yelled triumphantly at the boy who staggered away, groaning with pain. He then turned to Bakugo, who was still sitting on the asphalt in shock, with a crazed wild fury in those teary green eyes. Who's useless now, Kaken? He cackled, looking seconds away from breaking down sobbing. You little sh. The last boy started to move towards Midoriya, who whipped around and yeeted the broken plank at the incoming boy's face. Shut up, Izuku howled. Nobody gives a shit. Bakugo regained his senses and started running at Midoriya. Come on Deku, we gotta go, he yelled and tried to go down the alley Izuku had come from before screeching to a stop. This day keeps getting fucking better and better. He gave a wry grin and backed away slowly as the boy with an enlarging quirk blocked their exit. Damn, Deku got him good. There was thick red blood running down the boy's face, making him look even more alarming. Gotta say, buddy, red is so not your color. The boy gave an angry shriek. Fuck, Izuku cursed, and the two leapt out of the way as they narrowly avoided getting crushed by a giant hand. Why are you here? Bakugo yelled as he dodged a torrent of water. I don't need your fucking help, dipshit. Midoriya jumped out of the way of a swipe, grabbed a nearby empty beer bottle, smashed it and swung the jagged edges at the giant hands, landing a blow. What the hell are you talking about? The two somehow ended up with their backs pressed against each other in defensive poses. You think I came back for you, asshole? You can take care of yourself. I came here to fuck shit up because 4 had one hell of a fucking day and I'm fucking done with dealing with this crap. He snapped. Oh, of course he didn't come back for you, moron. Still didn't need your help. Midoriya just flipped him off before lunging at Big Hands. I'll make you pay for that later. Katsuki managed to blast the water asshole, causing him to back off enough to give them an opening. Bakugo grabbed Midoriya by his free hand and dragged him down the alley. Izuku gave one last swipe with the bottle before tossing it and running after the blonde. Oh god, did this really happen? Did I seriously just witness Deku of all people beating up kids older than him? He glanced behind him and spotted a sobbing Midoriya running after him. I fucking killed someone, Kaken, he wailed. Holy fuck, is he seriously crying over this? A loud sob verified it. Deku, killing someone? This has got to be the most ridiculous thing ever. No, it is the most ridiculous thing ever. A crazed and uncontrollable laugh escaped him as the two beaten-up boys raced down the street. Why am I laughing? We could get into serious trouble. Stop laughing, Izuku screeched hysterically, also giggling through his hiccuping sobs. This isn't funny. Somehow, this just made Bakugo laugh harder. Maybe Deku isn't so useless after all. I'm dead. I'm so fucking dead. I've killed a dude and Kaken is just laughing about it on the floor. It's not funny. Kaken, what if I get arrested? This just sent Bakugo into a whole new fit of laughter. Shut up, I'm trying to fucking breathe, he gasped out between cackles. How is this remotely funny to you? Bakugo finally calmed down enough to roll over onto his back, hand over his mouth to try and stifle the giggles still coming out of him. Kaken, seriously, what if I killed the boy? Midoriya sobbed out, plopping down next to the giggly Katsuki, who gave another snort. You couldn't kill someone if you tried. He laughed before sitting up. That's not helping. Besides, I saw he was still breathing, so at most he's got a concussion. Relax, Deku, he consoled. Are you sure? Izuku sniffled. Bakugo shrugged. Pretty sure. I mean, no offense, but you're not that strong. Gee, thanks, Kaken, he mumbled. Probably the only time I've ever been happy for being weak. Meaning, he snapped, that you probably didn't do anything too permanent. Maybe. He paused, thinking, I mean, you did hit him with a brick. I'm going to jail. Midoriya wailed and started crying all over again. Holy fuck, calm down, I'm kidding. His buddies probably took him to the hospital or something. Bakugo yelped, trying to calm down the hysterical boy. It took a few minutes, but Midoriya finally regained his senses. They sat in silence for a moment, trying to register what happened. Did I really just beat up 2 kids older than me? He whispered. This is just a dream, right? Katsuki snorted. As much as I hate to admit it, yeah, you did. He gestured to Izuku's beat-up body with a small chuckle. Got the scars to prove it and everything. Well, that explains why I hurt. Hurt? Oh right, we're injured. He glanced over at Kaken, who was badly bruised and had a deep gash on the bridge of his nose. That cut looks deep, Kaken. We should probably get it fixed before it gets infected. Izuku motioned to his nose before getting up painfully. Bakugo crossed his eyes trying to look at the wound. Well, that explains why my nose hurts, he noted dazedly before also getting up. Where's your first aid kit? In my backpack, Midoriya mumbled dejectedly. It's long gone by now. I lost it during the fight. Well shit, Bakugo cursed as he started the way home. I lost mine too. That had my homework in it, damn it. Aw man, mine too, Izuku whined. Katsuki looked over his shoulder and gave Midoriya a genuine grin. One he hadn't seen in years. Lost our homework and got the crap beat out of us, huh? Looks like we're stuck in the same boat, Deku, he laughed. What are you talking about? We totally won that fight. Midoriya laughed back and followed his friend. Take a shower. I'm hurt, you moron. I can't bandage you up if you're covered in mud. Take a fucking shower. But my cuts will sting, Bakugo whined from atop the kitchen table. Midoriya shot him a glare. There's no arguing with him right now, is there? They're gonna sting either way. Now go. He slammed the first aid kit next to him. Katsuki groaned and slid off the table. He had learned early on not to argue with Deku when getting fixed up. He's so strict when he's in nurse mode. Bakugo grumbled to himself. He quickly rinsed the mud off and slipped into some of Izuku's old clothes that had been put out for him. Bakugo padded back into the kitchen where the medical stuff had already been laid out already. Midoriya came back a few minutes later, also freshly rinsed. Did you put the clothes in the wash? He reminded. Yes, but we're gonna have to wait until my mom gets home because I don't know how to run it. Izuku sighed back. First things first. Let's get that cut on your nose cleaned up. It looks pretty deep. He wrinkled his nose and thought it's probably gonna scar Kaken. Nice, I get a scar. This is gonna hurt, Midoriya warned as he doused a cotton ball in rubbing alcohol. Like a little alcohol is gonna oh fuck shit, that stings. I told you, he laughed. This continued for a while longer. Izuku patching Katsuki up while Katsuki cursed the pain away. I don't understand how you go through this all the time, Kaken, Midoriya grumbled, putting on the final band-aid on his own forearm. It hurts. You think this is bad? Just wait till you wake up tomorrow. Bakugo chuckled darkly. It is so much worse in the morning. He was currently on the couch, draped over the back of it to watch Midoriya put away the medical stuff. That's when the bruises start to kick in, Izuku groaned. This is why I stay out of fights, he whined. Oh yeah, he does get out of the way when there's a fight going on, doesn't he? Then why'd you get involved today? You don't have a quirk, you could have gotten killed, dumbass. Midoriya hesitated, as if actually wondering himself why he did it. I'm not sure, he mumbled. I swear to God, if you did it because you thought I needed help, I will blast you into next week, fucker. As if he had read the other boy's thoughts, Midoriya snaps, like I said before. I didn't come back for you, jerk. I know you're strong and are perfectly capable of taking care of yourself in a fight. He gave a small, defeated sigh. I guess. I just wanted to prove myself. I'm tired of being treated as useless just because I don't have a quirk. He speaks bitterly and Bakugo feels guilty, knowing he's part of the reason for that. I'm just so tired, Kaken. I'm so tired of it all. Izuku walks over to the couch and plops down next to him. Who am I kidding? I'm never gonna be a hero without a quirk. Something snaps inside Bakugo. Are you nuts? I just saw you take down kids twice your size. Ugh, I can't stand looking at your little dejected face. Fuck this. Bullshit. Who said you couldn't be a hero? Katsuki yells, getting up and startling Midoriya. You took down those fuckers without hesitation. You're one of the smartest people in class and I've seen you stand up for people completely undeserving of kindness. Hell, you stick around with me. A complete asshole, for fuck's sake. Maybe all isn't lost quite yet. You're gonna be one of the best heroes out there, just you wait. I'll make sure of it. Just wait, Suzu. You're gonna be the number 2 hero that surpasses even All Might. You and I are gonna be the 2 goddamn best heroes this world has ever seen, he announced before sitting back down next to him. Izuku giggles and hugs Katsuki excitedly. You mean it, Kaken? He asks, those damn bright green eyes filled with hope. Hell yeah, we're gonna be the best heroes ever. Wait, if I'm number 2, who's gonna be number 1? Katsuki swats him playfully. Me, dumbass. Who else? You can be a close second though, I guess. Well, what happened to you, Kaken? The boy with extendable fingers asked. Their little group was walking to school together. Midoriya hung back like always. I got into a fight again. Bakugo chuckled, grinning proudly through the cuts and bruises covering his face. I'm fine. Deku patched me up good. Wow, did you win? The other asked. Of course we won. A hero never backs down. The boy with wings and the one with long fingers glanced at each other curiously. They chorused. Katsuki pointed at Izuku, slightly proud. Yep, believe it or not, our little quirkless Deku took on those villains too. Not that I needed the help. I could have won that fight all by myself. He huffed. Fingers and Wings looked at Midoriya with a new sense of respect and admiration. Deku, how? You don't have a quirk? Fingers asked in awe. Izuku turned a bright red. Tell him, Deku. Bakugo goaded on. I may or may not have hit them with a brick ... and some wood. Izuku trailed off, embarrassed by all the attention he was receiving. The two boys looked at him with horror. And a broken bottle. He was fucking ruthless. Like, seriously, I thought he was gonna kill them or something. Bakugo cackled. Izuku somehow turned a darker shade of scarlet. That shit was straight out of a movie. Using a brick and wood. That doesn't sound very fair. Wing started. The world isn't fair, Midoriya snapped. They all flinched at his outburst. They used their quirks and ganged up on me. I was just leveling the playing field. He gave a sadistic grin. Careful now. Bakugo laughed, or you might be next in the hospital. Wings and fingers paled slightly. Wait, he sent them to the hospital? I know one of them for sure, Katsuki hummed as Izuku sped up to walk right next to him proudly. Bakugo made no motion for him to move, and the power shift in their small group was clearly noticed. Guess having your skull smashed in with a fucking brick does that to people. No offense, Deku, but you're piss poor weak, Bakugo said, kicking his feet slightly while on a swing. Thanks, Kaken, Izuku muttered on the swing next to him. Which means, he snapped, if you want to become a hero, you need to get stronger. Izuku looked at him with a scrunched up face. What? All the best heroes train dummy. And Yui poked his finger into Midoriya's chest. Needs serious training. It was the element of surprise and sheer dumb luck you walked out of that fight alive. Kaken, I'm fucking 8. What the heck did you expect? I'm not saying you gotta become the next All Might by next week, Bakugo snarled. All I'm saying is that maybe you should look into taking martial arts or something so you don't keep getting your ass kicked. Izuku pondered it for a bit. Well, Mom did say I should probably learn some basic self-defense since I'm quirkless. He spat out the last word. See, even Auntie has the same idea. I guess so, Midoriya mumbled dejectedly. Katsuki noticed his mood change and sighed. Look, since you're quirkless, people will always believe you're weak. That makes them put their guard down, which gives you the chance to beat the ever-loving shit out of them. He explained, surprisingly patient, but surprise can only take you so far. Which is why you gotta learn how to fight Deku. Fine, Midoriya sighed in defeat as he hopped off the swing and began to pack his things. I'll talk to Mom about it. Atta boy, Deku. Bakugo cheered before blasting his swing higher and waving goodbye from the top. Hurry up, Izuku. You don't want to be late for your first lesson, right? Inko called from the end of the hallway. Coming, Mama, Izuku responded as he bolted out of his room. To be honest, I'm kind of excited about this, he thought as he bounded down the apartment stairs to meet his mother. When Midoriya had mentioned to his mother that he had wanted to learn self-defense, Inko just about started crying with relief. But Izu, why now? She had asked once she had calmed down. Izuku just shrugged, not wanting to mention that Kaken had recommended it for hero training. I want to make sure I can stand up for myself. Just in case. He hated lying to his mother, but what she didn't know wouldn't hurt. Mrs. Midoriya immediately began looking into local dojos and found a Krav Maga place only a 5-minute walk from their house. Look, Izuku, there's gymnastic lessons next door, Inko pointed out. Sure enough, there was a small gym next to the dojo. Learning gymnastics isn't such a bad idea either. It would probably help with flexibility and dodging attacks, all the things heroes should be able to do. Not to mention, Izuku dear, you're doing it again. Inko giggled as she interrupted her son's muttering. Sorry, he apologized. The door gave a little jingle as mother and son entered. Hi, you must be the Midoriyas. A tall, dark-haired man in a black gi welcomed from behind the glass counter next to the door. He walked around to shake Inko's hand. I'm Ikai Akihiro-sensei. We talked over the phone a couple days ago. Midoriya Inko. It's so nice to meet you. Inko gushed as she shook the teacher's hand. It's nice to meet you too. And this must be my new student, he questioned, smiling down at the small, green-haired boy hiding behind his mother's legs. Izuku smiled bashfully back and nodded. Well, it's nice to meet you also. Let me get you situated. Mashiro. He called out to the group of students running drills. A tall, blonde boy about Izuku's age put down the pad he'd been holding up for another classmate and jogged over. Yes, sensei, he asked. Ikai smiled proudly at the tailed boy standing in front of them. Midoriya's. This is Mashiro Ajiro, one of my most promising students, he introduced. Ajiro fiddled with his orange belt bashfully, although his wagging tail betrayed his pride at being complimented. Ikai then gestured to the half-hidden Izuku. This is our new student, Midoriya Izuku. Make sure you make him feel welcome, Mashiro, he ordered. Ajiro stood up a little straighter. Yes, sensei. The teacher turned back to the mother and child. Don't worry, Mashiro will get him situated in no time, he reassured. The blonde boy smiled and grabbed Izuku's hand, dragging him out from behind his hiding spot. Come on, I'll take you over to the rest of the white belts. They're warming up with Kana-sensei. Okay, Izuku stammered out as he followed after his upper classmate with a small smile. This kid's energy is infectious. I wonder if he and Kaken would get along. Midoriya Izuku quickly fell into a routine. He would quickly race home every Monday to grab his gear before running down to the dojo. After a lot of begging and promised chores, Izuku also somehow convinced his mother to let him join a gymnastics class, and every Wednesday he'd hurry home to change for his new class. His body was constantly sore, but a good kind of sore, the kind you got after a good workout. and he wore his new bruises with pride, a badge of honor. His usual way home after training always took him by a particular alley. He never really paid it much attention, but today there was a flash of pink in the darkness. Pink? Wait, what? He paused and backtracked. What the heck was that? He peered around the corner curiously. There was a group of teenagers hanging around, climbing the dumpsters, chain-link fences, and running up the walls as far as they could. Among the chaos was a small, horned, pink-haired and skinned girl around Midoriya's age who seemed to be enjoying herself and mimicking the older kids as best as possible. He watched in awe as they flipped and leapt all over the place, finally scrambling up to the rooftops when they got bored. It seemed rough, but there was a sort of gracefulness about it all. The image of the people who seemed to effortlessly dance over the alley's obstacles was all Izuku could think of for the next few days. Deku, boy shithead, Bakugo screeched, slamming an exploding palm on Midoriya's desk, pissed at being ignored. Izuku was startled out of his thoughts. Fuck, was he talking to me? I wasn't paying attention. Yes, Kaken, he asked sweetly, stalling for time. Don't Kaken me, asshole, Katsuki snarled. You have no fucking clue what I was talking about, do you? Midoriya sighed in defeat. It was worth a shot. Sorry, Kaken. He gave a tired yawn and rubbed his eyes, just a bit distracted, that's all. Something that seemed like worry flashed over Katsuki's face for a split second before it went back to its usual passive-aggressive bitch face mode. Must have imagined it. Stop overexerting yourself, dumbass. It's no fun beating you up if you're too tired to fight back. He huffed. How sweet. Now, did you finish the science homework or not? It's due today. Hang on. Wait. The what now? Izuku was sent sprawling to the floor and just lay there. His fellow white belts snickered at his humiliation. Watch it or your next Kana-sensei warned. They all promptly shut up. Huh, it does work, he muttered and pushed himself back up, brushing his gi off. All right, Midoriya. Kana-sensei clapped her hands. Let's try that again, shall we? Izuku screamed internally. How about letting Botan-kun have a go instead, sensei? He tried. Botan, a pink-haired white belt, gave an unhappy yelp. And no, that's okay. You do a better job of falling, Midoriya-kun. The boy stammered out. But I'm the only one getting pummeled over here, he whined before sauntering over to where the rest of the white belts were sitting and trying to avoid his gaze. Back turned to sensei and an evil grin on his face. That's not really fair now, is it? Midoriya-kun has a point. You can't learn without experience. Who's gonna be the next volunteer? Sensei cheered, oblivious to the death glares Izuku was sending the other students. Your form is looking much better, Midoriya, his teacher praised. Looks like you've been practicing. Thank you, Anuesha-sensei. The freckled boy untangled himself from his pose and stretched. He mindlessly began trying to cartwheel around, trying to see how far he could go without falling. So far his record was 2. I'll get better, he thought as he faceplanted in the mat again. I'm already more flexible than before, so that's gotta count for something, right? Still, it was hard not to feel discouraged as he watched older, more experienced students perform flips and tricks on the equipment. That'll be me someday. He brushed himself and tried once more. That weird kid is here again, Mina thought to herself as she walked over to the usual meet-up alley. What's he doing anyway? She gave a little grin and snuck up behind him. Can I help you? She asked the green, curly-haired boy in front of her. How is it possible for someone to jump that high? She thought with amusement as the boy whipped around, bright red with embarrassment. Mina put on an angry face, secretly enjoying the way the kid squirmed under her glare. Well, USCII was it's not what UTH the thing is. The boy tripped over his words nervously. He's so adorable. What are you doing here? Are you stalking us or something? Oh my god, how is it possible for a person to turn that shade of red? Who are you? Why do you keep watching us? WLTH the thing is that stuff you do. He flailed his arms around. Does he mean Parker? It's super cool. And I was kinda hoping I could learn some things by watching you guys. He trailed off sheepishly. I'm sorry. I'll leave. There's no way I can turn this kid away now. She grinned, grabbed his arm and dragged him down the alley to where the group was waiting. You just wanted to learn how to Parker. Why didn't you just say so? I'll be happy to teach you some moves, Mina exclaimed happily. Wait, I don't even know your name. The boy shrieked behind her. She looked over her shoulder at the flustered boy and beamed. Ashido Mina. Nice to meet you. The boy grinned back. Midoriya Izuku. You're doing what now? It's called Parker Kaken. It's really cool, Izuku gushed. The two boys were on the swings at the local park eating popsicles. It's kinda like gymnastics, except if you fall you plummet 2 stories to your death. He finished darkly before brightening back up, but it's okay. They're starting me off easy and teaching me how to fall safely. How the fuck do you fall safely? You're gonna get yourself killed, that's what you're gonna fucking do. Bakugo snapped and swatted the back of the green-haired boy's head. I can see it on the news already. Local dumbass gets himself killed while jumping over buildings like the fucking moron he is. Does Auntie know about this? No. Not really. Midoriya fidgeted awkwardly. I'm gonna end up fucking covering for him, aren't I? Katsuki threw his popsicle stick at Izuku angrily. Are you fucking kidding me? This is a whole new level of stupidity, even for you, Deku. She'd kill me if she found out what I was actually doing. He protested. Oh, believe me, it's not Auntie you'll have to be worried about in a bit. What does she think you're doing? Bakugo asked suspiciously. Midoriya wouldn't meet his eyes. Either you tell me, or I beat it out of you, Deku. He warned, having playdates with friends. Izuku muttered. Katsuki buried his face in his hands and groaned. Out of all the shit excuses, which is technically true, he tried. She was so excited about me having friends she didn't really question it. And it's not like she'll have time to check, what with her job and everything. I swear he's gonna be the death of me. Just put it on my gravestone. Cause of death. Best friend is a fucking idiot. That's it. I'm done. He hopped off the swing. Get over here so I can beat your ass into the ground. He snapped as he started to stretch. Midoriya just groaned and slid off his swing unwillingly. Do we have to do this today? I'm tired, he whined, already begrudgingly getting into a fighting stance. You still haven't landed so much as a single blow on me. And I'm going easy on your loser ass. You really think you're gonna become a hero with those shoddy fighting skills? He gave a wolfish grin and slammed an exploding fist into his palm. Even those weaklings at school could take you down. Now man up and fight. He lunged at Izuku, palms sparking. You know, to anyone else, this looks a lot like abuse, Kaken. He muttered before raising his arms to defend against the incoming kick or bully. Take your pick. Oh, shove it up your ass. Whoa, what happened to you, Midoriya-kun? Majiro asked worriedly. My asshole of a friend decided that beating me up at every opportunity would be a good training exercise. Got into a fight. Nothing too big. He shrugged and punched the pad Ajiro was holding up for him angrily. You need us to beat someone up for you, Izu-kun? Another white belt with short, uncontrollable, lilac hair, Azami asked. She held up her fists. I'll do it. You know I will. Someone's messing with Izu-senpai. Botan chimed in, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. He flexed his short silver claws. Who do we have to beat up, Azami-chan? No one's beating anyone up. Midoriya hissed and punched the pad even harder. They all gave him a look. Midoriya, you realize this is a martial arts class, right? Ajiro pointed out, lowering the sparring pad to better look at Izuku. Beating people up is kinda what we do, which I will gladly resort to if someone is messing with you, not you too, Ajiro. I trusted you. Izuku threw his hands up in exasperation. Oh my god, I'm fine. He shrieked. I don't need anyone beat up, and if I do, I'll do it myself. If you have time to chit-chat, you have time to train. Aikai-sensei yelled from the other side of the room. The four of them froze in terror. This I sent some sleep over to talk about feelings. Get back to your drills before I come over there. Yes, SE and SEI. You ready for this, Midori-chan? Mina asked. Not in the slightest. He answered back uncertainly. Hana came and ruffled his hair playfully with a small laugh. What do we always say, Ototo? She walked up to the edge of the roof and looked back at the two younger kids. Light blue ponytail swaying in the wind. You just gotta take a leap of faith. She stepped off and disappeared over the edge, before coming up on the other roof, seemingly by magic. How many times do I gotta tell you not to fucking do that? Hisoki howled, arms extended and quirk activated. His gray eyes gleamed murderously, and Hana just doubled over in laughter. You can't keep expecting me to catch you. He angrily sent a gust of wind at her, knocking her down. CMIDO-kun. Hana yelled from the other roof. Leap of faith. Hisoki whipped around to Izuku. Pull something like that on purpose and I'm letting you fall, he warned. Midoriya nodded, fighting off a small smile. They wouldn't let him fall, and they all knew it. Did Princess walk off the roof again? A boy with black hair and orange streaks asked, amused. He set down the convenience store bags he was holding. She's gonna be the death of us. A tan girl with an undercut, dyed purple hair and freckles grinned. Dayton, Tamako talked some sense into her. Hisoki whined. You know how useless that would be, Dayton chuckled. Lido-chan, Mina-chan. You're here. Dayton Oni-san. The two little ones cheered. Hey, Tamako-1-san is here too. The girl protested. Have any of the others shown up yet? Dayton asked, ignoring Tamako. No, Hana yelled. Still on the other roof. We're still waiting on Yuta, Hiroki and Taka. Well, I suppose we might as well eat while we wait. Dayton shrugged. No point in letting this food get. Hey, what are you doing up here? The group turned around and saw a security guard running towards them. Don't move. Fuck, it's security. Tamako yelped and raced to the edge and bounded to the other side. Time to go, Dayton yelled, put the plastic bag in his mouth and leapt after her. The other three raced to the edge and Midoriya panicked. No way I can make that jump. Mina and Hisoki danced over gracefully. You can make it, Ototo. Tamako yelled encouragingly. He glanced over his shoulder at the incoming security guard. Fuck it, Kaken was right. I'm gonna die. He grit his teeth and braced himself. Leap of faith, Mina called out. At least I'm going out with a bang. He pushed off and jumped. Fucking hell, kid, Dayton laughed as he scooped up the sprawled Midoriya off the roof and set him on his feet, pushing him after the group running away. We gotta work on your landings because that was the funniest way I've ever seen someone jump. Get out of the way, Deku. Bakugo snarled and shoved Midoriya aside. You're blocking up the whole hallway. Izuku just yawned in response. Sorry, he muttered as he stumbled aside for the blonde and his cohorts to pass. Either get some fucking sleep or stop standing in the middle of the path, moron. He snapped and continued on his way. Sure, he answered blearily. And that is how you get free food from strangers, Hana announced, wiping the fake tears away. No one paid her any heed. Are you done? The 6-year-old is giving me a run for my money, the blonde boy snapped. Actually, I'm 11, so shut up, Hiroki-senpai. Midoriya grinned as he snatched up his winnings. Hiroki gasped in mock offense and swiped at the boy who just died. Someone had made the mistake of teaching Izuku how to play poker a couple weeks ago, and now they were all paying for it. Literally. How the fuck has he won the past 3 games in a row? Tamako grumbled as she handed her cards to Dayton to shuffle. Even Dayton seemed impressed by the small pile of loot Midoriya had acquired. It's that little Bambi look on his face, Yuta theorized. He'd quit after the first few rounds of getting his ass beat at Go Fish by Mina. Makes you think he can do no wrong. Me, Izuku gasped innocently. It's beginner's luck, that's all, he cooed sweetly. Hana gave him a high five. Apparently someone had been listening to her lessons on manipulation. Cut the crap. Hisoki snapped. You learned how to play before we taught you. Admitted he'd just lost 2,000 yen to Midoriya in a game of blackjack. Izuku just grinned. Nope. He popped the pea and stuck some more pocky into his mouth. I'm just a quick learner. Hisoki gave an unhappy shriek. Deal me in. I'm gonna whoop Mido-chan's ass. He promised. Didn't you say that 5 games ago? The redhead, Taka, chimed in, slightly amused. SHADDUP. Hisoki answered and snatched his cards up. They played in silence before Izuku put his cards down. Straight flush, he announced. Motherfucker. They never did find the rest of the cards. Izuku swung haphazardly on the parallel bars, trying to perform a handstand. Almost. Got it. I did it. Midoriya-kun, can you come here for a minute? Anisha-sensei called out, causing Izuku to lose his concentration and slip. Fuck. He spread his legs out and managed to catch himself on a bar with one of them. He could hear the chuckles of other students as he hung there lopsidedly. He shot them a glare, which only made them laugh harder, grabbed the bar and flipped himself right side up before dropping to the mat below. Yes, sensei, he asked as he jogged over. Did you need something? He took out the hair clips that were beginning to fall out of his curls and fixed them to get his bangs out of the way. Midoriya, I want you to meet our newest student. She stepped aside and there stood a girl his age, with straight hair the same shade of green and what could only be described as frog-like qualities. Why don't you introduce yourself? She asked the girl. Hello, my name is Tsuyu Asui. She held out her hand in greeting. You can call me Tsu. Midoriya shook her hand excitedly. It's nice to meet you, Tsu-chan. I'm Midoriya Izuku. He introduced himself excitedly. Midoriya-kun here will introduce you to the rest of the class, Anisha explained with a reassuring smile. Why don't you take Tsuyu over to the mats to meet everyone? Sure, sensei. Come on, this way. Once they were out of earshot of the teacher, Midoriya turned to Tsuyu. Note of warning. Be prepared to be shoved into the infinite hole of inescapable death, he warned. It's kind of an initiation thing here. The what now? She asked bewilderedly. Foam pit. He explained with a haunted look on his face. Just play dead and you should be fine. Probably. Midoriya, come here for a sec. Yes, sensei. The boy jogged over in his headgear and gloves. Aikai motioned for his small student to come closer, as if about to reveal a secret. Alright, listen up, Midoriya. Most of your opponents, are they taller or shorter than you? He asked. Taller, Izuku answered, confused. And do they use their fists or their legs when fighting? Midoriya thought about it for a bit. Their fists. Aikai nodded. So why are you still trying to use your short little arms trying to fight? He questioned. Midoriya froze. He has a point. My legs have way better reach than my arms. Most of your opponents are going to be taller than you and have a much better reach with their arms, meaning that's what they use to their advantage. However, he turned Midoriya to face the sparring round and pointed to the taller boy in the ring. Only using your fists also has a huge disadvantage. The other student landed a blow in the other's stomach with a well-timed roundhouse. Oh, they can't block their bodies as well as their faces, Izuku blurted out. His teacher nodded. Exactly. Use your legs to keep your opponents away, and then, he demonstrated by throwing a side kick, dropped his foot down closer to the invisible target and followed up with rapid punches, getting close to finish them off. Got it. Midoriya nodded excitedly. Good. From now on I want you to focus on your kicks and combos, okay? I will. Thanks, sensei. Well, would you look at that, Bakugo sneered as he staggered back from a harsh blow Izuku had dealt him. You're finally getting smart with your fighting. I've been practicing. Midoriya grinned back, wiping the blood off his busted lip. Using your fucking legs, I see, he snapped back as he threw an exploding swipe at the boy who dodged and followed immediately with a front kick. Only one problem. Deku Katsuki dodged the kick easily, grabbed the leg and threw his friend to the ground, pinning him immediately. If you telegraph your next move like that, they get a lot easier to expect and counteract. He stepped off of the boy and gave a victorious grin. And once again, I win. How? Midoriya groaned and sat up painfully, rubbing the back of his head. Bakugo rolled his eyes as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. He pointed at Izuku's limbs. Your arms. You drop them right before you kick. Easy to spot, he explained. Shit, really? He looked at his arms angrily. I didn't even know I was doing it. It happens. Bakugo shrugged and sat down next to him. It's also harder to get your guard back up after you kick when you do that, which leaves you vulnerable. So I just gotta fucking beat it out of you. Please don't. No promises. But while we're on the topic of weaknesses, why don't you ever attack my left side? He asked bewilderedly. I fucking suck at guarding it. I'm surprised you haven't gone for it yet. Huh, I never noticed, Midoriya mused. Bakugo punched his shoulder. How the fuck did you not notice? You need to constantly be analyzing your fucking opponent, find their weakness, and make them fucking pay for it. But yesterday you told me to stay in the fucking moment and stop over fucking analyzing things. Izuku whined. Make up your mind already. I know what I fucking said. And I still stand by that. Katsuki snapped. Find a balance between the two, shitty nerd. You're smart enough. Ugh, he ruffled his own hair. You're making my head hurt. Or I have a concussion. You're fine. Bakugo huffed and tugged at one of the long locks of green hair. And another thing, get a fucking haircut. You can't fight if you can't even see who the fuck you're fighting. Kamion Lindit, yes. Midoriya landed lightly on his feet. His classmates applauded politely. Great job, Midoriya-kun. Kazashi gushed. New record. Izuku threw a fist in the air excitedly. Nice. He cheered. Alright senpais, try and top that. He challenged with a cheeky grin. Haha, nope. One of the older girls called out. You win, Izuku-kun. We yield. You hold the new record of consecutive backflips in a row. Alright, everyone back to practice. And Isha-sensei laughed. Midoriya dusted his hands and went over to the balance beam to practice some his Parker moves. That was amazing, Mido-kun. Suyu exclaimed as she jogged over. Izuku gave her an upside-down grin as he was currently in a handstand on the beam. Thank you, Tsu-chan. I've been working on it for a while. He righted himself back up and spun around on one foot. Took me forever to get it down though. He danced over to one end. Hang on. Back up a bit, Tsu-chan. I don't want to hit you on accident. He took a deep breath before doing 2 back handsprings, twisted off and landed shakily on the mat. Still need to work on my landings, he muttered and hopped back on. How do you do that? Suyu asked. Midoriya chuckled. Just keep your eyes on where you need to land and hope you don't miss. He held out a hand to help her up. Come on. I'll help you. You actually managed to hit me, you little shit. Bakugo grinned and retaliated with a left hook and front kick, shoving the green-haired boy back. Midoriya grinned giddily back as he bounced lightly on his feet. I'll beat you someday, Kaken, he warned and dropped to the ground, trying to sweep Katsuki's legs from under him. The blonde just kicked up some of the dust into the other's eyes. Back. No fair, Kaken, he whined as Bakugo took advantage of the distraction to tackle Izuku to the ground. Like you always say. He snickered as he sat atop the other boy's chest triumphantly. The world isn't fair. Midoriya frowned at him, eyes still red from the dirt. That was a dirty move, he pouted. Oh, and a fucking villain is above using something like that. Katsuki scoffed back without a quirk. You gotta learn how to use everything to your advantage. Level the fucking playing field. Bring them down to your level and destroy them. Hit him first, hit him fast, hit him hard, and most importantly, no fucking mercy. He emphasized his point with a blast at near the other's head. Make him regret ever being fucking born. Great lesson, Kaken. Now could you please get off me? He asked, struggling pitifully under Bakugo's weight. Instead, the blonde fell backwards and draped himself over his friend. You know what? He grinned. I really don't think I can. Get off, Midoriya whined, trying to get out from under him. Nah, he drawled with a fake yawn. I'm a bit tired. I might just take a nap. Don't you fucking dare, he screeched, knowing his friend was capable of falling asleep almost instantly. Get off of me. Make me. Izuku tried and failed at getting up. Repeatedly. Fuck you, Kaken. Where the fuck are we going, shitty nerd? Katsuki whined as he unhappily trailed behind Izuku. We've been walking forever. Oh, shut up. Midoriya snapped. We've been walking for 3 goddamn minutes. FOREEVVVERRR, Bakugo groaned, head tilted back. Not everyone has your freaky Parker endurance, asshole. Izuku just muttered and shook his head. Bakugo turned up his hearing aids. You fucking say something, bitch. No, was the immediate response. Nah, he heated up his palms. Go ahead. Say it to my fucking face, coward. Midoriya looked back before flipping him off, sticking his tongue out and taking off full speed down the sidewalk. That's it. You're fucking dead, Deku. He howled and raced after him. Midoriya swung inside a small boba tea shop down the road and dove behind the counter to escape Bakugo's explosive rage when he burst in after him. Tsu-chan, help me, Izuku wailed as he peeked out from behind a young, purple-haired cashier about his own age. And what did you do this time, Mido-kun? The boy answered back, not at all fazed by the intrusion, and continued taking orders. It wasn't my fault. The hell you mean it wasn't your fault? Bakugo screeched back, trying to get around the purple-haired obstacle to blast Izuku. The two chased the other around the small cashier before he stuck out a tray, causing Midoriya to smack into it and Katsuki to crash into Midoriya. Oh, what the heck, Su-chan? If you're not here to buy something, then get out, he ordered with the authority of someone way older than 11. He tapped his foot impatiently, arms crossed and glaring at the two boys sitting on the floor in shock. Who the fuck are you? Bakugo snapped back. Who the fuck is this Deku? He turned to the green-haired boy. Awa, don't be like that, Su-chan, he whined playfully. Don't just fucking ignore me, nerd. I'm trying to do my job, he answered, ignoring the fuming blonde on the floor. Either buy something so my parents don't kill me or get out and let me do my job. Why are you so mean? Midoriya pouted. Someone explain, or so help me I'm blasting both of you fuckers into next week, Katsuki snarled, palms sparking up dangerously. The strange boy just smirked. Oh, that's it. This bastard's dead. Kaken, this is Su-chan. Hitoshi Shinsu Izuku explained his parents run the best boba tea place in town. I come here all the time with Mina, One-chan, and the others. Su-chan, this is Kaka, Bakugo Katsuki. God, that felt weird to say. He muttered the last part with a shudder. Nice to finally meet the infamous Kaken, Shinsu snickered. I've heard a lot about you. Get fucked. Bakugo snarled back and got up. Come on, shithead. He ordered at Izuku. If you're not gonna buy anything, then let's go. No, I wanted a tea. Midoriya squealed and leapt over the counter to the other side. The usual, Su-chan. Hitoshi took down the order. Is Blondie over here gonna get something or not? He asked and gave a pointed glare at Bakugo as he slid over the counter next to Midoriya. Bakugo flipped him off, too tired at this point to blast the asshole. This kid isn't half bad. At least he sticks up for himself. Cheeky bitch. You got anything spicy? He asked as he looked over the menu. Shinsu blinked. Like, a drink? He baffled. Katsuki rolled his eyes. What else did you think, moron? No, a spaceship, he answered sarcastically. Yes, a fucking drink. No. He searched the menu behind him. We don't have a spicy drink. We do, however, have some spicy takoyaki. Fine. Add in whatever the fuck the dragon fruit and lychee one is. Extra tapioca pearls. No extra tapioca pearls. You always spit them at me, Izuku complained. Katsuki grinned. Kinda the whole point. Let's see how good you've gotten at dodging shit. Midoriya pouted at Bakugo but paid for the drinks and went over to grab a booth. Hitoshi came over and dropped the drinks off. Oh yeah, I almost forgot, Su-chan. Izuku blurted out and dug around in his pockets before pulling out a small gift-wrapped box, tied with a little string, and handed it to the surprised boy. Happy birthday. He has a birthday in July too, Katsuki asked as he stabbed the straw into his tea. Go figure. Shinsu opened up the little gift, trying and failing to hide his excitement. He held up a little Plus Ultra keychain, much like the one Midoriya and Bakugo carried on their backpacks. In fact, it actually did look a lot like. Katsuki choked on his drink and dissolved into a fit of coughing. How did you? He trailed off, looking at the little trinket with joy. I noticed you were always looking at mine and figured you might want one too, Izuku shrugged with a little smile, glancing over at his still hacking friend. I wanted to get you an Eraserhead one since you like him so much, but he doesn't have any merch, he explained, suddenly getting shy. Do you like it? Do I like it? Shinsu cried out before calming down and restraining the grin on his face at him. I mean, it's nice, I guess. He shrugged nonchalantly. Thanks, Midoriya. He picked up the tray and practically skipped off. Bakugo gave a gasp of air and came back up from where he was dying. Where did you fucking get that? He coughed out raspily, chugging down more of his tea before continuing. You and I both know the only way to get one of those is with a limited edition All Might figure from 5 years ago. Shosen got it for me, Midoriya answered innocently with a shrug. Who? Shohin. He gives me lots of stuff for running errands for him. He's a friend of Dayton Oni-san. He snatched a takoyaki from Bakugo and popped it in his mouth. He found out I wanted something for Su-chan and offered to give it to me if I dropped off his backpack with a friend in Housey. Oh, like that's not suspicious at all. You went all the way to Housey. Katsuki hissed. Are you fucking nuts? Mina and Taka went with me, he protested. Besides, I had my flamethrower. It took all of Bakugo's limited self-restraint not to reach over and strangle Izuku. He rubbed his forehead tiredly inside, taking a long draught of his drink. I think it's time for you to file for a taser. Move it, Deku. Fingers cackled as he shoved Midoriya aside. Izuku quickly righted himself and spun out of the way of the incoming pushes from the rest of the group. Bakugo tripped up his feet from under him and Midoriya almost lost his balance and fell. Almost, Katsuki teached, but there was a small nod of approval as he passed by. The rest of the school day went the same. Homeroom, dodging projectiles from his classmates, math and English lessons, leaping over the feet in the hallway trying to trip him, history, writing down the latest gossip from the girls in his notebooks for later use, lunch, stealing food off of Kaken's tray when he was too busy yelling at one of his lackeys, gym, avoid everyone trying to kill him in dodgeball, science, dragging Katsuki away from yet another fight. The usual. Before he knows it, the day is over and they're all walking home. Bakugo grunted a goodbye to the others as he and Midoriya turned down the street to their neighborhood. They stopped in front of Izuku's apartment complex and Bakugo started to walk off before pausing. "Oh yeah, I forgot," Katsuki muttered and pulled out a small, rectangular box, thrusting it at Midoriya. "Here. Happy fucking birthday," or whatever. Izuku blinked in surprise and took the gift, opening it cautiously. "Don't open it out here," Bakugo warned, and the freckled boy soon saw why. Inside was a new red and gold headband. No doubt to tame the wild curls he had let grown out, but hidden underneath was, "Whoa, is that a knife?" he squealed with delight, taking it out to better look at it. "I told you not to open it out here, dumbass," Bakugo hissed and looked around anxiously. "You're not supposed to have that. How'd you get this, Kaken?" Midoriya ignored the warning and examined the polished, reddish wood handle, flipping it open. "Aren't these illegal?" "I'm not answering that." The 5/2-inch blade glinted dully in the sun. "Put it away before you get caught." "Why?" he asked and looked at his friend curiously. "Huh, why'd you get me something like this, Kaken?" Bakugo shifted uncomfortably and turned slightly red. "You keep doing reckless stupid shit and hang out with sketchy people, so until you get your taser you need some way to fucking defend yourself," he mumbled. "I figured a knife is pretty easy to hide and explain why you have it on you." "Thanks, Kaken," Izuku grinned, tucking the blade in his pocket and putting on his new headband. "I love it." Katsuki turned even redder and his palms began to spark. "Shut up, shitty nerd. This is just until you get your taser, got it?" he snapped. "Anyone asks, you didn't get this from me. Otherwise I'll fucking blast you into next week, got it?" "Got it." Midoriya nodded frantically. "Did you bring everything? Notebooks, pencils, first aid kit?" Bakugo snapped as they raced each other to their new school. "We don't have time to be going back if you fucking forgot something." "Yup, and I got my taser just in time for middle school," Midoriya answered back excitedly. "Did you remember your hearing aids this time?" "I'm not an idiot," Bakugo snapped, taking out the brand new hearing aids he'd gotten over the break and slipped them on. "Did you bring your warrant for your taser?" "It's in my backpack," he reassured. "Put it in your purse," Katsuki ordered. "It's not a purse," Izuku muttered, but did as he was told while running. "It's a satchel." "It's a fucking purse," he snickered as they caught up with the rest of their classmates on their way to school as well. They streamed in with the other students and Midoriya sat down next to his friend in the assembly. "3 more years, Kaken," he whispered to him. 3 more years before we get into UA. "Heh. Be prepared for me to beat you into the ground, shitty Deku," he grinned back. "Kaken has been relentless lately," Midoriya thought to himself as he avoided the persistent barrage of attacks. He managed to grab one of his arms and throw him over his shoulder to the ground. Bakugo immediately scrambled back onto his feet and wiped the sweat off his brow. "Again," he ordered and lunged. "Don't stop until your opponent is down." "Let's take a break, Kaken," Izuku panted out. "We're both tired." Bakugo shook his head. "No, keep coming at me," he blasted himself forward. "We've been at it for over an hour. You need a break." "I need a break," he gasped out as he weakly swatted away the exploding hands. "I'm taking a break." He dropped to the ground in exhaustion and lay sprawled on the ground. Katsuki kicked him weakly in the side. "Come on, you fucking coward," he spat. "Fight." Midoriya flipped him off. "Just give me 5 minutes to breathe, jackass," he snapped, taking in deep shaky breaths. "I'm not a monster like you." Bakugo collapsed next to him. "Fuck you," he panted out, just as tired and twice as unwilling to admit it. "How am I gonna become a hero if I get tired sparring with a quirkless loser like you?" "To be fair, this quirkless loser was beating your ass," Izuku answered. Katsuki punched his stomach, causing the other boy to curl up with a small groan. "Like hell you were, you bastard," he snarled with a small grin. "Fine. We'll take a break, you weakling." "Hey, you can't call me a weakling when I outlasted you on that run last week," Midoriya protested. "Shut up. Parker doesn't count, you jumping freak," he huffed. "What you say?" Bakugo snarled at the boys standing in their way. "You wanna fucking try that again, assholes? Please don't get into another fight." "Come on, Kaken," Midoriya whined, trying to hold the fuming blonde back. "They're not worth it. Let's just go over to Su-chan's. Petunia head can fucking wait until I'm done," he snapped, shaking off his friend. "Huh, you think you can take us on?" one of the high schoolers sneered. "Oh boy, here we go again." Izuku threw his hands up in the air frustratedly. "Oh, for the love of God. Are you fucking kidding me?" The older boys looked surprised at the smaller boy's outburst, whom they had assumed would be a pushover. "I've had a shit day and just wanted to go get a fucking boba. Will you please get out of the way?" He tied his bangs back into a small ponytail and glared at them, arms crossed and foot tapping impatiently. "Why don't you make us one of them?" started with a smirk. "Fuck this. I don't have the time. You picked the wrong day to mess with me." His leg shot out and hit the leader in the gut. As soon as the boy doubled over, Izuku axe kicked him to the floor. The rest of the little gang in front of him stared at their friend on the floor in shock, then at Midoriya, then back at their friend. Izuku whipped out his taser and pointed it at the group. "Try me, bitches. I fucking dare you," he warned. One of the boy's eyes widened in realization. "You're quirkless," he blurted out. Izuku held firm and scowled even more. "And if you got a fucking problem with it, you'll end up like dipshit over here," Bakugo grinned. palms sparking. Beat it or we beat you. What the hell happened to you two? Shinsu asked from behind the counter as Izuku and Katsuki wandered into the store. The two were battered, bruised and scuffed up but grinning. Just took out some trash, Bakugo answered and waved his hand to dismiss him. You got anything spicy yet? Don't worry about it, Su-chan. Midoriya giggled innocently. He wisely decided not to press further and took their orders, snapping at Bakugo that once again, there was no such thing as a spicy drink. Sometimes Shinsu's friends worried him. Move it, Deku. Midoriya quickly dodged the incoming shoves of the other boys and began walking behind them, still writing in his notebook. He noticed an elbow moving towards him in his peripheral and moved out of the way, speeding up to walk right behind Bakugo. There were a few unhappy grumbles as no one was brave enough to try to hit Izuku when he was right next to the exploding first year, and Midoriya knew this, flashing them all a shit-eating grin. Hey Bakugo, Deku's right behind you, one of them called out. Katsuki glanced behind him at the scribbling greenette and shrugged with a scowl. He's out of the way. He snapped and continued walking. Midoriya turned around and began walking backwards, glaring at the boy who had ratted him out. A small, devious smile spread across his face as he stared at him for too long before flipping a couple pages back and writing frantically, crazed glint in his eyes. He snapped the notebook shut and turned back around, giving the other boy one final, pitying glance before stepping forward to walk next to the blonde. Fingers patted the boy's shoulder sympathetically as the others passed the confused boy up. Nice knowing you, kid. Whoa, Ajiro yelped as he dodged the rapid attacks and kicks coming from Midoriya. Your combos are looking better, Izuku. Why thank you, senpai. The green-haired boy smiled sweetly back, momentarily throwing Ajiro off. I've been practicing. He stomped down and startled his classmate enough to give him the chance to shove him back and out of the ring. Break. Aikai-sensei called. Point goes to white. Ajiro got back in the ring. Ready? The two nodded and he lowered his hand. Fight. It was a lazy, sad evening and Midoriya was lazing around on a rooftop with the rest of his crew waiting for Mina. His feet dangled off the edge and he swung them idly. Where's One-chan? He whined. I want to go tag that overpass on the highway. How do you even get up there? Hiroki mused, inhaling the rest of his meat bun and trying to snatch up Yutas to no avail. You always put a tag somewhere or the other. That should be impossible for you to get to. Izuku gave a secretive smile. Where's the fun if I tell you, Anti-san? He giggled. Tamako tackled him and held the child upside down. Tell us your secret, squirt. She cackled as Hiroki started tickling the helpless Midoriya. The others watched on and laughed, not offering to lift a finger to help their smallest member. We're here, Mina shouted as she popped her pink head over the edge and tumbled over. I brought Sticker-chan again. One-chan, Zero-kun, help me, Midoriya gasped out, still dangling upside down. Come on, leave poor Mido Ototo alone. Zero laughed. He's not gonna tell you how he gets to impossible places. You say that as if you know Zero-kun, Dayton noted casually. Hiroki and Tamako whipped around eagerly, dropping Midoriya into Taka's lap. Zero realized his mistake much too late and began backing away. Wait, that doesn't mean I know how he... Get him, Tamako and Hiroki yelled, racing towards the younger boy and tackling him to the roof. Wow, no mercy, Heya-kun. Hana chuckled over Zero's protests and squeals as the curly-haired boy dragged himself out of Taka's lap. Midoriya pulled up the black bandana around his neck over his face and shrugged, green eyes shining with a mischievous glint. Better him than me, One-san. Su-chan, what do you know about geometry? Izuku panicked, flipping through his notes and trying to make sense of them. Itoshi dropped his drink off and shook his head. Sorry, Mido-kun. He gave a wry smile. I suck at math. Asked Su-chan, he said, motioning to the girl sitting in the booth across from the freckled boy. I'm afraid I'm not much help either, Mido-chan. Tsuyu apologized and stuck the straw into her drink. Midori-chan. A familiar voice called out as a pink blur practically took down Midoriya. Tsuyu blinked in surprise as Izuku gave a dead look while being cuddled by the rose-colored girl. Mina, you're gonna suffocate him, Zero chuckled as he dropped his bag next to Midoriya. He noticed Tsuyu and froze. Oh, sorry dude. I didn't know you were studying. Yes, that's exactly what I am trying to do, he muttered, prying Mina off of him. Su-chan, this is Mina and Zero. They're friends from, somewhere. One-chan, Zero-kun, this is Tsuyu from gymnastics. She's helping me with my homework. Should I bring you your usuals? Shinsu sighed, already beginning to walk off. That and some dango, Shin-kun. Mina cheered, sitting down in the booth next to Tsuyu. Thanks, Shin-kun. Zero thanked. Do you mind if we crash the study session, Mido-kun? We actually came here to try and study too. Mina slammed down her textbook on the table. I have no idea what my science teacher is trying to teach me, she whined. Oh, I can help with that. Tsuyu reassured. I can science. Can you do history? Zero asked hopefully. Yeah, you can suffer with me, Oni-chan. Midoriya cheered. Shinsu brought over their orders just as the door slammed open. Hey, walking insomnia. You got anything spicy to drink yet? A certain blonde shrieked as he burst in with his book bag. Also here to study by the looks of it. Izuku and Hitoshi whipped around and gave simultaneous, identical groans. Oh, did you invite Bakugo-kun Midori? Mina asked. No, he sighed, already scooting over to make room. Well, at least if he's here I can copy off his homework. Your friends are very, lively, Mito-chan, Tsuyu said while they were all doing their warm-ups. Izuku groaned, remembering the train wreck of a study session the day before. Once again, I am so sorry you had to meet them that way, he apologized. They're not usually like that, no. They're always like that now that I think about it, he muttered. No, it's okay. She reassured. I was just expected. I don't know, quieter people, kinda like you. Understandable. He chuckled, trying to suppress an actual laugh. If only you knew, Tsu-chan. If only you knew. That's why you need hay. Don't turn off your hearing aids when I'm talking to you, Kaken. Izuku snapped, smacking his battered friend with a first aid kit. The two of them were on one of the school's bathroom floors, Katsuki getting himself patched up. Again, sorry Deku, can't hear you. He signed with a grin. Izuku wasn't impressed. Nice try, you cunt. Midoriya signed right back, much to the disappointment of Bakugo. Seriously, you need to stop picking so many fights. Well, it's not like you were gonna do it, he huffed. Easy pickings and you let them go. I already told you, I'm not in the mood to get my ass beat by an upperclassmate today. Oh please, Bakugo rolled his eyes as Izuku finished up. You and I both know you could have won easy. Yeah, well, I still didn't want to do it. He sighed. We need to get to class. You go on ahead. I need to pack up. Whatever, Katsuki muttered and left. He leaned back in his seat and put his feet up on the desk as he waited for the green-haired boy to come back. Hey Bakugo, the dark-haired boy who always seemed to be hanging around called out. The blonde clicked his hearing aids back on reluctantly to hear him. Where'd Deku go? The hell if I know, he snapped with a shrug. Why the fuck do I care where the shitty nerd is? A minute before class restarted, a disheveled, bruised and pissed Midoriya came storming into the room and marched to his seat, glaring at anyone who dared try and get in his way. The fuck happened to you? Bakugo signed bewilderedly as he passed by. The small gang of boys around Katsuki's desk watched the conversation in confusion. The upperclassman happened to me, you prick, he snapped right back. Thank you very much for that, by the way. I almost had to tase them. Did you? Katsuki snickered at the thought. Midoriya looked ready to punch his friend. No, I didn't. Although right about now I'm thinking about tasing you, he practically snarled. Bakugo gave him a sign that needed no translation to the others. Right before Izuku could strangle him, the teacher walked in. All right, everyone to their seats, they called out, and a muttering Midoriya plopped down in his seat angrily, pulling out bandages and his class notebook. You really think you can take me on? Bakugo snarled at the high schooler in his way. Midoriya sighed and continued writing in his notebook while the others tried to look intimidating. Note to self, go buy more Neosporin, gauze, band-aids and painkillers. He glanced up at the scene going down in front of him. Lots and lots of painkillers. He snapped the notebook shut, readjusted his headband, tightened the bangs he had pulled back and put on his best weak and defenseless face. Can we just go? Izuku fretted. We really don't need to do this. Afraid not, one of the high schoolers smirked with a teasing lilt in his voice. Your friend here is about to eat his words. I'm gonna fucking murder all of you. Kaken included. Oh please, Bakugo scoffed, palms sparking up as if you could even take down one of the extras. The what? Tell you what, he grinned. Pick any of these losers to fight. If you can take even them down, then I'll get down on the ground and apologize, your fucking majesty's. Ugh. Time to play your part, Izuku. The older kid scanned over the fierce-looking gang before landing on Midoriya, who at the moment was making himself look as small and invisible as possible. The boy who had made the deal grinned evilly. Any one of them? He asked sweetly, nudging at his friends and eyeing Izuku. Did I fucking stutter? Katsuki snapped. The boy pointed out the greenette and Midoriya flinched. Damn it, it's always me. Fucking hell, how about that one? He questioned, and Bakugo whipped around in fake surprise and worry. Deku, you wanna go with fucking Deku? He asked, pretending to look nervous before going back to his usual brashness. Fine, go right on ahead. I did say anyone. Use as many people as you need. He gave a cruel smirk. You'll need all the help you can get. Go easy on him, babe. One of the girls giggled as the leader stepped up. The other kids scurried to the side, secretly grateful it wasn't them. Yeah, don't kill the poor thing, another called out. You owe me fucking big time, you jerk. Midoriya signed angrily at Bakugo and patting his pockets for his knife and taser. Yeah, whatever. Consider it training. He shrugged. It's always fucking training, you lazy shit. Fight your own fights. I'll get you something from that stupid boba shop, he answered. Fine, fair enough. Don't worry, kid, the boy chuckled. I won't kill you. Just go down nice and easy and everything will be fine. Sure. Izuku mumbled. Hey, how far away is the police station, Kaken? He called out, stepping forward casually. Hands in pockets. The older boy looked taken aback. The hell if I fucking know. Far enough, he answered, scrolling through his phone, completely disinterested in the fight. Try not to hospitalize anyone this time, fucking nerd. I'll try. He flashed his opponent a sheepish smile. What? The boy seemed slightly concerned now. Midoriya lunged, a small green blur before kicking him in between the legs and kneeing the doubled-over high schooler in the head. Everyone except Katsuki stood in shocked silence. Bakugo glanced over at the down boy in what seemed like deep thought and worry. Are we done? Izuku whined. All in all, it took 4 people together to land a single blow on the tiny, scarily fast, freckled middle schooler. The fight was over in less than 3 minutes, with all 5 of his opponents groaning and bleeding on the ground. He kicked one of the slightly more conscious ones lightly before slinking over to his discarded satchel on the side. Bowie pouted as he dusted the bag off and put it on. That wasn't any fun. I didn't even have to use the taser. Or that pipe. He gestured to the lead pipe. Nearby pipes are fun to use. Good swinging weight, he muttered to himself. The remaining 2 girls and boy stared at him in horror. You're crazy, one of them shrieked as she ran up to her injured friends. You could have killed them. Learn to hold back, you bastard. The other 2 nodded and helped her carry the unconscious ones. I could have, he asked in genuine confusion, tilting his head in thought and starting to join up with his other classmates as they began to walk off. Kaken and the others never seemed to hold back. Why should I? Yes, you freak. The boy snarled. Jesus. Come on, Deku. Fingers called out happily, slapping him on the back once he'd caught up. Nice job. The others congratulated and praised him similarly. Bakugo simply glanced behind him and gave an approving nod. Pride swelled in his chest and he immediately forgot the high schooler's words. We need to talk about your fighting, Bakugo started, snatching up a fry from the other's plate. What about it? Midoriya snapped, still bruised from yesterday's fight and sipping his well-earned tea. Look, Deku, he sighed, I hate to say it, and if you ever tell anyone I'll deny it, but you're strong, okay? Izuku blinked in surprise at the rare compliment. Thank you. No, like, crazy strong. And fast. And smart. He huffed. You need to fucking start holding back when you fight, idiot. Midoriya nearly spit out his drink. What? Why? Because at this rate, if you don't set limits, you're gonna end up going overboard and killing someone by accident, Bakugo answered bluntly. No, I won't. What are you talking about? Will you shut up and listen? I'm trying to give you some actual fucking advice for once. Katsuki interrupted. When I use my quirk on a person, do I use it to its full extent? That's different. He protested. What does that have to do with? Answer the fucking question. No, you never seem to be holding back with me anyway. I have the scars to prove it. Of course I don't. He snapped. I could destroy a building with my explosions, let alone a human. Never seemed like it to me, Midoriya sulked, stirring his drink around. You can handle a little more than most people, but even I know not to use a full blast on you, dumbass, he hissed. We're getting off topic. Point is, your fighting style and instincts are like your quirk. He spoke with the authority and wisdom of someone older than 13. It's really strong. Strong enough that we need to start teaching you how to pull a punch. Why the hell should I? You're the one always telling me to go all out. Remember, hit him first, hit him fast, hit him hard, no mercy or some shit. When you spar at your dojo, do you try to kill them? Do you hit them with everything you have? Of course not. Midoriya sputtered. It's sparring. Then why the hell are you trying to kill the people in the streets? I know I've told you to use everything at your disposal, but goddamn, Deku, you go a little overboard sometimes. And that's saying something coming from me. Well, if I'm so hazardous, why haven't told me anything about it before? When we fight, I can't be all that strong if I can barely hold my own against you, he cried. Bakugo looked guiltily to the side and munched on some tapioca bubbles. What? He snapped suspiciously. Well, in the past couple years I've had about 11 fractures. He hesitated. 10 of those are from you. And you never told me. Izuku shrieked, panicked. What the heck, Kaken? I'm fine. You get used to it after a bit, Bakugo dismissed. Point is, you are fucking dangerous. From now on I want you to hold back in your fights. It's not safe, both for you and especially for the poor sucker who pissed you off. Okay, are you telling me I've fractured bones? That I actually hurt people? Midoriya murmured in horror. What? The first 10 fuckers you've sent to the hospital wasn't clue enough? Katsuki snorted. Do you guys think I go overboard when I fight? Izuku mused out loud. His friends burst out laughing. Overboard? Dayton chuckled. Kid, let me just say, I'm glad you're on our side. Midoriya groaned and put his head between his knees. Honestly, same, Taka agreed, swiping a candy bar from Hana. Sorry, Ototo. Hana giggled, smacking Taka for stealing her food. But have you ever seen yourself in a fight? You're a terrifying little dude. Hisoki piped up. A little, green, freckled blur. I honestly regret making Tamako teach you how to use a knife. Yuta chimed in. And how to gamble in general. There's reason for your nickname, you know, Tamako drawled. Heya-chan, what is it the cops call you? The Heya demon. Still don't know why they call me that, the greenette muttered. For a happy little fellow, you sure can get violent, Hiroki laughed, ruffling the green curls. Stop it, Mina pouted, cuddling a now depressed Izuku. Don't say that about my sweet little Ototo. Sweet little nothing. Tamako cackled, shoving Midoriya playfully. This is probably one of the most dangerous kids to ever jump the rooftops. All that without a quirk. Midoriya shrank away. All right. Dayton interrupted. Noting the boy's discomfort, I think we can all agree that Mido-chan is scary as fuck. But for now, he got up and stretched. Let's go have some fun. The whole group cheered. And relax, Izu-kun. Dayton winked. We know you're a good kid. Despite being a scary little bastard, you wouldn't harm a fly. They think you're too violent. Suyu gaped. You. Yup. Izuku answered upside down on the high bar. Crazy, huh? I'll say. Last week I saw you break down after accidentally stepping on a stray cat's tail. I thought we both agreed on forgetting that whole incident. Su-chan. Izuku whined, face flushing. Besides, did you hear the way it sounded? His eyes began to water from the memory. It was so hurt, and it was an accident. I didn't mean to step on it, but it ran off, so I couldn't even apologize to it. Izu-senpai, you are unbelievable. Asui laughed as Izuku kept rambling about the poor cat. Midoriya. What have I told you about hanging upside down on equipment you're not using? The teacher yelled. The boy quickly righted himself and dropped down, hurrying over to the still rings he was actually supposed to be practicing on. Sorry, SENSEI. Winter break, winter break, winter break. Dark chanted over and over as their small gang made their way through the hallways to lunch. 2 more weeks, 2 more weeks, 2 more weeks. Fingers continued. Izuku stifled a laugh as he noticed Katsuki lower the volume of his hearing aids to block out the annoyances. He noticed a group of first-year students gossiping outside a classroom and grinned. Oh, what have we here? I'll be right back, he murmured to no one in particular and slunk over to listen in. Pulling a small, black notebook out of his back pocket, pen at the ready. Yeah, I heard she was gonna ask today. One of the girls whispered. Is she serious? After what we told her? Another hissed. Why even bother? One of the boys huffed. Izuku peered into the classroom where one of their classmates was flirting with one of the upperclassmen. He flipped through his book and found the references he needed. The heartbreaker of 1C. He sighed, snapping the notebook closed with disappointment. Nothing interesting here. -2B. Someone murmured. He turned around at the sound of his class. The first years looked at him with contempt, obviously having heard of the quirkless wonder at their school. Aren't you that boy from 2B? One of them piped up. The one with no quirk. Do not strangle, child. He gave them his brightest and sweetest smile. Yeah, that would be me, he chuckled. The looks on their faces darkened and he suddenly felt very exposed. So what's up with the heartbreaker? He tried. They blinked in surprise. You know about her? One of the girls inquired curiously. I make it my business to know about people like her, he giggled, going after Aiko-san. He shook his head. Oof. The first year's interest were piqued. What do you mean? One of the boys asked. Well, she's obviously going after him because he's rich. Midoriya smirked. Unfortunately for her, Aiko-senpai likes his loyal. So, what were their names again? Kintaro-kun and Masuyo-kun. That's gonna be an issue. One of the girls gave a strangled squeal. Wait, Kintaro-kun. She said she wouldn't. She protested angrily. Oops. Izuku shrugged. I probably shouldn't mention the fact that she's going after Sadao-kun either, huh? He glanced over at another unhappy first year. How? He's in my class, he explained. Kinda impressive how she's able to keep this up, he mused. Before stepping past the dumbfounded underclassmen. Anyway, keep me posted, he called out before heading to the cafeteria. The fuck you look so happy about? Bakugo snapped from his seat as Midoriya sat down with his food, huge grin on his face. Oh, nothing, he hummed, looking over at the rising argument over on the other side of the room. The blonde glanced over in the same direction and groaned. Again, he snarled as the voices got louder and quirks began to be pulled out. What have I told you about writing in that fucking notebook? Izuku held back a gleeful cackle. Oh, come on, Kakin. He giggled. Dinner and a show. By now the whole cafeteria was watching the fight unfold between a couple first years, caused by Midoriya's well-timed input. The boys at his table began placing bets. You're fucking insufferable. The day was not starting off well for Midoriya Izuku. He'd stayed up way too long on a run and had woken up late, causing him to miss the train. Bakugo had already left him behind and he was jogging through the streets, empty stomach, growling unhappily. Great, no time for breakfast, he sighed, racing past a convenience store just filled with delicious food items. Calling for him. Didn't have time to pack a lunch either since Mama was working extra late last night. He suppressed the urge to scream his frustration at the sky. Nearby was a rumbling explosion. He slowed down to a stop. A hero fight. Maybe this day isn't starting off so bad after all. The loud rumble of the crowd and fight drew Izuku closer. Who is it this time? He pulled out his notebook to have ready. Oh wow, a giant villain. He cried and followed the action, trying to get as close as the police tape allowed him. He listened into the conversations around him instinctively, trying to figure out what had happened. I wonder who's fighting him, he asked out loud. He spotted the hero atop a train platform and mentally flipped through his hero notes before remembering. It's Kamui Woods. He squealed, the up and rising popular new hero. A running commentary, huh? You a fanboy or something, kid? A stranger next to him chuckled. Aw shit, I'm doing it again. No, sorry. He apologized and turned his attention back to the fight. Is it? It is. Take him down, tree boy. The man next to him yelled. Here it is. Izuku cheered the preemptive binding. Cannon. A giant woman yelled as she sent a flying kick into the villain's face, cutting off poor Kamui's special move. Izuku and the man stood in shocked silence while journalists began snapping countless photos. Pull yourselves together. Izuku thought angrily at the reporters trying to get certain shots from the new hero. Poor Kamui. The forgotten hero still stood on the platform, quite upset over his stolen spotlight as the villain was put away. Izuku quickly wrote down the new information he learned. Taking notes, kid. The older man laughed. Midoriya flinched. Fuuk. I was mumbling again. You wanna be a hero too, huh? Good luck. Thanks. Izuku grinned before realizing his phone was buzzing. Who the hello? He answered. Where the fuck are you, you piece of shit? The loudly familiar voice screeched through the speaker, to the point that the green-haired boy had to hold it away from his ear. The stranger and others stared at the phone in shock. You're embarrassing me, Kaken. The tiny voice kept going. I swear to God, Deku. If you're late one more time because you decided to go watch a fight, I'm going to fucking kill you. Get your ass over here. You have 5 minutes before the bell rings. Freb. Midoriya yelped and stuffed his notebook away. Be there in a bit, he promised before hanging up and pushing his way out of the crowd, booking it all the way to school and sliding into class seconds before homeroom started. Bakugo angrily jabbed his side as Izuku walked by his desk. Bitch, the fuck were you? He hissed. Sorry, Kaken, he murmured. Woke up late. Didn't get breakfast. Missed the train. Shrugged the usual. He went over to his desk and plopped down exhaustedly. This was not a good way to start his day. You guys are all third years now, the teacher announced, slamming down forms on his desk. Izuku looked up from the hero notes he was finishing up. A slow, ice-cold realization washed over him. No, please don't tell me today, as he ducked his head lower. At about time you all started actually thinking about your bright futures. Fuck, it is. Ugh, this day really is the worst. I would hand out these career forms, but Midoriya resisted the urge to slam his head against the table repeatedly. I assume you all want to be heroes and make us proud, right? The whole class cheered, setting off their quirks excitedly. The small greenette cheered along quietly, rubbing his temples at the noise. The teacher tried in vain to get them all to calm down. As if you all could be heroes. Don't make me laugh. The only ones who have a shot at proship would be. Hey, teach. The boy a few desks away yelled arrogantly over the commotion. Don't mix me up with these losers and their crappy quirks. The class hissed and booed at the blonde, who just cackled conceitedly at them. Aw, shut it. Extras should act like extras and stay out of my way. Ah yes, young Bakugo. The teacher sighed, flipping through the papers. You applied for UA, isn't that right? Of course he did. Where else did you expect him to go? Only UA could possibly keep up with Kaken. The room exploded with noise all over again. UA National School, the top hero school in Japan. They barely accept anyone. I heard the cutoff would be 79, possibly 80 this year. Stupid extras that never shut up. Bakugo snarled and leapt up on his desk. I aced all the mock exams for them. I should hope so, considering the amount of studying we did. I'm one of the few who can actually make it at UA. Unlike all you losers. Izuku buried his head in his arms and yawned. Stop yelling already and sit your ass down. I'm gonna be the top hero that surpasses even All Might. The absolute best. Not to mention I'll be super rich too. Though, Midoriya, the teacher noted in surprise. Izuku flinched and woke right back up. Oh god, no. Please don't. You also applied for UA? He asked. The room went dead silent as everyone turned to the small boy trying to disappear into his seat, right before everyone burst into rambunctious, hysterical laughter, teacher included. The hell is so funny? Midoriya, is he serious? You realize good grades can only take you so far, right? Izuku stood up defiantly, anger sparking. That's not true, he yelled weakly, hating how quiet his voice sounded. The class laughed harder. There's no rule that says a quirkless student can't appeal. He was cut off by a loud explosion. Come on then, Katsuki yelled, pointing at him. You better get in, cause I ain't done beating your ass, shitty Deku. He challenged with an evil smirk. Aw shit, I'm never gonna get rid of him now if I get in, am I? Not by a long shot, you quirkless nerd. I will get in, he yelled at the still uproaring class. Quirk or no quirk, at least I'm trying to be a hero. That's more than most of you can say. The laughs quickly dissipated as his words were taken in. He covered his mouth swiftly, realizing what he'd said and regretting his own brashness. Bakugo was the only one still laughing, signing shaky, gleeful warnings at Midoriya hysterically. I'm dead. They're all gonna kill me. The class began all at once yelling angrily at the boy, nearing his desk. It's okay, I'll be fine. He reached for the weapons in his pockets. The moment they touch me, I have every right to fight back. How dare you? You don't even have a quirk. You're just a quirkless goody-goody fanboy. Even that villain has a better chance of getting in than you do. Although, you probably shouldn't have said that last one. What'd you fucking call me? Katsuki shrieked and exploded the student's desk. All attention was turned to the new victim, and Izuku sank into his chair wobbly with a relieved sigh. He ducked his head back down, heart racing, and blocked out the screeching and fighting from his classmates. The amorphous goose sped down the street giddily, prizes clutched closely and shoving any passerbys out of his way. Unhappy yells could be heard, but he could care less. "Stop me if you can," he cackled. There was a loud commotion behind him and he threw a glance back to see. All might. Shit. The outburst at the beginning of class had been forgotten and Izuku packed up his things, checking up on his missed texts from Shinsu. "Just the usual, bored and death can't come fast enough. Come save me from this hell, Izu-chan," he chuckled. "What's so funny, shithead?" Bakugo snapped, seemingly appearing out of nowhere and startling the greenette. The blonde glanced at the open notebook on the desk, and before Midoriya could grab it, he snatched it up and held it out of reach. "What have I told you about writing all this shit, Deku?" he snarled. "What's that?" Fingers asked. Katsuki held it away from him as well. "None of your goddamn business. You're lucky you've never seen inside of one of these," he snapped. "And you, apparently you haven't learned your lesson from our first year." He grinned and placed the book between his two palms in a very familiar. "Wait, give it back," Izuku shrieked, trying to grab it. "Kaken, it's not what you think." That's actually, he was too late. The book was quickly ruined by the other boys' explosions and tossed out the window. The other boys around his desk laughed as Katsuki dusted off his hands smugly. "There, now we can. That wasn't a black book." Midoriya howled and raced over to the window to look for where his hero notes had landed. "It's stuck on a window edge. I can probably climb over the balcony and get it. At least it didn't land in the koi pond." Bakugo froze. "Wait, what? That was a hero analysis one?" he ranted. "The cover wasn't black, you moron." Izuku tried not to tear his hair out in frustration. Oops, is that all I get?" the small boy screeched, causing everyone but Katsuki to step back in surprise. "Oops, I was halfway done with that one. All that information. Gone, literally right out the window." He gestured wildly at the open window. The guilty look on the blonde's face disappeared and was replaced with one of annoyed indifference. "Well, in my defense, it looked pretty dark to me," Katsuki shrugged. "Of course it did." He began to tear up in frustration. "That's because you turned the cover to charcoal." "Oh well," Bakugo snapped, "just buy a new one." Like always, Midoriya opened his mouth to yell some more. "Shut up. Those stupid hero notes aren't gonna help you any getting into UA. Are you seriously gonna try to enter UA, Midoriya?" Dark hair chuckled. Izuku just looked out the window, already formulating a plan to get his notebook back. "I mean, let's face it, man. You don't have a quirk. Leave him," Katsuki barked. Getting off the desk he was leaning on. "He's in one of his goddamn moods again, so there's no talking to him right now." "No, seriously, is he really gonna try?" Fingers murmured as he followed the blonde towards the door. "I mean, it's not like he can just get a quirk. If he needs a quirk that badly to get in, he can go take a swan dive off the roof and hope he gets one in the next life," Bakugo joked, glancing back at the freckled boy, who promptly flipped him off, still upset over the notebook. "Never mind. I'm killing him right now." He lunged at his friend, and the other two had to hold him back as Izuku stood atop his own desk in his effort to escape the angry blonde. "Can you believe it?" Dark laughed. "Deku wants to apply to UA. Did you know about this, Bakugo?" "Yeah, duh. I was the one who helped him fill out the application. He has a better chance at getting in than you two losers. Hell, he has a better chance than everyone in the school. Besides me, of course." "Wait, for real?" Fingers blurted. "I would have thought you'd try to stop him or something." "He's too stubborn." Katsuki huffed angrily. "A little fucking hard-headed, useless, mumbling motherfucking bush. I'd have to kill him to stop him. And even then he'd try as a ghost." "Hey, speaking of which, don't you think that was a little harsh?" Fingers fretted as the three of them passed the gate. "I mean, I know you two mess with each other, but the notebook thing, that was going a bit too far." "Believe me," Bakugo snarled, "if that was the notebook I thought it was, you'd be thanking me right now." "Great. Why do I have to walk home with these idiots?" Stupid Deku throwing his little fit. He knows I would have bought him a new one, the little shit. "What's a black book anyway?" Dark asked. Katsuki shuddered, memories of a few years ago coming to mind. "Your worst nightmare. It's his blackmail notebook," he explained bluntly. "He has a what?" They squealed fearfully. "How else did you think he went around his day without getting his ass beat by literally anyone?" He yelled back. "He knows everything about everyone, including your little smoking habit, so I'd recommend for you not to piss him off too much, and also because if the school finds out, it'll probably be put on my record too." "Are you serious?" "Deku wouldn't do that, right?" Dark asked nervously. "In a heartbeat," Bakugo answered without hesitance. "I think I still have some evidence from." He patted his side where his book bag was supposed to be and glanced down. "Well, at least I have an excuse to dump their sorry asses." "Shit." He gave a groan. "I forgot my stupid book bag in the classroom." He turned around and started jogging back. "I gotta go grab it or my mom will fucking kill me." "See ya. Do you want us to come with you?" Fingers called out. "Hell no. My IQ might drop if I spend any more time with you two. I think I can grab a fucking bag by myself, bastard." He snarled and broke into a run. "Don't bother waiting up." Once the screaming blonde was well outside the classroom, Izuku finally hopped down from his desk. Okay, he huffed and walked over to the window, peering over the edge at the notebook perched on the edge, just slightly out of reach. I think I can get it. Probably. He leaned over and strained his fingers. So close yet so far. He pulled back and shit. Okay, time to climb. He hooked one of his feet on the balcony and dangled his body over, stretching farther and farther until got it. Huh. He cheered and began pulling himself back up into the classroom, a knee and hand gripping the bar. Wow, the city looks amazing from up here. There was a loud slam from inside the classroom. He jumped and looked behind him. Deku, Kaken, what are you at? His legs slipped and he lost his balance, pitching forward and over the railing. Oh god, this is it. I'm gonna die. He clutched his notebook tighter, closed his eyes and waited to hit the ground. Something grabbed his collar, choking him. I'm dead. I have died and am being carried away to the next world. The hell is that idiot doing? Was the first thing that popped into Bakugo's head, seeing the boy perched on the balcony. And if one didn't know better, looking as if he was about to jump off. Deku, he blurted out. Dude, what the actual, literal fuck are you doing? Midoriya looked behind at him in surprise, obviously not expecting the blonde to be there. Kaken, what are you? He gave a yelp of alarm as his limbs slipped from under him. Katsuki saw his own life flash briefly before his eyes before even realizing his own body racing after him. He blasted himself forward in order to move faster, just in time to catch the falling boy by his uniform collar, gripping onto dear life to the rail with one hand, legs pressed up against the wall below to support the weight he held in the other. Oh my god, Warekanage. His hand tightened around the fabric and heaved Izuku back into the classroom with a small grunt before swinging his own self onto the windowsill. The shocked boy he had just rescued sat in the middle of the floor, trembling and clutching the fucking notebook. I almost died over a notebook. You almost died over a stupid fucking notebook. Midoriya felt the something grab him and he let out a startled yipe as he was deposited roughly, but safely, in the classroom. He watched in astonishment as a clearly shaken and scared Bakugo slipped through after him. The two stared at each other, Bakugo beginning to tremble now with anger instead of fear. Maybe both. He was absolutely silent. Oh shit, he's really pissed. Kaken. Aye, he started. Katsuki held up a hand to cut him off while rubbing the scar on the bridge of his nose from all those years ago. Just what? He began, clipped and harsh. The hell were you doing? Izuku opened his mouth to answer, but Bakugo marched over and grabbed him by the front of his uniform, hefting him up so they were eye to eye. I said, what the fuck were you doing? You almost died, you fucking idiot. If I hadn't been here to save your sorry ass, you would have. His voice faltered. You don't, you can't. He dropped Midoriya back on the ground and buried his face into his trembling hands. He took a shuddering breath and frantically wiped away the tears that started to form. You can't scare me like that, Zuzu. He choked out. Oh god, I must have really scared him if he's calling me Zuzu again. I'm so sorry, Kaken, Izuku mumbled out, on the verge of tears himself. Do you know what I would have done if you'd actually fell? Bakugo shrieked hysterically. I'm sorry. You can't, if for fuck's sake, Zuzu, he sighed, helping the other up. I'm sorry, he mumbled. Jesus, you really are a fucking idiot. Katsuki pointed at the notebook. He still clutched. All that for a notebook. Well, now I sound like an idiot, risking my life over some notes. Why are you here? Izuku asked quietly. Bakugo gestured over to his desk where a familiar bag hung over the chair. Luckily for you, I forgot my book bag, he muttered, marching over and snatching it up. You should get home, Zu. I have errands to run. He walked unnaturally quiet over to the door, pausing for a moment. Try not to get into trouble, you fucking moron. Midoriya nodded silently, grabbing his forgotten backpack. Okay, Kaken, I will. Loud explosions came from an empty lot as Bakugo let loose all of his frustration on the helpless rubble and garbage. No matter how hard he tried to forget, the terrified look on Izuku's face as he fell was the only thing he could think of. What if I hadn't been fast enough? What if I hadn't forgotten my bag? What if he had fallen? The explosions got bigger and he got angrier. You barely showed up in time. Weak. You need to get faster, stronger. Some hero you are if you barely saved one fucking quirkless moron. The next blast was the biggest of all. Too big, in fact. Katsuki hissed in pain and clutched his arm, waiting for the throbbing to subside. Pathetic. He sighed and picked up his things to go, turning on his hearing aids back on and realizing the sirens getting closer to the lot. Fuck. No unauthorized quirk usage, right. He mumbled and jogged out of the area, slipping his rumpled uniform jacket back on and heading towards the nearest convenience store. I need a fucking drink. Midoriya. Izuku shuffled home, quite exhausted by the near-death experience. Stupid. What the hell were you thinking? I could have fucking died, for Christ's sake. He glared at the notebook he still clutched and resisted the urge to yeet it as far away as possible from him. He paused for a moment underneath the overpass to collect himself, falling off a balcony. Nice job, Deku. He slapped his cheeks a bit. Snap out of it. Kaken was there and saved you. Pull yourself together. What kind of hero will you be if you can't even save yourself? He gave a nod. Right then, he said to himself, time to go get better. A small chill ran down his spine as his instincts, honed after all these years of sneak attacks and sucker punches from, well, everyone, suddenly told him he wasn't alone. He turned around in time to see a large, mucus thing rise from the manhole cover behind him. First off, that is disgusting. Second, are you shitting me right now? A medium-ish sized body to hide in the thing panted a bit of a tight squeeze, but it'll do it, gave a sneer and launched itself at the small boy. Izuku tried to dodge it, but the villain wrapped around the green ant and began to try and shove himself down Midoriya's throat. EW. This is so gross. Get off me, you fucker. Izuku flailed around, trying to rip the creature off of him. It hurts. Calm down, kid. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. That's kinda what I'm worried about. It'll hurt for about 45 seconds and then we're done. 45 seconds. Shit. Think IZUK, you think. He strained for his pockets. Okay. No taser because I'll probably end up shocking myself, so that leaves. Thanks, kid. You saved me. Never expected him to be here. Midoriya frantically struggled to reach his switchblade and pull the goo off of him. Come on, Izuku. I don't want to die. I just almost died less than 15 minutes ago. I don't want to die. Do something. No point in that. He chuckled at Izuku's flailing. I'm a fluid. Shit, he's right. Where can I possibly stab? Hi. He glanced at the large unblinking eye right next to his face just as his fingers wrapped around his knife. Well, solved that little problem. Izuku stopped fighting and looked at the villain with an unwavering glare and an unsettling glint in his green eyes. So Awatha's, he gurgled out, flicking the blade open, out of the villain's line of sight. What are you talking? The goo started, right before Izuku slashed upwards, nicking the villain's gums and bringing down the knife right into the fucker's eye. The villain howled in pain and partially released Izuku, or at least enough for him to gasp out a few breaths and swat the goo off a bit more. He got ready to stab the thing again when he heard the clang of the manhole cover rattle behind him. I swear to God, if it's another slimy bastard, I'm gonna. Have no fear, kid. A strangely familiar voice echoed in the tunnel, for I am here. No fucking way. Texas. Smash. The hero yelled as his punch narrowly avoided hitting Izuku and instead careened into the viscous mass, the shockwave of it sending the villain blasting off of the boy, splattering all over the tunnel walls. Gross, he thought numbly as he quickly put his knife away before his idol could notice. He kneeled over, coughing and hacking up the remains of the goop still in him. Ah, gross. Disgusting. I can still taste him. Nasty. Huh. He must have gotten injured while running away, All Might said to himself, holding up a recently skewered eyeball. Oops, how are you holding up, kid? Fine. Izuku squeaked. He hacked up some more goo, probably scarred for life, but fine. He reassured raspily. Holy fucking shit. I'm talking to All Might right now. Kaken's gonna be so jealous if he doesn't kill me first for getting attacked by a villain. Thank you very much. No. It's my fault for getting an innocent caught up in my villain chase, and I apologize for that. I don't usually make mistakes like that, but I am new in town. He held up 2 bottles triumphantly. However, that is no excuse, and I have apprehended the villain. The large soda bottle with the eyeballs glared at Izuku. All Might looked around for more traces of the bad guy, and while he was distracted, Izuku glared right back, stuck his tongue out, and flipped the villain off. The bottles rattled comically in All Might's hands, and the hero looked back at the villain as Midoriya went right back to his usual innocent look. I believe I have collected all of him. He put the bottles in his cargo pants. Get an autograph. Come on. Stop sitting there with your mouth open. He looked around frantically for his notebook before finally finding it. All Might. I was wondering if you could. He looked at one of the used to be blank pages, now filled with All Might's scrawl. When did he fucking sign it? He got up immediately and bowed excitedly. Thank you very much. You are quite welcome, young man. All Might answered a bit hurriedly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must deliver this fellow to the authorities. Wait, I have so much to ask you. Hang on, is that all? I wait, Izuku stammered out. Until next time, young man. He crouched ready to take off. Thanks for your support. Whoa, now. All Might had leapt and Midoriya was somehow clutching onto his leg. What the hell are you doing? The pro hero tried to pry the young boy off of him. Please release me. Such enthusiasm is a bit much, kid. Well, I can't let go now. I'm hundreds of meters in the air. I can't. Izuku screeched and clung onto the hero as the town passed below them. If I let go now, I'll die. All Might stopped trying to pull the child off of him. True. I quote him sorry. There's just so much had to ask. Need. All right, kid. Just don't fall off. And close your eyes and mouth. All Might sighed and coughed slightly. Oh Jesus, what have I gotten myself into? He gripped on tighter and obeyed. Below, a certain soda bottle fell into the streets and burst open. Bakugo chugged his soda down, letting the carbonated drink burn his throat. Hey, Bakugo, Fingers called out excitedly. The now empty can was exploded angrily and tossed into the nearest trash can. He ignored them and switched off his hearing aids in order to block out the voices. Shit, I really don't want to be with those guys right now. I should have gone with Deku. At least he shuts up when I tell him to. They sure are yelling a lot. Like, more than usual. He turned around and saw his 2 classmates waving and pointing behind him frantically. He switched the aids back on. "K out. Behind you, man. What the fuck are they talking about?" Someone with such a strong quirk, a slimy voice hissed behind him. "Oh shit. Perfect." All Might and Midoriya crash landed on a roof. "That was RFNG," Izuku sputtered out, collapsing on the nice, solid rooftop. "I'm never leaving the safety of these roofs again. Of all the times, I don't have time for this. Maybe the people in this building will let us down," All Might muttered to himself and prepared to jump off again. "Wait, Midoriya got up hurriedly. "I cannot wait." All Might barked. "Can someone like me become a hero?" He blurted out, "Even though I don't have a quirk. Can I be a hero like you?" "Kid, quirks are..." He began coughing and steaming. Izuku didn't notice and kept going. I don't have a quirk, and because of that, lots of people don't think I can do it. Pretty much everyone tells me I can't do it actually. But to me, saving people is the coolest thing ever. And the way you can rescue people with a smile. I want to become a hero just like Thai heck happened to you." The skeleton standing in front of him looked nothing like All Might. "Who are you? You're so skinny. Are you an imposter or something?" The man stared at him for a bit. "I am All Might," he said, spewing blood everywhere as he did. "How the fuck? No way. You know how some people hold in their stomachs at the pools?" the skeleton explained. "Yeah. It's kinda like that." He sighed and sat down. "What? Okay, seriously. What the fuck is going on right now? You've seen the real me, kid. Just, please don't write about it on the internet, okay? I highly doubt the internet is gonna believe this." Shrunk All Might lifted up his shirt to show off a large and nasty scar on his left side. "Holy shit. About 5 years ago, a villain did this to me." Izuku got closer to get a better look. "Aw geez. This is worse than when Tamako One-san snapped her arm and the bone popped out." "Poor All Might. That's pretty bad," he admitted. "I'll say." All Might chuckled. "My respiratory system is pretty much useless. My stomach had to be taken out and other organs were also severely damaged. I'm basically wasting away after all the surgeries and can only be a hero for about 3 hours a day now." 5 years ago. Who could have done that to him? 5 years ago. Was it Toxic Chainsaw by chance? Izuku tried. As if that lowlife could do this to me." All Might scoffed. "And the reason you don't know about this is because it never became public." "No, I asked that it never be made public. A symbol of peace must never be stopped because of evil." He makes a good point. He knelt down in front of the hero. "You can't fix it." All Might shook his head. "No, and if anyone were to find out, crime would skyrocket, and so I must continue my job as the symbol of peace." "That sounds kinda lonely." Izuku mumbled. "No one knows. Besides you and perhaps 1 or 2 others, no one else knows." He gave a bloody cough. "The reason I smile is to fight off the overwhelming fear and pressure I feel every day. To reassure people that I am still strong, still here." "Well, that fucking sucks. I never realized what the mental toll on heroes was like. A pro hero needs to be ready to risk his life for others." In an instant he got up and began limping to the roof stairs. "If you want to help people, then consider going into the police force." "Hang on. What do you mean by that?" "They are mocked for their work but are just as important." He paused and looked back at the boy scrambling to his feet. "No. Don't tell me. Don't say it. It's okay to dream, but you also need to face reality. Don't you say it." "Not you, All Might. Please, don't say it. Let's face it, kid. I'm sorry. You can't become a hero without a quirk." Was I a bit too harsh? All Might wondered, remembering the shattered expression on his young fan's face. "Stupid Toshi, stupid. Nothing I can do about it now." He sighed. "I need to go get this guy over to." He patted his empty pockets and looked down in a panic. "Oh no." He raced back up the stairs to get a better look over the city. As he neared the top he heard laughter. "You can't become a hero without a quirk." The words echoed over and over in his head as he stood there dazedly. "Can't be a hero. Can't be a hero. Can't be a..." "Bullshit. Who said you couldn't be a hero?" An 8-year-old Katsuki yelled defiantly. "Just wait, Suzu. You're gonna be the number 2 hero that surpasses even All Might. You and I are gonna be the 2 goddamn best heroes this world has ever seen." "That's right. Well, would you look at that?" Bakugo grinned. "You're finally getting smart with your fighting. You're just like everyone else, All Might. You're quirkless," the boy blurted out. "And if you got a fucking problem with it, you'll end up like dipshit over here." Bakugo smirked, glaring insolently for anyone to have a problem with it. "I can't believe it. I hate to say it, and if you ever tell anyone I'll deny it, but you're strong, okay? Like, crazy strong. And fast. And smart. This pompous, self-righteous asshole is the only who truly believed I could do it." A crazed giggle escaped him as more memories surfaced, drowning out the hero's words. "A hero?" Mina asked. "Really, Midori-chan?" "What?" Izuku teased defiantly. "Don't think I can do it?" "Of course not." She laughed, surprising him. "That's amazing. I want to be a hero too." She hooked an arm around his shoulder excitedly and gestured to the skyline grandly. "You and me, Ototo. Heya and the Acid Queen. Best hero team up the world has ever had. I can see it now." "I was thinking about what you said yesterday," Izu-chan, Shinsu mumbled, fidgeting with his serving tray. He took a deep breath and finally blurted, "I want to become a hero just like you." Really? Midoriya squealed and tackled him with a hug. That's amazing, Su-chan. He paused. Wait, you really think I can be a hero? If someone like you thinks someone like me can be a hero, he smiled gently. I know you can do it too. Damn right. Tamako cackled. If anyone is reckless and stubborn enough to become the first quirkless hero, it'd be our little Ototo. Consider us your first fans. Taka chuckled, snatching food from Hisoki. Yeah, Mina cheered. The three of us are gonna be the best. Hey, Siro whined, throwing fries at the pink girl. What am I to you? Chopped liver. You can be the sidekick, Siro-kun, she replied and stuck her tongue out at him. There was an indignant squawk and fries went everywhere. You want to be a hero, Tutsu-chan? You're gonna be a hero, Mido-chan? She asked. Really? Well, I mean, I'm not surprised, to be honest. If anyone has the most potential to be a hero, it'd be you. Yeah, Midoriya-senpai is gonna be a hero. Botan cried. Not with that form, he won't, Anjiro snapped, whacking the pink-haired boy with a pad. Neither of you will. Now come on, hero boy, he grinned. Try to hit me. Challenge accepted. Izuku smirked, getting into a fighting position. Izuku tilted his head back, tears streaming and joyous voice piercing the silence on the roof. I never needed All Might to tell me I could do it, because I'm a stubborn, reckless, quirkless, idiotic bitch who's gonna do it anyway. The door slammed open and he glanced over at the panicked hero panting in the doorway. His laughter grew more hysterical. All Might, back so soon, he yelled, bitterness edging his voice. What? Not done with crushing my hopes and dreams? You're just like everyone else after all. Don't bother. I've heard it all already, he snarled before giving a giggle. Huh? Who would have thought? He walked over to the edge and leaned on the rail. The biggest, most self-absorbed asshole I know believes in me more than my hero. He gave a small scoff before turning around, and that's saying a lot. This kid won't so much as glance at someone he thinks is below him, so pretty much everyone. Everyone but me. Izuku hopped up on the rail, arms extended to keep himself balanced as he walked on it. I'm probably the only person he acknowledges as a proper rival, even without a quirk. He hopped from one foot to the other, smirking at the way All Might looked at him nervously. Maybe I won't make it as a hero. Maybe I'll slip and fall and die right now. Maybe I'll take your advice, he paused, or maybe I won't, he shrugged, shoving his hands into his pockets. "'Kay kid, how about you get down from there? I'm gonna become a great hero, All Might," Izuku hummed, ignoring him, "one that surpasses even you, and I'm gonna do it all without a quirk, just you wait." He rocked back and forth precariously on the bar. After all, someone once told me one foot stepped behind onto the air. Wait, what are you? You just gotta take a leap of faith, he cackled before completely stepping off. Where is it? Shit, it must have fallen out when we were flying over. I need a better view. He raced up, a strange and chilling laugh echoing down the hall. What is that? He swung the door open and saw the small boy still standing there, crying and laughing. The fan noticed him and began laughing louder. Is he okay? Did I break him? All Might, he chirped, voice deceptively bright. Back so soon? The boy's gaze darkened and he stood up straighter. What? Not done with crushing my hopes and dreams? You're just like everyone else after all. Did what I say really hurt him that badly? He tried to apologize, but Izuku cut him off angrily. Don't bother. I've heard it all already. He gave a small giggle, a sweet sound that sent chills down his spine. Huh? Who would have thought, he sighed. Where is he going? All Might watched as the boy sauntered over to the edge. I really don't have time for this. The biggest, most self-absorbed asshole I know believes in me more than my hero. Wait, what? The boy turned, looking him in the eye, and that's saying a lot. This kid won't so much as glance at someone he thinks is below him, so pretty much everyone. Everyone but me. Midoriya climbed up onto the rail with the ease of someone who is comfortable with heights. That's not very safe. Please get down. I'm probably the only person he acknowledges as a proper rival, even without a quirk. He hopped up and down, grinning evilly. Please get off. Kid, you're gonna fall. I can't grab you in this state. Maybe I won't make it as a hero. Maybe I'll slip and fall and die right now. Please don't. Maybe I'll take your advice, he drawled, putting his hands in his pockets rudely and giving him an unreadable gaze. Or maybe I won't, he chuckled. Okay, that's enough. "'Kay kid, how about you get down from there? You're going to fall, or give me a heart attack. Probably both. I'm gonna become a great hero, All Might, one that surpasses even you, and I'm gonna do it all without a quirk. Just you wait." He laughed, rocking back and forth before taking one foot off the bar. Hang on. What are you doing? After all, someone once told me. Wait, what are you? You just gotta take a leap of faith. He flashed a grin before completely disappearing over the edge. All Might raced over as fast as possible and looked over to see. The kid was perfectly fine. Izuku twisted gracefully in midair and rolled onto the building slightly below, backpack and all. He dusted himself off and without a glance behind him began leaping over obstacles and gaps towards an explosion. Isn't that near where we? Oh shit. Jesus Christ. Izuku yelled as he fell towards the roof and rolled to a stop. Holy shit. Did I seriously just do that? There was a loud faraway explosion. Ew, what's that? A hero fight. You know what? I need a good fight right about now. He started off towards it excitedly, letting the pounding of his feet on the cement and the bouncing of his backpack carry him over the buildings and away from his disappointment. Let go of me, asshole. Katsuki tried to scream, struggling frantically and setting off explosions left and right in an effort to blast the villain off of him like hell. I'm letting you take over me. He pulled and pulled, trying to escape. This quirk is amazing. The villain chuckled. I can use this to get back at that little brat in All Might. Bakugo kept screaming incomprehensible curses as he fought back while the heroes snatched people out of the chaos and yelled instructions at each other. It's a one-way street. Mountain Lady despaired. I don't fit. I can't be around explosive fires like this. Kamui shouted as he picked up civilians out of the way. Someone else has to do it. Sorry, a water quirk hero called back, trying his best to put out the raging fires. I've got my hands a bit full at the moment. How's it going? Has anyone seen if the firefighters have arrived yet? The villain is too slippery to grab and his victim is fighting back. One of them yelled, we can't grab either of them. It's a minefield out here. Another imputed, we can't do anything. Katsuki let out another yell of frustration, escaping for just a split second before being sucked back in. The villain swiped at any hero who dared get close and help, causing all of them to back up. It's no use. None of us have the right quirk for this. We just have to wait it out until the right hero comes. Until then, try to keep the damage to a minimum. Let's hope the kid can hold out for a bit longer. All Might ran as fast as he could to the explosions, trying to peer over the crowd. I must have dropped it when we were flying over. Damn it, I wasted too much time with the kid. I'm out of time. Pathetic. You can't even take down this villain? Pathetic. He kept trying to get a better look. I'm so sorry. Izuku dropped down from a roof near the street and felt the exhaustion creep in. I've been through a lot today. I probably shouldn't bother. There's nothing I can do anyway. A familiar scream and explosion echoed through the alley. Wait a minute. He jogged over by habit and hopped up and down to catch a glimpse of the fight. It's that goo fucker. How the hell is he? Izuku gave a soft gasp as he suddenly remembered. Oh no. I caused All Might to drop him, didn't I? Why are the heroes just standing there? Do something. Oh no. Looks like the villain grabbed a middle schooler as a hostage, one of the bystanders commented. Another middle schooler. He wriggled through the crowd and tried to get to the front. Are they going through the same pain as me? Oh god, that's horrible. Hey, didn't All Might catch this guy a little while ago? Someone asked. Midoriya froze. Oh yeah, All Might is here, right? No way. Really? Where is he? Probably coughing up a lung right now. Shit, I distracted him for too long and he ran out of time. Nice one, Deku. He wiggled up to the front. I don't think anybody can grab him right now. Hold out for a bit longer. I'm sure someone will come eventually. The person being controlled tore away for a bit, screaming and struggling, quirk going full out. The shock of bright blonde hair, a startling contrast against the villain's dull green, caught his eye. No, it can't be. Let go. Katsuki roared, looking around frantically for someone to help him. He made eye contact with the greenette and held up a 5 before signing a sloppy help without hesitating. Izuku tore through the barricade, slipping past the shocked heroes. Hey kid, are you nuts? Get back here. Stop. They screamed. Shut up. I gotta do your goddamn job for you. He looked around for something to use and scooped up a piece of a stop sign pole. Oi fucker, he yelled, tossing his backpack and satchel aside while running. I quote him back. Round 2, sucker. The villain whipped around and narrowed his one good eye at the boy. Ew, it roared and lunged forward. Yummy, he snarled. I just remembered. I forgot to get your other eye, asshole. See you. Are you crazy? Shut it. You saved me. It's only fair I do the same. Izuku laughed hysterically, dodging a swipe. You're dead, kid. The goose screeched. I'd like to see you try, bitch. He howled back. Katsuki turned his palm to face up and hit the villain's face with an explosion, blinding him long enough for Midoriya to swing the pole into the good eye. Let go. Bakugo yelled, twisting around to blast the recoiling monster. Izuku grabbed the other boy and yanked, kicking at the giant teeth dangerously close to them. Inside his mouth, Kakin. He shrieked frantically. Bakugo grinned and aimed his next blast at the gaping maw. Die. The shockwave was enough to send the villain flying off of them. They tumbled to the ground, the blonde hacking and coughing. The villain towered over them, blinded and pissed. The two staggered up, fully intent on defending themselves. Probably not the best time to tell him I have a taser too, huh? Izuku signed. Katsuki grinned. Let's give him hell, Deku. Hey kid, are you nuts? Get back here. Stop. One of the heroes yelled. What's going on? What happened? He saw a familiar black, green and yellow blur run out into the fray. What is he thinking? Does this kid just have a death wish? There were surprised murmurs all around him. Oi fucker, I quote him back. Round 2, asshole. He heard the boy faintly cackle, tossing aside his bags and picking up a pole. No, get back. You're gonna get. There was an explosion and the green blur jumped higher than seemed humanely possible, bringing the post down viciously into the villain's other eye with an angry screech. How? The heroes rushed forward to try and stop the kids from getting hurt any further, but paused and backed away when the largest explosion yet ripped through the street. Just how strong is that other boy's quirk? He watched in horror as the scattered goop reared up, ready to attack the two boys standing off against it. Pathetic. I need to do something. What kind of hero would I be if I can't even live up to my own ideals? His body ached and groaned unhappily, but he managed to change back. All Might entered the scene. You keep blasting him in place, Izuku yelled as they raced forward. Don't tell me what to fucking do, Katsuki yelled back, distracting the villain with a well-aimed blast at his teeth. Midoriya pulled out his taser, ducked under a blind swing, and threw the turned-on weapon into the gaping mouth. Kobe, he cheered as the villain convulsed from the inside out. The two of them high-fived excitedly, but their victory was short-lived as the creature spat the device out of reach, now twice as mad and extremely eager to kill the two middle schoolers. Shit, they chorused and dodged the angry swipe, racing as fast as possible towards the incoming heroes. The thing managed to blindly grab one of Izuku's ankles, tripping him up and dragging the struggling child back. Bakugo screeched to a stop and grabbed hold of one of his friend's wrists, getting pulled along as well. Let the nerd go, he howled, tugging at the kicking Midoriya. The two were lifted up by the monster, Katsuki now clinging to Izuku's waist. I'm going to enjoy ripping you two piece by piece, he snarled. Bakugo snarled right back and Midoriya spat at the villain. Up yours, dipshit, go fuck yourself, they snapped simultaneously. Right before the creature could make good on his promise, a large muscled hand grabbed hold of their uniforms. I really should practice what I preach, the hero mumbled. A pro hero needs to be ready to risk his life for others in an instant. He reared back his other arm and the trio realized what he was about to do. Bakugo held on tighter while Midoriya froze and braced himself. Detroit. Fuck, the villain whimpered. Smash. All Might slammed his fist into the goop, sending him flying everywhere. He deposited the dazed kids gently on the street where they promptly collapsed. A few raindrops began to fall. And no way, Izuku mumbled. Sprawled out on the concrete, the air pressure rising, currents, rain made weather. I swear to God, if you don't shut the fuck up, I'm gonna finish what that fucker started, Katsuki hissed at him with a small groan. The crowd cheered over the victory as the rain fell harder, praising All Might for another job well done. Mom's gonna kill me, Katsuki whined as paramedics covered the two students in shock blankets. I lost one of my hearing aids. I just got my taser destroyed and probably ended up on the news. You think you're gonna get grounded? Mama's never gonna let me out of the house again, Izuku whimpered, tugging the blanket around his shoulders tighter. Oof, sucks to be you, he snickered, shrugging the blanket off stubbornly. They sat in silence for a while, watching the heroes pick up the debris and quietly responding to the medics' prodding and poking. The first of the heroes began to make his way over. Midoriya leaned over. How much you wanna bet I'm gonna get yelled at for doing their job better than them? He whispered, breaking the silence that was starting to get awkward between them. We're gonna be here for hours, Bakugo sighed. How come I get yelled at by the pros while Kakin gets all the praise? He huffed, kicking an empty can in his path angrily. At least I got my police questioning done first. I probably should have tried to apologize to All Might for causing this whole thing too. Or should I? He gave a little conflicted groan. Whatever. I'll write something on the website or some shit. He turned a corner and glanced at the setting sun. Crap, it's pretty late. We really were there for who? I am here, All Might cried as he zoomed from around a corner. What the why are you here? He asked, completely bewildered. Weren't you surrounded by reporters? Shaking them off is nothing. After all, I am all. He dissolved into a fit of bloody coughs and shrank down to his actual form. Do you need a painkiller? Izuku fretted as he watched the hacking hero practically die in front of him. I'm already on some. He waved the boy off, but thank you for offering. He stood up straighter. I think we got off on the wrong foot, kid. It's fine, Midoriya dismissed. It was my fault. I got in the way. I'm actually here to thank you, and to offer you a proposal. If I hadn't heard your story, I would have been another fake hero who didn't live up to his own ideals. Nothing but insincerity and fake muscles. Okay. The hell? Look, I'm really sorry about the whole goo villain mess. Even though I'm quirkless, I still got involved and I probably shouldn't, Exactly. All Might cut in of everybody. Out of all the heroes and bystanders there, only you, the small quirkless kid who rushed in so quickly, you inspired me to action. I did what now? I was just doing what anyone would have done for their friend. Many of the top heroes claim that their bodies moved before they could even react. No, I needed to help. I couldn't stand their eye. That's what happened to you, right? He needed help. My instincts took over. Right. Why yes, he stammered out softly, beginning to hyperventilate and not meeting his hero in the eye. I can't breathe. It was just a fluke. Surely you don't think you can just take back everything you told me before. I believe you can become a hero, because you saw me be a reckless idiot and jump into a fight without thinking. Dude, where are your standards? I believe you are worthy of inheriting my power. Mental record scratch. Hang on, what? He looked up. What's with the face? All Might laughed. I did say it was a proposal. I'm asking you if you want to try to accept my powers. Midoriya baffled. It's about my quirk, kid. He wiped away the blood dribbling from his mouth. People always guess a strength enhancer or a booster as my quirk, and I try to avoid the questions during interviews with jokes. Because the symbol of peace should be a natural born hero. He glanced at the dazed Izuku. My quirk, in fact, was passed down to me. kinda like an Olympic torch. Pass down, the boy finally blurted out seriously. All Might nodded. Yup, and I feel like it's your turn next, kid. Whoa now. Let's slow down a bit here. Hang on a minute. He yelped before dissolving into mutters, trying frantically to sort it all out. Do you really doubt me that much? You literally told me no more than a few hours ago I couldn't be a hero, and suddenly you pull a 180. So yes, I kinda do. He opened his mouth to protest. I keep many secrets, kid. But I am no liar. That's not really the issue here. My quirk is the ability to pass down my power to others. It's called One for All. One for All, he repeated slowly, still trying to register all this information. Basically, the first person gets the power and hands it off to the next. That person then hones and refines it before passing it on to the next, and so on and so forth. This way a link of power forms, becoming stronger and stronger with each person. Okay, got the gist of it. But once again, why me? He asked. I've tried to look for a successor and I feel you are perfect for it. He smiled. You may be quirkless again with the quirkless, but out there you were the most heroic out of all of us. So you're basically offering me a quirk. Simply put, yes. But this is your choice, kid. It all depends on you. Do you accept my offer or not? All Might asked. Izuku's mind went into overdrive. I could get a quirk. I wouldn't ever be doubted again. He still doesn't think I can do it without a quirk, does he? But I said I would become a hero without a quirk. Should I really take it? He just poured out all his secrets to me, but can I have some time to think it over? He finally murmured, this is a big decision. I'm kinda tired, and I'm not thinking clearly at the moment. Just give me a night to sleep on it if that's okay. All Might seemed a bit surprised at the response but nodded. All right then, he agreed, we'll do that. Thank you. Midoriya sighed. Tomorrow at 7 a.m. at the Takoba beach. I'll give you my answer then. The hero took out his phone and set the reminder. I look forward to your decision, my boy, he said before transforming and leaping away. Looks like I bought myself some time. A quirk of my own. Would it really be worth it? Deku. Bakugo roared and raced towards him. What? The blonde grabbed him by the shoulders and started pushing him ahead. Hurry up. I ran while they were distracted and now the cops are after me, he hissed, glancing behind him nervously. I swear if I have to spend another second answering the same stupid fucking questions one more time, I'm gonna flip. You just walked out on them, Izuku shrieked, shoving aside one dilemma for another. You can't do that, Kaken. Well, I just did, so shut the fuck up and go, he snapped as the two took off down the streets. Seeing as how the two boys were tired and Bakugo's house was closer, Izuku decided to spend the night there. After placing a call to his frantic, sobbing mother, reassuring her he was fine and taking a well-needed shower, the freckled boy began regaling his story to his best friend. Hold up, Katsuki interrupted, towel drying his own hair. Having recently bathed as well, he said. What to you? Yup, he sighed, fiddling with the old shirt he was in. I can't be a hero without a quirk. Well, that's bullshit, Bakugo muttered angrily. I told you we were gonna be heroes and I fully intend on keeping that promise. It's fine. He leaned back on the bed Katsuki was sitting on to look at him better. He offered me a quirk after seeing me run in to save your sorry ass. There was a beat of silence as Bakugo registered what he said and debated on whether or not to smack his friend for the insult. I'm sorry, what? He asked, and Midoriya had a few seconds of pure panic as he shot up and turned around. I can't really explain it. It was a secret. Izuku frantically backtracked. Well, remind me never to tell you anything ever again, Bakugo scoffed. I mean, that's a given. Midoriya mumbled. 5th grade. Oh god, don't remind me. Now what's this about getting a quirk? I can't Yeah, I heard. He snapped. Well, are you gonna take it or not? Well, that's the thing. Izuku trailed off. I'm not really sure if I should. And let me guess, Katsuki sighed. You want me to make the fucking decision for you, you indecisive bitch. No, I just need a second opinion. Alright, fine. Bakugo slid down to sit next to the freckled boy. Listen up, you fucking moron, because I'm only gonna tell you all of this once. Okay, with or without a quirk, I know you can make it as a hero. But at the same time, getting a quirk will definitely make that path a fuck ton of a lot easier. How? It'll probably open up whole new opportunities, and this sounds like a one-in-a-lifetime chance. Any person with some common fucking sense would leap at this opening. So he does think I should take it. And yet he grinned viciously, flicking his friend's forehead. You don't exactly have much sense. And what better way to tell everyone who ever doubted you, All Might included, a big ol' fuck you, than by becoming a hero without a quirk. So, no, it's up to you. Deku. Katsuki shrugged, getting up. Whatever you pick, I'll be there to beat your ass into the ground should you get too cocky, he snickered. All Might stood there, glancing around for the small boy he had met the day before. This beach is a mess. Well, at least I know what to do if he does decide to take it. He thought back on the stubborn glare and angry scowl the boy had given him before leaping off the roof. I don't even know if he will take it. I was pretty harsh to him yesterday. Is that a phone? He looked over to the direction of the noise and walked over. There, on a bench, sat an unmanned cell phone ringing. He glanced all around, looking for its owner before answering it. Hello, he asked. There was a startled yelp and a familiar freckled face came into view onto the screen. Hi, Midoriya squeaked out, screen shaking. Can you hear me? Yes, he responded, quite confused, and sat down on the bench. Is this what you meant by meeting up? Sorry, I chickened out and this was the next best thing I could think of. He stammered out sheepishly. It's okay, All Might reassured, still a bit confused. So, have you made your decision, my boy? The boy took a shaky breath before a resolve filled him. He stared at the hero through the screen, jade eyes piercing. I realize what a huge opportunity this is, a one-in-a-lifetime chance really, and I'm honored you would even consider me as your successor. He paused, but I'm afraid I have to respectfully decline the offer. All Might was honestly taken aback. I know how much of a big deal this is and that my path to become a hero would be much easier if I took your power. However, hey, what are you? Stop it. Give it back. The screen was filled with blurry footage and sounds of a scuffle could be heard through the speaker. When the video stabilized, the meek, green-haired boy was replaced with a crimson-eyed, blonde demon. Wow, are you sure this is the same guy? The blonde laughed, holding the phone far away from him and holding back a frantic Midoriya with a leg from tackling him. Give it back, Izuku shrieked, arms flailing. No, fuck you, he snickered, flipping off his friend before turning back to the screen. And you? He grinned at the now very nervous All Might. Relax. I won't tell anyone about this. He gestured to the skeleton on the other side of the phone. Anyway, I want you to take a good look at this fucking nerd, All Might. He put Izuku in a headlock and moved the phone closer so that their faces filled the screen. Because we're the ones who are gonna surpass you. Wait and see. We're gonna be the best goddamn heroes this world has ever fucking seen. And he's gonna do it without a quirk. Just watch. Not the way I would have phrased it, Midoriya mumbled angrily, before giving a soft smile at All Might. But he's right. I'll become a hero with my own power. As generous as this offer is, you'd be better off finding a better successor. The smile turned into a cheeky grin. I'll be a hero no one can doubt. One that'll make you proud. Thank you for everything, All Might. Fuck yeah. Now give me back my phone, you son of a. The call ended. All Might couldn't help but smile at his fan's determination. I see. He fully intends on being a hero even without a quirk. How admirable. He got up. I'll be waiting eagerly for that day, young man. Guess it's back to plan. All Might sighed. Wait, whose phone is this? I just yelled at All Might. Katsuki screeched into his pillow. What have I done? He whipped the pillow back out and hurled it at Midoriya, nailing him in the head. This is all your fault. How is this my fault? Izuku yelped, trying to block the angry barrage of hits from his own pillow. Because you were too much of a fucking coward to make the call yourself, that's why. He buried his face into Midoriya's covers. I fucking hate you so much right now, came the muffled shriek. Izuku laughed as he swatted him back. Thanks for being here, Kaken. He chuckled. I probably would have completely bailed if you didn't pin me down and held me hostage when you dialed. Damn right, you better be fucking grateful, he yelled, still slightly muted. Midoriya plopped down on the bed next to him. So, how long is it again till the entrance exam? I need the strongest iced coffee you have, Su-chan. Izuku yawned. What the hell happened to you? Hitoshi cried at the sight of his exhausted, baggy-eyed friend. Training. I was up all night, he mumbled, bouncing up and down to keep himself awake and glancing at his phone for the time. Shinsu shot a suspicious glare at Bakugo, who luckily didn't notice. How much sleep did you get last night? The blonde interrogated while placing his morning order. Look, we can't all have perfect sleep schedules like you, Kaken, he snapped back. If anything, you should be getting after Su-chan. He looks like he hasn't slept in 3 days. Whoa now, Hitoshi yelped, sliding their iced coffees over the counter. As valid as that argument is, let's not drag me into the sleep discussion again. He always looks like that, Bakugo answered angrily at the green-haired boy before turning to Shinsu. And I swear to God, Petunia head, if you pulled another 3 all-nighters in a row again, I'm gonna. Yeah. You'll knock me out and force me to sleep, he sighed, having heard the threat before. Shinsu, you're gonna be late for school again. A voice called out from the back. Shit, he cursed and began untying the blue apron on him. In a minute, he ripped the apron off, balled it up and tossed it under the counter. You guys coming after school? I'll see if I can make it after my anger management classes, Katsuki muttered frustratedly. Huh, Izuku cackled. That's right. You have to take those. You're on thin fucking ice, Deku, he snarled. Midoriya ignored him, dragging the seething blonde towards the door. I think I'll stop by well after a run or two, he called out later. Su-chan. Bye, Izu-kun. Good riddance, Blondie. What you fucking say? Come on, Hisoki-senpai, Midoriya begged. You gotta teach me that wall-to-wall climbing you did. Please. Nope. Knowing you'll end up at Tokusan's again, he responded, shaking off the clinging child. Please, yeah, I see. Izuku pouted. The navy blue-haired boy stood firm. Fine, Izuku huffed. Guess I'll just have to ask you to send. Then he drawled. Get the fuck over here. Hisoki snapped. Like that prick could do any better than me. Yeah, we'll start you off easy, he sighed in defeat. Find a space you can climb with by bracing yourself with your legs and arms unlike we taught you. Yeah, that's perfect, he said as Midoriya perched with his legs spread out in between the two buildings. Okay, now what? He asked. All right, Try to push off one leg to the other wall and see how far up you can go, Hisoki ordered, and Izuku did as he was told. What are you doing? Hana asked as she sidled up to Hisoki. Trying to teach this little punk how to wall climb. So how's it going so far? She asked right before there was a yelp and a crash as a green and gray blur fell into a dumpster. I'm okay, Izuku piped up, sticking a thumbs up out of the black trash bags. We're getting there, he sighed. Come on, Bakugo yelled, we have 5 months before the entrance exam. He angrily sipped the new spicy drink Shinsu had made after Katsuki's years of pestering. You're all fucking hopeless. I'm trying, Midoriya yelled frustratedly back. I don't know what it's talking about. Oof, why even bother going to high school? Taka mumbled, taking a chug of their boba. The 4 middle schoolers turned and stared at them simultaneously. What do you mean? Mina shrieked, previously agonizing over her math. Who wouldn't want go to UA? Zero gaped, currently trying to strangle his homework to no avail. Us? Hiroki snickered. You all could have made it, and if you had applied, Izuku mumbled. Not this again, Tamako sighed. We're fine as we are, Ototo. Some of us, big shock, are okay with not being heroes. You still would have made awesome pros, he sighed. Now does anyone know how to graph quadratic equations? Oh hell nah, the older teen yelped. Get out of here with that shit. Mama, Izuku called out. You still home? I'm in the kitchen. Inko cried out. Izuku slipped into the kitchen and opened the fridge. We need more groceries, Ma, he noted. I know, I'm sorry. She apologized while running around for her things. I meant to get some today, but Aya just called in and can't make it in for her shift, and Itsuko still hasn't shown up in ICU, and there's been a villain attack, so it's fine, Izuku reassured, handing her her dinner and jacket. I'll go get some later. Here are your keys. Don't forget your ID again. She caressed her son's cheek gently. I'll be fine. Breakfast will be in the fridge when you get back. What would I do without you, baby? She chuckled and kissed the top of his head. I'll text you a list of groceries later. Okay, he giggled before turning her towards the door. Come on. You're gonna be late to work. She looked at her watch. You're right. Bye, Izu dear. Bye, he called out. He waited for a few minutes after the door closed before racing to his room and snatching up his running outfit. A gray hoodie, ripped jeans, and black face mask with a sharp-toothed grin design on it. He grabbed his GoPro and phone before sliding the window of his room open and slipping out. Best boy, I'm gonna go record. Any place in particular? Angry Pomeranian. Don't you have homework? Best boy, I'm getting groceries. On the way. Later, probably. Angry Pomeranian. You get arrested again and I'm not bailing you out. I mean it, Deku. Deku, shithead, answer me. Best boy. So how about 25th and Sakura Lane? Angry Pomeranian. I fucking hate you. Angry Pomeranian. Get me shitty footage again and I'll kill you. Best boy. Love you too. Asshole. Angry Pomeranian. Get fucked. So are you guys ready for the exam? Dark asked over lunch. Exam? What exam? Izuku yelped, looking up from his notebook. We have a test today. He began flipping through his planner. I meant the entrance exam for UA. Dark chuckled. Midoriya gave him a blank look. It's next week. Did you forget about it or something? The greenette looked down at the calendar in his lap. What? The whole table burst into laughter. When did this happen? Bakugo shot him a betrayed and yet still pissed look. I've been reminding your ass all month. How are you just now realizing this? He yelled as Midoriya continued to flip back and forth on a single page, looking more and more horrified. I'm nowhere near ready for this. He wailed as Katsuki began beating him over the head with a folder, the rest of their friends still howling with laughter. Am I a joke to you? It's your own goddamn fault. I kept telling you, but do you ever listen? No, he ranted. Stop it, Izuku sobbed as they continued cackling. It's not funny. Do you have everything, dear? Inko fretted anxiously as her son slipped his satchel and backpack on. Don't worry, Mama, he reassured, giving her a hug and kissing the top of her head. I'll be fine. I can take care of myself, and besides, he picked up the metal bat by the doorway and laid it on his shoulder. Kaken will be there. He always makes sure I don't get in trouble. He flashed a beaming grin and walked out. I'll call you when we're done, okay? Izuku, she said, and he paused to look back. Yes, there was a small moment of silence. You've gotten so strong. I'm proud of you. She gave him a soft smile. I just wanted you to know that. Thank you. I love you too. He returned the smile before racing down the steps excitedly, where an impatient Katsuki stood waiting with his book bag over his shoulder. It's about fucking time, nerd, he huffed, and glanced at the bat. You sure they're gonna let you take that in? The application sheet said we could bring in any equipment for our quirk we needed. Izuku shrugged. Since I don't have one. Technically, I could bring in anything. He gave an evil grin. I could bring in a tank if I fucking felt like it. Bakugo shuddered in horror at the thought. Come on, nerd, he snapped. Jogging ahead, we're gonna miss the train. Su-chan, Izuku greeted as he and Katsuki boarded the train car. Itoshi looked up from his phone and gave a small smirk. Gee, Izu-chan, he snickered as the two wiggled their way over. Who are you murdering today? I'll decide on the way, Midoriya snarked back, flashing a grin and hugging the purple-haired boy. Don't tempt him. He'll actually do it, Bakugo sighed, holding onto one of the handrails above him and giving Shinsu a nod in greeting. That's actually pretty terrifying, he admitted. So, today's the practical rite. After the written portion. Yeah, you scared Petunia. The blonde teased. Shinsu flipped him off. You wish, Blondie, he snapped. Come on, guys. Midoriya huffed, be nice. We're all in the same boat. Wrong. I'm in the awesome boat and I'm gonna blast all of you out of the water. Katsuki boasted. In your dreams, you angry dandelion, Hitoshi answered, right before almost getting strangled. The trio had grown by the time they stepped off the train. Now joined by Shiro, Mina, and a boy she had introduced as one of her classmates, Kirishima. The colorful group made their way down the pathway, drawing a lot of attention to themselves and parting the crowd, probably because Bakugo and Hitoshi still hadn't stopped loudly arguing. And maybe the smiling, perfectly calm, green-haired boy walking in between them with a bat had something to do with it too. Kaken, Su-chan, the freckled one said sweetly, interrupting their quarrel, I have a bat and I'm perfectly okay with using it on the both of you if you don't pipe down. Well, maybe not so calm. Are we allowed to change? Shiro whined, tugging at his uniform. This isn't very comfortable to fight or whatever in. Probably, Mina answered right after the, actual test. You two better pass that. Katsuki yelled, turning his wrath on them. I didn't waste my fucking time teaching you two numbskulls how to math just for you to fucking fail. Mark my words, if you don't fucking pass that I'll kill you. You're so scary, Bakugo-kun, Mina whined, flinching at his outburst. He means for you two to do your best. Midoriya translated happily, speeding up to avoid the angry swing from the explosive teen. Is that Onjiro Senpai? He tripped over his own feet and plummeted to the ground. He braced himself for the impact, but when he opened his eyes, are you okay? The sweet voice asked. Hey, oi dumbass, Bakugo snarled, smacking the floating boy on the head. Why are you so fucking clumsy? What? He blurted out, still spinning midair. He twisted around to get a better look at his savior. Next to his friend stood a beaming brunette, bundled up like the rest of them against the coal. Sorry for using my quirk on you, but it's a bad omen to trip, she giggled. Bakugo grabbed the levitating Izuku's uniform collar and the girl pressed her finger pads together, dropping him. Midoriya let out a strangled squawk as the fabric caught around his neck and he was roughly dumped on his feet. Thanks for that, Shinsu said, nodding at the girl. He can be an idiot sometimes. Su-chan. The green-haired boy whined as Shiro, Mina, and Bakugo began teasing him mercilessly. She smiled at them and waved before jogging off. No problem. Good luck to all of you. You know, I honestly wonder sometimes how you've survived this long. Mido-chan, Shiro snickered while Kirishima quietly checked over the flushing Izuku. You guys are so mean. He sniffled before grabbing Kirishima by the elbow and dragging him off. Come on, Kiri-san. You're my new best friend. Wait, what? Hang on, wait. The dark-haired boy sputtered out, protests falling on deaf ears. They made quite the sight when they finally entered the building. A tiny freckled child tugged at a sharp-toothed boy while a neon-pink girl pulled back and 3 other children tried not to have an aneurysm from laughing. My brain hurts, Midoriya whined, taking his seat in the auditorium next to Bakugo. The test was pretty simple, but god, that was a lot of questions. What's up, losers? Hitoshi greeted, plopping down next to the exhausted Greenette. Was that test easy or what? Definitely, Katsuki answered with a confident smirk as Izuku buried his face in his arms and gave a muffled shriek. Where's Pinky, soy sauce, and shark face? Oh yeah, where are they? Midoriya looked up and around the auditorium before pointing out a bright pink fluffball farther off. One-san is over there. So is Shiro-kan and Kiri-san. Bakugo grunted and muttered something about them passing and death. They chatted quietly while a blonde-haired man dressed in leather, sunglasses, and speakers walked up on the platform. So what's this? Shinsu asked, holding up the sheet of paper they all had in front of them. Please tell me they aren't what I think they are. Izuku looked over the sheet. Robots. Okay, I can deal with robots. Oh, poor Su-chan. This isn't gonna go well for him. He opened his mouth to answer. Welcome to today's performance. Can I get a hey? The leather-clad blonde screeched. He was met with absolute silence. Midoriya instantly recognized that voice. The man pressed forward, undaunted. Okay then. That's cool, examinee listeners. I'm here to give you instructions on the test. Are you ready? Complete quiet greeted him once more. Why? Does he have a volume button? Katsuki grumbled and lowered his hearing aids. That's the voice hero, present mic. Shinsu and Midoriya squealed. That's right. Su-chan really likes present mic because of his voice quirk. Hitoshi cleared his throat awkwardly and went back to his usual impassiveness. I listen to his radio show every week. Izuku started muttering, practically vibrating with excitement. It's so inspiring. Plus he's really nice. He let me redecorate his studio once on a run. I guess all the UA teachers really are pro heroes. Wait, you met him? Shinsu hissed. Oops, let that slip. Will you shut the fuck up? Katsuki snarled at the same time. You're telling more of this later. He signed frantically at Midoriya before turning his attention back to the loud hero. This is how testing is gonna go, listeners. He yelled. You'll have 10 minutes in a mock city landscape. You can bring whatever you need. After this presentation, you'll all head off to your assigned testing areas. There was a large screen behind him that showed how the arena was mapped out. Got it. This is so people from the same middle school can't help each other out, right? Bakugo asked. Yeah, it's also why our ID numbers are put in different arenas, Izuku answered back absent-mindedly, still reading over the paper. I'm gonna crush them all, he smirked. Lucky you. You get another day to live. Sure, Blondie, Shinsu huffed. I can still kill you, Insomniac. Each of these sites are filled with 3 types of villains. Points will be distributed according to their difficulty levels. 3. But there's 4 on here, the lilac-haired boy signaled in confusion, rereading the page. Weird, Bakugo noted, also glancing at the paper. Is it bonus points or something? No, it talks right here about the 0-pointer. Midoriya pointed out the section. From what I can guess, it's basically an obstacle of sorts. You need to work around it or whatever. The other 2 nodded in understanding. You will use your quirks to take down the villains and earn as many points as possible. Of course, attacking other examinees is strictly prohibited and will get you disqualified. Katsuki teached disappointedly, and his 2 friends stared at him in horror at his annoyance. A boy with dark hair and glasses a few rows in front of them stood up suddenly. Hand raised. Pardon the interruption, but I have a question, he called out. Everyone stared at him as Present Mike nodded in approval for him to continue. This information sheet says there's no less than 4 types of villains. Hey, I just explained that. I guess he didn't figure it out either. Such an error, if it is one, is quite unbecoming of one of Japan's top hero schools. He continued, we are here to become top heroes. Wow, Shinsu snickered. Pretty much. Bakugo gave a snort of laughter. Good eye, examinee. The 4th villain is worth 0 points and is put there as an obstacle. There's only one of these suckers in each area that'll run rampant, just like a video game. Sweet, I got it right. Thank you for explaining, sir. He gave a bow before he straightened up, whipped around and pointed at the trio angrily, shooting them a glare. And you 3. They froze in surprise, especially you in the middle with the curly hair. You've been talking and muttering this whole time and it's distracting. At least I didn't stand up and start yelling. Now who's being distracting? If this is some sort of game to you, then please leave. Excuse me. Izuku could sense Shinsu bristling angrily on his left, and he placed a hand on his arm to calm his friend, the other hand gripping the knife in his own pocket tightly. Murder isn't legal, Izuku. Calm down. He flashed the boy with glasses a sweet smile, ears burning at the snickers from around the room. Oh, we're sore in hindsight. He probably should have grabbed the blonde on his right instead. You say something, 4 eyes, Bakugo yelled, getting up and daring the boy to answer. At least he was able to figure out what that 4th one was for without interrupting and asking. Oh my god, Kaken, Izuku hissed, tugging at his friend's sleeve. You're gonna get us kicked out. Yeah, Hitoshi drawled, smirking at the sputtering boy below. Did you even read the sheet? He held it up triumphantly, while the flustered Midoriya looked betrayed. It says it right there. And really, who's causing the distraction right now? The kid looked even more harassed and began trying to utter a comeback. As much as I'd love telling this guy off, you 2 are embarrassing me. Will the both of you can it? Izuku snarled, shoving a seething Katsuki back in his seat and smacking a giggling Shinsu on the back of the head before turning back to the other boy. I'm so sorry, not really. They had a good point. I'm not apologizing for jack squat. The blonde teen sneered, glaring at the still standing and gaping boy. What's wrong, 4 eyes? Cat got your tongue. I fucking hate all of you right now. Izuku pulled out his taser, the new one he'd filed for, put it on the lowest setting and shocked his friend, causing Bakugo to jump and yelp indignantly. Shut up, he hissed and pointed it at him under the table, out of sight, threateningly, or I'm turning it up. He whipped around to the grinning boy on the other side of him, murder in his eyes, and pointed the taser at him. Stuff it or you're next, he warned. The 2 furiously quieted down, alternating between glaring at the boy in front of them and the boy in between them. I'm sorry about that, Mr. Present Mike, he apologized with a small bow, and sat back down. I also apologize on the interruption, the boy muttered out as well, bowing slightly at the very amused Present Mike and taking his seat. Well then, the hero chuckled, that's about all from me. I'll leave you listeners with this one thing. He gave a wild grin. Plus ultra examinees. Break a leg, everybody. Izuku stretched out and swung his bat back and forth to get a better feel of it. He, along with all the others in his exam area, had changed into their fighting clothes and equipment. Midoriya himself was wearing a variation of his Parker outfit, a gray hoodie, white tank top underneath, leggings, volleyball shorts, his usual red boots, fingerless leather gloves, and a holster on his right thigh where his taser was strapped. He patted his waistband to make sure his switchblade was still snugly hidden, and once reassuring himself that it was, finally took a good look around. Lots of people were chattering about the size of the city, but the big gate blocked out most of the view. I'll be fine, he told himself. I work best in the city. Piece of cake. He saw a familiar mop of purple hair and grinned. Su-chan. And that girl who saved my ass this morning. She seemed to be doing some breathing exercises while Shinsu looked ready to puke. I didn't manage to thank her for earlier. I'll go do it now. And maybe give Su-chan my bat. He looks like he'll need it more than me. He rested the bat on his shoulder and started his way over when a familiar voice piped up, freezing him in his tracks. That girl seems to be doing some kind of meditation to focus. Oh my fucking god, it's you again. The boy from earlier placed his hand on his free shoulder and Midoriya tried not to scream in frustration. Why are you even here? Are you trying to distract her too? The other kids around them began to murmur and chuckle, no doubt remembering the whole incident from earlier. He shook the hand off of his shoulder and turned only his head to glare at the taller boy. You got a problem with me or something? He snapped. The other blinked in surprise at Izuku's viciousness. Look, I already apologized for earlier, okay? Lay off, because right now you're distracting me and everyone else. He gestured to the crowd forming around them. The other opened his mouth to say something before getting interrupted. What's going on here, Izu? Hitoshi asked, walking over to step in between them and staring at glasses. Is there an issue? He crossed his arms and the look on his face said that there better not be. Ah, no, I was just, the boy sputtered. Izuku gave the boy a quick look over, huffed in amusement and shot him a condescending smirk. Nothing I couldn't handle, he reassured sweetly, smirk dissolving into an innocent smile before turning to his friend. Come on, Su-chan. He began dragging him away from the stunned crowd. I don't want any more distractions right now. They made their way over to Kirishima, who looked shocked at the quiet Midoriya's outburst. You good, bro? The boy asked. Izuku let out a sigh of relief and leaned on him. I'm fine, Kiri-sen, he sniffled. I just wanted to thank that girl from earlier. You gotta stop picking fights with people, dude. Shinsu chuckled. The greenette held a finger to his lips. SSHHH, Izuku murmured. Hush now, Su-chan. He pushed himself off the dark-haired boy and shook his head, curls flying wildly. Okay. He began pulling his hair back in its usual half ponytail and slipped his headband on. Test'll start in a bit. Focus, Izuku. He turned to the amused Hitoshi and held out his bat. Do you need to borrow this? Shinsu shook his head. Nah, I'm sure I'll be fine. He hesitated. Probably. Why didn't you bring something, Hitoshi-san? Kirishima asked. The two of them gave him a mournful smile. Didn't know there'd be robots, he chuckled sheepishly. Thought I'd actually get to use my quirk. You'll do fine. Just remember the fighting techniques we taught you. Midoriya reassured. Last chance. You want the bat or not? Yeah, pretty sure that's not gonna help against giant 8+foot Rob. He was interrupted by a loud air horn over the speakers. And begin. Present mic announced. They stood around in surprise as the gates swung open. What's wrong? The test has started. Get a move on. Come on. Run, run, run. Good luck, guys. Izuku yelped as he raced past some of the still stunned crowd towards the gates. Whoa. Let's go. Midoriya raced into the arena eagerly, scanning around. A one-pointer landed right in front of him almost immediately. Target acquired, it rumbled. Red eyes powering up. Okay, the fact sheet said these were fast, but fragile. He raised his bat with a fiendish grin. Good thing I'm faster. He lunged and the robot made a satisfying, metallic crunch under his blow. One down, plenty more to go. He sped towards the center of the city and sure enough, there were lots of villains to take down. He tightened his grip and let out a whoop of joy. I can go full out for once. Bakugo Katsuki was having the time of his life. Smoke, fire and sparks filled his vision and he loved it. He paused to take a breather, palms smoking and surrounded by metallic rubble. Another robot came into view and before anyone could take it, he blasted over and made short work of it, laughing maniacally as he did. I wonder how Deku's doing, he wondered as he disposed of yet another villain and yanked a distracted Zero out of the way of an incoming enemy. Watch it, soy sauce. He snapped as he blasted the robot to bits. Thanks, dude, Zero wheezed, giving him a grin and thumbs up before darting away. Fuck off. He's probably having tons of fun right now. Izuku was having fun, in fact. He wasn't doing too bad either, having already racked up 12 points. By now he was battered and bruised. Hoodie tied around his waist to get it out of the way, but the smile never left his face. Quirkless wonder coming through, he yelled, racing past a startled competitor to smash another three-pointer. He jumped off the destroyed robot and looked around for more. He saw Kirishima rip apart a robot with his hardening quirk. The gravity girl was smashing the villains into the ground, and Shinsu was trying to make do by dropping chunks of cement on the robots. Even the annoying kid with glasses was holding his own. I hope Su-chan gets enough points. There's a limited number of robots, isn't there? 6 minutes and 22 seconds left. Mike yelled over the speakers. Shit, he muttered. Gotta pick up the pace after a couple more smashes. His bat was pretty much done for. He tossed it aside and picked up a chunk of pipe around the same size and continued on. Izuku put his parkour and gymnastics training to good use. He scaled walls and lamp posts, using the extra momentum from gravity to utterly destroy the robots, impaling them with anything he could get his hands on. Occasionally, he'd use his taser to short-circuit the beasts by jamming it into their mainframe. He managed to corner another three-pointer against a wall and lunged, but the mechanical beast swung an arm, knocking him roughly aside. Oh, that does it. He promptly got back up and dodged around a competitor who wanted to take the points for themselves. This one's mine, he snarled and climbed up in one of its blind spots, hooked his legs around its head and reached into a gap in its armor. He felt around until he found what he wanted. I wonder what would happen if I pulled these out, you metallic piece of shit, he chirped passive-aggressively while viciously tearing out wires. The machine crumpled to the floor and he hopped off grinning in victory. The green-haired boy noticed a two-pointer in an alley, waiting for anyone to get too close. Easy pickings. Using his wall-hopping technique, he darted over the beast and dropped down on it, tearing out its wires like the other. He strode out of the alley proudly and surveyed the chaos before him for any other free points. Alrighty, what's next? The ground began to rumble and shake under him. What an earthquake. The largest fucking robot Midoriya had ever seen in his life came smashing and stumbling into view. Oh, you have got to be shitting me. He ran. Oh my god, with efficacy sabik this is offer kind stray, swear to god, he panicked, racing after the crowd, before tumbling to the ground. Owa came the echo. Wait, how was that an echo? There's no echoes out here. He whipped around and there, pinned by the rubble right in the path of the zero-pointer, was the nice girl from this morning. Next to her, trying his very best to move the cement, was oh come on. He staggered back to his feet and pushed his way past the other panicked children to his friend. Are you nuts? He shrieked, stooping down to help the boy move the rocks. You wouldn't love me any other way, Izu-kun, Shinsu panted back with a grin. The three of them glanced at the Leviathan slowly but surely making its way towards them. Go, the girl yelped, you're gonna get crushed. So will you. Hitoshi snapped, we're not leaving you. But, Su-chan, get her out, Izuku ordered before picking up a pole, razor sharp on one end. I'm gonna try to buy you some time. Wait, what are you? Midoriya took off in the direction of the gimmick Izuku. Stop, you're gonna get killed. You're crazy. Would ain't love me any other way, Su-chan. He yelled back, waving the pole, just get yourselves out of there. Is he really going to fight that thing with only a pole? She whimpered as the purple-haired boy seemed torn between chasing him down or staying to help. He decided on the latter. Stubborn bastard is gonna get murdered. Blondie's gonna have a fucking field day with this. One job. I had one job. Don't let him be a reckless idiot. Shinsu grumbled before getting back to the task at hand. Come on. We gotta move or else we'll all be dead. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm gonna fucking die. These sing-song words played over and over as he got closer and closer. Take in your opponent. Analyze. Find the weaknesses and make them pay. He came to a halt and looked the monster over. It looked strangely familiar, or at least part of it did. The legs. They're the same as one of the two-pointers I took down. A sense of calm washed over him and he focused. Okay, I can deal with that. I took it down by targeting its joints, and this is just a larger version. No biggie. A hysterical laugh escaped him as he rushed forward to meet the giant leg. My left, it's right. That's the one that'll land on the girl in Su-chan, so I gotta get rid of that one first. He scrambled up the metal, puncturing the weak spots with his makeshift weapon. He dashed over where the leg met the body and began slashing at the wires connecting the two. Gears and pipes were crushed with his boots, sharp pole weakening the joint as much as possible. He glanced over his shoulder where the two still were. Shit, we're only a couple steps away. The leg groaned under the weight as it stepped down. Of course, use its weight against it. He broke the load-bearing parts quickly, stabbing the pole into the final bundle of mess where it got stuck. Come on. He whined, panic setting in again. He stomped down and nearly knocked himself over. Fine, you wanna be a bitch, he snarled, grabbing hold of a sheet of metal jutting out the side for balance and jumped. He slammed his feet onto the pole as hard as possible. It went in a little deeper and the foot lowered towards the ground. Running out of time. Come on, Izuku. He jumped again, higher this time. The weapon sunk in some more. One more. He leapt as high as his hold would allow him and kicked when he landed to add extra force. The pole sliced through and there was a satisfying snap as the zero-pointer stepped on its leg. The damaged leg crumpled under the weight, toppling over. Yes, Izuku cheered before realizing one tiny detail. The robot was falling on its leg. The leg he was still perched on. Fuck. He shrieked, scrambling as fast as his instincts allowed him over the falling machine. What are you doing? You're going up. Up. There's no escape once you reach the top. He reached the top much too fast and still had no plan. Fuck it. There's only a possibility of death if I jump, while I will most certainly get crushed if I stick around. He raced to the edge and pushed off as far as possible. He hung there, suspended in mid-air for a few blissful seconds as the robot careened into a nearby building, utterly destroying it. Then gravity, like the bitch it is, took its hold. Shinsu managed to drag the girl out, propping her up and leading her away. Wait, she croaked. Your friend. He looked behind him in worry at the too close for comfort machine and the tiny human climbing it. I am sure he'll be fine. The robot creaked and groaned, leg buckling under it. Oh god, what is he doing? She pushed him off and limped over as fast as possible. We have to help, she panted. We can't leave him. Crap, I gotta go save this idiot and barely have any points to top it off, he muttered and followed after her. Can you use your quirk? She hesitated and the zero-pointer crashed into a nearby building. I'll overload it if I use it. They looked up, saw a screaming green dot careening towards the ground and locked eyes fearfully. Do it? Izuku always hated falling. And as someone who parkoured, he tried not to fall a lot. But this time he knew for a fact Hisoki and the others wouldn't be there to catch him. I'm gonna die. That's it. Let's face it, Izuku, old boy. There's no way you're getting out of this one. A hand slapped his face as he dropped, stopping him mere feet from the pavement below. He looked up and saw Shinsu holding up the gravity girl, both of them perched on a levitating robot's head. She shakily brought her finger pads together. Re-release, she gasped out, and everything fell, including Midoriya. Hitoshi patted her back gently as the girl promptly threw up all over the side. He left her there to finish up privately and hopped down to rush over to Izuku. Are you okay? He fretted. Midoriya waved him off with a small groan as he sat up. I'm fine, he panted. Are you two okay? Are you hurt? Did everyone get out in time? Is she sick because of me? Did she overuse her quirk? She'll be fine, Shinsu reassured, looking over at the tired girl. Oh, thank God, he breathed, tears beginning to well up. You guys saved me. I would have honestly died if. And that's it. It's all over. Shinsu froze in horror. Izuku noticed this through his tears. Su-chan, how many points did you get? He asked softly. Hitoshi just gave a small, wobbly smile. Like 3, he answered just as quiet. The two boys stared at each other before Midoriya completely broke down, apologizing over and over about how if he'd just been more careful or more insistent on him taking the bat or helping him get points. Hey, what's done is done, he chuckled sadly. I wouldn't have made it pretty far in a fight with my quirk anyway. This just set the other boy crying louder about how it wasn't fair that his amazing quirk wasn't showcased in this stupid test. The other examinees began to make their way sheepishly back, surprised at the sight of a girl practically passed out on a robot head, the feisty boy from the beginning sobbing and his dead-looking friend trying to calm him down. Did he really take that thing down by himself? What was his quirk to let him attack at the gimmick like that? He doesn't have one. No way. Yeah, I heard him yell something about a quirkless wonder right before stealing my points. How'd he get so strong? Why is he crying though? Didn't peg him for the emotional type. Maybe it was an act. A dark-haired boy pushed his way through and rushed over. Oh my God, are you two okay? He asked. Izuku tried to explain but only worked himself up even more, causing him to cry incomprehensibly. We're fine, Kirishima-kun, Shinsu reassured. Midoriya bawled harder and Kirishima shot him a worried look. Believe me, he's fine. I've seen him cry even more over smaller stuff. He just needs to get it out of his system. They both rushed in without hesitation to help that girl. Ada thought to himself, Curly, if he truly is quirkless, could have gotten killed easily. And his friend, as far as I know, barely got any points, if any. Yet they still ran in. He watched the sobbing mess leaning on the purple-haired boy trying to comfort him and the dark-haired boy slinging one of the girl's arms over his shoulder to carry her off. Well, I'm sure if this wasn't an exam I would have done the same. He nodded yes. I would have done the same if it wasn't. Oh. The realization hit him, of course. It was a test, wasn't it? How could I have been so foolish? Of course. A small old lady made her way through the crowd, passing out energy-boosting candy to the tired participants and healing up any injuries. She came to the side of a crying child and a dazed one being helped to the exit. What's this? She asked. Anyone hurt? We're fine. Well, actually I'm not sure about her, the sharp-toothed boy fretted, gesturing to the girl limply draped over his shoulder. You can go ahead and take her to my office, sweetheart, she said, and the boy rushed off. And what's with him? Is he crying because he's hurt? She signaled to the still crying brunette. No, he's just very emotional, the one holding him upside. Do you have water though? At this rate he's gonna shrivel up. She dug in her coat and handed him a water pouch. Ah, thanks. No problem, sweetie. She kept making her way around to the others. Come on, you little shit. If you die of dehydration, Blondie's never gonna let me hear the end of it. Drink up. There you fuckers are back. Hugo huffed and made his way over. Whoa, what the hell happened to you, Deku? It was an emotionally exhausting test for him, Shinsu sighed as the red-eyed Midoriya sucked solemnly on his water pouch. They were back in their uniforms and bags were slung over their tired shoulders. Midori, Mina wailed, rushing over from where she'd been waiting with Bakugo and Sero. What's wrong? Izuku began to tear up again as she hugged him. Oh no you don't. Hitoshi warned. I just spent about half an hour trying to get you to stop crying. Don't you dare start up again. Only half an hour, Sero muttered, coming over as well. What the hell happened in there? Katsuki asked bewilderedly, tensing up as Izuku leaned against his shoulder. Sadly, get the fuck off me, nerd. Midoriya didn't. Mido-chan. Izuku perked up and glanced at the girl rushing over. Su-chan, he greeted, a small smile finding its way back. How'd it go? It went okay, she smiled. What's wrong, Mido-chan? Why are you crying? He's not crying anymore, and can we please keep it that way? Shinsu begged. But Su-chan, can it? No more crying. He snapped. I will use my quirk on you if you don't stop. Well, today was obviously a shit show, Bakugo huffed. You know what'll help? Mina grinned mischievously. Boba, I say we all go get a drink and relax. There were tired murmurs of agreement. Okay then. We'll wait for Kirishima-kun by the gate and go. You can join us if you want. Su-chan. Midoriya smiled, cheered up at the prospect of a smoothie in his future. She nodded. Sounds fun. I don't have anywhere else to be. They all gathered by the entrance gates. Mina texted Kirishima the plans and they all chatted away. Hey Midoriya. A tired Ajiro called out and jogged over. I knew that was you in the auditorium. He chuckled. Ajiro-senpai. He greeted. How'd you do? I think I did okay. He looked over the scraggly group surrounding his fellow classmate. These your friends? Yeah, we're gonna go get boba at that shop I told you about. Wanna come? He invited. Ajiro grinned. You sure? The more the merrier. Mina shouted happily. Oh look, there's Kiri-kun. Sure enough, her sharp-toothed classmate was jogging over with. Hey, isn't that the chick from this morning? Zero asked in confusion. Great, Katsuki grumbled. They just keep on coming. Be nice, Kaken. Izuku scolded, now fully recovered. What's this about boba? Kirishima questioned excitedly while the girl shyly approached the large group with him. Oh, this is your Raka-san. He introduced. Do you mind if she comes along? Nope, Mina chirped. Well, since we're all here, let's go. They started off towards the train station and Izuku made his way over to the girl. Hey, I didn't get to thank you for this morning, he started sheepishly, and then you saved my life back at the exam, so if there's any way I could thank you. It's no problem, she dismissed with a tired smile. You took down that robot after all. Are you sure? I really want to make it up to you, he fretted. Well, she shot him a sly smile. Buy me a boba and we'll call it even. How's that? He laughed and nodded. Deal. They shook hands to seal it. By the way, my name is Midoriya Izuku. You're Raka Achako. The cafe was utter chaos. The teens were loud and rowdy, as if trying to make up for their exhaustion. Do it, you fucking coward, Bakugo goaded, pushing the soy sauce bottle across the table. You did it once. Yeah, on accident, and because of that you call me soy sauce at every opportunity. Zero whined. I'm not drinking it. Do it, do it, do it, Mina began chanting. Izuku joined in. Do it. Do it, do it, don't do it. Shinsu snapped good-naturedly. As funny as that would be, I'm the one who ends up refilling those sons of bitches. Do it, do it, do it, Bakugo, Midoriya, Kirishima, Uraraka and Mina chanted louder, pounding on the table. Don't do it, do it, do it, do it. The whole table yelled, and much to Shinsu's dismay, Zero caved and chugged the whole thing down. I hate all of you, he coughed out, trying to wash his mouth out with his drink. You're a fucking weirdo, Katsuki cackled, who drinks an entire bottle of soy sauce. Oh my fucking god, he screeched and threw the empty bottle at him. You prick. What do you fucking say? The blonde howled and hurled the bottle back at Zero's face, smacking him on the forehead. The booth exploded into loud arguing and laughter as both sides began to throw bits of trash at each other. Once calmed down, they spent the rest of their time talking and eating and breaking into the occasional squabble every once in a while. Izuku couldn't remember a time he'd laughed so hard, and honestly, he didn't want to. He looked around the booth at his friends and knew he could die happy right then. Bet I can drink a whole dragon's breath before you can, Katsuki grinned. They locked eyes in challenge and Midoriya sucked down the rest of his smoothie, slamming the now empty plastic on the table. You're on. The week following the entrance exam seemed to last forever, so Midoriya did what he did best. He thought, okay, before you shoot me down, just hear me out, Kaken, he mused from the dinner table where he was writing away. Bakugo paused the game on his phone, turned up his aids and looked up from the couch with a scowl. This isn't gonna end up like last time you had one of your bright ideas, is it? He snarled. Do I need to call Auntie again? Okay, that time was an accident. Nobody even died. Izuku protested. Just tell me before I decide with my better judgment and ignore you. All right, he took a deep breath. You know how you always tell me to level the playing field. Well, what if I could? I don't think I'm following, Bakugo replied, sitting up. What are you talking about? When it comes to quirkless hand-to-hand, I'm pretty much the best out there. I wouldn't go that far. So what if I could render my opponents quirkless? Actually level the field, he exclaimed. Katsuki sat there in shocked silence. What the fuck? He shrieked, realization dawning. But Izuku was on a roll, waving his hands around excitedly, green eyes glinting with a crazed enthusiasm. There are drugs out there that enhance one's quirks, and if those are possible to create, why can't I make one that does the opposite? First off, because it's illegal. The only problem is, most of the time those enhancers are made using someone's quirk. And, obviously, I don't have one of those. He barreled right through and Bakugo started to panic. Hang on, I mean there are quirk suppressant handcuffs, so I know it's possible, but then there's the issue of it falling into the wrong hands or being copied, so I need a way to make it without it being able to be replicated easily, and then figuring out science behind all of it, because quirks are basically just mutations, glitches if you will, in the DNA. DIKU, Katsuki started getting up, but it hit me. He gave his friend a terrifying grin. One the blonde had only ever seen when he was writing away in those dreaded black notebooks. What's one way of making sure a recipe can't be stolen? The grin stretched wider and he tried to repress the shudder running down his spine. How? He whispered, not really wanting to know the answer. Izuku got up and spun around giddily, laughing manically. Use an ingredient they can't access. He gestured to himself. How do you nullify a quirk without a quirk? You don't. You hack around it. You're off your rocker, you know that. Bakugo sighed. This is a shit idea. Get rid of it. Too late. Izuku laughed, holding up his notebook filled with calculations. I've already started. How are you gonna test them, huh? A blonde snarled and the other finally faltered. These are actual real people you're gonna be using this on. What if you kill someone, or take away their quirk permanently? Midoriya flinched and the smile fell from his face. I know the risks, Kaken, he mumbled, clutching the notebook tightly, but I just thought. No, you didn't think. Katsuki snapped back before reeling in his anger. If, and only if you can create something that you are completely, absolutely, 100% positive whatever you make won't hurt anyone in any way. He hesitated. Then, maybe, you can try it out on a willing volunteer. Izuku looked a little more hopeful. But only if you promise it's safe. Got it? He nodded. I mean, I still need to figure out how to make it, he murmured, enthusiasm dampened by the point his friend had made. And I wouldn't have tried it without making sure it's safe. Glad to see you're not completely insane, the blonde huffed and turned back to his game. The less I know about this, the better. And change the code in your notebook. Anyone who's figured out the hero ones can figure that one out. Has anyone ever touched the bottom of the foam pit? Izuku wondered out loud. His classmates around him, also on break, turned in surprise. I don't think so, Kazashi murmured, and other students began to chatter. Holy crap, one of the girls blurted. Has no one actually touched the bottom? Izuku sat straight up. What if it really is infinite? He gasped, and everyone stared at him with horror at the thought. Anyone want to find out? Etsu asked, wiggling her eyebrows suggestively. There was a silence before. You're not getting me in there willingly. Sure, but somebody else has gotta do it. You must be out of your mind. Anything you want me to say at the funeral? There isn't even gonna be a body for the funeral. By now everyone had made their way to the foam pit and was glancing down at it nervously. So, Izuku started. Who's gonna take the plunge? He was met with absolute silence. Finally, one of the oldest students stepped forward. I've faced this thing before with my soul intact, HIATUS said dramatically, and so I will reach its depths and see if this thing truly is a bottomless pit of death. Senpai, no. Oh my god, she's gonna do it. We stand a queen. Okay, let's be organized about this, shall we? Kazashi calmed the small crowd. Obviously, she can't go in there without some sort of backup. We have a jump rope, someone suggested. I could use my tongue just in case, Tsuyu said. After some arguing, they finally managed to tie several jump ropes together and tied that around the older girl. Tug it once if you reach the bottom, twice if you need to come up, and thrice if it's bottomless, Izuku explained, securing the knot. And just tug a lot if something goes wrong, Tsuyu added. Now completely invested in this, Hideo nodded and walked to the edge before turning to the others and giving a salute. If I don't return, tell my story to the future generations, she ordered. The students nodded and saluted back grimly. You will always be remembered, Hideo-senpai. Etsu promised your brave sacrifice will go down in infamy. There was a chorus of agreements and the golden-haired girl dove into the foam. There was anxious chattering and fidgeting as they watched the makeshift rope go deeper and deeper. She can breathe in there, right? Izuku asked Kazashi worriedly. He shrugged in response, gripping the rope tighter. Shit, I don't know. There were two tugs and the two boys let out an alarmed squawk, frantically pulling on the rope to bring up their senpai. What's wrong? Others yelled as the girl breached the top and let out a gasp of air. It's pitch black down there. After a while she panted. Anybody got a headlamp or something? Everyone shook their head. I have this, one of the younger students piped up, holding a globe of light in one of her palms. Toss it over. The girl did as she was asked and Hideo dove back in, ball of light in hand. They watched worriedly and Anisha-sensei amusedly made her way over. What are you all up to? She chuckled, glancing at the pit everyone was so fixated on. Hideo-senpai is trying to reach the bottom of the foam pit, Tsuyu explained, never taking her eyes off the shifting rope. I see. She watched for a little longer. So is she cool with the snip-snapper in there, or? Everyone turned their heads in horror. The what? Izuku blurted. Are you trying to scare us? Apparently people have disappeared into this thing and never came up. Anisha shrugged. I've heard some people say that there's something in the pit, but we never checked. Kazashi, Izuku and Etsu looked at each other skeptically before looking down at the rope they were holding. It began to twitch once, twice, 3 times. Seems like it's Kazashi started with a laugh before the rope began to move more and more, practically yanking itself out of their hands. Holy fuck. Language, the teacher scolded. No one listened. Shit, get her out, get her out. Etsu shrieked while other children panicked around the edge. Please don't die, Izuku yelled, pulling the rope with all his strength. Hideo finally popped back up and frantically began trying to make her way over. Everyone crowded her and pulled her out where she lay on the mat, exhausted and dazed. What happened? Anisha questioned, trying to hold back a smile. Something in there. I think. She gasped out. Didn't reach bottom. Light went out. My quirk only lasts for 5 minutes. Sorry, the girl who'd given the sphere apologized. After a lot of calming down and deep breaths, everyone went back to their scheduled routines, subtly avoiding the foam pit. Hey Mido Katsuki began quietly, watching the other green-haired students swing lazily on the still rings. We never did find out if there's a bottom to the pit. Izuku froze, still comically upside down and with a look of horror on his face. Oh my god, you're right. Izuku could hardly hold his excitement for the end of the day's training. Why are you so excited? Azami huffed. Do you even know what we're doing today? That's why he's excited. Another blue belt chuckled. It's frog day. Crap, is that today? Botan whined, pulling at his light pink hair. Frog training is the best. Izuku cheered. I'm gonna beat Anjiro-senpai this time for sure. He has a tail. Izu-senpai. Azami chuckled. Give it up. Never. He responded with a cackle. You're just jealous because I always beat you. The short-haired girl opened her mouth to protest this obvious lie but was interrupted. All right, everyone line up, Kana-sensei ordered, clapping her hands to get everyone's attention. Izuku practically skipped to the front of the dojo eagerly, ready to lose again. Midoriya-kun, Anjiro teased, tail wagging in excitement. Only in your dreams, Izuku snarked back with a fiendish grin. You're going down today. We'll see about that, he responded good-naturedly. Aikai made his way down the line with a huge mesh bag filled to the brim with small, colorful, plush, beanbag frogs. You know the drill, guys, he said, holding the bag out to his students, who would take 5 frogs and place 1 on their head, 2 on their shoulders, and held the final 2 anxiously. My lucky red one, Izuku cheered, picking a bright red frog from the bottom of the bag and placing it on his head. I'm so ready. Anjiro picked out his frogs and placed them on his head and shoulders. Alrighty everyone. Kana grinned, legs up. Everyone wobbly began to stand on one leg and balance the final frog on their knee and foot. She made her way over to a grinning Aikai who now held a bag full of foam balls and picked out 2. Botan, duck, she ordered and threw the ball at the pink-haired blue belt. He gave an undignified yelp and ducked, frogs wobbling precariously on his limbs. The 2 teachers went like this, throwing objects at the teetering students and trying to knock frogs off. Anjiro and Izuku were the most focused of the bunch, standing statue still and not moving an inch no matter how many balls were thrown at them. Soon it was down to 5 students, all still on one foot. Kana began to stack more frogs on their heads, shoulders, knees, and feet. Cheers went up from the watching crowd as the 5 remaining kids hopped and dodged the projectiles. You tired yet, Izu-senpai? Azami cooed, gracefully ducking under a ball which then hit the brown belt next to her. Izuku shot her a gleeful smile. You wish, Azami-chan, he laughed, nudging her shoulder to make her wobble and shriek. No fair, she screeched, balancing herself out. Sensei, Midoriya's cheating. I'm not. 4 students. 3. You guys good. Anjiro smirked. You're looking a bit tired. I'd laugh if I didn't want to drop my frogs. Mashurao, Izuku giggled, going up and down on his sore leg. I'm beating Midoriya today, Azami huffed, completely focused on her balance. Geez, Aikai huffed with an impressed smile. One of you fall already. Huh, they chorused. Kana began handing out balls and frogs to the watching students. Kana-sensei, Anjiro said nervously, watching the eager looks the rest of the class was giving him. What are you doing? Making this a challenge? She chirped happily. The 3 students still standing glanced at each other nervously, realization setting in. Hit Anjiro-san. He's a bigger target. Izuku yelped, trying to back away on one foot from the evil grins he was being given. What? Anjiro shrieked indignantly, eyes darting between Izuku and the rest of the class. No. Not me. Not me. Fire. Aikai cackled, hurling a ball right at his star student. There were undignified squawks from the 3 as a wall of balls and frogs came careening towards them and they tried in vain to block them. Azami was the first to stumble to the floor, followed closely by Anjiro and Izuku. They lay there in laughter while their classmates cheered at the fallen titans. Who fell last? Izuku asked as he got up and brushed himself off, still grinning. Oops, Kana giggled. I didn't check. What? Azami and Izuku shrieked. Oh, come on. Izuku pouted while Anjiro shook his head in the background, stifling his laughter. Looks like I win again, the blonde chuckled while the lavender-haired girl laid on the floor in defeat. Rematch, Izuku cried, flipping a frog up from the floor with his foot. I demand a rematch. It had been a week since the UA entrance exam and Izuku was getting restless. Even worse, it was the weekend and since he'd already finished his homework, there was nothing much to do. I know I passed that written portion for sure, and I didn't do too bad in the practical either. How many points did I get? I know I got about 3 of those 3-pointers and a couple 2-pointers too, but was it enough? Aw geez, I should have kept track. Other kids were keeping score. Izuku darling and co interrupted with a small smile. You're doing it again. Eat your food and worry later. Oops, sorry ma, he apologized and scarfed down the rest of his meal. Done. I'm gonna run down to the convenience store real quick for some coffee. I said eat your food, not inhale it. She scolded as he hurried to the door. Bye mama, I'm back, he announced, slipping off his boots and walking down the hall. I got us some coffee ma. He looked around. Mom, I see you KU. Inko shrieked, racing around the corner and tripping over her own feet in her haste. The boy set down his bag worriedly and hurried over to his mother. What's wrong? He yelped, worried she had gotten hurt or something. Instead, she held up a very official-looking envelope. It's here. Your letter. It's finally here, she gasped out. Izuku short-circuited for a moment, trying to remember what she was talking about. Wait, my UA letter, he finally blurted out, gingerly taking the envelope from his mother. She nodded, still slightly winded. Is it okay if I open it in my room? He asked her quietly. Of course, it's your letter, she reassured, nudging him towards his room. Go. He started down the hall before pausing to look back. Inko gave him a nervous smile and 2 reassuring thumbs up. He gave her an equally nervous smile back and slipped into his room, shutting the door quietly behind him. Izuku made his way over to his desk and turned on the lamp, placing his letter on the table reverently. He simply sat there and stared at it before taking in a deep breath. No need to torture myself any further, he sighed. Let's get this over with. He snatched up the envelope and tore it open in one swift move. Inko was pacing the hallway outside her son's bedroom restlessly when she heard the front door slam open. She turned with a start to see a flustered Katsuki skidding around the corner. Dear KU, did you get your letter? Hey auntie, he greeted, slightly winded. He held up a familiar envelope. The UA letters came in. Did he? He got one, Inko reassured, turning her attention to the blonde fidgeting in her hallway and leading him to the living room. He's reading it right now. Would you like some tea, Katsuki-kun? No thanks, auntie, he dismissed politely, sitting down next to her on the couch. You got your letter too? Inko questioned, eager for a distraction. Yeah, Bakugo responded absently, still glancing down the hallway at his friend's room. Did you get in? She asked, almost jokingly, as she could already guess the answer. He turned to her with a "who do you think I am" look on his face. Of course I did, he scoffed. How nice. I'm sure your mother was very proud. Inko smiled. She could practically imagine Mitsuki's prideful crows ringing through the house. Katsuki puffed up with a pleased grin. Yup, that'll show those idiots in the neighborhood, he huffed. They said someone like me couldn't be a proper hero. Well, guess what, assholes? I made it into UA and your little sweethearts didn't. Suck it, Mrs. Hajime. Inko let out a small laugh of amusement. I'm proud of you too, Katsuki-kun, and I'm sure Izuku will be as well, she complimented. Katsuki gave her a rare, almost shy, smile. Don't worry, auntie, I know he got in. And if he didn't, I'm gonna. Katsuki's threat was interrupted by the bang of a door being opened. They both turned to see Izuku stagger out of his room, a dazed look across his freckled face. He peered at them blearily from under his curls and silently made his way over to them, mutely sitting himself between his mother and best friend. The trio was silent for a few moments, waiting for Izuku to do something. Izuku dear, are you all right? Inko asked worriedly. Is something wrong? Oi nerd, Katsuki snapped. Did you get in or what? They both stared at him impatiently. Izuku opened his mouth to answer, right before bursting down into tears. Let's get this over with. Izuku tore open the envelope and a small metal disc clattered to the table before springing to life, projecting a blank screen in the air in front of him. This is a projection. A familiar voice boomed from the speaker, startling the poor boy out of his seat. All might, Izuku yelped, popping his head up and using the desk to push himself back up. He hooked the chair behind him and snatched up the envelope, checking the sent address frantically. What the hell? I thought this was from UA. He sat down in confusion as the electronic All Might continued on. Hello, young man. It's been a while. 10 months, 2 weeks and 4 days, but who's counting? Midoriya muttered to himself. There's much to talk about, but I'll try to keep it simple. I'm in town for only one reason, and that reason is to teach at UA, All Might explained. He's teaching at UA. It's like the universe can't decide whether it loves me or hates me. What's that? He said to someone off-screen. Get to the point. All right already. Calm down, he huffed at the invisible person. You see, young man, you passed the written portion with flying colors and exceeded my expectations in the practical. Izuku felt his hopes rise. You single-handedly took down 15 robots and acquired just enough points to barely squeeze yourself into a spot in a hero course class. His hopes fell slightly. Well, at least I got in. But Su-chan, but there's more. In this exam we weren't just looking for villain points. A clip began to roll. Hi, excuse me. A familiar girl fretted, with a tall, dark-haired boy standing beside her. You're Uraka-chan and Kiri-san. Izuku gaped, utterly confused. She came to us right after the exam. All Might explained why. Well, keep watching. Those 2 boys. One with freckles, curly green hair, kinda plain looking. And the one with purple hair. You know, the one that looked like he hadn't slept in a week. She means Su-chan and me. Izuku leaned in closer to the screen. Could you give them some of my points? She asked. I heard the purple-haired one say he didn't have many points and yet he still risked his life to pull me out. Midoriya felt a swell of pride for his friend, and the other one stopped the 0-pointer to save the both of us. She glanced over at Kirishima before taking in a deep breath. At least give them the points they had to give up to save me. Izuku felt his eyes tear up. You don't have to do this. Why are you giving me your hard-earned points? They were really manly out there, Kirishima vouched as well. Uraraka nodding alongside him. I don't think Hitoshi-kun thought twice about running in to help. You can give him some of my points too. He gave a little sob of happiness. I told you, Su-chan. You're a natural hero. Those two, they saved my life out there. Uraraka cried. So please, you see, in this exam we weren't just looking for villain points. All Might boomed excitedly and Midoriya was practically vibrating in his seat. I'm afraid we can't give them your points. Present Mike chuckled before patting their heads reassuringly, but don't worry about it, little listeners. They'll be fine. The clip ended and All Might was back on screen. A hero course that doesn't accept those who do the right thing. Why, that's no hero course at all. Midoriya felt his heart soar and hopes rise once more. Rescue points were also a factor here. Another way for UA to grade you. Su-chan. Do you know what this means? 40 points to Midoriya Izuku. Holy shit, 20 points to Hitoshi Shinzu. Yes, and 20 points to Uraraka Achako as well. Oh my god. At this point Izuku was bouncing up and down around his room, squealing excitedly. You're in. All Might announced in a strange voice. More than enough points. I have more than enough points to get in the hero course. His bouncing slowed down as he realized that All Might had gone into an uncharacteristic silence. He made his way over to the projection. Is it over or did it glitch? He wondered aloud. All Might moved as if to answer his question. However, Izuku's heart began to sink as the smile on All Might's face changed. He seemed almost ticked, upset. What, however? I'm afraid we also had to take in certain. He glared at someone off-screen variables. So even though you meet the requirements for the hero course, the school board has decided to place Midoriya Izuku in the general studies course. Izuku's mouth fell open as his legs gave out from under him and he fell into the seat luckily behind. All Might wasn't smiling anymore and neither was Izuku. Congratulations, young Midoriya, All Might praised. Although he didn't look very happy about it. You are now a student of UA. Izuku darling, what's wrong? Inko fretted, trying to console her crying son. Zu, what the hell? Why are you crying? Katsuki asked, did you get in or not? Izuku nodded before shaking his head frantically. Pick one, stupid nerd. Izuku tried to explain, but all that came out were hiccuping sobs right before he began to cry even harder. Oh, for fuck's sake. Bakugo snapped, raising his hands in exasperation. He got up and knelt down on one knee in front of his bawling friend. Number system. Why are you crying? Go. Izuku immediately held up 3 fingers, then 4, then 1, 2, 5, and finally 4 again, this time with his pointer finger down instead of his thumb. Katsuki and Inko shared an unreadable look and the blonde sat on the floor crisscross to make himself comfortable. This was gonna take a while. Alright, we'll start with the big one. You got into UA, yes or no? Katsuki sighed. Izuku nodded. That's great. Inko cried, is that what the 2 is for? Izuku nodded again. Okay, one emotion down. Bakugo rubbed the scar on his nose tiredly, wanting nothing more than for the boy to just spit out why he was crying. So what's the 1 for? Petunia didn't get in. A shake. So he did get in, not. Did another one of your friends not get in? Inko tried. Shake, pause, shrug. We'll figure that out later. Katsuki dismissed. You did badly on the test. Shake. Did you not get the points or whatever it was you needed? If he didn't get the points he wouldn't have gotten into the school. Bakugo huffed. Inko thought for a bit more. You didn't get the points for the right course perhaps. Then she tried. Another shake. Well then why the hell are you upset? You got into the hero course. Izuku gave a choked sob and shook his head once more. What do you mean by no, darling? Inko puzzled, stroking his green curls while Bakugo began slamming his head repeatedly on the coffee table behind him in frustration. You said you had the points for it, and you passed the test, right? He nodded and held up a 4 and then a 3. Yeah, I'm pretty fucking frustrated too. Katsuki snarled. Why the hell are you crying? You passed the test, got the points and got in. Izuku shook his head and Bakugo started tugging at his blonde locks angrily. What do you mean no? Calm down, Katsuki-kun. Inko soothed the raging child on her floor before turning back to her own. We'll ask about that later then, dear. But at least I'm pretty sure I know what the 5 is for. Huh, you're going to a new school, Izuku. It's only natural for you to feel a bit frightened at that. Oh, is that it? Bakugo scoffed. Mother and son shot him identical glares, but he simply gave them an indifferent shrug in return. Inko rolled her eyes and continued on. Now you said you were hurt. Nod. Emotionally or physically? The other boy gritted out. Izuku gave a wobbly smile and wiped at the tears streaming down his face. Both he managed out H hit my KNEA we and I fail. You can get an ice pack later, Katsuki snapped and emotionally why? Green eyes began to well up once more. I take it back. I take it back. He panicked. Okay, so let's see what we have. Inko began. You're happy because you got into UA. Nod. You passed the test. Nod. You got those points or whatever. Nod. And you got into the hero course. Shake. Hang on a minute, Bakugo butted. And you met all the requirements, right? Nod. So you should be in the hero course. Slight pause. Nod. And yet, you're not. Nod. Well, that doesn't make any sense, Mrs. Midoriya agreed. Why didn't they let you in if you met all the requirements? Izuku rubbed at his face frantically, pulling himself away from his mother's arms for a few moments while he went into his room, returning with a silver disc in hand. He placed the projector on the coffee table. A tiny All Might popped up, but before he could even begin, Izuku fast-forwarded towards the end before finally hitting play. "You're in," All Might announced in a strange voice. There was silence on screen and in the room, besides Izuku sniffling as the projection froze. "Did it glitch?" Inko whispered, and the two boys shushed her, staring at the screen. "However, I'm afraid we also had to take in certain." The pro hero glared once more at someone off-screen variable. "So even though you meet the requirements for the hero course, the school board has decided to place Midoriya Izuku in the general studies course." "The fuck?" Katsuki questioned. "Congratulations, young Midoriya," All Might said with a voice that didn't match the words. "You are now a student of UA." The clip ended and the three sat in silence. Katsuki shot to his feet. "What kinda absolute bullshit is that?" He shrieked and began pacing back and forth. "Certain variables? What the hell does that even mean? Is it the school records? No, that can't be it. And I don't think you have a traceable police record." "But what?" Inko snapped, but the muttering blonde ignored her. "Is it the application? Or maybe that whole incident from before the practical?" "No, that can't be it either. Otherwise they would have mentioned it in my video. What on earth can they possibly be talking about?" He froze mid-step and glanced over at Izuku. No way. They didn't." He shook his head. "That cannot be the reason why." "What are you talking about, Katsuki-kun?" she asked, but Bakugo only shook his head even more and began pacing again. I refuse to believe it. I will not believe that is the reason why." "What other reason did they have, Kaken?" Izuku murmured softly, breath still hitching. The blonde began to seethe. "Out of all the stupid No, they wouldn't have. They just did," he snapped back angrily. "Let's face it. UA is just like everyone else." "What are you talking about?" Inko questioned, quite lost, and not sure she wanted to know. "What variable are they talking about? What other variable can they be talking about, Auntie?" Katsuki gritted out. "He met all the requirements. So why else would they stick him in the general course?" Inko refused to answer, and the raging teenager in front of them only seemed to get madder and madder. "I'll be right back," he spoke quietly before silently marching over to the door and out. She wrapped her child back up in her arms, stroking his long green curls comfortingly as he leaned into her. The two sat wordlessly together as faint explosions could be heard from the forest behind the apartment complex, and Izuku's sniffles finally began to subside. Inko had always prided herself on having a long fuse, but sitting there on the couch looking at her son's defeated expression and listening to the angry howls of his friend outside, something inside her snapped. Mrs. Midoriya remembers that fateful doctor's visit. How could she forget? The shattered expression on her tiny son's face as he was told he would never have a quirk. That moment would forever be etched into her mind. As with the conversation that happened a few hours later. "Mama," he had asked her, his small tear-stained face lit by the computer screen. Do you think I can be a super cool hero like that?" Something broke in Inko's heart that day, seeing her child still giving her an optimistic smile. A smile that begged her for some kind of hope. "That's what I want to be," he whispered. She wanted to tell him that yes, he would be a hero like that someday. But a tiny horrible voice whispered doubts in the back of her head. Inko ran up to him, engulfing both Izuku and the chair in a hug, her own tears mingling with his. "I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry," Inko sobbed, apologizing for the thousand things she couldn't say, wanted to say, needed to say. Izuku simply stared numbly at her with a broken grin, as if he knew something she didn't. "It's okay, Mama." Izuku came home once more covered in bruises and a busted lip. She'd always expected him to get pushed around. Izuku was that kind of child after all, but he'd been coming home with a lot more wounds lately. And a lot more burns. "Izuku dear," Inko fretted as she patched him up. "If you're getting trouble from the kids at school, I can talk to the teachers, you know." He simply shook his head with a soft smile, kicking his legs lightly from the counter he sat on. "I'm fine, Mama," he reassured. "I'll be okay." She placed the final bandage on his leg and he was about to jump off when she finally asked the question her child would always find some way to avoid. Was it Katsuki again? Izuku froze and wouldn't meet her gaze. "I'll talk to Mitsuki if that's the case." "No," the boy shrieked before quieting and hopping down. "It's fine, Mama. Kaken is my friend, darling." "It's okay," he reassured, giving her a pained smile she knew wasn't because of the physical bruises. She wrapped him up in a crushing hug. "You're too kind, Izuku," she sniffled. Izuku patted her head lightly in a soothing way before wriggling uncomfortably in her hold. "Mama, they're hurting me." "Izuku, what happened?" Inko raced over to where her son sat on the floor bandaging up a certain blonde neighbor. "Kaken got into a fight. Again," he explained nonchalantly, as if this was a quite common issue, and knowing Katsuki, it probably was. "Oh, can it, Deku?" Katsuki grumbled, holding his arm out while the curly-haired 6-year-old put an all-might band-aid on a scrape. "All better," Izuku announced happily, closing up the first aid kit. Inko had no idea of how he'd gotten down from the shelf. Not bad, Bakugo admitted as he got up. Inko gave him a quick nurse look over. You'll be just fine, Katsuki, she told him. Make sure you put ice on those bruises. Okay, auntie. See you tomorrow, Deku. And with that, he was gone. I didn't know Katsuki-kun still came over, she noted neutrally. Izuku shrugged. He gets hurt a lot, so I have to fix him a lot, he answered matter-of-factly. I see. She sat on the couch quietly while he wobbled over to the counter and placed the too large for him box up there. Are you and Katsuki doing better? Izuku hesitated for a moment. Not really, but him and the others let me heal them, so there's that, he finally responded. Really? MMHMM. Tell you this, she said. How about tomorrow we go buy you your own first aid kit? That way you can carry it around with you if anyone else gets hurt. Izuku whipped around excitedly. Really, Mama? He exclaimed, bouncing over to her. Yup. How does that sound? Inko laughed. Yeah, now they have to let me go with them exploring. Inko tried to ignore the small twinge in her heart at those words. Izuku didn't seem to realize just how badly his friends were treating him, but the overjoyed look on his face made her put the conversation aside for another day. The moment Inko got home from grocery shopping, she was greeted by very loud bickering. We always watch this stupid show. Pick another. An angry voice shrieked. No, my house, I get to pick, came the retort. Sure, if you didn't have crappy taste in TV. Oh, like you can talk, Mr. Cooking Show binge watcher. Do you want to die, you piece of shio? Hi, auntie, Katsuki greeted with a small wave, having the younger Midoriya in a headlock. Hey, Mama, Izuku chirped happily from said headlock, clutching a TV remote to his chest tightly. Hello, Katsuki-kun. Inko greeted politely and resisting the urge to tear the child off her son. Mind telling me what's going on here? Both her son and their hot-headed neighbor were obviously wrestling on the couch over the TV remote, but this actually wasn't too strange. What Inko wanted to know was why the two of them were covered head to toe in brightly colored band-aids and bruises, along with the several forgotten and melting ice packs on the floor. Deku keeps trying to put on some stupid hero show. You keep trying to put on Hell's Kitchen, which shows your bad taste in TV, by the way. Offended gasp, you fucking take that back. No, the two continued fighting until Inko drew the remote to herself and pried the boys apart. I meant, she shot both children a glare. Why on earth are you two covered in bandages? We got in a fight, Izuku said, staring up at her from where he lay sprawled upside down on the armrest. With each other. Inko puzzled, knowing Katsuki at least didn't have the gall to show up at her house after beating up her son. No, some older kids started messing with us on our way home, Bakugo explained. They only did that because Kaken couldn't keep his big mouth shut, the other said, shooting a glare at him. I will finish what they started, Deku, Katsuki growled warningly, to which Izuku responded very maturely by simply sticking his tongue out impudently at the blonde. With a furious shriek, Bakugo leapt at the greenette and had to be held back by Inko while Izuku scrambled to hide behind the couch's armrest. After calming both children down, Inko finally got the story behind their wounds. Really? She questioned suspiciously. The two of you fought them off? The boys glanced at each other, like a secret was being passed between them, before nodding. Yep, that's all. Nothing to add. Nothing at all. I see. She squinted at them for a little longer before finally getting up. Well, I'd better go wash those muddy clothes of yours and then I'll come back to check all those cuts. Especially the one on your nose, Katsuki-kun. The gauze is starting to bleed through. Aw, dang it, Katsuki muttered with crossed eyes. Not again, Izuku whined, getting up and heading towards the kitchen. I just replaced that. Stop bleeding already. You think I want to be bleeding out at the moment, you moron? Well, obviously you're doing something wrong. What do you mean I'm doing something wrong? The two bickered back and forth, but Inko could tell something had changed between them. Hopefully for the better. Mama, I think I want to take self-defense lessons. Inko dropped the spatula she was holding and turned wide-eyed at her son. What? She began to tear up. Are you serious? She'd been trying to get Izuku in some sort of martial arts class or self-defense for years now, but Izuku had always come up with some excuse to not do it. Yeah, he murmured, shuffling his feet awkwardly on the tile. She could tell something was wrong. Lowering the stove flame, Inko made her way over to her tiny son and kneeled in front of him. But Izu, why now? I want to make sure I can stand up for myself. Just in case, he responded quietly, not meeting her gaze. There was obviously more going on here, but Inko decided it was better to not question it and trust her son's judgment. She would take care of it. All right, darling. If that's what you want, I'll look into it. Hi, auntie, Katsuki greeted as he raced past her. I'll be in Zu's room. In a flash, the blonde child was gone and slipped into Izuku's room. Katsuki was starting to come around more often, actually hanging out with Izuku and playing with him. The change was sudden, yes, and Inko often wondered what had triggered it. But as long as her two children were having fun, she could deal with the extra energy in her house. Hey mom, Izuku started, picking at his rice with his chopsticks. A couple of my friends invited me to come hang out with them tomorrow after school, and I was wondering if, you can go over to Katsuki's house whenever you want. Izuku. Inko chuckled. putting some fish onto his plate. The boy turned slightly red and fidgeted uncomfortably in his seat. It's not Kakin who invited me over. You have other friends," she shrieked in surprise, dropping her chopsticks and covering her mouth. "I'm so sorry. That came out wrong," she apologized profusely. "It's fine," Izuku chuckled nervously, "and yes, I've made other friends besides Kakin at gymnastics and Krav Maga. Other places. Oh, Izuku, I'm so proud of you." Inko squealed, beginning to tear up as they're going to be an adult present with you. "Yes, then of course you can go." She ran over and hugged her son. "Will I get to meet these mysterious friends of yours?" Maybe," he sputtered. "Ko-chan, over here." A blonde-haired woman hailed from the bleachers. "Oh, my-chan." Inko made her way over to the empty seat next to her friend and sat down. "What are you doing here?" "Izuku invited my brat to come watch, and like usual I had to bring him." Mitsuki chuckled. "Hi, Auntie." Katsuki grinned, waving from the row in front of them. "Hello, Katsuki-kun," Inko greeted, smiling fondly at the small child. "This your first time?" Mitsuki asked, munching on some popcorn and offering the bag to Inko. "Is it that obvious?" She laughed, taking a small handful of the snack. "I finally was able to make some time between errands today to stay and watch. You're gonna like this, Auntie," Katsuki promised, eating some of his own popcorn happily. "It's tons of fun. Plus, since Deku's a yellow belt, he goes second, so it's over faster, thank God." "Katsuki," his mother scolded, "be nice." "What?" he protested indignantly. "It's true. All the yellow belts except Deku suck." And Ko laughed while Mitsuki continued scolding her boy on keeping loud comments like those to himself, even if they were true. After waiting a while and chatting, the fighters were finally led to the center of the arena, and Ko was finally able to locate her son among the other children and pointed him out to the Bakugos. Mrs. Midoriya couldn't help but wince and flinch at the blows other kids were giving each other in other rings, even if they were pretty weak, knowing her son would soon be among them. "All right," Katsuki cheered. "It's Zu's turn. Use your training this time, Deku." Inko turned her attention to the ring where Izuku was facing off his opponent. With a bow to each other, the two boys quickly got into a fighting position. The ref blew his whistle and Izuku darted forward, delivering a harsh kick to the other. Inko blinked in surprise while Mitsuki and Katsuki cheered viciously for the total annihilation of his opponent. Izuku won the fight 4-1 and fought 2 more times before finally losing to a taller orange belt. That was the first time Inko realized her son was strong. Not just on the inside, but physically too. "Izuku dear, what are you doing up?" Inko asked as she walked into their apartment, taking off her shoes at the door. "It's 4:50 in the morning, you should be asleep." "Oh, Mama," Izuku exclaimed. "You're home early." She made her way over to where her son stood by the stove making. "Are those rice omelets?" she questioned, peering over his shoulder. He nodded. "I figured I could start making breakfast, that way you can sleep once you get home." "Oh darling, you don't have to do that," she fretted, but Izuku cut her off with a shake of his head. "It's fine. I don't mind," he chuckled. "Besides, it's kinda fun. I had to get up early anyway. Kakin invited me to go with him on his morning jog outside." Inko worried in the dark. "I'm already 11, Mama," he huffed, "and it's just around the neighborhood. I'll have my phone and Kakin with me, and we'll only be on the lit sidewalks." He glanced at her anxious face and gave her a reassuring smile. "I'll be safe. I promise." Here, he held up the pan and slid the slightly burnt omelet onto a plate on the dinner table. "It's nowhere near as good as yours," he joked, "but don't worry, I'll get better." Izuku and Ko squeezed her son's hand as she sat down and tried not to break down into tears. "When did you grow up so fast?" Izuku answered only with his signature soft smile that said too many things at once to decipher. "Eat up, Mama." He kissed the top of her head as he made his way to the front door. "I'll be back in about an hour, okay? And don't worry, I'll always be your little boy." Once the door closed, and Ko let the waterworks she was holding back burst. With shaking hands, she took a bite of the omelet. "He's right," she laughed to herself through the tears. "He could use a little work." "Izuku, please don't run around the house with your taser on," Inko scolded for the 10th time. Her boy simply grinned and slid over to her in his socks across the wooden floor. "But Mama," he exclaimed, "look at how cool it is." He waved the device around, occasionally turning it on with a loud para-para-pat. "Yes, it is," she sighed, smiling at his excitement, "but I don't want you to accidentally shock yourself." She dodged out of the way of the sparks once more and frowned at me. "Sorry," he responded sheepishly before lighting up again. "But look. With this, now nobody can mess with me." He cackled, holding the shiny black gadget up triumphantly. "Izuku dear," she hesitated for a moment, "everything is okay at school, right?" Izuku froze and turned to her with a confused look. "Of course," he answered. "Why?" It's nothing dear," she dismissed. "Can you go get the rest of the groceries for me? I left them on the doorstep." "Sure." He put the taser away and bounded off towards the front door. "Inko-chan," Itsuko called out somewhat nervously. "Yes," she called back, popping her head into the break room. "Something wrong?" "Inko, I think your boys are on TV," Aya noted, pointing at the large screen in the corner. Inko suppressed a laugh, knowing that everyone considered Katsuki to be her second son. Heck, sometimes even she saw the boy to be her own. What do you mean? All merriment faded from the small woman as she saw what her co-workers were talking about. The video was shaky, probably from all the explosions ripping through the street, and in the midst of the fire and chaos was her son, fighting that thing on his friend. Inko could guess what had happened, but that brought her no comfort as she stood there, absolutely terrified about the safety of the two. The break room was silent as they watched the TV, no one daring to make a sound until All Might ran in and grabbed the two. Dr. Midoriya, someone yelled, their voice seeming far away as Inko sank to the floor in relief, seeing the two children on screen being led away off camera. Gentle hands led her to a chair where she sat in horrified shock as she tried to recover. After a few moments, she finally snapped back into reality, fishing around in her pockets frantically for her phone. With trembling hands, she dialed the familiar number on her screen and waited anxiously. Pick up, she muttered, nibbling at her thumbnail and pacing while worried co-workers waited around her. Click, this is Midoriya Izuku. The cheery voice came through and her hopes lifted as phone. Sorry, but I can't answer your call right now. Please leave. As she hung up and redialed. She did this many more times before her own phone began to ring. Bakugo House is calling. She answered it immediately. Mom, the sweet and glorious sound of her child crackled through the speaker. IZUKU, she cried, sagging into the nearest chair and letting the pent-up tears finally fall. I've been trying to call you for hours. Why haven't you picked up? Are you and Katsuki okay? What happened? Are you hurt? Do you need me to come home? Mom, calm down. I can't tell what you're saying. The tired voice interrupted her ramblings. I'm perfectly fine. Not hurt in any way, I promise. Izuku, I'm serious. Aside from some bruises and a small scrape on my arm, I am okay, he reassured, and she could practically hear the small comforting smile on his face. I'm sorry for worrying you. I would have called earlier, but my phone got broken. Are you at the Bakugos? She finally asked after calming down a bit and drinking the water offered her. Yeah, Kaken's house was closer and, well, we both decided it would be better if I just spent the night here, if that's okay. Yes, I'd feel better if you stayed there, Inko admitted. There was a small shuffle on the other side and a few unintelligible murmurs. I'm gonna put Kaken on the phone real quick, okay? He warned before the sound of the phone being handed over filled her ear. Hi, Auntie. Katsuki's equally exhausted voice came through and Inko couldn't help but be relieved. Katsuki, we both know Izuku tends to gloss things over, so I need you to tell me honestly. She spoke firmly and she could hear him straighten up on the other end. Are you two okay? Yeah, he gave a tired sigh. Yeah, we're okay. One lost taser, a broken hearing aid, cracked phone and some slight scrapes and bruises, but hey, we've had worse, right, Deku? Ma, I said I was fine. Came a small offended voice in the background and both Katsuki and Inko chuckled. I'm glad to hear it, she mumbled. You take care of him, Katsuki. Don't worry, his voice darkened. He's gonna get one hell of a talking to from me about running into dangerous situations. You absolute moron, are you trying to give me a heart attack? Do you want me to die at 14? Inko couldn't help but let out a laugh as she heard the half-hearted attempts of an excuse in the distance. Ma, please tell Kaken to stop trying to blow me up, Izuku whined into the phone, angry ranting in the background. Just stay there, Izuku, she ordered. No sneaking out tonight, all right? Ape, you know about that. He squawked, before coughing loudly. I mean, I would never. Izuku, she warned. I'll stay in the house, he sighed. I'm too tired to even get into the shower, to be honest. Let alone anything else. Gross. Take a bath, you bastard. Katsuki yelled faintly. Then hurry up with yours. Izuku snapped back at him. Unless you want me to join Yo-Oh. Never mind. Kaken keeps abusing me. I'm going home. Darling, she trailed off. Too many words she wanted to say clogging up her throat. I'm okay, Mama, he answered back, seeming to pick up on her anxiety even all these miles away. I'm not hurt. I'm safe. Once again, she could pick up on that soft smile that he always wore whenever something else seemed to be going on. I love you, Izuku. She shook her head. He needed rest. Her questions could wait. I love you too, baby. Inko was doing the laundry when she heard the front door open. Ma, I'm home, Izuku called out. I'm in the laundry room, she answered back, setting down her basket and making her way to the living room. But before she could get there, Izuku came running into the laundry room looking slightly panicked. Okay, Ma, before you freak out, what did you do? She interrupted, immediately assuming the worst. What? Why is that the first thing you ask me? He yelped defensively. I didn't do anything. Sort of. What do you mean, sort of? Inko asked suspiciously, peering questionably at her child. The boy rubbed his neck sheepishly. I kinda, sort of, maybe. Invite some friends over, please. Didn't Makathis a huge deal of promise well bequeathed. He sped through the last part and it took Inko a while to fully register what she'd been told. You invited friends over, she shrieked gleefully, hopping up and down in excitement. I said don't make it a big deal. Izuku whined, glancing over his shoulder nervously, and yes, I did. Our usual meet-up spot was closed, so they all decided to come over to do homework at my place. Izuku, why didn't you tell me sooner? Inko scolded happily. I have to go greet our guests. Izuku opened his mouth to protest, but his phone helpfully decided to ring at that moment and he answered it impatiently. What? Hey, Ototo. A bubbly voice greeted. Mina, why are you calling me? He squinted at the screen where Inko could catch a glimpse of bright pink. Where even are you? The voice gave a nervous chuckle. What room did you say you were in again? She asked. Izuku frowned. I literally told you no more than 15 minutes ago. How can you possibly be lost already? You know I have a horrible memory. At least tell me what floor. Oh. Hey Shin-kun. You lost too. No, I'm not lost, came the indignant response off screen. See, even Shin-kun is lost. Your apartment complex is worse than IKEA. I'm not lost, he shrieked back. But if I was, which I'm not, Mina, what floor did Izuku say he lived on again? You're both hopeless, Izuku groaned. It's the second floor. Room 236, second to last door on the left. 246. He said 278, you dolt. 236. 2, 3, 6. He yelled before giving a sigh. You need me to come down there? Nah, I think we got it, Mina chirped back. Explains why there wasn't any Midoriyas on the 5th floor though. This is the 5th floor. I thought I was on the 3rd. Oh my god. Relax, Midori, we'll get there. Hey, Zero, are you lost? Yeah. What floor did he live on again? I think he said room 467, right? I'm sending Kaken after you, he warned. No, they chorused fearfully, but Izuku hung up on them, giving his mother a helpless look. I'm friends with utter idiots, he whispered before shaking his head sadly and going into the living room where a familiar blonde and not as familiar brunette sat patiently. The girl got up and bowed politely when Inko walked in. Hello, Ms. Midoriya, she greeted kindly. I'm Tsuyu, one of Izukun's classmates from gymnastics. Inko bowed back and shook her hand. It's nice to meet you, Tsuyu-chan. Izuku has told me a lot about you. Tsuyu beamed back and sat down. Kaken, I need you to go pick up the others, Izuku sighed as he plopped himself on the couch. They got lost. Katsuki snickered and Izuku shot him a glare. Yes, called it. What floor? 5th, he answered. Damn, I said 3rd. Now I owe frog face here 700 yen, he gestured to a now proud-looking Tsuyu. A deal's a deal, Bakugo-kun. Tsuyu grinned and Katsuki rolled his eyes. Yeah, he huffed as he got up. I'll give it after I rescue some morons from upstairs. The rest of the study session went pretty well as far as Inko saw, and she was absolutely delighted to see her son surrounded by so many people, even if a few of the ones that showed up later seemed a bit sketchy. But she brushed those thoughts aside and made sure that her son and his friends had a good time. She didn't think it was possible for her son to laugh and smile more than usual, but somehow he managed it and her heart swelled with pride. Have you seen my taser? I can't find it. It's on the kitchen table, darling. Izuku skidded into the kitchen, still half-dressed and panicked as he scooped the device up. Do you know where I put my book bag? He asked, not waiting for an answer before dashing off. Check your room, Inko calmly answered back, sipping her tea and leaning on the counter. My satchel. Your purse is on the coat rack next to mine. He came running back down the hall. It's not a purse, he cried indignantly as he snatched the bag and raced away again. Whatever you say, darling, she mumbled to herself, chuckling a little. I heard that. Inko good-naturedly helped her child find everything he needed for his long-awaited entrance exam into UA. Finally, Izuku was ready, and he sat by the door slipping on his boots. When he stood up, Inko almost didn't recognize the boy standing in front of her. Where did her little baby go? Who was this young man standing in his place? Suddenly, all the anxiety came flooding back. Do you have everything, dear? She fretted as she handed him his bags. Izuku simply smiled at her cheerfully. Don't worry, Mama, he reassured, giving her a hug and kissing the top of her head. I'll be fine. I can take care of myself, and besides, he picked up the large metal bat by the doorway and laid it on his shoulder. Kaken will be there. He always makes sure I don't get in trouble, he flashed a beaming and giddy grin, eyes glinting with excitement. I'll call you when we're done, okay? He began to walk out the door, and for a moment, Inko saw what her son had become. Strong and independent and kind, and so much more than she could ask for, than she deserved. Izuku, she called out, and he looked back inquisitively. Yes. There was a small moment of silence as a million things raced through her head. Be safe. Don't get hurt. You can do it. I believe in you. She finally settled on. You've gotten so strong. I love you. I'm proud of you. I love you more than you would believe. I just wanted you to know that I don't deserve you, Izuku. You are too good for this world, and I love you with my whole heart. Izuku seemed a bit taken back for a moment before he beamed back with that all-knowing smile and bright hopeful glint in his eyes. Thank you. I love you too, he answered before leaving and shutting the door behind him. Inko made her way over to the couch before she allowed herself to cry. He knew. Izuku, you've been working yourself into a tizzy. Pacing won't make the letter come faster, you know. Inko sighed as her son continued to walk back and forth in their living room. I know, but still, he whined. What if I didn't get enough points to get in? What if I failed the written exam? What if you stopped worrying about it? She answered, you did just fine, darling. I know you did. You're a Midoriya after all. And I know how hard you trained and worked for it. It'd be impossible for you not to get in. He glanced over and gave a small bashful smile before exhaling. You're right. Worrying won't do me any good. How about you help me with dinner? Inko suggested that might help you take your mind off of things. He nodded absently in response. Yeah, that's a good idea. Trailing after her to the kitchen, Katsuden, he asked hopefully. Sure, she laughed. Why not? Her boy was still trembling slightly in her arms, hiccups beginning to recede as she gently patted his back, and all Inko could feel was absolute rage. She was beyond pissed, on a level only mothers seem to achieve when their children were hurt, and right now, her precious child was very hurt. She'd watched Izuku grow up, watched him fall and fight and claw his way up to where he was now. Gone through countless battles and trained to become as strong as he was, and these assholes kicked him out of the spot he earned because he was quirkless, because he got the short end of the stick at life, because of something he had no control over. Someone was going to pay, and they were going to pay very dearly. Bakugo came back into the apartment, smelling of burnt sugar and smoke and much more subdued than before. Okay, well obviously we need to. Whoa, he froze at the living room entrance, his face a neutral mask of pure terror. Auntie, you okay? Of course, Katsuki dear, she cooed sweetly, still patting her son's hair and with a smile plastered on her face. Why wouldn't I be? Izuku peeked up at his mother and went rigid. Ma, you mind putting everything down? He asked nervously. Oh, my bad, she laughed, and the flurry of pens and paper floating around her head paused before dropping. Izuku pulled himself away slowly. Are you okay, Ma? He questioned worriedly. I'm perfectly fine, Inko reassured as she got up and dusted herself off. Why don't you go get ready for dinner, darling? I need to speak to Katsuki really quick. Okay, Izuku murmured and went to wash up in the restroom. When he came back, however, now much calmer, the apartment was empty. Ma, Kaken, where'd you go? He saw a note on the single bowl of rice on the table. With growing dread, he opened the hastily scrawled message. Katsuki and I had to run a couple errands. We'll be back in a bit. Don't bother coming after us. If cops come looking for us, you know nothing. Got it, Deku? Fusike. Izuku shrieked and grabbed his jacket, slipping it on as he hurriedly tried to put on his boots while running. He tossed on a scarf, beanie, and took his satchel off the coat hooks by the door before skidding out the apartment, down the stairs and into the street. Oh God, I have to go stop a murder. As Izuku shuffled over to the hallway restroom, Inko turned to the blonde boy with that wide, unsettling smile on her face like nothing was wrong. Katsuki shifted nervously, used to seeing that exact same grin on a livid Izuku right before someone got their ass beat, but never on Inko. It was honestly freaking him out. Katsuki, Inko hummed. Why yes, he yelped, standing up a little straighter. There's some food in the fridge. You and Izuku can help yourselves, she said, and began gathering her things. Okay, and where are you gonna go? He asked her. Why, UA? Of course, she said like it was the most obvious thing in the world. I'm going to have a little chat with the school board. She says chat, but something tells me she means a murder spree. I'll come with, he volunteered, mainly to make sure there's no traceable evidence. I can handle it, Katsuki dear, she reassured and headed into the kitchen. I didn't say you couldn't, Bakugo scoffed, but I have a piece of my mind to blast at him, and if things go south. He shrugged. You might need some backup. Inko came back into the living room and stared at the teen suspiciously for a few moments before glancing down the hall where Izuku would appear in a few minutes. We'll have to be quick about it, she stated, and Katsuki gave a wide, eager grin. Let me get my coat. After hastily scribbling out a note so Izuku wouldn't completely panic, the two set off quickly towards the train station, both wearing identical terrifying expressions on their faces. Izuku bolted down the streets, pausing at an intersection to let his breath and thoughts catch up. Shit, he muttered anxiously to himself, gnawing at his thumb as he paced. If I was a pissed off mom and Kaken, where would I go? He thumped his head frustratedly. Come on, Izuku. Think. Where would be the first place I'd go? If he froze as the slow realization dawned on him. No, they wouldn't. Oh, who am I kidding? They totally would. He groaned and resisted the urge to break down crying on the sidewalk. Taking a deep breath, he took off down the road again, praying that the train would be delayed or late. The train arrived right on schedule, and the crowd instinctively parted for the terrifying duo boarding the car, keeping their distance as mother and neighbor took their seats. The two were silent for the trip, Katsuki only talking to tell some clumsy idiot to watch where they were going after practically landing in his lap. They got off at their stop, both now even madder than before and carefully holding it in. As they approached the gate, a green blur raced over to them. Ma, Kacchan. Izuku yelled, doubling over as he got to them to catch his breath. Don't do it. Please, let's just go. Jessica can breathe. Izuku, go back home, Inko ordered, and continued her way towards the school. Her son staggered after her. Ma, no, don't do it. Fool, shut the hell up. We know what we're doing, Katsuki snapped as he marched right along with her. Why are you even here, Kaken? Izuku gasped out as he tried to keep up. I wanted to watch the shitshow, he responded with a feral smirk. They got to the closed gate and stopped, the freckled boy letting out a sigh of relief. Katsuki teached and gave a disappointed huff before wandering off. Mom, please, he begged, let's go back home. It's closed anyway. I'm not leaving until these people get a word from me and a lawyer. Mom, I know you're mad, I am too. Then why? Inko asked, eyes burning bright with righteous fury as she turned to him. Why are you letting them walk all over you? I know how hard you worked, Izuku. You deserve that spot more than anyone else, and we both know it. Izuku went quiet. I know I did. I know I should be there. But this is an inconvenience, he gritted out, trying to mask his own anger, and that's it. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. I will become a hero. No person and no school board is going to stop me. Not over my dead body. But I knew there would be obstacles in the way. I knew that. He gave a small huff of amusement. Did I expect it from you, eh? Not really. But if I have to work my way up, well, he shrugged, so be it. At least this way no one can tell me the examiners had pity on me. I can and will prove myself again and again, as long as it takes. Inko had seemed to soften throughout her son's explanation, and she gave a small sigh. I don't know, Izuku. It's just not fair. Izuku gave a bitter laugh. The world isn't fair, Ma, he chuckled, face darkening. We both know that. Mother and son fell silent, glaring at the metal gate in their path. Let's just go home. Inko opened her mouth to answer when Bakugo came bounding around the corner with a troublemaking sneer. Izuku knew what that meant. Don't, he ordered, but his friend ignored him. Hey auntie, I found the front office. He came up to her eagerly. Turns out they're open. The smile returned on Inko's face, and Izuku facepalmed. Perfect, she cried happily and began following the blonde as he led the way. How the hell did I even get here? Bitch, me too. You were supposed to go home, damn you, Bakugo, Izuku thought to himself as he awkwardly sat in between his simmering best friend and silent mother in the principal's office. There had been an opening for a meeting that day, and now he was stuck here in hell. The rat, bear, whatever thing sat in front of them with a huge smile with the heroes Midnight and present Mike by his side. I'm afraid registration has already closed, he began. Oh, we already registered, Inko interrupted coldly. We're actually here because of the entrance exam. Well, I'm sorry, ma'am, but if your sons didn't make it in, but we can't change that, Midnight explained. We did, Katsuki snapped. We both got enough points. Then what's the issue? Mike asked, squinting at the 2 boys as if trying to remember who they were. You put him in the general studies course, the blonde growled, gesturing to the currently wanting to die Izuku. Well, if you saw your test score, then it'll probably show why. I got 66 points total, Izuku sighed, rubbing his face tiredly. I was ranked 6th on the scoreboard out of all the applicants. 2 of the 3 teachers blinked in confusion. What? Midnight asked. If you were ranked 6th, then why were you put in the general course? It's you, present, Mike exclaimed, and Izuku jumped in his seat, panicking for a few moments. The quirkless kid from the exam. And you're the one who only got 4 rescue points. Midnight looked shocked as she suddenly remembered Midoriya and Bakugo. Yeah, and we'd like to know why the fuck he's in the general course, you quirks. Little Izuku elbowed the boy roughly in the stomach and shot him a glare. Language, he snarled before turning back to the adults in front of him with a calm expression. Look, I won't ask you for my spot back in the hero course. What? Katsuki shrieked, almost toppling out of his chair at the same time. Inko yelped. Izuku. He held up a hand to silence them and leaned back in his seat, frowning slightly now and crossing his arms. I'll accept my spot in the general studies and work my way up the hard way. I have no doubt I can do it. He shrugged. The only reason I didn't try to drag these 2 home is because I need to know. He looked the principal in the eye and leaned forward on his knees. Why? Why wasn't I allowed? And don't give me the bullcrap All Might told me in my video about certain variables and whatnot. Why wasn't I allowed into the hero course? Midnight began sputtering, glancing over at Mike panically. Like you said, Midnight answered, we had to take in certain variables. It's because you don't have a quirk, Nenzu replied, meeting Izuku's glare with a calculated look of his own and a grin. Izuku flinched at the response but nodded and leaned back. Principal, the teachers hissed at him while Inko and Katsuki looked ready to strangle someone. I understand, Izuku sighed, a small bitter smile finding its way back as he stood and bowed politely. Thank you for being honest with me. He turned and began walking out, Katsuki giving one final snarl at them before silently trailing after him, too shocked to do much else. Inko quietly stood and stared at each teacher in turn, clutching her purse tightly in her silent fury. You are ever so lucky. For the sake of my son, I will leave this issue to rest instead of taking it to court, she told them in an ice-cold tone that made even the grin on Nedzu's face slip. But the next time any of you tries to stand in his way, becoming a hero because of his lack of quirk, well, believe me, she gave them a sickeningly saccharine smile, it's not just him you'll have to worry about. Are you threatening us? Nedzu questioned, and Inko let out a sweet, innocent chuckle laced with venom. Oh, that's not a threat. It's a promise. And with those final words she marched out of the room, slamming the door none too gently behind her. As soon as she left, Mike and Midnight practically collapsed into the seats next to Nedzu. Well, that was interesting. Nedzu laughed cheerily. Both teachers gaped at him. What part of that was interesting? Mike cried. I thought I was about to get murdered. Same, Ma. Where are you? Izuku asked worriedly as Inko exited the building and walked over to where the two boys were standing at the entrance. You know your dear mother can't keep up like she used to. She laughed back. Don't worry, I didn't do anything. She opened her purse, didn't even get to pull a knife on them. But what? Izuku shrieked as kitchen knives began floating out of her bag. You brought the bread knife and meat cleaver. Nice. Don't encourage her, Kakin, he yelled before giving a long, tired sigh. Can we please go back home already before this disaster of a day can get any worse? Bakugo snorted and Inko put her knives back in her bag. How do you feel about getting some ice cream? Inko suggested as she started towards the train station to help this disaster of a day. I'd like that, thank you, Izuku mumbled, trailing after her. Sure, I'm down for that, Katsuki shrugged, walking alongside them. By the way, Katsuki dear, Inko remembered we're going to go back to school shopping in a couple weeks. So if you and your mother want to join us, you're more than welcome to. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll tell her, he answered with a grin. What flavor you gonna get, Deku? Matcha, or maybe chocolate? Disgusting. Is not. Is too. The two continued bickering back and forth over flavors, things having gone somewhat back to normal. But Midoriya's and Bakugo's don't forgive nor forget. This little incident was silently filed away for later by all three. Izuku, you have your satchel. I'm putting it on. What about your notebooks? All packed? Yes, Izuku yelled as he raced to the front door, trying to put his shoes on as fast as possible. No time, Ma. Kakin will kill me if I make him late on the first day. Izuku, what? He whined. Ma, I have everything, I swear. She stepped into the hallway with a soft smile and teary eyes. You look great, darling, she sighed, combing his hair a little more and kissing the top of his head. Give him hell, she ordered with a mischievous look. Izuku saluted with a wide grin. Got it. He threw the door open and headed out. I'll call you when school's out, okay? Okay, say hello to Katsuki and the rest of your friends for me, she called out after him, waving from the doorway. I will. He bounded down the stairs two at a time and raced to the gate where Bakugo was already impatiently waiting for him. It's about time, Katsuki growled as they headed for the train station. I was about to dump your ass on the first day. How cruel, Kakin, Izuku teased. His friend rolled his eyes. You didn't forget anything, did you? Nope, I've got everything. He pulled a deck of cards from his pocket. I even remembered these. Su-chan, Midoriya greeted as they boarded the train. You ready? You bet your ass I am, Shinsu laughed, high-fiving Izuku and fist-bumping Katsuki. What class are you guys in? I'm in the general course. 1 degree Celsius. 1A, hero course, Bakugo boasted proudly. General studies. 1 degree Celsius 2, Izuku said sheepishly. But hey, at least I'll know someone in the class already. Sweet Hitoshi agreed, fiddling with his backpack nervously and glancing out the window. What if they don't like me? He blurted, hands beginning to sign along. What if our classmates end up being like all my other ones? Then I'll beat them up. Izuku chirped brightly. I'm sure Kakin will too. No, I won't, Katsuki huffed. I won't need to because you're perfectly capable of handling yourself. Just remember to aim for their kneecaps. They can't get away if they can't run. For everyone's sake, I hope no one ever gets on your bad side, Shinsu shuddered. If they leave us alone, that won't be an issue, Midoriya cooed, and Bakugo nodded, palms sparking up just a bit. Okay, so 1A's down that way. Izuku gestured down the hall. So this is where we part ways, I guess. Guess so, Katsuki shrugged. See, a quirkless nerd. Don't kill anyone on the first day, Deku, he ordered. As long as you don't blow anyone up, Midoriya snarked back. Bye-bye, Blondie. Shinsu smirked as he started the opposite way. Later, loser, Bakugo snapped and headed down the hall. Shinsu and Izuku wandered the halls in confusion, having no clue where on earth their class was. It's only the first day. How has someone already blown something up? Izuku yelped after narrowly dodging an explosion that knocked the metal doors right off their hinges. A girl with pink dreadlocks, goggles, and rumpled uniform came staggering out of the smoking room. Sorry about that, she apologized, not looking very sorry at all as she dragged the door back inside. Okay, let me try that again. Alrighty, we're not coming down this way again, Hitoshi muttered as he turned himself and Izuku around to walk the other way. The two were still wandering aimlessly, now starting to panic as class was about to begin. This is the exact same hallway we started at, Midoriya whined, gesturing wildly at the corridor. It's the only hallway we haven't tried yet, Shinsu sighed, rubbing his face tiredly. And look, it's 1A, 1B, and 1 degree Celsius is probably all the way towards the end. We're gonna be late on our first day, Izuku whined as he trailed after his friend. As they passed 1A's giant door, they paused. You want to check in on Blondie? Make sure the class is okay, Hitoshi suggested. Yeah, why not? Midoriya shrugged. They cracked the door open and peeked inside. It was utter chaos. Everyone seemed to be watching the escalating fight between a dark-haired boy waving his arms too much and a very rude blonde with his feet on the desk. Look, just piss of prep boy, Katsuki sneered. It's my desk now, so I can do damn well what I want with it. You are disrespecting the previous students and craftsmen who Oh my god, are you still fucking talking? Bakugo groaned, palms beginning to spark dangerously. The boy gave an offended gasp. Such language. Are you sure you're in the right class for this? He scolded, and your uniform is incomplete. Such disrespect too. If I want to wear the goddamn tie, I'll wear the fucking tie. He snapped, eyeing the spare tie the boy had magically brought out of his pocket. Get that thing anywhere near me and I'll blow your fucking hands off. The two continued to argue, Katsuki getting louder and louder and the other raising his voice to match the blonde. He's getting out of control, Shinsu hissed. Do something. On it, Izuku mumbled, already pulling out his phone. I swear to fucking God I'm gonna. He cut off mid-threat to pull out his vibrating phone. What the? Deku. The first text was a current photo of Bakugo with his feet on the desk and an angry scowl on his face as he talked to someone off-screen, followed by the word, behave. Katsuki looked up and glared at the two boys peeking in the doorway. Shinsu cursed, no doubt having seen the time on his phone, and threw the door open. Stop being a prick and sit properly. He yelled at Katsuki before pointing at the boy next to him. And you, go sit the fuck down already. I'm telling you right now he's not kidding about blowing you up. What? The boy started, but Shinsu had already taken off down the hall. Izuku popped in and threw the eraser back at the blonde's head, which he narrowly caught. Kaken, behave yourself or else, he warned. Hi Midori. Mina called from the back of the class and Izuku waved. Hi guys. My mom says hello. Keep him out of trouble for me. Will do. Zero, Mina and Kirishima chorused, saluting the boy. Say hello back to your mom for us. Ajiro grinned, waving from his seat. Okay. Su-chan, you're in charge. I'm not a dog you dump on someone, Katsuki started, but the greenette ran after his other friend before he could finish. Assholes, he muttered and reluctantly took his feet off the desk. Shinsu and Izuku slid into class a minute before they were tardy. They made their way to the other side of the classroom to the remaining two seats, Hitoshi taking the table next to the wall and Midoriya taking the desk behind him. He put his backpack next to his chair, his satchel on the desk's hook, and patiently waited for class to begin. Before he could go and introduce himself to the other students milling around, his phone chimed and he pulled it out. Both Midoriya and Hitoshi were doubled over on their desks, trying very hard to suppress their laughter when the teacher walked in. Good morning everyone, they greeted, and the two put away their phones in an attempt to calm down. I am 13, and I will be your homeroom teacher for this school year. They pulled out a clipboard and flipped a page over. When I call your name, please raise your hand, state your quirk and what your goal at UA is. In order to get to know each other better, Izuku and Shinsu shot each other worried glances. 13. Read out the names one by one, each student introducing themselves. Kaori. Here, I have a quirk that allows me to harden anything I touch. My goal at UA is to help in designing better structures for natural disasters, the girl chirped. Tetsup. Here, my quirk lets me control electronics and I want to create new support items for heroes, he responded excitedly. Hitoshi. Here, I have a brainwashing quirk and my goal is to get into the hero course, he replied rather shyly. That's very ambitious, Hitoshi-kun. Fujita. Present. I have an excavating quirk and I want to enter a rescue unit for when there are disasters or villain attacks, she cheered, and others nodded in appreciation. How nice. Midoriya. Here, I'm planning on getting into the hero course too, he announced. And your quirk? Don't got one. I'm quirkless, he crowed, staring straight at 13 when they looked up in shock as if daring them to say anything. The class murmured and he began shooting glances at the other students. Try me. I dare you. He gripped the knife in his pocket a little tighter. I can tear each and every one of you apart limb from limb. Well, that's a very good goal now, isn't it? Best of luck. 13 responded coolly and Izuku faltered for a moment, not quite expecting the encouragement. Thanks, Toyo. Here. 13 continued with roll. Once they were done, they projected a map of the school to give them an in-class tour, explaining the different labs and their schedules. In a few months, UA will be having a sports festival, they announced, and an excited buzz filled the room. You will train your quirks and or create any items you would like to showcase during this time. Make sure to leave an impact on the audience, since there will be many looking for future interns. You may be general studies, but you are still a part of UA. Don't forget that 13 seemed to smile fondly at them from under their helmet. Make us proud. And now, meet your English teacher. Present. Mike burst through the door excitedly. What's up, listeners? He greeted enthusiastically. You ready for the orientation ceremony? Stifled groans and strained smiles greeted back. Midoriya shuffled his cards out of habit and boredom, as Midnight had already finished her lecture and gave them the last few minutes before lunch as free time. Hitoshi watched in equal boredom, half checking his phone as he did. One of their new classmates wandered over. Hi, she greeted brightly, and the two looked up warily. Hello, Izuku responded with a small smile. Hanako, right. Can we help you? I'm sorry if this comes off as really rude, but how does your quirk work exactly? She asked the purple-haired boy. Shinsu drooped slightly and put on a polite smile. Like I said, it's a brainwashing quirk, he responded. Slightly defensive. I tell someone something, they respond, and then they'll do whatever I say. Well, really? Another chimed in. Atsushi, if Izuku remembered correctly, that's a super cool quirk. Man, I wish I had something like that. Haha, Hitoshi chuckled awkwardly. Having heard this all before, no you really don't. I know right. Hanako squealed. Can you imagine how much easier hero work would be if you could tell the bad guys to just stop? What? Midoriya shot Shinsu a told you so grin, and the boy shook his head, face now somewhat flushed. Can you imagine hostage situations? Izuku suggested coyly, and the two grinned wider. Well, he could just get them all out with some talking. No fighting required. Atsushi said excitedly. Man, now I really wish I had your quirk. Shinsu just sat in his seat, red-faced and open-mouthed. Sorry, his friend laughed. He's not used to compliments about his quirk. The two students pulled chairs up and sat down next to them. Why not? Hanako frowned. It's amazing. Well, usually people tell him it's a. How about a game of cards? Shinsu interjected, practically throwing himself across Izuku's desk to grab the deck in his hands. Shut up. Don't give them any ideas. He signed before sitting back down, somewhat composed. Anybody wanna play Go Fish? Atsushi and Hanako shot each other a glance before shrugging. Sure, why not? The four played amiably before Atsushi finally asked the question Izuku had been waiting for. So you really don't have a quirk? He asked casually. Hitoshi glanced warily at Midoriya but kept his mouth shut. Yup. You got any 4 seconds? No, Go Fish. He grabbed a card. You were born quirkless and you're trying to get into the hero course. That's gonna be pretty hard, don't you think? Izuku gripped his hand a little tighter, still with a placid smile on his face. Technically, I already got in, he responded loftily. I just got stuck in general studies. Wait, what? Hitoshi sputtered. You didn't tell me this. You passed the entrance exam. Hanako interrupted, trading cards with Shinsu. Then why? Because I'm quirkless. He laughed. The three frowned. That's not fair, Atsushi muttered. Tell me about it. Midoriya chuckled, avoiding Shinsu's glare. Go Fish. The bell interrupted their game and they started cleaning up. All right, lunchtime. Hanako cheered, getting up excitedly. What do you think they have? No clue, but it better be good. Izuku grinned, rushing out the classroom to dodge Hitoshi's incoming interrogation. I'm starving. Midoriya-kun. Hanako hissed. What are you doing? Izuku glanced over at her in confusion. I'm gonna go sit down. Those are the hero course students. Atsushi snapped worriedly. We can't sit there. Other 1 degree Celsius students watched warily from the sidelines as Midoriya stood there, looking from his class to the other and back again. Okay, and? He asked. Tetsup stepped forward. And they'll kill you, that's what. He fretted, especially that blonde one over there. He gestured to Katsuki sitting by himself at a table, arms crossed and glaring at his meal angrily as if it had personally offended him. He looks ready to rip anyone apart. Others nodded and Shinsu tried not to laugh at Izuku's innocent expression. Oh, he's probably just lonely, he cooed, starting forward towards him like a little green ray of sunlight. Midoriya, no. Hanako yelped, others nodding frantically and watching in a mounting horror as he bravely made his way over to the scowling blonde. Shinsu sighed and muttered something incomprehensible as he followed after his friend Hitoshi. Not you too. The boy simply winked in response. Izuku plopped down next to Bakugo casually, setting his tray down next to his. Kakin, he greeted happily, poking the other's cheek and pouting. Why are you sitting by yourself? Didn't I tell you to make friends? Holy shit, I think he has a death wish, Hikaru gaped. Shut the fuck up, you piece of shit. He howled back, causing the general class to send quick prayers for their fellow classmates' safety and impending death. You haven't had to deal with those extras all goddamn day. All Midoriya crooned, hugging the boy. Did you miss me? Hell no. Fuck you, Katsuki snapped, although making no movement to shove Izuku off and refusing to look him in the eye. You did. He squealed in triumph and Bakugo immediately began prying him off. Get off me, he snarled, but Izuku clung tighter. You missed me in class, just admit it. Izuku giggled. Never, he shrieked, palms sparking and bringing up a foot to kick him away. Sup bitch, Shinsu greeted and sat down on the other side of Katsuki, casually ignoring his two friends wrestling on the booth next to him and digging into his food. He gave his classmates a wide grin and wave. His classmates stared at him in terror back. What the actual fuck? Kaori whispered and the others nodded. He's not dead, and he knows him, Toyo muttered, watching the chaotic scene unfold. Die, Bakugo yelled and exploded the greenette. The whole class seemed to yelp in surprise. Rip Midoriya, I guess. So, how was your day? Izuku asked good-naturedly after fixing his still smoking curls back into his red and gold headband. It was okay, I guess, Katsuki responded with a shrug. Now magically more subdued for some unexplainable reason, we had to take these quirk assessment tests. Somebody got expelled. Damn, Shinsu whistled so fast. Why? Who was it? The blonde shrugged again, taking a bite of his food. The person to score the lowest on the assessment was gonna get expelled, and some little loser with grape hair failed. He rolled his eyes then and he kept harassing the girls. Froggy gotten a few good hits before the teacher managed to pry her and the others off. I mean, this teacher isn't fucking around about taking the class seriously. Maybe it's a good thing I didn't join the hero course. Midoriya laughed nervously. I would have gotten expelled on the first day. Bakugo shot him a glare and opened his mouth. Don't, he warned with a glare of his own. We're not having this argument again. The boy shrugged. I'm just saying, he started. I know. He growled back. I'll get in. Calm down. You two are like a married couple, I swear. Hitoshi laughed, right before getting tackled by Katsuki. Okay, I take it back. Get off me, asshole. Kaken, eat your food. Izuku scolded and the other kicked him in response, knocking him off the booth. Oh, that does it. He joined the fight, wrestling against the both of them as best as possible right there in the middle of the cafeteria. What are you doing? A voice asked, and Midoriya froze in horror. For the love of God, please tell me that's not who I think it is, he muttered, and Bakugo looked up. What do you want, 4 eyes? He snapped, quite arrogant despite the fact Izuku had him in a headlock and was currently tangled up with Shinsu. I'm not in class right now, so could you piss off? The greenette gave a small pained groan and buried his face in Katsuki's shoulder. He's back, he whined. Kaken, make him go away. Oh my god, it's you. Hitoshi recognized from his position and wriggled his way out. You need help with the menu or something? Bakugo and Midoriya untangled themselves and went back to their food, now in a fouler mood than before. I just wanted to ask what on earth you were doing, behaving in such an immature way in the middle. Midoriya-kun, Uraraka butted in, unknowingly diffusing the whole situation. And Hitoshi-kun, where have you two been? She glanced at the tall boy and the 3 others. Is Ida-kun giving you trouble? She laughed, slapping Ida on the back playfully. He can be a bit strict, but he means well. Like how he meant well by making me take out my hearing aids. Katsuki growled, glaring at Ida. The boy turned bright red. Once again, that was a mistake on my part and I profusely apologize for that, he coughed. Izuku started cackling. Oh my god, he actually made you take them out. He howled, doubled over on the table. They don't even look like earbuds. He was now laughing so hard he'd curled up on the booth, wheezing. How long did you leave him out before you had to put them back in? I put them in long enough to hear the teacher's instructions before he started griping about them again. Bakugo snickered. I was gonna take them out anyway for the test, but I left them in out of spite. Were they? They were off. Relax, he huffed. Izuku wiped a joyful tear from his eye, still grinning widely. Holy cow, gasped. That is the funniest thing I've heard all day, he gasped out, sitting up again and going back to his food. Midori, you're right, Ida asked, and the boy nodded. I'm afraid I may have misjudged you and your friend back at the entrance exam. He gestured to a vaguely interested Shinsu. The 2 of you saw the true nature of the test while I did not. I have to admit it, but the 2 of you were the superior candidates. Thanks. Midoriya grinned. I may have also misjudged you, he admitted sheepishly as he held out a hand. Let's start this over. Hi, I'm Midoriya. Izuku. Ida smiled back. Ida Tenya, he responded, shaking the boy's hand before holding it out to Shinsu. Hitoshi Shinsu, he grunted, shaking his hand once before going back to his food. If everyone is finished with the intros, can I please eat my food in? Midori, Mido-chan. Hitoshi-kun. A large group of overly excited Wanna students called out and started making their way over. Bakugo and Hitoshi slammed their heads on the table simultaneously as Izuku greeted them all with equal vigor. 1 meal. Katsuki gritted out. 1 fucking meal in peace, that's all I ask. Now remember to behave, Kaken. Izuku scolded. I'm not gonna be there to bust you out of the principal's office. Bakugo put his friend in a headlock and gave him a harsh noogie, much to the other's pained protests. I should be telling you the same thing, twerp, he grinned. Which one of us has the most office visits? Valid, but still, he yelped, slipping out of his hold and fixing his hair. I have eyes in that room. Don't let me find out from Mina or Tsu-chan that you blew someone up or something. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Yeah, who the fuck made you my mother? He muttered, shoving him lightly. Get to class, nerd. Bye, Kaken. Midoriya laughed, linking his arm with Shinsu to walk to class. See you after school. Bye, Blondie. Hitoshi waved cheekily behind him, before flipping him off in the way only someone who didn't fear death would. So long, losers. Bakugo responded with a middle finger of his own. Bakugo-kun, that is not appropriate UA student behavior, Ada reprimanded, and the docile-ish look on Katsuki's face instantly vanished as he turned around with a death glare, shoving his hands in his pockets rudely, no doubt to keep them from blowing his classmate up. I'll do whatever the fuck I want, bitch. Language. Fuck you. I can't believe you're still alive. Atsushi said in awe as the 2 joined the rest of the class on their way back. What do you mean? Izuku asked innocently. That kid you sat next to. He blew you up like 3 times. Oh, that. He dismissed with a laugh and wave of his hand. Kaken does that all the time. I'm used to it. He wouldn't actually hurt me. First-degree burns occasionally, but nothing too bad. I'm starting to be very concerned about your relationship with that prick, Shinsu fretted. It's fine. I fracture his bones every once in a while, so we're even, Midoriya hummed, taking his seat. His classmates stared at him in horror. What? That's not a normal friendship, Hinako whispered, and other boys nodded. I mean, I don't do it anymore, he huffed defensively. It's fine. He beats me senseless as soon as he recovers, so please stop talking, Hitoshi begged. The more you try to justify it, the worse it seems to get. Their classmates chorused in agreement. Fine, Izuku responded nonchalantly. Do you know what we're doing next? Alright everyone, 13 announced we're going to go down to one of the labs you can use in your free period after lunch. Everyone got up and followed their teacher out the classroom. Izuku and Shinsu getting a strange sense of deja vu. Have we gone down this hallway before? Hitoshi whispered to a now scowling Midoriya. I think so. His eyes widened in realization as they stopped outside a metal door that seemed to have been hastily repaired with a blowtorch. Oh heck no, 13 knocked politely and another hero stumbled out. Oh, hey 13, he greeted, coughing slightly and waving away the dark plumes of smoke billowing out from the room behind him. Is this a bad time? 13 asked worriedly, peering over the man's shoulder along with some of the other students. No, it's fine, he laughed. It's just one of my new students is a bit too enthusiastic about her new class. There were startled yells and frustrated groans behind him. SENSEI. They set something on fire again. It was already on fire. It's supposed to do that. The teacher took a deep breath, muttered something very unhero-like, and gave the general studies class a strained smile. Can you excuse me for a sec? He asked politely before storming back into the room. HATSUME. It's fine. Fumeki got the fire extinguisher. That is not the issue here. After waiting outside for a few minutes for the support class to pull themselves together, the general students were finally allowed inside. Excited oohs and ahs rippled through the room as Power Loader proudly led them through the workshop. I'm sure 13 already told you this, but during any events, UA students are allowed to bring in items of their own creation. He gestured to the lab around him, and this is where the magic happens. The class burst into excited chatter and began looking around, asking questions to the various upperclassmen in the room and Power Loader. Quick question, Izuku asked 13 as soon as he had the chance. Our items, do we have to make them only ourselves or can we get help? Good question, 13 mused Power Loader. You can collaborate, but at least 85% of the item must be made by you in order for it to be eligible, he responded and turned his attention back to what he was showing the other students. Cool, he grinned and immediately made his way to the back where a certain pink-haired girl was sulking. Hello. He greeted and she looked up in surprise. Hi, she chirped back. Do I know you? I hope so, Izuku laughed. Your door nearly slammed me into the wall this morning. She blinked at him, trying to remember before finally recalling the incident. Oh, that was you. He nodded and she at least pretended to be a bit sheepish about it. Sorry about that. I tried to fix some wiring and it ended up backfiring. My bad. Do you have questions? I'm afraid I'm just a first year, but I'll answer as best as possible. On average, how often do your things backfire? He asked suspiciously. Oh, very rarely, she dismissed, just like 36% of the time. Midoriya nodded, making mental calculations as he sized her up. You make good items. She seemed offended by the question. My babies are the best. When they work, of course. She huffed. What's with the 20 questions? I need to make some items for the upcoming sports festival, he explained, and the girl perked up. Unfortunately, I don't know jack squat about making support items. I can help, she interrupted before frowning. Wait. No, I can't. I'm on probation for the rest of the week. I can't make anything. Already, Midoriya chuckled. Well, strictly speaking, you wouldn't be making the items, he crooned, circling around her like a cat having found a mouse. What do you mean? I'm supposed to make at least 85% of the item, he went on. You can help with the other 15, so technically speaking you would be a lab assistant, she asked hopefully. Sensei didn't say anything about being a lab assistant. Sure, he grinned widely, a lab assistant. And since you're only gonna be helping, he can't stop you, right? She grinned deviously back. Right, perfect, he cheered, clapping his hands together and giving her his brightest smile. I have so many ideas. The girl was bouncing up and down slightly in excitement. Wait, I have to know my lab partner's name. She held out a gloved hand. I'm Hatsume. Midoriya Izuku, he purred with a smile much too sweet and much too wide. Pleased to work with you. How was your day, sweetheart? Inko asked excitedly as Izuku took off his shoes. It was great, he exclaimed. So many of my friends are in the hero course and I made tons of new ones. Really? He responded, eyes lighting up. UA is so cool. He explained his whole day to his eager mother, telling her of everything that had happened, who he'd met and such. Oh, Izuku and Ko sighed. It sounds like you had a wonderful first day. I did. I can't wait for tomorrow. Izuku quickly settled into his new fast-paced schedule, keeping up easily with UA's curriculum and enjoying the new challenges. Why do we have to have PE? Shinsu whined as he stretched on the floor. We're not in the friggin' hero course. And stop flexing on everyone, damn it. This last part was directed at Midoriya, who is currently bent over backwards on all fours and grinning upside down at his friend. I keep telling you to join gymnastics with Su-chan and me, he responded loftily as he fluidly pulled himself into a handstand. It's your own fault you're jealous of my flexibility. You've been taking gymnastics since you were what? 6? Hitoshi gritted out, secretly envious and unwilling to admit it. It's not fair. 8, Izuku clarified, now balanced on one hand. Still not fair, he huffed. Well, can you do a flip, Midoriya? Tetsub called out. Yup. He gave a strong push with his arm and fell on his feet gracefully. Back flip or front? Back. Izuku did as was asked and landed elegantly on the training mats. Nice. Show off, Shinsu muttered. So how's your day been going, Kaken? Izuku asked, setting down his lunch tray and pulling out some cards. It'd be going better if you'd stop attracting so many goddamn extras to you, he grumbled back, gesturing to the full table, which was actually 2 tables pushed together in order to make room for all the 101 degrees Celsius friends Izuku had. One lunch without it being an absolute shit show is all I fucking ask. You're just jealous that I'm better at the whole making friends thing, you grumpy puppy, he teased back. The fuck did you just call me? Hatsum-san, Midoriya called out, making his way to where his lab partner was. I have another idea. Midoriya, she exclaimed, with dark bags under her eyes and goggles on her head. I think I found a way to improve those knives of yours. Jesus, Hatsum, when was the last time you slept? He cried. She waved him off and gestured to what she was working on. Monday, but that's not important. It is Thursday. Go to sleep. But, sleep, now, he ordered, or I'm calling sensei. Fea, she groaned, but let me tell you first. Fine, he sighed and glanced over her shoulder at the blueprints. What are you doing with my gloves? Okay, you know how you wanted those reinforced gloves, right? I mean, those just require some simple sewing. Simple for you, Izuku grumbled. I'm the one who has to actually do it. And finding the proper material for you isn't. She retorted off topic, but anyway, Sensei showed us how to make these electromagnetic plates that'll attract to each other from long distances. Okay, and what if you could put those in the knives in your gloves? She asked excitedly. That way the knives can come back to you. Izuku nodded in thought, a twinkle in his eye. That could work actually, he agreed, grin spreading across his face. The more he thought about it, I'd have to figure out how to make sure not to stab myself when recalling them and how to pinpoint the specific knife I need back. But maybe, just maybe, it'll work. The 2 high-five. Good idea. Now go to sleep. You can't work properly if you're not rested. She groaned and reluctantly got up. I had like 5 cups of coffee, she whined. I'm fine. Midoriya shook his head and gathered up the supplies he needed for his latest project. By the way, what were you gonna tell me? What do you mean? When you came in, she clarified, you said you had an idea. The smile on Izuku's face grew wider. You ever seen that pre-quirk hero movie, Black Panther? Atsushi was sent sprawling to the gym mats as the rest of their class laughed cruelly. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, Izuku squealed, holding his hand out to help his classmate up. Are you okay? I didn't mean to hit you that hard. Atsushi simply lay on the floor, having accepted his fate. I'm fine. I've decided the floor is my new home with the amount of times I've greeted it. This is fine, he monotoned, before getting yanked to his feet. Damn, Midoriya, I think you've taken down anyone stupid enough to fight you. I just have a lot of experience, that's all, Izuku chuckled. In about 7-ish years of martial arts training, he got back into a fighting position and the taller boy paled. Put him up, Atsushi-kun. Wait, what? A side kick sent him flying again. Why weren't you ready? Midoriya asked innocently. For the love of God, someone please come take my place in sparring with him, he groaned from the floor. Alrighty, who's playing? Final call, who's playing? Itoshi cried eagerly over the din of the cafeteria. Wait. Uraraka yelped, sliding into the booth with her tray and slammed a sponge cake on the table. I'm playing. Really? Izuku sighed. A sponge cake? That's it. Cut me some slack. She whined. Now come on. Before Ada notices what we're doing. Alright, he huffed, taking her cake and setting it on the pile of food in the middle. Okay, that's it. All bets are final. He quickly dealt out the cards to each player at the table. Wait, oh man, Zero groaned as he arrived a little too late. I call next game. He sat in the booth behind them and peered over to watch with the rest of the spectators. Will do. Kaori, put him on the next round please, Midoriya asked. Why is Deku the one dealing? Bakugo grumbled as he looked at his cards. Because after blowing up my desk, I've been banned from playing gambling games for a week and this is the only way I'm allowed to participate, Izuku quickly explained. Mei, stop using your quirk to cheat. I'm not cheating, she protested indignantly. I'm just using my natural advantage. I'm about to knock your natural advantage to the back of your head, Atsushi growled warningly as he hid his cards from her. No fun, she whined. The table continued to play their made-up game of craps and poker, using the box and dice Izuku provided. Come on, lucky 7. Kirishima mumbled as he threw his dice. The whole table and watching audience groaned as the dice rolled to a 12. Sorry guys. Damn it, shitty hair. Katsuki cursed, taking up the dice himself and rattling them around. You're useless. Well, a condescending voice scoffed, startling Bakugo and making him roll a 3. That one doesn't count, he howled. It counts, Izuku said. No it doesn't. Asshole over here threw me off, he argued. Fine, you can re-roll, the boy sighed. Hello, the new student drawled. Fellow hero course person here. Woo. 11. Katsuki cheered. Kinda busy, Shinsu snapped, scrambling for a card with the rest of the table. I obviously wasn't talking to you, the intruder scoffed. The hell does that mean? Hikaru snarled, looking up from his post. You're in general, he sneered. You're in 1B, Hikaru responded, just as snide. And the sky is blue, Midoriya shrugged. Passing out the dice again, are we playing the fact game or is someone gonna call Kirishima's obvious bluff? What? The redhead yelped. The 1B student rolled his eyes. I should have known, he sighed. 1A really is below 1B. If it weren't for the fact I have a lot riding on this bet, I'd break your fucking neck right about now, Bakugo warned, trapped between several students. I mean, I should have expected it if you all hang out with the support classes. You wanna fucking go, bitch, Mina chirped brightly, turning her head to stare him down so fast there was an audible crack. Because I will fucking throw hands with you right here, right now. Buddy, we're trying to play a game before the class mom arrives, Ojiro told him much too civilly to actually mean it. So do us all a favor and fuck off back to your table. So crude, he said in distaste. Probably learned it from your friends, haven't you? Uraraka got up, grabbed a bowl of pudding from the bedding pile and immediately threw it in the boy's face. I'll replace that, she told Izuku before sitting back down smugly as the table cheered. How dare yo, Monoma, a girl shrieked, quickly coming over and smacking the back of his head, knocking him out. I'm so sorry, she apologized profusely as another classmate rushed over. I'm sure he probably said or did something deserving of chocolate-flavored hair. He did, Shinsu growled, glaring daggers at the unconscious body now slung over a silver student. He tends to do that, she chuckled awkwardly. We're working on fixing that bad habit of his. Yeah, teach your little mutt some proper fucking manners, why don't you, Bakugo inputted. Excuse me, the silver boy piped up defensively. I know he's not the kindest of people, but still. I agree with him. Asui nodded, and that's saying something. Full house, she set down her cards. 4 of a kind, Atsushi called triumphantly, slamming his hand down. Royal flush, bitches, Mei cackled and the others groaned, some throwing their cards in defeat and Hatsum laughing as she collected her prizes. Boy, pick those up, Midoriya ordered. I need those for the next game. I think we're just gonna leave, the girl whispered, beginning to slowly back away. What have I told you about gambling on school grounds? Ada yelled, appearing out of nowhere and hands chopping away angrily. Shit, Eda's here, Zero yelped, ducking out of view with the rest of the spectators. Bathroom, Mina excused herself as she clambered over her classmates and took off. Same here, Uraraka cried, floating herself up and over the booth before following Mina. Me too, Asui panicked and hopped away. Fuck, it's the cop, Shinsu cursed, throwing himself under a table as the rest of the group tried to escape the incoming lecture. Every day I find you all involved in some kind of illegal scheme. He turned to Midoriya, who was currently hiding behind an unfazed Bakugo, having turned off his hearing aids the moment it appeared. Why is it that you're always the cause of these games? Because it's fun, Izuku tried sheepishly. Hey look, Katsuki laughed. I think he just burst a vein. Midoriya was working in the lab when his phone went off. He put down the small blowtorch he'd been using and unlocked his phone to see 3 unread messages. He sent a selfie of himself flipping Izuku off in the foreground and with a waving Mina, Zero, Ojiro and Tsuyu peering over his shoulder, all of them grinning excitedly at the camera. We will. Okay guys, put your notebooks away, 13 announced as they walked in for class. I hope you all studied your treatment of breaks and fractures because today we're having a pop quiz. Loud groaning and whines filled the room as the papers were handed out. Yes, Izuku cheered quietly. The one thing I actually know in first aid and rescue class. Why do we have to know this? Fujita whined as she got her test and passed them on. Can't I just call 119 like everyone else? You are 119, Fujita-kun, 13 reminded defeatedly, and the class gave another unhappy groan. Oh, right. Oh, Hitoshi yelped, hitting himself again. Why is this so hard? He ducked another wild swing. Dude, do you even know what you're doing? Not in the slightest, Midoriya cried, swinging the staff at the dummy and tripping over his own feet, falling to the mat. Oh, wow, Hanako chuckled, standing over her fallen classmates. The great Mido-kun, taken out by a stick. How sad, Atsushi agreed with a solemn nod of his head, appearing out of seemingly nowhere just to help mock his classmate. Oh, can it? Izuku grumbled, getting up from the floor. It's harder than it looks. Okay. Oh, I believe you, Hanako chirped. It's just really funny to see you fail at something for once. You're so mean, Midoriya whined, now glaring at the training dummy. Why does YouTube make it look so easy? Well, maybe if you stopped swinging it around like a goddamn panada stick, you'd actually make some progress, Shinsu snapped at him, quite upset at the various close calls he'd had those past few minutes. Look, I use bats and pipes and knives, so excuse me if I don't have the faintest idea of how on earth to use a frick-frackin' bow staff. Izuku snipped irritatedly, beginning to try to spin the staff again only for it to clatter out of his hands. Oh, for his leg snapped out instead and slammed into the dummy's head angrily, sending it to the floor. Haha, Hitoshi teased as he spun his own staff, right before hitting himself in the face and dropping it, cursing in what sounded a lot like Vietnamese as he clutched his head. Huh, Midoriya laughed back. Karma. Hitoshi, Midoriya, 13 called out. Come here for a bit. Good luck with your training, guys, Hanako encouraged before heading back to the punching bags with Atsushi. Thanks, Shinsu grumbled, we need it. The two boys jogged over to their teacher who stood with another hero, although one they hadn't met before. Did you need something, sensei? Izuku questioned, eyeing the new hero curiously. Hitoshi, Midoriya, this is Strike, or Takeo Sango. They introduced Strike. These are my students Hitoshi, Shinsu, and Midoriya. Izuku. The three bowed to each other politely in greeting. Pleasure to meet you both, the hero said softly, brushing a strand of coral hair behind her ear. Same here, Izuku responded. I've noticed you two struggling with learning how to use a staff. 13 chuckled. Struggling is an understatement, Shinsu muttered. I think I hit myself more than the actual dummy, which is why I've asked Strike if they could help teach you, since I'm not exactly qualified. Oh, you didn't have to do that, sensei. Izuku flustered before turning to the woman. Really? You don't have to if you don't want to. Nonsense, they giggled. Extending her arm, and a bow staff of her own appeared in her head with a small flash. I'm more than happy to help you two learn some moves. I'm a teacher. It's my job. The two boys glanced at each other hopefully before bowing to the two adults. Thank you for this opportunity. They thanked and the heroes laughed. No problem, boys, 13 reassured, before heading over to Kaori, who was currently tangled up in another student's net. All right, Sango said, leading the two back to their previous spots in the gym. We'll warm up and I'll start you off with a basic strike and maybe a spin by the end of it. All right, see you in a bit. Mike yelled at the class as he exited the room before popping his head back in. Oh wait, Midoriya, you have a sec. The boy looked up from his conversation, smile slipping into something more neutral. I need to have a little talk if that's okay. You Hikaru and Atsushi teased as the boy got up silently. You're in trouble. Izuku stuck his tongue out rudely at his classmates, which only caused them to laugh back. When he got out to the hallway, Mike was already waiting for him, smile a little dimmer than it usually was. Is something wrong, sensei? The boy wondered, before panicking a bit. Did I fail my last test? What? Mike puzzled. No. You did amazing, like always. You do realize you're like my best student, right? Oh, Midoriya sighed in relief. Then why did you call me out here? I wanted to formally apologize, the blonde said solemnly, smile falling completely. I can't say anything on behalf of the other stat, and since UA hasn't technically officially apologized, I can't say it on behalf of the school, but you deserve an apology, Midoriya. Huh? Izuku blinked in surprise. Apology for what? For the whole entrance exam ruling, Mike reminded, and Izuku slumped a bit in memory. You didn't deserve that, and I should have tried harder to change their minds. You voted for me. You were one of the best applicants out there. How could I have not? Mike shrugged. Most of the staff was ready to let you in until it was mentioned you were quirkless. Look, I'm not asking for forgiveness, the man continued. You have every right to be pissed at us, and I'm honestly very surprised this hasn't made it to court. But I needed to give you a proper apology, and after this you don't ever have to speak to me again. Cool. Izuku only laughed, wiping away a few tears that had begun to fall. Thank you, Mike-sensei, he managed out. I didn't realize how much I needed to hear that. His teacher smiled fondly at the boy. Anything for my best student, he told him, and Midoriya held out a fist with a small, soft smile. Wait, are you? Consider it a peace offering, he shrugged. I think you've earned it, sensei. Mike beamed and hit his fist with one of his own. Thanks, kiddo. Now head back to class before everyone gets suspicious. Hisashi began heading down the hall. Wait, Mike-sensei. Izuku called after him. Who were the other votes? For their own safety, I don't think I can tell you, the leather-clad man chuckled nervously. Oh. But I will say this, the principal wanted you in the hero course. Really? Yeah, he nodded. I honestly think he was surprised with that final vote. He did leave a slot open in the course though. He said you'd definitely get in eventually, so the spot may as well stay open. He left a spot open for me. Midoriya gaped seriously. Mike hummed. Like I said, I think you had some of the best potential out there. One last question, sensei, Izuku sputtered. What was the vote? You don't have to tell me who voted for what, just 50-50. Hisashi told him we were split 50-50 over the decision. It was really close, but the last person voted no, so you ended up in general. He seemed a little mad at the memory once again. I'm really sorry about that. It's fine, the boy dismissed. I like my class, and the principal was right. He gave a wide grin and wiped away his remaining tears. I will make it into the hero course. I know you will. Mike grinned back. Plus ultra, little listener. Plus ultra. Midoriya cheered before heading back to class. Bye, Mike-sensei. Thanks. This is not a good idea, a support student warned, eyeing the eager Midoriya. Pish posh, my good man. Katsumi dismissed with an excited gleam in her eyes. He'll be fine. Yeah, I'll be fine. Izuku chirped, crouching down. Okay, Mei, how do I activate these? Your funeral. The boy shrugged. Test 27 of item 3 by Midoriya, Izuku, and Hatsume, he stated as he set up the camera assisted by Azumi Mitsuko. Button on the side, she told him. Going behind the desk of computers with Azumi. After that, it should be able to read your muscle signals and release the potential energy you've gathered up. Thought it, he responded, tapping his new boots on the side and preparing to leap. That or it'll blow your legs off, Hatsume warned, a little more quietly. Wait, what? Izuku started before being shot into the air with a powerful blast and crashed into the ceiling. Ew. The two support students winced as a small shower of plaster fell from above. Maybe find a way to regulate how much energy is outputted, May theorized, glancing over at the stats on the screen. Yeah, I don't think having it release 100% of its energy at a 100% charge is very efficient, as you agree. Tapping away on the keyboard, we need to find a way to release it little by little, otherwise the boots are gonna be once and done before having to charge again, which I believe isn't the intended purpose. Maybe if we add multiple energy packs instead of just one large one, Hatsum suggested. That might work. Guys, Midoriya cried from the ceiling, his upper half completely swallowed up in the plaster. A little help. Just a sec, Izu, May called back, helping her classmate with the calculations. So I was wondering if... Okay, well, can you at least call someone to get me down? I think my legs are broken. His muffled protests warned. Hey, his legs didn't blow off like in the simulations. Azum cheered. Score. Hatsum laughed as the two high-fived triumphantly. I'm just gonna call Kakin. Izuku sighed, a hand blindly patting his pockets for his phone and drawing it up into the hole. Oh god. Oh holy crap, there are spiders everywhere up here. May, Izuma. Get me down. They're crawling all over me. His legs kicked frantically. Guys, I quote, am not joking. Seriously, help. HELLPPP. In a bit, May answered, oblivious to the trouble her partner was in. KICCHAN. 13 SENSEI. POWERLOADER. Anybody, just get me out of this gateway to hell. Hang on, Azum huffed, we're almost done. Not funny, he shrieked. KICCHAN. Oh, thank God you picked up. I'm in the testing lab, stuck in the ceiling with a bunch of hellspawn all around me. Get me out. Stop laughing. I am dead serious, man. I'm this close to falling a good 5 meters to my death or getting eaten alive by spiders. Izuku, you mind keeping it down? We can't concentrate, May called out, slightly annoyed. I'm going to skin the both of you if I get out of this alive. Once again, Recovery Girl hissed, pinching the bridge of her nose. What exactly happened that you fractured both your legs, dislocated a shoulder, threw out your back, gave yourself a mild concussion, a black eye, and approximately 23 spider bites? I tested a new item I was working on, shot into the ceiling and crashed into a spider colony, Izuku mumbled. I think I swallowed a couple too. If that makes any difference. Katsuki was on the cot next to his, clutching his stomach and wheezing, his face bright red as he tried to take in gasps of air. I see, she sighed, shaking her head and gesturing to the blonde boy still in his hero costume, and cry. And why is he here? Did he hurt himself too? No, he just carried me here and stayed to witness my humiliation, Midoriya grumbled as she kissed his forehead, letting out a small sigh of relief as her quirk took hold. How the fuck do you get stuck in a fucking ceiling 5 meters off the ground? Bakugo howled, rolling over in his bed and laughing even more, before shoving his face in a pillow to muffle his hysterical laughter. My stomach hurts, Jesus Christ. He shrieked. I think I ruptured something from laughing too much. Or pissed myself. Please sedate him, Izuku begged as his eyelids began to droop. Or hand me your cane and I'll do it myself. Bakugo, if there's nothing wrong with you, I'm afraid you'll have to leave, Recovery Girl said instead. I'm sure Aizawa is wondering where you ran off to. I can't, Katsuki wheezed. I can't move. I'm dead serious, ma'am. I can't move. My stomach hurts too much. Good. Midoriya mumbled. I hope you're sore all day. He passed out mid-sentence, which only made his overexcited friend start laughing all over again. Shio whacked his head with her cane and he clutched it. Oh, he yelped, still chuckling a bit, and she whacked him again. Okay, I'll stop. He sat up and took in deep breaths of air, swaying slightly from the lack of oxygen. Do you know who his teacher is? She asked him, hobbling over to the phone on her desk. I need to inform them that he's knocked out in my office. Yeah, Bakugo grumbled, rubbing his head as he swung his legs off the bed and sat on the edge. His homeroom teacher is 13 sensei, but I think math is his next period. Okay, thank you, dear. She hummed. Oh yeah, what's his name again? Deku, you called him? Oh no, that's just his nickname, Katsuki corrected. His name is... Hang on, I know it. We've known each other for almost 15 years. How have you forgotten my name? Izuku muttered in his sleep. Jerk. Go back to sleep, moron, he snapped. Oh right, it's Midoriya. Izuku. Chio dropped the phone and turned around faster than one would expect from a woman her age. Did you say Midoriya? She questioned. As in Midoriya. The Midoriya, Izuku. The boy in question burbled something that sounded a lot like fake fanfare before turning over. Yes, Bakugo said suspiciously. Why? Recovery Girl glared at the passed-out student in one of her cots. Every day I always have some new person in my office needing to be fixed because they sparred with Midoriya Izuku, or they tested something for Midoriya Izuku, or they just helped spot Midoriya Izuku at the gym. How can you break your ribs spotting someone? She shrieked. He's the reason for at least half of the people that come here. To be fair, we do warn them about sparring him. Katsuki shrugged. He tends to go overboard, but he's working on controlling that freak strength of his. I'm pretty sure he's single-handedly keeping me in business. Chio sighed, sitting down in her chair and rubbing her face tiredly. Welcome to my world, Bakugo chuckled. Getting up and heading to the door. Tell him to text me when he's up, otherwise I'm telling his mother he's indisposed and she has to come pick him up. Will do, Sunny recovery girl reassured. Finally picking the phone back up and dialing hello. 13. Yeah, I found him. You can't hide him from me anymore. I know it's him. You've gotten better, Midoriya Sango complimented quietly. Just remember not to swing around too much with your strikes. It leaves you open to attacks. Right. Sorry, Sensei, Izuku mumbled, focused on his steps as he practiced his latest move. Hitoshi, you've gotten faster with your spins, they said, just as soft to their other student. Very nice. Thank you, Sensei, he panted. Bows furrowed as he concentrated on his hands. I've been practicing with a mop handle at home. Good, she told him, clapping her hands a little. Keep it up. And Midoriya, your lunges are looking much neater than before. Oh, thank God, he sighed in relief. Smacking myself in the living room at 1 a.m. paid off. You think that's bad? Shinsu chuckled, transitioning into a different spin and adjusting his stance. You have any idea how many things I knocked over at work? I put a hole in my wall. Izuku laughed and cracked a vase, but I don't think my mother's noticed yet. You're so dead. I know. Okay, so just turn, plant, and throw. Toyo questioned, Midoriya half draped over her shoulder. Yup. Her classmate chirped. Don't worry about me. I know how to get tossed. OOF. Toyo slammed Izuku to the mat. You got it. He groaned. Yes, she cheered. Fujita, come over here. Mido-kun taught me this new move. The gym doors slammed open and students began streaming in, much to 1 degree Celsius confusion. Hey Kaori, Toyo called, isn't it our gym day? Why's wanna here? I'm not sure, she responded with a frown, watching curiously as the hero class gathered around Ida giving instructions. Mido-kun, Hanako whispered, why are they here? Why are you asking me? He puzzled, just as confused. Because you know people, Tetsup answered. Well, ew, ask them if they want to train with us, Hikaru suggested. The rest of the class began murmuring excitedly in agreement. Go on, Kaori hissed, nudging him forward. Why do I have to do it? He hissed back. Your class president. And you're the social butterfly, she huffed, pushing him a little harder. Come on, do you really want to let the class down? Izuku looked around at everyone looking at him hopefully and he groaned, swatting her hands off. Okay, fine, I'll do it, he muttered, marching forward. Yeah, go Mido-kun. Toyo cheered quietly. You're vice president. Midoriya cried. You should be doing this. Thanks, Mido. Hanako grinned. Yeah, thanks, dude. Atsushi agreed. I hate all of you, he growled, but his classmates only laughed at him. Hey, Ida-kun, he greeted with a wide grin. What's up, guys? Midori? Mina shrieked and promptly tackled him, along with Uraraka and Tsuyu. I just saw you all at lunch, he wheezed when Kirishima himself gave him a crushing hug. Yes, Ida agreed, shooing his giggling classmates away from the poor boy. You did so, leave him be. Why are you guys in the gym? Izuku questioned, brushing off his gym uniform. Aizawa passed out, and when we got to our training area, All Might didn't show up, so Ida decided we should train in the gym today instead. Ojiro explained. Some people stayed behind in the class to study though. Oh cool, Midoriya nodded. So why are you here? Ida asked the general student. It's our gym day. He chuckled. Non-hero classes rotate the use of the gyms on different days. So technically you guys are intruding on our training time. Oh dear. A tall girl with her hair in a ponytail gasped. We're terribly sorry about that. It's no problem, he dismissed with a laugh. My classmates were actually wondering if you guys wanted to train with us. He gestured to 1 degree Celsius, who waved back. Let's fucking go, Bakugo yelled, exploding his palms eagerly. Several general students flinched and took wary steps back. Ida and the ponytail girl glanced at each other before shrugging. I don't see why not, Ida said. It'll be nice to train with people besides our class, I suppose. They said yes. Izuku hollered at his classmates and they cheered. Thanks, Mido-kun, Kaori shouted back. A loud pounding came from the classroom window. Hitoshi looked up with a start. What the hell? He shrieked, toppling out of his chair in surprise. Open the window, Izuku begged, pounding on the glass again. Come on, dude. Open up. Midorya. Atsushi screeched as he walked in the classroom with Hikaru. Again, bro. Hikaru snickered, pulling out his phone to snap a photo. Oh my god, someone open the window, Kaori griped, speed walking over. Midoriya, Toyo scolded. What have we told you about coming in through the window? Use the door like everyone else. We're on the 3rd fucking floor. Shinsu yelled. How the hell? Just open the window. Izuku panicked, pressing his face up against the glass and still knocking away. I made eye contact with Sensei out in the courtyard and I can't be late again. Use the door, Toyo told him, his arms crossed in annoyance. Toyo-kun, please. I'm begging here. I'd be on my knees if I could. Let me in, he pleaded. His classmate only glared at him. I will go knock on someone else's classroom. You really want that to be 1 degree Celsius legacy at this school? Ugh. Fine, Kaori huffed. Let him in, I guess. Hitoshi raced over in a panic and threw the window open. Izuku toppled in face first, yelping as he landed awkwardly before scrambling up, sliding into his seat and throwing his things under his desk as the bell rang. Good morning, Class 13 greeted as they walked in. How are you? They looked up from their clipboard and did a double take at the green-haired, slightly out-of-breath student sitting at his desk and most definitely not late. They backtracked and stuck their head out of the hallway before staring back at Midoriya. What? How? Good morning, sensei. Izuku chirped happily, tucking a stray curl under his askew blue and gold swirled headband. Is everything all right? 13 leaned on their desk in disbelief. This is the third time this month. How do you keep doing it? They muttered. I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about, sensei, he responded sweetly. I came to class on time just like everyone else. To the door, walking, like a normal student. 1 degree Celsius tried very hard not to fall apart laughing during roll call that morning. Hey Midoriya, Anjiro greeted. The boy looked up from his spinning staff. Oh, hey Anjiro-senpai, he said happily, pausing his practice. You guys back? All Might dipped again, Katsuki informed loudly from where he was sparring with Shinsu. I see, he nodded. Well, you guys are welcome, as always. Thanks, Mido. Anjiro grinned. Still, I kinda wish we could have proper hero training. Why? Because it's fun, Mina cried, jumping into their conversation. It's like playing a game, but you know, training. I mean, don't get us wrong. Anjiro flustered. Sparring is fun and all, it's just, well, you know, he waved his hands around trying to describe it. So an exercise that's training and fun but not repetitive like sparring. Izuku tried. Yes, his friends chorused. Now that you mention it, he started. I just got an idea. Go grab everybody. He told them. If it's a training exercise you want, then I think I have one. Mina and Ajiro glanced at each other and shrugged, jogging off to their class. KACCHAN. What? He snapped irritatedly. Come here for a bit. Why? Just get over here. UGHHH, the blonde groaned but shuffled over. What do you want? I have an idea. I hate it. Katsuki immediately responded. Remember that game we came up with when we were younger? Ooh, flaming tag or something. I love it. He corrected. Continue. People are kinda tired of just sparring, so you wanna play that with everyone else? Izuku asked with a devious grin. Oh hell yeah, Bakugo grinned back, palms sparking up excitedly. I never pass up the opportunity to blow up classmate. Perfect. He cheered. Where should our arena be? The two walked around a small area, using some of Ciro's tape to mark it off. So, what's this for again? Ciro puzzled, watching his two friends use his quirk to create a small ring. A game, Midoriya announced, and the dark-haired boy perked up at the idea for training. What kind of game? He inquired, now much more curious. This is something Kaken came up with when we were little, he explained. Basically, you have to avoid getting tagged for 3 minutes in the ring. Great practice for dodging attacks. Helps Kaken control his quirk, and it helps with your reflexes. More students began gathering around. Anybody wanna go first? What exactly is this, Midoriya? Ida asked. Yeah, what's going on? Kaori nodded. You guys want training? He beamed. Well, here you go. It's basically tag with Kaken in the ring. Fiery, keep away. Mina squealed. I remember playing this once. It's low-key terrifying and lots of fun at the same time. How do you play? Shinsu questioned, looking interested with the rest of the students. Really simple. Izuku chirped. You try to avoid Kaken in the ring for 3 minutes. He held up 3 fingers. The whole point is for him to have as little points as possible by the end of the game. He gets a point if he taps or explodes you, and half a point if an explosion grazes you. You automatically lose if he manages to knock you out of bounds. Can we use our quirks? Atsushi piped up. I mean, I guess. Midoriya shrugged. When I play, obviously I don't use a quirk, but I suppose you guys can. But he interrupted their excited muttering. But you can only use your quirk to dodge, not to attack or defend. Kirishima groaned. But some of us don't have quirks that'll help us dodge. Figure it out, shitty hair, Bakugo snickered. Get creative. Izuku encouraged. Think outside the box. Now, who wants to go first? Me, Mina exclaimed, waving her hand. I've played before. Let me go, Midori. Please, let's go, Pinky. Katsuki snarled as the two stepped into the makeshift ring. Ready, go. The greenette called, and Bakugo immediately blasted forward, swiping at his classmate eagerly. Oh damn, she yelped and ducked under his arm, twisting out of the way. The blonde immediately came to a stop and wheeled around. Mina used her acid to slide under his legs as he leapt, the two going back and forth, getting faster and faster as the clock ticked down and their classmates cheered. Okay, time. Izuku told them, and the two came to a stop. That's 3 grazes and a tag, so 2.5 points. Can anybody beat that? Let me try. Fujita volunteered, high-fiving Mina as they swapped positions. Go. Katsuki blasted forward again, and Fujita immediately dove into the ground, popping up from behind the confused boy. Oh come on. He griped. That can't possibly be legal. Technically it is, Midoriya said sheepishly. Sorry, Kaken. Haha, blasty. She teased. It counts. You're dead, he warned, leaping at her and crashing into the ground when she vanished again. It's like watching whack-a-mole, Shinsu snickered as they watched Bakugo blast from hole to hole. Or a cat playing with a laser, Asui suggested. Time. Izuku laughed, Fujita popping up a dirt and cement-covered head from the ground. 4 grazes and I think 2 tags. 4 points for Kakin. Huh. Aw man, she whined, pulling herself out. I thought I avoided most of those. I would like to attempt as well, Ida asked. Alright then, you can go next, Midoriya allowed. The minutes seemed to tick by faster now that they were all playing something interesting, student after student eagerly facing Katsuki. Izuku let them be and practiced with his staff some more while keeping an eye on the mock fights, although Ida was doing a well enough job of refereeing. Hey Midoriya, Hanako called, why don't you give it a shot? A chorus of agreement came from the other students. I don't think it'll be a very interesting fight. He laughed. I don't use a quirk, remember. Who cares? Kirishima encouraged. Most of us couldn't use our quirks either. Come on Deku, Bakugo cackled, looking excited at the prospect of facing off his best friend. I want an actual challenge. Alright. He chuckled and set his staff down. I guess I can go around. But it's been a while. He stepped into the ring and stanced himself. I'm a little rusty. Don't give me that bullshit, Katsuki hissed. I'm not gonna hold back like I did with the others. That was him holding back, a bird-looking student muttered, rubbing at his singed clothing. Ready, go, Ida announced. Bakugo blasted forward, faster than before, and swiped at Izuku. The boy simply sidestepped and twisted out of the way, laughing as he did. Faster, he yelled. Come on, I want a challenge too. Die, the blonde howled, giving off a bigger explosion than usual as he tried to grab Midoriya. But Midoriya flipped over the blast and rolled under his arm, standing back up behind him. Nice try, he grinned. The two went back and forth, Izuku easily dodging even Bakugo's most complicated moves, twisting and flipping out of the way like a dancer. How is he so good? Uraraka cried. Oh, that's nothing, Tsuyu dismissed. You should see his floor routine. Time, Ida eventually called, Katsuki giving one final swipe before stopping, the both of them out of breath. No points. What? Everyone screeched. Half a point, Midoriya corrected as he tried to catch his breath. He grazed my uniform. I don't believe clothing counts. Yeah, it does, Bakugo panted, or at least with him it does, Izuku nodded. All that and only a graze, Shinsu whistled. Damn dude. What do you mean I went overboard? He dodged, didn't he? Barely. You could have blown his head off with that crazy quirk of yours. But I didn't. Bakugo snapped. Deku, back me up. Sorry, but Uraraka-chan has a point. You do have a tendency to go overboard. Are you serious? Bakugo, Midoriya, Hitoshi, Shiro, Mina, Kirishima, and Uraraka were all walking together to school that morning from the train station and were going over the mock battles they'd had the day before with their general studies friends. Bakugo was just doing his best as a villain, Kirishima defended. He went full out and didn't hold back. I can respect that. See, Katsuki gestured to the redhead. The guy in question is fine with it. I didn't say I was fine with it, I just said I could respect it. Kirishima squealed. Had it not been for my own quirk, I would be missing an arm right now. You'd what? Shinsu and Izuku yelled, turning to Bakugo angrily, and the blonde threw his hands up in exasperation. What's going on over there? Shiro pointed to the front gate where a mob had seemed to form. The group paused, unsure on how to approach this. Reporters, Mina questioned. What are they doing here? Great, Katsuki muttered. Now how are we supposed to get in? They're blocking the entrance. Su-chan, you okay? Izuku asked his friend, who was now pale and alert. Fine, he stammered out. Think there's another way in? We could skirt around, Mina mused, or toss float you over the wall and get through ourselves. No quirks in public, moron, Bakugo reminded. Maybe we could do an exception. Izuku tried and Shiro shook his head. With that many people, we'd get caught in no time, he sighed. Sorry, Hitoshi. We gotta go through. Just pretend they're police, Mina encouraged. Keep your head down. Keep your mouth shut and keep walking, Shinsu nodded pitifully. Got it, he whispered. What's wrong with Hitoshi-kun? Uraraka asked Izuku quietly as they started walking again. Big crowds like these make him anxious because of his quirk, he explained. Oh yeah, Kirishima said. By the way, what is his qui? What is it like learning from All Might? A reporter thrust their mic into Izuku's face and the boy nearly fell in surprise, crashing into the redhead. I'm in general studies so I wouldn't know, he squeaked, pushing past them. No comment. The reporters surrounded the group of students, each one clamoring over the other to interview them. What's he like in class? What does he teach? Is he a good teacher? When is All Might? Hey, aren't you the kid from the sludge incident? The group began backing into each other, Katsuki's fingers twitching in the effort not to set off his quirk. Beat it, he yelled at them. Now with a protective arm around a shaking Hitoshi, we're trying to get to class. One foolish reporter got too close and shoved their microphone towards Shinsu, grabbing the boy to keep him from escaping. Tell me, young man, what's it like to have All Might teaching at UA? He asked excitedly, seemingly ignoring the pained look on the boy's face as he silently opened and closed his mouth. Izuku stepped forward and ripped the hand off his friend. Hey, watch it, the reporter cut off with the death glare the brunette gave him and the grip he kept on his hand. Get out of the way, Midoriya snarled in a voice and with a look usually reserved for when Katsuki was being particularly difficult. The reporter and cameraman took a fearful step back. The group pressed forward once more, ignoring the crowd when another reporter blocked their way. The kids were no longer smiling. Shinsu looked ready to break down and Bakugo was starting to whine and fiddle with his aides. The reporter began to reach for one of them. "Hey, can we ask you kids about?" "That's it," Izuku howled, pulling his taser out of his satchel and turning it on with a loud prayer pat-pat. He waved the weapon around, circling his friends and backing away any reporter that was too close. He came back to the original reporter and snarled at her, "We're trying to get to class. Luckily for the lot of you, my friends are very kind and have quirk laws preventing them from decimating you. I, on the other hand, have no such laws or reservations holding me back," he warned, inching the taser closer to the lady. "So either you let us through and we go to class, or Parapat, we step over your unconscious bodies and we go to class." "What?" she squealed. "How dare you? What's it gonna be, sweetheart?" he asked, and the woman took a fearful glance at the glowering students behind him. She stepped aside, as did others who'd heard the warning. The children slipped past Izuku quickly and he was about to follow when one last adult grabbed his wrist. "That taser is government-mandated, right?" he asked, grip tightening on his free hand. "Does that mean you're quirkless?" The crowd murmured excitedly and began to warily press forward. "Let go," Izuku warned, tugging at his wrist, but the man pushed on undaunted. "How on earth did you get into UA without a quirk? Was it through recommendations?" he asked, and Midoriya slipped into a sweet smile that meant trouble for everyone involved. "Let me go and I'll show you," he cooed, practically dragging the man with how much he was pulling. He said, "Let go," Katsuki yelled, palms now beginning to spark up involuntarily. "I was just wondering how it must feel for a quirkless student to be at the top hero school," the reporter said, grinning and still holding on to Izuku. After all, the boy looked down and saw that the reason he couldn't escape was the man's quirk holding him in place. "It's dangerous for someone without a quirk, right? They can't do anything." Unbridled fury filled Midoriya's veins and the fake smile widened as he threw his head back and laughed mockingly. In surprise, the man's quirked hold slipped and with blinding speed, Izuku wrenched his hand free and jabbed a fully charged taser at its highest setting into the man's stomach. The boy stepped over the twitching, foaming body and silently made his way over to the others. No more reporters tried to question them. "Everyone okay?" Midoriya asked once they were safely inside the gates. Shinsu fell to the ground in relief, taking in huge gasps of air. "I'm okay. Just give me a bit," he signed shakily when they all rushed him. "Midoriya-kun, what was that?" Uraraka asked anxiously. Izuku was currently having his wrist checked by Katsuki. "He didn't let go," Zero answered, watching Eraserhead and Present Mike race by to calm to seething crowds. "And the bastard used his quirk," Bakugo snarled, turning his aids back on and holding up his friend's bruising wrist. "He had a full right to use the taser. Hell, he should have done it from the start." "It's fine," Bakugo-kun, Mina reassured as she hugged Hitoshi on the floor. "They won't try to mess with us again." "They better not," the blonde grumbled back, ruffling Izuku's curls and helping Shinsu up. "We should get to class before we're late," Kirishima reminded quietly. "Hitoshi, are you going to be okay?" "I'll be fine," he responded with a nod as Izuku and Mina linked arms with him. They walked together in silence until they reached Wana and they said their goodbyes. The two general studies students continued to their classroom where they were greeted by several classmates having a very heated battle over an eraser. "What is going on?" Midoriya yelled over the chaos, letting Shinsu silently head off to his own desk. "You ever seen those erasers that erase everything completely? Pencil and ink?" Toyo yelled back. "Yeah, we found one. But no one is willing to give it up, so whoever can hold on to it by the time class starts gets to keep it." Izuku joined the fray. "Wait, for real? I can keep it. How are you doing, Hitoshi?" Ada asked as he set his tray down. "I heard you all had to deal with the reporters this morning." Oh, I'm fine now." Shinsu laughed. "Just had a bit of a panic attack. No biggie." "Panic attacks are not no biggie, dumbass," Bakugo snapped, whapping the boy in the back of the head. "Oh, come on. I'm fine. Honest." He whined back anyway. "How's your day been, 1A?" "It's been, how do we put this?" Zero started. "Normal." Uraraka cried in frustration. "We had class elections today." "Yeah." Ada and Momo-chan won for president and vice president, Mina told them as Katsuki slouched lower in his seat. "Oh, we had ours about a week or so ago." Atsushi told them Kaori-chan won in our class. "Toyo is vice president. She'll be a great pres," Hanako assured happily anyway. "Have you guys heard about?" Bright lights and a siren overhead interrupted her and the group looked around in confusion. "Security level 3 has been breached. All students please evacuate in a calm and orderly manner." Security level 3. The fuck does that mean? Bakugo asked, getting up with everyone. "Excuse me." Ada called out to one of the upperclassmen. "What's security level 3? "It means someone got inside." They yelled back, racing towards the exit. "This hasn't happened in my 3 years here. Hurry up and get out." Everyone headed into the hallway where they got sucked into the panicked mess of all the students. "Crap, Su-chan, hold on." Izuku yelled over the crowd, grabbing the boy's wrist to keep them from splitting up. "Kaken. Atsushi-kun. Mina, Uraraka, over here," Mina called, waving a pink hand frantically over the crowd. "I have Bakugo, Hanako and Zero." Tsuyu, Ajiro and Kirishima over here, Ajiro called out, putting Tsuyu on his shoulders to flag them down. Ida, here. The boy raised his hand close by Mina's group. I have a hold of Atsushi and an eye on Uraraka. I'm getting squished. Atsushi helpfully imputed. The crowd continued to surge forward, beginning to split the friends up even more. Hang on, Su-chan. Midoriya yelped as he got slammed into and lost his grip on his friend. Izuku, Hitoshi called out panically, shit dude, where'd you go? Fuck, the tape dispenser is down. Bakugo yelled, shoving the people knocking into him. Everyone's panicking, Tsuyu noted, gripping onto Ajiro's head tightly as the crowd jostled her ride. Someone's gonna get hurt at this rate. Who even got in? Atsushi wondered before he and Ida got pressed against the window roughly. Would it kill you people to watch it? It's the press. Ida cried. What? The boy yelled back, all this over some reporters. There's no danger, just the media. He tried telling the panicked students racing past. They can't hear you. They're too scared. Atsushi called. Guys, slow down. Kirishima tried to yell over the chaos, now with a clinging smaller blonde on his arm. This sucks. The blonde whined, yelping as Ajiro dragged the two after him. ATSUSHII. Uraraka cried, reaching for her two friends and getting dragged away. Uraraka-chan. The silver-haired boy yelled, grabbing her wrist and pulling her through. Hang on. Uraraka. Make me float. Ida told her. WHAAT. She yelped but did as she was told, and the boy floated over the crowds before spiraling through the air towards the exit. Ida, Izuku questioned, trapped between two upperclassmen. Are those engines? Hitoshi asked, currently being reeled in by Siro's tape. Ooh, Tsuyu, Ajiro, Kirishima and the new boy winced as Ida slammed to a stop over the exit. Everything is fine. The boy yelled over the crowd and they all came to a startled halt. It's just the press. No reason to panic over. We are fine. This is UA. Act in a way that is expected of this exemplary school. The students visibly relaxed and began sheepishly murmuring to themselves as they looked out the windows for themselves. Attaboy, Ida-kun. Uraraka cheered as the dark-haired boy directed the students from above quickly and orderly. Huh. Izuku murmured to Tetsup, who he'd located in the mess. I guess he can be useful. Holy crap, that was intense. Hanako huffed as she walked into class, dirty and disheveled. Tell me about it, Fujita sighed, slumping over her desk. I think I got stepped on. Hey, where's 13 sensei? Izuku asked as he staggered toward his seat. I think they said they had to go talk to the principal, Toyo chimed in. Oh, yeah, something about the security. They'll be back in a bit. Speaking of security. Hitoshi interrupted, frowning out the window at the reporters being led away by police. This place is practically a fortress. How'd they all get in? Hey Izu, Shinsu greeted as the greenette got on the train and made his way over. Where's Blondie? I woke up late, so he went on ahead. Izuku yawned, holding onto the rail in between them. He didn't want to be late today. Something about there might being a field trip and he didn't want to miss out. He explained. A field trip? Oh yeah. 13 sensei said they'd be absent today to go train the hero classes in basic rescue techniques. He remembered. That's right. We have a sub today, Midoriya said. Who do you think it is? Probably Mike sensei, Hitoshi groaned before the train came to a screeching halt and sent him crashing into his friend. Whoa, what the heck? Izuku yelped, looking out the window. Ladies and gentlemen, there seems to be a villain fight in our path. The overhead voice chimed, and a chorus of grumbles and complaints rose from the passengers. Please be patient as the heroes try to resolve this as fast as possible. The doors opened for the passengers to get fresh air and wait outside if they didn't want to stay in the car. Shit, Hitoshi griped, we're gonna be late to school. Midoriya looked down at his phone. UA is only a couple blocks away, he noted, starting to exit the car with others. Where are you going? I'm gonna walk. No clue when the train'll start up again and I don't want to be late. Shinsu hesitated before following after him. You sure about this? He asked, jogging alongside him down the side streets. Relax, Su-chan, Izuku reassured. It'll take us like 15 minutes to get there. He held up his phone with the map. All right, if you say so. Oof. He crashed into a man wearing a hoodie. Shit dude, I'm sorry, he apologized. Are you okay? The man peered at him from under his light blue bangs. That uniform. He pointed at the gray suit Shinsu wore. You two are UA students, aren't you? Yeah, we are, Hitoshi responded, beginning to back away cautiously. You good? The man's smile began to spread unnaturally wide and Izuku yanked his friend back. Let's get out of here, he hissed, and the other nodded, the both of them having dealt with his kind before. Okay, well, since you're not hurt, we'll be leaving now, Shinsu told the man, and the two began to walk away. Kurajiri, the man called out to seemingly no one, and it only took one glance at the wild look on his face to send both boys racing back down the street they'd come from. A dark, smoky void opened up behind them and two hands reached out, grabbing the purple-haired boy and dragging him into it. What the IZU, he disappeared out of sight just as Izuku spun around. Su-chan. A void opened under his feet. Oshi, he dropped in and vanished. The grinning man slipped into a hole of his own and followed them to wherever they had gone. Izuku blinked as he slowly opened his eyes to the darkened room around him, trying and failing to ignore the throbbing headache he had. Did I fall or something? My mouth tastes funny. Urgh, what happened? He groaned, trying to rub his head when he realized he couldn't move his hands as they were tied up. What the fuck? He immediately snapped awake, adrenaline hyper-focusing everything around him. He wriggled in his bonds, testing their strength and gaze flitting around the bar he was currently in. Shit, double shit. Where the fuck am I? I was walking to school with Su-chan and then... Izuku. A voice croaked from behind him and he felt someone shift against his back. Is that? Yes, it's me, he snapped quietly. Keep your voice down. Someone's coming. He felt the boy stiffen. Should I use? No, he ordered. I don't know how many there are and I don't want them finding out about your quirk. Don't talk unless spoken to and don't say your name or mine. Got it? He could sense the nod as several adults began streaming into the bar where the two were tied up on the floor. Oh, this isn't good. Well. One of the men laughed. Looks like they're up. Where are we? Izuku growled from the floor. What do you want? Honestly, no clue. The man shrugged. That weirdo who dragged you two in here said something about having a trump card or a bonus life before walking off. The little shit is up. Another cried as they raced in, arms covered in bloody bite marks and bruises. Let me at him. I'll beat his ass. He had to be restrained by two others. Izuku gave a feral smirk. Well, that explains the metallic taste in my mouth. Let me go and I'll give you another round, he taunted, and the creature, person, he wasn't really sure, gave an outraged shriek. Come on, let me out and I'll kick your ass again. Dude, shut up. Hitoshi hissed as the adults laughed. You're funny, kiddo, the first man chuckled. Let's see how funny you find me when I rip off your arm and beat you senseless with it before shoving it up your fucking ass, you bitch. He bit back his tongue and simply flashed a sweet smile. He had a reputation to uphold in front of Shinsu. Aw, thanks. Now let me go. The smile dropped back into an angry glower. Sorry, kid. No can do, the man answered. Weird boss dude said to keep you two here. Why? Shinsu practically screamed. What the hell do you need two teenagers for? Something about UA. A lady chimed in that looked awfully familiar to Izuku. Isn't that hand boy, said he. Hebai. Izuku interrupted. What the heck are you doing here? What the fuck, man? I thought we were friends. She blinked in surprise. Holy shit. Heya. She choked. What the hell, kid? I'd like to ask you the same thing. Heya. Hitoshi baffled, trying to turn in his restraints to stare at his friend. That's you. Hebai. Come on. Let me go and we'll just forget this ever happened. He promised, ignoring his classmate as other people began to gather around. Holy shit, Kaken was right. I'm friends with a bunch of criminals. I'm not sure I can. She muttered, shuffling sheepishly. I swear to God, Hebai, if you don't let me go. Heya, kid, the fuck are you doing here? Another blurted. Ikko, let me out right now or I'm calling. Why do you know these people? The other child freaked. And since when the fuck have you been? Heya. Toshi. A woman yelped. Shit, dude, I didn't know it was you. Jun, Shinsu cried, visibly confused and distressed. Jun, what the hell is going on? More and more familiar voices began to cry out in recognition of the two boys. Okay. The first man yelled over the frantic crowd and calmed them down. How many of you know these kids beforehand? Almost half the occupants in the room raised their hands embarrassedly. Holy shit, let us go right now. Hitoshi yelled at them, or I swear to whatever god you pathetic assholes believe in, you are never setting foot anywhere near my shop. You can't honestly believe that is gonna make them. The man started, but the boy's statement caused several people to murmur amongst themselves worriedly. Are you serious? You know what I know. Izuku called out to the crowd and the whispers grew more frightened. I go missing or hurt and I'm taking a good chunk of you down with me. What are you talking about? The man questioned, but already people were heading towards the door. Oi, where do you think you're going? I'm getting the fuck out of here, that's what. One of the women yelled, already half out. That little shit knows too much about me. Damn right, you better get out of here. Izuku yelled back and she flinched. So help me God, I will hunt every single one of you down and break your kneecaps the moment I'm back on the roofs, you jerks. Don't think I won't do it. More people began hurrying towards the exit. Screw my reputation with Shinsu. I'm getting us the hell out of here. We thought you knew, Ikko said defensively, inching towards the exit. Why on earth would I know about? He paused and groaned, leaning his head back on Hitoshi's weight. Is this the get-together everyone was talking about recently? Ikko nodded. Oh my God, I can't believe you. If I knew you'd be involved, I would have stayed out of it. He squealed. If I leave, can I keep my teeth? Midoriya glared at him. Fine, he growled, but say goodbye to your finger bones, bitch. Did you just cuss? Shinsu hissed as the man practically ran out the door. Now is not the time. Izuku hissed back. The bar was significantly emptier by the time the man from this morning stepped in. Gross. Is that an actual hand on his face? Where the hell did all the NPCs go? The man asked, scratching at his neck. Hey kid, the big man rumbled. Just who the hell did you kidnap? Just some random UA students, he answered. Why? Well, these random UA students just scared off a good chunk of our backup. The hand man stopped scratching and peered at the two scuffed up and still tied boys glaring at him from between two fingers. Oh, he questioned, and how did they do that? Big started to answer, never mind, I don't care. If they can't handle these two, they wouldn't have been able to handle the boss fight. Why the hell is he talking in video game? Shinsu murmured. Why are you asking me for? Izuku muttered back. What are you two chit-chatting about? Handman called out. Io hand job. Hitoshi yelled, why'd you kidnap us for? Asshole. The man froze as the other villains started cracking up. What'd you say? He said, why did you kidnap us? Izuku enunciated each word, or is one of those fingers blocking your ears? The man just stood there in shock. Hello, you good handy man. Mind telling us why we're here, or can we just go and forget this entire traumatic experience? If only I could reach my knife. Then I'd be able to cut us out. Good thing they didn't check our bodies. The man chuckled. You're pretty funny, kid, he said in a strained voice that meant he didn't find it funny at all, and in fact, we do have an important part for you. Great, Shinsu drawled sarcastically, mind filling everybody in. That would be pretty fan-fucking-tastic if you don't mind, others murmured in agreement. You two are our trump card, the man announced, pointing at the two now sitting on a table, still tied up together. What the fuck does that even mean? Okay, is that supposed to mean something, or? Izuku snapped. I think he means you two are hostages, Big answered, and both boys paled. Hostages? Midoriya yelped. Hostages for what? We're going to attack USJ, Hand answered, and in case the heroes try anything. Wait, why Universal Studios? Hitoshi blurted like. That's a pretty stupid place. Oh wait. No, that actually isn't a half-bad place for a terrorist attack. I mean, it's gonna be pretty empty cause school already started, but not Universal Studios Japan, you idiot. He yelled, scratching furiously at his neck. The place where all those little herolings are gonna be. Ooh, both boys chorused. The unforeseen simulation joined. That makes more sense, Izuku admitted, and the other nodded. Wait, why? To kill All Might, of course, he said as if it were obvious. They froze. You're kidding, right? Shinsu said in disbelief. You are gonna try to kill All Might? I think you'd prefer Universal Studios, Midoriya agreed. Good luck with that, my dudes. All Might may be injured, but he's still really strong. Oh, but I think we can, Hand giggled. You see, All Might isn't as strong as he used to be. Shit, how does he know that? And we have a pretty opus player ourselves. NOMU. A large, muscled bird human thing came stumbling out and into the bar. What the fuck? Is that its brain? Hitoshi squealed, trying to edge away from the monster to no avail. What the hell is that? Izuku yelled as the thing walked over to Hand, who simply laughed. This is Namu, he told them, patting the creature's head with 4 fingers, and it's going to destroy All Might. In fact, that's what it's been created to do. Why? Why are you trying to kill him? Midoriya questioned, now more frantic than ever to get out. In this world there are so-called heroes, but people have come to rely too much on them. It is about time we. Izuku's phone dinged and cut off the man's monologue. Sorry, he apologized. Please continue. The phone went off again. Okay, yeah, that's probably the loss. And again. And again. The phone continued to ding and buzz. Shinsu's also joining in. Izuku dipped his head in embarrassment. I am so sorry, but do one of you mind getting my phone? If I don't answer back who I think it is, they're gonna get suspicions. Huh. Big laughed as if we'd let you ding. Nice effort, but ding. Oh my god, just answer his phone. A shadow man yelled from behind the bar. Big frowned and lumbered over to the boys. Thanks, Izuku chirped. It's in my satchel. The man dug around the bag and pulled out his phone, using the boy's fingerprint to unlock it. Who the hell is Angry Pomeranian? Big asked bewilderedly. Crap, I thought so. The boy groaned as Hitoshi burst into laughter. Read the text real quick and I'll tell you what to answer, otherwise ding. Yeah, he's just not gonna shut up. Big glanced over to the man behind the counter, who nodded in approval. Can't have anyone getting suspicious, he told Big, who was now looking like he was regretting several things all at once. Ooh, Deku, where the fuck are you? Did you get to school? Field trip time. Fuck yeah. Picture, I hate you so much. Your friends are bullying me. RN, fuck your friends. Picture, asshole, answer me. Bitch, I know you can text. You have English right now. Shithead, pick up. You're not attached to the rip-off Pikachu one, right? Cause I'm about to blow him up. Why are you leaving me on read? Moffat isn't picking up either. Asshole, I know you're reading these. Are you mad at me for something? Is this because I left your ass in bed? Arg. Izuku yelled, just answer something back already. He's not gonna stop. What the hell do I answer? Big yelled back. Keyboard smash in all caps. Send. LMO, sucks to be you, dude. Send. What have I told you about blowing up classmates? Katsuki. Send. Hitoshi and I were doing a group project, so we couldn't answer. Send. BT dubs, what time are you getting back? I forgot. Send. Was it 5 or 6? Send. Also. Whoa, slow down. The man interrupted his rambling. What was that first one? Keyboard smash in all caps. It's not that hard, keep up. Midoriya snapped. What the fuck is a keyboard smash? Oh my god, just untie me, I'll do it myself. The man glared at him. You can read over my shoulder. I don't care, just give me the frickin' phone. Shadow Man nodded and Big untied Izuku, who promptly snatched the phone out of his hands and started typing furiously away. Hey, can I answer my phone too? Shinsu asked. He's gonna get mad at me if only Freckles here answers. Big groaned and undid his retrains too. Don't try anything. Shigaraki the Shadow Man said it's almost time. Time for what? Izuku asked as he shoved his phone back into his bag, ignoring the glare Big gave him. Yeah, time for what? Shinsu repeated distractedly, still typing away. Stop texting me, Mina. Got him that I have bigger issues here. Time for the final battle. Handman, Shigaraki announced, and the two froze. Is it possible to not do this? Midoriya asked as he was dragged off the table. The villains laughed. Let's go kill All Might. Bakugo scowled at his phone. Something was up. His first clue, of course, was that neither of his friends were answering his texts, which wasn't unusual for Shinsu to be honest, but practically unheard of with Izuku. Hey, Bakugo, right? The girl next to him asked, are you okay? You've been glaring at your phone for a while. I'm fine, he grumbled back, slouching lower into his seat and crossing his arms. My friend isn't texting me back and leaving me on read. I think you have friends. Another blonde in his class shrieked in surprise, setting off his classmates laughing again. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, he howled back, getting ready to blow the little shit up again. I quote him. His phone buzzing interrupted him and saved the other from death. He sat back down and quickly unlocked his phone. Deku, ASDFHGJHYTRDFGBNJHU. Jesus fucking Christ, calm the fuck down, Katsuki. Bakugo frowned. Katsuki. Izuku almost never called him that even in text. Something was definitely up. Itoshi and I didn't have time to text back. Full names. Something's wrong. We were doing a group project. The blonde instantly recognized the code. We're surrounded. People watching. And what have I told you about blowing people up? Also, what time did you say you'd get back? 5 or 6. Scared. Hurt. You're gonna have visitors later, so I need to know. Police might stop by. He was confused at this one. Something bad is coming perhaps. Blasty. It's about fucking time, punk. I think 6. Are you too badly hurt? Deku. You sure? No. Blasty. Yeah. Good. Hey look. Mina called out. I can see the dome. Alright, we're almost here. You good? Are you going to be okay? Deku. Heckity heck, I crave death. No, I'm in danger. Send help. Blasty. You'll be fine. I'll take care of it. See ya. I have to go. Message received. Deku. Coolio. Understood. Bakugo pocketed his phone with a grim look as he followed his class off the bus, following mechanically as Ida shouted orders and his mind racing 100 miles an hour. Bakugo, Kirishima hissed, startling the boy out of his thoughts. Are you okay? You've been really quiet. Katsuki shook him off with a growl. I'm fine, he snapped, trying to pay attention to whatever the fuck spacesuit teacher was saying. What did he mean by visitors? I'm not at home and neither should he, so where the fuck? Great, Aizawa said, interrupting his theories. Okay, first off, he frowned and turned around to where a dark swirl was slowly growing in midair in front of the fountain down in the plaza. Everyone stood frozen as they watched the swirl grow larger, and a dark sense of dread washed over the blonde as the teacher yelled, huddle up and don't move. You're gonna have visitors later. Something bad is coming. People began to step out of the void, quickly filling up the floor at the bottom of the stairs. Heckity heck, I crave death. We're in danger. Send help. Shit, Bakugo muttered as he backed away with the rest of his class. This is what he meant. But how did he know? 13. Protect the students, Aizawa ordered, slipping on his goggles and getting his scarf at the ready. What are those? Kirishima asked, completely oblivious to the danger. They were all in battle robots like the entrance exam. Do those look like battle robots, you fucking moron? Katsuki shrieked, frantically tugging his curious classmates back towards 13. Oh god, holy fuck, I am not prepared for this. Don't move. Aizawa told his class those are villains. Shota was having one hell of a fucking day. First, he found out stupid All Might was gonna be late, so he'd have to take care of his mess of a class by himself. Exploding Child seemed to be in a fouler mood than usual, and for some reason that affected the class more than he expected. Then he had to separate set Exploding Child from Electric and Engine Child before they were all murdered. He was tired as all get out, and now villains were attacking. Can't a teacher catch a break? 13 and Eraserhead right. The Void questioned. According to the staff schedule we got, All Might is supposed to be here. The fucking course, it's that asshole's fault, he muttered, getting ready to jump in and protect his students. Aw man, a voice drawled from inside the Void person. We came all this way and he's not even here. A man with disembodied hands covering him stepped out and Aizawa's heart plummeted. The man dragged 2 boys dressed in UA uniforms by the throats. One finger lifted on each, and Shota did not want to think about what might happen if those fingers dropped. And we brought some new playmates to the man's side. Perhaps a few dead children will bring him out, huh? Yup, this was an absolutely horrible fucking day. Mr. Hand Guy. Izuku started as the man grabbed his neck. Mind telling us exactly what's going on? Do you know my quirk? Shigaraki asked him with a dangerous glint in his crazed eyes. No. It's called decay, the man explained as the villains and Namu walked through the void. Shadow Guy opened up. Anything I touch with all 5 of my fingers will slowly fall apart and be destroyed. He touched a glass on the bar table with his left hand, demonstrate, turning the cup to dust. Izuku was now very much aware of the finger hovering over his skin. Fool quirk, he yelped, and when you touch humans, the grin spread behind the hand on the man's face. Well, they too start to fall apart. First the skin, then the muscle, and then the bone. Down, down, down till there's nothing left. And let me tell you, he tightened the grip on the boy's neck, and Midoriya wanted ever so badly to cry. It's neither quick nor painless. Cool, he squeaked, freezing up in terror. You mind not using it on me though? Can't use a hostage if they're dead, am I right? He laughed nervously. The hand man scratched his neck and thought with his free hand. I suppose so, he muttered, but I really only need 1 hostage. He turned to Shinsu, who was being held in place by another villain, and began reaching for him. The purple-haired boy gave a squeal of fear when he realized the man wanted to kill him. Wait. Izuku stammered. Hang on now. 2 hostages are better than 1, right? The man paused and turned back to the boy he was clutching. Explain, he ordered. Well, if one of us get rescued, you'll still have the other, right? He told him, but if you only have 1, then what happens if that one gets rescued? 2 trump cards are better than 1. Shigaraki nodded. Yes, good point. He grabbed the other child by the arm, although leaving 1 finger lifted, and proceeded to drag them both towards the portal. Izuku was downright terrified. He vaguely registered the Shadow Man saying something to Handman before being hauled out into the bright lights. He blinked and squinted. We must be at USJ. There was a loud commotion and violent screeching from up ahead. Deku, Itoshi, Katsuki yelled from far away, barely being restrained by Shiro, Ajiro, and Kirishima from jumping down into the mess. Midori. Hito-chan, Mina shrieked, also having to be held back from rushing forward by Uraraka and Tsuyu. Yakugo. Ashido. Eraserhead snapped. Go back to 13. You so much as fucking hurt them in any way, and I'll scoop out your eyeballs with a rusty spoon and force them down your throat so you can watch me rip you limb to limb from the inside out, you fucking assholes. Bakugo howled, Kirishima and Ajiro literally having to pick him up to get him away from the villains. And I quote, LL fucking help. Mina screamed in absolute outrage. I'll melt you all down so badly there won't even be anything left for the police to fucking identify what they said. Shiro, Uraraka, Ajiro, and even Tsuyu yelled in agreement as they pulled their classmates back. My, how violent! Shadow Man shuddered. How interesting. The other laughed, glancing down at the boys he held and tightening his grip. Looks like these are some pretty valuable hostages. Crap, Izuku whined. Let me go, shitty hair. Katsuki screeched, kicking and exploding uselessly in Kirishima's rock-hard grip. I'll fucking kill them. Let go. Mina agreed from the headlock. Shiro had her, and we'll kick their fucking asses. Bakugo. Mina. 13 snapped. That's enough. Those are our friends, Mina cried. And those are also my students, they gritted out with barely restrained anger. We'll handle it. But we can't do anything while you all are still here. Sensei, how'd they get past the sensors? The vice president asked. We have those right. Yes, of course. One of them must have a quirk blocking the sensors. A half-red, half-white-haired boy noted. Otherwise the main building would have heard of this already. 13 nodded. They picked a place far from campus, and when there wouldn't be many people. 13 muttered to themselves. This was coordinated, so they're not as stupidly reckless as we thought and must have some sort of reason for this. 13. Aizawa called. Get the kids out of here and call the school. One of the villains is jamming the sensors. Probably an electric user. Kaminari. One of the boys stood up straighter. Try to use your quirk to call for help. Got it, he answered, and Aizawa got ready to fight, keeping a wary eye on the 2 hostages. Sensei, Uraraka cried. Surely you can't possibly thinking about taking them all on. They have hostages, Tsuyu pointed out, and you can't nullify all those quirks at once. I'll be fine, he growled. 13. Take care of them. Aizawa, wait. The man leapt down the stairs towards the villain's crap. Come on kids, let's go. They began leading the students towards the exit when a large black cloud appeared in front of them. I'm afraid I can't quite let you do that, he sighed. Greetings, children. We are the League of Villains, and I could give a fuck, Katsuki yelled, still being held back. Rude. The cloud huffed. Well, forgive our audacity, but we've come here today to UA, this shining example of hero creation, for one simple purpose: to end the life of All Might. What? 13 breathed, stepping forward ready to defend the students. We were told he'd be here today, however, perhaps a scheduling error. The man mused. Well, it doesn't matter. 13 opened up a finger. My job remains the same. 3 colorful streaks raced by, Mina, Bakugo, and Kirishima all slamming a quirk-enhanced fist into the shadow and dispersing it. Not if we kill you first, Katsuki snarled, shaking off a smoking palm. Expect that, bitch, Mina cackled. My, that was close, the void hummed as it reshaped itself. You may be students, but you are quite obviously the best of the best. No, get back you 3, 13 yelled, racing forward to protect them. Begone, the man announced, and the darkness swallowed up the students. Crazy Hand Man was laughing to himself while the two boys watched in horror as the Void Man engulfed their friends. Ugh, I hate pro heroes, he whined as they watched Eraserhead take down villain after villain. Even the whole mob isn't slowing him down. Normal villains are no match for this guy. I wonder. Izuku felt something touch down on his neck and a slow burning began to creep along on his skin before stopping. Eraserhead stood there, staring straight at the man, fury radiating off of him, and Shigaraki laughed cruelly, picking up his finger before the hero got slammed into by another villain. Namu, go get Eraserhead, he ordered, and the creature bounded off. Now it was just the three of them. Sue, Izuku hissed, eyes pricking with the burning pain his neck was currently in. The boy tossed a side glance at him and paled at the sight. Holy. Now, he looked at the man holding them and then back at Hitoshi, and the boy seemed to understand, clearing his throat. Hey, hand job, he called, and the man turned to him, absolutely furious. Why, you little. He froze as the boy's quirk took hold. Let us go, he ordered, and the hand around their necks was promptly released. The two students backed away immediately, wheezing and clutching their throats. Shit, Midoriya rasped as his shaking fingers came back with blood. Get him to call off the Namu, he told Hitoshi as he dug around his back, glancing worriedly at the hero currently getting thrashed around and being repeatedly slammed into the cement. Okay, repeat after me, Shinsu said. Namu, leave Eraserhead alone and go sit down. Namu, leave Eraserhead alone and go sit down, Shigaraki ordered, and the creature left the bloodied body on the ground and started coming back towards them. Ack, not towards us, just sit, the boy yelped. Ack, not towards us, just sit, the adult repeated, and the Namu did as was told, plopping down on the floor and shaking the ground, snapping its owner out of his daze. What the Namu? I told you. Izuku rushed forward and jabbed his taser into the man, knocking him out and then tasing him once more for good measure. Namu looked quite confused but still sat there obediently. Is he out? Hitoshi asked, warily nudging the body with his foot. Definitely, Midoriya snarled, beginning to race towards the group of villains gathering to finish off Eraserhead. Let's go. Your neck. It'll be fine, he lied through gritted teeth, picking up a crowbar and tossing it to his friend. I'll fix it later. Get these guys to fight each other or something. He picked up a pipe of his own and brought it down on one of the villains' head with a sickening crunch. I'll handle the rest. Got it. SENSEI. The class yelled in horror as the Void used 13's own quirk against them and they slumped over. Ida, a bigger boy yelled. They told you to go get help. Right. The boy tried to race off, but the Void blocked his path. It really wouldn't help us if you called your teachers, the man tutted, preparing to warp Ida away, like he'd done with most of their class already, before a six-armed student batted the man out of the way. Go, he yelled, and Ida ran by and managed to slip out the door. Why would you do that? Void Man whined as he reassembled. The remaining students braced themselves. Bring it, smoky bitch, Zero snarled, and the others stood in front of the entrance with him. Bring it, they chorused, even as more villains rushed towards them up the stairs. On your left, Pinky, Bakugo called, blowing aside another villain rushing at him. Got him, Mina called back, kicking her attacker into the wall. I think that's all of them, the blonde growled, dropping his latest victim on the floor. Bunch of weaklings. Great, Kirishima said, dusting himself off. Let's hurry up and go help the others. If we're still here, then everyone else must be too. I'm kinda worried about those who can't really attack. 13 Sensei probably has their hands full too. Mina worried. I mean, none of us would have gotten split up if we hadn't rushed in and just let Sensei suck the guy up. Kirishima nodded. Yeah, he admitted. We owe it to them to own up. You two go ahead and do that, Katsuki told them. I'm gonna go beat the shit out of Warp Man and Hand Boy. What? Kirishima yelped. Are you still pulling that? Regular attacks don't work on the Warp Dude, and if you get too close to the other one, who knows what he'll do to. I'm not gonna let him get the chance, he snapped. If I can at least get him to let go, then the two can handle themselves. Mina nodded in agreement. Midori may be quirkless, but he'll beat the crap out of you if you let your guard down. And Hitoshi has been training with us for hand-to-hand combat, so he's not rendered defenseless in times like these. And we have to take out those fuckers. Only mode of transportation, Bakugo continued. If we take him down, they'll be stuck, and I have an actual idea on how to beat him, you dumbass. I'm not just gonna rush in. Bakugo, look out, the two cried, pointing behind him. He quickly exploded the man and continued like nothing had happened. Like last time, I mean. He tossed the villain aside. If all they have are these losers to send after us, we should be fine. Dang, you sure are calm, Kirishima chuckled. It's kinda weird, to be honest. I'm always calm, you prick, Bakugo yelled back, flipping the red head off. There he is, Mina giggled. Whatever, he snarled. I'm outta here. Hey, wait up, Mina yelped and chased after him. Midori and Hitoshi are my friends too. Hang on, guys, don't leave me. I don't know if 13 Sensei is gonna make it. Sui warned from where she and her six-armed classmate stood protectively over the fallen hero. The warp villain floated there frustratedly for a few moments before rushing the students, blocking the exit. Then make them make it. Zero snapped as he distracted the villain, allowing Uraraka to reach the strange metal band the villain wore. Don't know why you're wearing this, she growled as she grabbed hold of it, but it must mean you have some kind of a body. She tossed the man up into the air, having nullified his gravity. Zero taped the man like some kind of twisted kite. Drop this bitch, Uraraka, he yelled as he swung the man down, and she released her hold, allowing Zero to smash the villain into the ground, denting the collar. The villain howled in pain and warped away. All right, the two high-fived. Guys, the big student called out, pointing towards the new villains rushing towards them up the stairs. Hate to break up the party, but we got company. Come on, Sato, Zero whined, getting himself ready. Let us have this one thing. Tsuyu, Shoji, Uraraka yelled as she raced forward to fight alongside the other boys. Keep them alive. We will. Will someone please give me a frickin' weapon? Kaminari screamed as he raced past another villain, narrowly dodging a swipe. God, I think my whole life flashed before my eyes. Who are these guys and how'd they get here? Worry about that later. One of the girls snapped. We gotta get out of this mob. The other cried as the three backed into each other. Hey Zappy, can't you fry these guys? The first girl asked. You already know that's not how it works, Gyro. The blonde griped back. I can't control, only discharge. I'll hit you guys too. And I'm trying to get past this jammed signal at the same time. Just give me a weapon already. Oh, shut up already, Gyro huffed, kicking the boy towards the villains. Be a human, taser then. Seriously? He shrieked before colliding with the first villain and knocking them out cold with his quirk. It worked. Never mind about the weapon, I'm good. The three worked in tandem to take down their enemies one by one, backing each other up. It's ready, the taller girl yelled, grabbing Gyro and pulling her close as a large sheet erupted out of her back and covered them. Do you really think that sheet is gonna do anything against us? One of the villains yelled. She grinned as the sheet dropped around them. Oh, not in the slightest. She laughed. After all, this is just a 100mm thick insulation sheet. Kaminari. She covered the two of them tightly. On it, he yelled with a grin of his own. Buckle up, motherfuckers. Because I'm actually. He discharged his electricity at full power pretty strong. The two girls peeked out from under the sheet to see steaming, unconscious bodies surrounding them. Momo, Gyro squeaked. Your clothes. It's fine, she responded, creating herself a new outfit to cover herself up. Nice job, Kaminari. The dazed boy gave her a stupid smile back and 2 thumbs up. Whoa, he slurred. Oh yeah, Gyro sighed. I forgot about his side effects. Attack your friends, Hitoshi ordered, and the man charged at his own companions. He swung his crowbar and hit another coming towards him with a crack. I'm so sorry, he apologized quietly as he stepped over the wounded man and continued on. Izuku, on the other hand, wasn't holding back in the slightest, giving a terrifying snarl as his 7 years of experience were unleashed on the poor unsuspecting fools daring to attack him. He'd managed to tie his bangs back, and now nothing was blocking him from utterly destroying the people around him. Just a green and white blur, having tossed his jacket and tie aside long ago. What is up with this kid? One man yelped as another villain got their ribs crushed by the tiny high schooler. Izuku looked up and grinned at the man from where he crouched over his most recent victim, a vision that was absolutely nightmarish as the boy was covered in splatters of others' blood, his own neck dripping from the wound he'd received earlier. Drop the shotgun, Shinsu yelled, and his attacker did as was told before getting knocked out by him. He picked up the weapon warily and smashed it on the floor, swinging its remains towards another woman racing towards him, knocking her aside. You guys are weak, one man rumbled to his compatriots, unwisely stepping in front of Izuku. I mean, what's this baby gonna do? Stab me? He glanced down and saw that Izuku had indeed stabbed him in the leg, twisting the blade and glaring at the man as he went down. Careful what you wish for, he taunted, wiping the blade off on his pants, shoving it back in his pocket and reaching Aizawa at the same time Shinsu did. He's not looking too good, Hitoshi wheezed, glancing around at the villain still somehow standing. He's got several broken bones, internal bleeding for sure, maybe a punctured lung, skull fractures, or at the very least a concussion. Yeah, I know. We took the same first aid class, silly. Izuku huffed, pulling out his first aid kit from his bag and tossing it to his friend who caught it. Try to do what you can with that. I'll hold him off. He picked up his bloodied pole again. Izuku, your neck. I'm fine, he snarled. I've had worse. We can fix it later. There might not be a later. Shut up, he yelled, and Shinsu flinched at the unfamiliar burst of anger. I'm so sorry, Sue, he sighed, rubbing his face in exhaustion and looking like he wanted to cry again. But right now Eraserhead needs help more than I do. I can wait. Just do what you can. Hitoshi sighed and opened up the case. I'll try my best, he murmured, getting to work. Thank you, Midoriya breathed before sidestepping an attacker and raising his weapon. Vibe check. He hit the person in the side, bones snapping and cracking under the blow. The man gave an anguished scream, but the boy ignored him, stepping on the injured man to make sure he stayed down before lunging towards the next, a blood-stained green blur mercilessly taking down opponent after opponent. NOMU. A familiar voice shrieked and the boys froze, looking over where the knocked-out Shigaraki once lay, now wide awake and absolutely pissed. "How is he up?" Shinsu screeched, kicking away a villain who'd slipped past Midoriya. "Didn't you tase him like twice? I should have slit his fucking throat," he muttered to himself, stabbing a woman who got too close with her own knife before noticing the shadow man standing next to the villain warp guy woke him up somehow. He yelled and his friend nodded, before ordering one of the villains to stand guard beside him, tossing the man his own crowbar. "This isn't good," Izuku sighed. Right before sending someone flying with a kick to the neck, things were not going well for Shigaraki today. Small NPC children had humiliated him and knocked him out. Eraserhead hadn't gone down like he wanted. Kurogiri just informed him that he hadn't succeeded in killing 13, only incapacitated them. Plus had gotten injured somehow in the process. Only managed to split up about half the stupid hero children, and one of those hero students had escaped. All of this on top of the fact All Might didn't even show up to his own demise. It was enough to make anyone freak out, really. "Are you kidding me?" he whined, scratching frantically at his neck and watching as one of the kids he had kidnapped took down villain after remaining villain while the other fixed Eraserhead. "This isn't fair. All Might isn't even here and you're all messed up, so we can't leave. I can make portals." Kurogiri sighed, a smoky hand rubbing the dent in his armor. "They're just a bit smaller and more unstable than before." Shigaraki groaned and stopped scratching. "Fine. We don't stand a chance against dozens of pros when they come, and if All Might isn't here then there's no purpose for sticking around. It's game over. For now. NOMU. The green-haired boy smacked down the final soldier and was now glaring at the two warily. "We're leaving. Get over here." He observed the child slump in relief and start making his way back to Eraserhead, which for some reason only pissed him off even more. Tamura, Kurogiri began to warn but went ignored. "Just one last thing before we leave, Kurogiri." He raced at the boy with his back stupidly turned, right hand outstretched. "I want to leave a few dead kids in order to hurt the symbol of peace's pride." The boy turned, eyes comically wide as he reached him. "Midoriya." Izuku shoved aside the last of the villains, taking in heaving breaths as the world began to spin ever so slightly. Blood loss must be kicking in, he thought sluggishly, eyeing the recently awakened leader whining and scratching. Shinsu smacked the guy holding guard, knocking him out of his trance. "What the man looked down at the bloodied crowbar he held and dropped it in shock. Fuhitoshi brought a chunk of cement down on the man, blissfully knocking him out. "We're leaving. Get over here." The villain leader yelled and Midoriya almost sobbed in relief. Something feels really off about this. His mind protested even as his exhausted body began to stagger towards his friend to get his wounds treated. To come all this way to kill All Might and just leave on a whim. "And if they get away, we'll be in even more trouble," his instincts screeched as he heard footsteps approaching him from behind. "In order to hurt the symbol of peace's pride." The hand man yelled and Izuku turned, every nerve on fire and hands instinctively being raised to protect his face. "Midoriya." Hitoshi screamed, reaching out in the futile attempt to help. Too slow, he realized as the hand closed down on his face. He felt something sharp and cold on his left cheek as the villain's fingers dropped and he waited, frozen in place, for that itching burning of his skin dissolving. It didn't come. "Wah, you're pretty cool, Eraserhead," the man drawled, looking over at the fallen hero. Izuku spared a glance to see the teacher glaring at the blue-haired man, Shinsu nervously holding his hair up. He'll eventually blink. He noticed what he had held up in the vain attempt to stop the villain, feeling a small bead of blood trickle down his cheek. "God, I almost stabbed my eye out." The boy didn't give him the chance to finish the order, twisting the blade from under the hand and yanking away from himself. The stolen knife was razor sharp and went through Shigaraki's pinky and ring fingers, cleanly slicing them off as Izuku staggered back. The man screamed in pain, also stepping back while Midoriya let out a hysterical, panicked laugh. "You said you needed all 5 fingers to touch for your quirk to work," he reminded, even as he lunged towards the retreating villain. "Let's see you try to dissolve me with only 3. He tackled the man to the floor, cracking the adult's head on the cement as a knee pinned him in place. "Not so tough now, are you, huh? Let's see how much you like getting the shit beaten out of you." And Izuku punched him on the jaw to cut him off, avoiding the flailing left arm trying to grab him. He grasped the arm in between the dismembered limbs that were attached, where the man's own hand couldn't reach, and stepped on the elbow to hold it still, renewed adrenaline and rage coursing through his veins. "Payback time, you bitch. This is for kidnapping me and my friend," he hissed dangerously, pulling on the man's arm with a sickening, wet snap. He let the limb limply drop as the man under him screamed and sobbed. Izuku felt little remorse as he brought down his already blood-stained boot on the uninjured hand, bones crunching and breaking under it. "That was for hurting my other friends. Remember your lessons." Eyes, ears, throat. He ignored the screaming and flailing while he yanked the man's head up only to smash it back down. "For trying to kill my teacher." He stabbed the knife into the unbroken arm. "For trying to kill me." The small boy began repeatedly bringing down his bloodied fists into the man's back, hearing them faintly crack under him as he performed some kind of twisted reverse CPR. He brought his hands up one last time and swung them downward before they disappeared into a small portal and reappeared next to him, his own blow knocking him off the villain. He rolled away into a crouch, teeth bared and ready to fight, only to freeze and watch as the bloody mess he'd left slowly slip headfirst into a tiny portal, like a snake disappearing into its home. The man reemerged into the Shadow Man's arms, wisely keeping away from the bloody, green-haired demon crouched farther off and glaring daggers into the both of them. "We're leaving," Kurogiri told him, obviously shaken. "Good. Now maybe I can." The doors of the center slammed open and All Might barged in, smile now set in a scowl as he shouted, "Fear not." The man being carried twitched at the sound of the hero's voice. "Shit. No, not now. They were leaving. I am here." "No. NOMU." The villain managed to rasp out from between sobs. "Get him." All Might burst through the doors, absolutely livid as he took in the scene. His students began crying out the moment they saw him, gesturing through their tears at a fallen, crumbling 13 and the various unconscious bodies littering them, the stairs and Aizawa down at the bottom. "I'm glad I cut my talk with the principal short." He ripped off his jacket and tie and stepped forward. "You did good, kids," he reassured. "Even as some fell in exhaustion and relief, I met young on my way here and he filled me in on the situation. You must have been so scared. But fear not." He made sure his voice echoed throughout the arena. "I am here." "No," he heard one voice cry out. "NOMU. Get him." Another shrieked. He left down the stairs in a single bound, eyeing the carnage surrounding him. What the hell happened here? Surely this wasn't Aizawa. He raced over to his fellow teacher. "Don't touch him," a bloodied, purple-haired boy he'd never seen warned from where he was crouched protectively over his co-worker. Bandages in hand, I don't know the extent of the damage on his head or neck. Moving him could be dangerous. "Thank you, young man, for the concern," he began, "but if he stays here..." "All Might," a familiar voice shrieked, "get out of here." He turned to see a black blur heading straight for the trio. He quietly cursed and moved out of the way, Blur following him as he did. "URARAKA." The purple boy shouted a little help. His student bounded down the stairs towards them. "No, get back." He felt the beast tackle him and focused on the fight in front of him. "All Might." The voice yelled again and he looked up to see. It's the quirkless boy, Midoriya. "Damn, he looks like hell. That thing is engineered to kill you. Get out of here." The hero gave a grimace grin at the boy. "Young Midoriya," he reassured, even as he grappled with the beast, "don't worry. I've got it. Get Eraser and your friends out of here." The boy frowned but nodded, scrambling to his feet and racing over to where the two others were carefully trying to move a floating Aizawa up the stairs to safety. All Might and Namu wrestled, both trying to rip the other apart. "My blows are doing nothing." He coughed and a small splatter of blood dribbled out, "and I've already used up my time limit for the day." He could hear a faint wheezing laugh. "Nice CT, try the bloodied thing," in the strange smoky villain's arms choked out Yuka Kansen Opus Nomu. The two dodged a rock thrown at them. "Shut it," Uraraka yelled, pushing a floating Aizawa away from the fight. "He's All Might. He's gonna kick your butts." The pro hero couldn't help but smile at his student's faith before he met Midoriya's eyes. They both knew that would be a stretch. Izuku watched in growing dread as Namu slowly began pushing All Might back. The cheers of the other students filled the arena, but they meant nothing to the boy as he locked eyes with the hero. "He's hurt. He's already coughing up blood. He might not make it." A tiny portal opened up, tripping the hero and causing him to be grabbed by the beast. Midoriya immediately dropped 1A's teacher, racing back to the scene. "IZUKU." The two students shouted. "Get him upstairs," he yelled back, picking up a bat one of the fallen villains had held. The void teleported in front of him in the vain hope of slowing him down. "Move out of the way, Deku," Katsuki screamed, slamming a fiery palm into the man's armor and knocking him to the ground. "You're not all that now, huh, you bastard?" He sneered at the villain under him. But the ice sped past them and froze half the Namu in place, just in time for All Might to snap one of its limbs off and free himself. "I heard you were here to kill All Might," the half-red, half-white boy monotoned as he stepped forward, "but I don't think trash like you can even get close. Don't even think of moving," Mina growled warningly. Hand outstretched over where Shigaraki's body lay, "or I'll melt your fucking hands off. You picked the wrong class to mess with," Kirishima snarled, slamming a hardened fist into his hand as he stepped next to Bakugo. "Kaken, guys," Midoriya began to tear up with relief. Katsuki shot him a glance. "You look like shit," he noted. Izuku sniffled and wiped away his tears. "I feel like it," he laughed, steadying his swaying position and lifted his new weapon at the half-frozen Namu. "That's Namu. He was created to kill All Might. Well, I guess we better get on it then." Kirishima grinned. The Namu began tearing itself apart as it pulled away from its frozen limbs still stuck to the ground. "That is all kinds of wrong," Mina squealed, wisely running over to where her friends and teachers stood defensively. "Relax," Katsuki grinned. "It's 5-on-1 and I've got their only mode of transportation out for the count." He pressed a heated palm down more firmly on the metal and the villain hissed in pain. "You slipped up, bitch. Not only did you kidnap my friends, but you also pretty much told me about how your quirk works. How? Your warping parts are limited, right? And you're hiding your real body in all this mist and under this armor. The villain remained silent, confirming the boy's theory. Bakugo gave a feral sneer and pressed down even more. That's right, motherfucker. I'm already pretty fucking pissed. So if you so much as even think of doing anything out of line, I'll have no regrets in blowing you to kingdom come, you fucking piece of shit. That's not very hero-like, bro. Kirishima winced as Midoriya tried to hold back a laugh. Like I fucking care. Namu the forgotten body warbled out, we need our escape route back. Take the brat out of the way. The Namu complied, limbs beginning to grow back. I'm gonna be sick, Mina whined as they all watched in horror. Frosty, Izuku yelled as the monster began lurching forward. Can you slow him down? The boy nodded and another stream of ice shot out, freezing its legs in place. The students, besides Bakugo, ran up to meet the frozen monster before it could rip itself out. Kids, All Might cried as he shook himself off. Don't. He went completely ignored. Mina threw large balls of acid at the creature, keeping it immobilized as Kirishima tried puncturing it, and Midoriya brought his bat down on the exposed brain. The Frost Boy continued freezing limbs off as fast as Namu could regrow them, working with the neon pink girl to basically keep the creature a sausage with a head. All Might rushed forward, grabbing the poor thing by its legs and repeatedly slammed it back and forth on the ground. And no, shut up, handyman, Izuku snapped, leaning on Mina for support as they all quickly moved out of the way of the fight All Might clearly had handled. They watched in a smug yet twisted way as the Namu was smashed one last time and yeeted out the arena. Kirishima whistled appreciatively. Nice, he and Mina commented. Well, that was easier than I expected, Katsuki grumbled from his position. Oi, Deku. You ain't looking too good. A blur knocked the blonde from the villain, allowing the man to warp away. What? Nobody move or the kid gets it. The new villain warned, recently awakened and holding Bakugo in a fearful chokehold. They all froze, Midoriya having to be held back from rushing at the man. Look, I just wanna. He didn't get to finish his sentence as his hostage stomped down on the man's foot viciously and calmly brought a palm up, exploding the man's face and getting let go. He kicked the down man once more as further insult. Anybody else wanna get fresh? He snarled at the unmoving bodies, some of them now trembling as he lit up a huge explosion to send his point home. Didn't think so. Kicchan. Izuku shrieked as a small warp gate opened under him and he fell through, scrabbling on the edge for a moment as the others tried to grab him before completely slipping through. They all turned to where the villain stood, the one covered in hands and blood, looking as if a breeze could knock him over. Yet for some reason, this was the one holding the green-haired boy in his bleeding, unbroken arm. Don't follow us, Kurogiri warned, opening a small portal in his body that the other tried to gracefully back into. Deku, Katsuki yelled, what the hell are you doing? The boy glanced at the man holding him and back at his friend. I'm kinda starting to feel bad about how much I already hurt him, he yelled back. All Might and the other students watched the exchange and with a mixture of surprise red and white, concern Kirishima, All Might, and amusement Mina. Here's a bright idea. Don't, the blonde retorted. Izuku just groaned very loudly. Just get the fuck back here. They're already half gone. I don't wanna, he whined. Deku, fine. He bit down on the arm holding him and elbowed the villain in the gut harshly. The man began shrieking and let go, Izuku still attached to his arm and frantically trying to shake him off. Midoriya was finally kicked off, spitting out a chunk of flesh and fabric he'd taken with him to the side. He gave the disappearing villain a bloodied, gore-filled grin and the man let out a frightened shriek once more before shoving himself into the too small warp gate behind him. With a quiet whoosh, the two vanished out of sight as Midoriya sauntered back to his friends. Took you long enough, Katsuki grumbled as the boy collapsed in his arms. I can still taste him gross, Izuku slurred also. I think I might be going into shock because of my blood loss, he giggled, gesturing vaguely at his neck, and they all stiffened. I should probably get that fixed. What the fuck, Deku? His friend freaked, voicing everyone's concern as All Might started backing away as inconspicuously as possible. Gunshots rang out overhead, drawing their attention. Sorry we're late, the hero called out, surrounded by other UA staff. President of Class 1 Ida Tenure reporting for duty. Ida yelled out and weak cheers could be heard from around the arena as the heroes went to work. Bakugo, Shinsu yelled, running over to where the blonde was getting examined by first responders. Have you seen Izuku? He had to be rushed back to school with 13 and Aizawa, he growled, fiddling with something that suspiciously looked like a switchblade wound in the neck. Blood loss got to him. What? He'll make it, the boy sighed. At least that's what they told me. Oh God, Hitoshi whimpered, sinking down to the floor and frantically wiping at his face. I told him to get it fixed. He said he was fine. Calm the fuck down, Katsuki snapped, shoving the item in his pocket. You're acting like he's dead, and last time I checked the little bastard is still kicking. But, shut it, he snarled also. What the fuck were you two doing here? The train was stalled, so we decided to walk, the boy muttered out, hugging himself. I accidentally bumped into crazy hand guy on the street and we got kidnapped before getting brought over here. I swear as soon as he gets better I'm beating the shit out of him, Bakugo growled, yanking his friend up and dragging him back to where the rest of his class stood. Bakugo. Tsuyu waved him down and he reluctantly made his way over, Hitoshi still in hand. What? He snapped as others began crowding around. Where's Izuku? Shiro asked worriedly. I saw him down there with that weird hand dude. Is he okay? He's gonna die and it's all my fault, Shinsu sniffled, beginning to tear up. What? Their friends shrieked and Bakugo smacked him in the head. He's fine, he gritted out. Nina, Shiro, Tsuyu, Uraraka, Ajiro, Ida and Kirishima all exchanged worried glances. Bakugo. Ajiro hesitated. Please. Is he okay? The other blonde groaned. Look, all I know is that he was rushed off with blood loss and a few fractures. He slumped, now looking as tired as Hitoshi and rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. The medic that took him said he'd be okay, but Jesus, fuck, I'm not sure if they were lying or not. He didn't look okay to me. You kids should head back to the classroom, a detective told them as he walked over to the small group. This isn't really the time to be taking your statement. Detective, Tsuyu greeted. What about our teachers and friend? How are they? The adult looked into their worried faces and sighed. Eraserhead suffered a lot of damage. Both arms were splintered, face was fractured, and an eye socket was pulverized, which might lead to permanent or long-term loss of vision. Luckily, he somehow didn't suffer permanent brain damage, just a slight concussion. He held up his phone. Or so I hear. The kids shuffled nervously. And the others? Uraraka questioned. 13 has severe lacerations to their back and parts of their arms, but nothing too life-threatening. All Might is in surprisingly good shape, with only a wound to his side from that creature. He'll probably be. Yeah, that's great, Katsuki snapped. And Deku? Who? The detective questioned with a confused look. Midoriya. Jiro clarified. Midoriya Izuku. Oh, him. I'm not liking the sound of that, Mina murmured worriedly, clutching Shiro's arm tightly. He'll be okay, he dismissed with a reassuring smile. He did go into hemorrhagic shock from the wound he received on his neck, plus moving around so much. Hitoshi gave a choked sob and sank further down in Katsuki's grip, and the doctors are checking for any cross-contamination in his bloodstream from the other blood found on him, most of which, surprisingly, wasn't his own. However, he made it back to the hospital in time and is in stable condition now. He also suffered from a few fractured ribs and a sprained wrist, but he should be back on his feet in a few days. The kids let out wary sighs of relief. See Petunia head. Bakugo grinned, trying to hide his own worry. He's fine. Is he though? The boy mumbled, still sniffling as they were led back onto the bus. He better be. Izuku blinked up at white-tiled ceiling. Oh fuck, I'm in a hospital again. Kaken is never gonna let me live this down. He fell back asleep. Hey Bakugo. Kirishima greeted as the blonde packed up for the day. Where you going? Visit in Deku, the boy grumbled, swinging his bag over his shoulder and shoving past his classmate. Right, the redhead sighed, walking alongside him. It's been 2 days now. He still hasn't woken up. Nope, he responded. The blonde had been in an unnaturally quiet mood these past 2 days, and his class and teacher were beginning to get worried. Hey, I'll visit with you, Kirishima suggested. I haven't really seen him since. No thanks. He walked out the gate, Ijiro still tagging along. Come on, I want to check up on him too. I said no, asshole. Bakugo snapped, getting ready to explode. His classmate, what do you not understand about his phone, went off with a quiet ding. He paused mid-rant, shot the boy a glare and pulled out the device. Deku. It was a selfie of a more exhausted and scrawnier-looking Midoriya giving the camera a peace sign. IV clearly visible in his arm, bandage around his neck and tongue out impishly from where he lay half buried in his hospital gown, pillow and blanket. I lived, bitch. You still have my knife. Katsuki glared at his phone, unsure on whether to start crying in joy or explode the phone. Son of a bitch, he screamed instead, shoving the phone back in his pocket and taking off down to the train station. Bakugo, wait up. A sports fest? Midoriya asked, still rubbing his head where his friend had repeatedly smacked him with a pillow the instant he saw him awake. Oh yeah. The UA annual sports fest. I forgot about that. We're still doing it. Apparently, Bakugo huffed, eyeing the nurse who simply glared at him back, still quite unhappy about the blonde having attacked her patient the moment he'd burst in. So soon, Inko fretted. Yeah, I mean, we just got attacked by villains. Darling, please don't mention that. His mother shuddered. Sensei said it would be a good boost in morale, Kirishima explained, having tagged along despite Katsuki's protest. Wait, Eraserhead is teaching. Izuku gaped. How? He looked like a mummy, but he still showed up. Bakugo snorted, leaning back in his seat. Shows how pathetic you are, seeing as how all you had was fucking blood loss and a sprained wrist. Kaken, Katsu-kun, mother and son cried, although one more offended than the other. You are, he cackled at Izuku's pouting face. I'm getting discharged today, the boy protested. After a 2.5-day coma, Kirishima fretted. Like Kaken said, Izuku dismissed with a wave of an IV'd hand. Just a little blood loss. Kirishima blanched. That's not something to be taken lightly, dude, he whispered, glancing over at Inko. He insisted on getting back as soon as possible. She sighed in defeat. used to her son's recklessness saying he had a project to work on or something. Izuku lit up. I do, and if I work hard enough I should be able to get my equipment forms sent in before the festival. Speaking of which, Kaken, have you turned in your forms yet? For what? He snapped. I don't need equipment. Your hearing aids, Izuku explained with a roll of his eyes. You need to get those approved. Hero ones or even your regular ones. I have some extra forms in my backpack. Fuck, he groaned, burying his face in his hands. I have to do that. Yup, Izuku smirked triumphantly. Better get on it. Wait, you have hearing aids? Kirishima baffled. Since when? Bakugo and the Midoriya stared at the boy. Are you joking or just that stupid? Katsuki asked seriously. Wait, really? My dear Kirishima-kun, Izuku giggled. What did you think he had on his ears this whole time? Earbuds. Oh my god, they're not. But Ida said. All three started laughing at the confused boy before the room door burst open and a disheveled Shinsu stood panting in the doorway. Could you please refrain from slamming doors open? The nurse began scolding before the boy launched himself at his friend. Izuku. He sobbed and landed on the bed next to him, hugging him as best as possible from their strange position. Sir, please keep your voice down. I thought you were dead, you asshole. Hey, that's what Kaken said when he came in. Sir, please stop moving the patient around so much. How dare you scare me like that? I actually thought I killed you. Sir, I'm sorry, Midoriya laughed, patting his crying friend's hair while Katsuki cackled from the side. Kirishima looked confused, Inko resigned, and the nurse flustered. I won't do it again. Oh, like you said you wouldn't climb to the top of the fire escape and jump off with a homemade parachute when we were 5 again. Bakugo snorted. Once again, I was 5, he retorted, and it was only from the second-story balcony. You did it when you were 13 at the very top after I specifically told you not to because of last time. Okay, but I didn't break anything that time. You sprained your wrist, both ankles, fractured your right forearm, dislocated your shoulder, and bruised 3 ribs. I have no valid excuse for that actually. How do you even remember all that? Because you dragged me along with you and I ended up with a broken elbow. I don't forgive nor forget, bitch. When Izuku walked into class the next day, he was promptly surrounded by worried classmates and friends. Okay, calm down. Shinsu snapped at them good-naturedly. Acting like a bodyguard for the boy, let him get to his desk before you bombard him. The moment Midoriya sat down, everyone crowded around. What happened? Were you really in a coma? Are you sure you should be at school? Did you fight villains? What happened to your neck? One at a time. Izuku laughed, gesturing for all of them to calm down. Su-chan and I were walking to school when we got kidnapped. They took us over to USJ. Universal Studios. Hikaru butted in. 13 Sensei's simulation joint. Idiot, Kaori responded, smacking the boy in the back of the head. Continue, Midoriya-kun. Where Class 1 was having their lessons. We were held hostage. Everything is a bit of a blur after that, really. Eraserhead stepped in and started fighting the mob. Some of the others got split up. The guy holding us used his quirk on me. He gestured to the bandage still around his neck, but Aizawa-sensei stopped him before it could get worse, so it was only a few layers of skin and a couple veins, but not my actual arteries. Fighting, lots of crazy stuff. I think I blacked out a few times because of the blood loss. I almost got kidnapped again, and then All Might and the rest of the teachers showed up and saved us. He finished. That's it, really. The class looked over at Hitoshi suspiciously. What are you looking at me for? He scoffed. I was dragged along for the same ride as him, which, by the way, pay attention in first aid and rescue. I actually had to use it out in the field, which means you guys might eventually too. Speaking of which, Midoriya, Atsushi piped up. Is your neck all right? It's fine, the boy grinned. Wanna see? You're not supposed to take those off until tomorrow. Shinsu hissed even as Izuku undid the gauze to show his class. I'll be fine, Su-chan. Gross, Hanako squealed with a laugh, and others agreed. Right, Midoriya laughed back as the class packed around to get a better look. It kinda looks like a hand, Toyo noted. Sure enough, the lighter scar tissue looked a bit like fingerprints, a thumb-sized blotch on his right side and a larger, 4-finger-tall blotch on the left. Does it? He mused as he wrapped his neck back up. It makes sense actually. Good morning, listeners. Mike greeted as he entered the room. Can you guys take your seats? I need to take attendance. He noticed Izuku at his desk. Midoriya, my favorite little listener. How you doing, kiddo? Izuku gave him a thumbs up. Keepin' on. He grinned. Where's 13 Sensei? They'll be back in a couple days, don't worry. He reassured with a grin of his own. Now, time for attendance squirts. Then we can get straight into our English lesson. Quiet groans filled the room. Kaori. Here, Midori. Here we go again, Izuku sighed, setting down his tray in time before getting tackled by about 5 different people. Guys, can't breathe. Ribs were fractured. His friends got up and sat down at the booth, Mina dragging the boy to sit next to her. How are you doing, Midoriya-kun? Ida asked, eyeing the bandage on his friend. I'm fine, guys, he laughed seriously. Sure, Hitoshi muttered as he draped himself over his classmate. Hemorrhagic shock. Perfectly fine. Su-chan, Izuku whined, shoving the boy off. Enough, I need to eat. I have a project to finish up. Shinsu and a few of the others squinted suspiciously at him. Like, an actual project or? Yes, an actual project. I don't just go, we're during lunch. He huffed, shoveling food in his mouth quickly. Just wait until the sports fest. It's gonna be awesome. But seriously, Mido-chan, you're Raka fretted. Are you two okay? If you don't believe me, ask Kaken, he suggested, and they all froze. We'd rather not, Zero admitted sheepishly. He's been a bit, how do I put this? A jerk. Tsuyu finished for him. He's been a real jerk lately. Who's been a jerk? Frog fuck. Katsuki snapped, squeezing into the already full booth. And my point has been proven. You want to repeat that? May, you better not have finished my boots while I was incapacitated, Izuku yelled as he dumped his satchel on a work table, waving at some of the other students in the lab who waved back in relief. Damn it, you're still alive, she yelled back, wheeling from one table to another in her Heelys. May, I didn't touch your damn equipment. You had better not. I mean, maybe a few alterations here and there. Hatsum, I swear to God if you get me blown up again. Relax, she dismissed. I only finished up the belt for you. She tossed the utility belt over Uli. He caught it and put it on. Hey, not bad, he admitted. Needs another holster, but I can sew that on myself. Did you figure out the capsules? I did. Blueprints are on the table with a prototype. And our extra credit project. She flashed him a grin and lifted up the goggles off her oil and soot-covered face. Still extra secret. She told him. Did you turn in the files for your equipment? Yeah, they all got passed except the taser marbles, he sighed, rolling out his papers on his work table. Oh boo, those are fun. She sighed. Anyway, I need you to test something for me. What is it? He asked suspiciously, crossing his arms with a scowl. Don't look at me like that, she whined, holding up some white, knee-high boots. It's my hover boots. They're acting quirky and I need them for the sports fest. They just seem to be missing something. Why are you asking me then? He questioned, even as he walked over and took the footwear from her. You weigh a little more than me and I think that might help stabilize it, she said, handing him the remote. So just flick it. Yup. He did as was asked and began floating off the ground slightly. Huh, he mused. I don't see anything wrong. Well, the shoes took off, blasting the poor boy crazily around the workshop and earning the 2 glares from other students trying to work. HATUS. Stop this crazy thing. I just got let out of the hospital. That's it. She cried happily. The output regulators. Thanks, Midoriya. No problem, he yelled back, gripping onto one of rafters to keep himself from flying around even more, legs flailing. Where's the off button? The smile slipped from her face a bit. So that's what I forgot. How do you forget an off switch? It's been a busy week. The UA Sports Fest is coming up, right? Inko asked as her son sat down at the table. Yeah, in about a week actually, he sighed. I don't really feel ready, to be honest. There's only so much I can do with my equipment. Inko gave him a bright smile. Hey now, she chuckled, you've made it this far without any fancy equipment or flashy quirks like others. I feel like that was a backhanded compliment directed towards Kaken Ma, he snorted. Maybe so, you admit it. But my point still stands, she told him, smacking him lightly on the shoulder as she placed his dinner before him. You've done so well. Been able to keep up with all your friends, and you're not slowing down anytime soon. She kissed the top of his head and ruffled his curls. I'm very proud of you, and you should be too, I guess. He picked at his food. No downers at the table, she scolded, pulling his food away with her quirk. Hey, I was gonna eat that, he whined, and Inko reluctantly slid his plate back. You're going to do great, darling. In fact, she raised an eyebrow mischievously. I was able to get my shift covered the night before and after the festival. Meaning, you're coming to watch, he shrieked, getting up excitedly and almost knocking his glass over. For real? Yup, she laughed. I'm going with Mitsuki and Masaru. Yes, he cheered, running around the small kitchen. Auntie and uncle are coming too. Eat your food, Izuku, she giggled. Well, now that I know you're coming, I guess I gotta do my best, huh? He snarked, sitting back down and inhaling his meal. You were going to do your best either way, Inko told him. And what have I said about scarfing down your food like that? So you're not sorry, and we both know it, she huffed as he swallowed his food. I think you've been hanging out too much with Auntie and Kaken Ma, he snickered. Bullshit. Who told you that? She asked sweetly. Oh my god, he shrieked. My mother has been corrupted. Hey, 1A's back. Atsa, she called out, waving to the other class being led in by All Might and a mummy. Hi guys, Mina yelled from the other side of the room. Hello, 1 degree Celsius and 13 greeted back. All Might seemed a bit surprised at the camaraderie between the two classes but shrugged it off. The mummy didn't seem fazed at all. Midoriya, Hikaru shrieked, racing by with his hands covering the back of his neck and head. Stop it. Then stop moving, Izuku screamed, chasing after him with several knives in hand. Just hold still. Midoriya, what have I told you about using your classmates as target practice? 13 shouted, immediately taking off after them in a panic. You realize we have actual targets, right? Listen to Sensei, Midoriya. Listen to Sensei. Then stop running, you cowardly magic eraser. What the hell? an invisible girl said in surprise as they all watched Izuku tackle his classmate to the floor before Kaori and Toyo raced over to help 13 pry him off. Is this what I've been missing with the joint trainings? Basically, yes, Zero chuckled. Alright class, All Might Boon, today we'll be practicing partner ups. But first we need to warm up. He patted his pockets and the smile on his face dimmed a little. Can you guys, hang on a bit, he flustered, patting himself down and turning his back to the class to properly panic. Are you serious? Mummy man, oh wait, Eraserhead hissed. Fiery, keep away, Hiroshima suggested eagerly to his classmates as their teachers continued bickering off to the side. Let's warm up with that. We're working on team-ups, idiot, Bakugo scoffed. That's a solo game. Midori, Mina called, we need your help. A scuffed up Izuku bounded over happily. Yeah, sure, he grinned. What's up? We need to warm up and we want to play FKA, but Bakugo says it has to be a partner-up thing cause that's what we're learning today, she explained. Izuku hummed thoughtfully, tapping his chin. Oh, Uraraka can be your new opponent. What? The girl yelped at me. Yeah, he grinned. The more I think about it, the better choice you are. How so? Katsuki grumbled. Okay, new rules, Midoriya announced, and the others gathered around eagerly. Same as before, but you're allowed to have a partner in this. A tap from Yura-chan is a point. If she manages to float you, it's 2. Since it is a partner version, Kaken, you have to work with her to rack up as many points as you can. Great, he muttered. On the bright side, Izuku quickly amended, anyone floated can get blasted out of the ring and it counts as an automatic win. The blonde perked up immediately with the new rule, and even Uraraka looked a bit excited at the idea. If they hit the ceiling, it's 3 points. This is either gonna go really well or really bad. Asui shuddered as the new partners high-fived. Alright, have fun guys, the greenette said as he dismissed himself. I need to go practice my knife skills. Don't cut your finger off again, Mina told him good-naturedly. I'm pretty sure recovery girl can't reattach limbs. I'll try, he laughed, wiggling his left pinky finger at her, the one with a razor-thin scar running around his second knuckle like a ring. He what? Bakugo howled. Gotta go. Izuku panicked, racing off full speed. Man, I'm tired, Shinsu groaned, stretching his limbs out as the bell rang and the class began to pack up. Same, Atsushi sighed. Midoriya, you good? Fine, the boy chirped back, frantically trying to shove all his things in his bag. I have Krav Maga in about an hour, so I gotta rush home. Getting in some extra training for the sports festival, Mido-kun, Hanako teased. Oh yeah, Hitoshi hummed. It's this Thursday, right? Yup, Toyo said. I'm so pumped. Thanks for teaching me that body slam, Midoriya. I'm sure it'll come in handy. No problem. The students stepped outside the class only to see a mob gathered around one of the classrooms. What the fresh hell? Shinsu muttered as they came to a standstill. Hey, move it people. I don't have all day. I have to get to work. Angry Pomeranian. Was that Petunia boy just now? Get him to move all the extras out the way. I gotta get home before the old hag starts blowing up my phone. Su-chan, can you get them to move? I'm gonna be late, Izuku whined, putting his phone away. I'd love to, but I can't control this many. Wait here, you guys, he grumbled as he shoved his way to the front. Move aside, cannon fodder. A boy screeched from the inside of the class. Isn't that Bakugo-kun? Atsushi asked nervously. Yup, Midoriya sighed as he followed after his purple-haired friend. I'd recognize that scream from anywhere. You really shouldn't call people cannon fodder, Blondie. Shinsu grinned after parting the crowd. Such bad manners, he tutted. Hey you, a silver-haired boy popped up angrily. I'm from class 1B, next door. We heard you guys fought villains and we wanted to check you out. He glared at a smug-looking Bakugo, but all I'm seeing is this arrogant bastard. Don't you dare make a fool out of the heroics course. Oh please, Monoma scoffed 1A. They're nothing compared to us. He gave them a wide grin. 1B is gonna blow all of you out of the water. He cackled. This is war 1A. Hello. Shinsu snapped. Don't forget about us. He gestured to his class, now standing defensively around him. We may be general studies, but this is our chance to get into the heroics course. Don't get cocky just because you scored a little higher on that entrance exam. He sneered. We're coming for both of your classes and we're gonna knock you off your pedestals. Consider this a warning. 1 degree Celsius rules. Atsushi yelled and the class cheered in agreement. 1B, the silver-haired boy yelled and his class repeated it. I could give a fuck. Katsuki howled. As if I care about you extras. Just get out of the damn way so I can go home. What did you say? The silver boy screamed, pushing his way to the front. Did I fucking stutter? Bakugo growled, stepping forward to meet the boy. I said, move. I could care less what class you're in or this stupid declaration of war. I'm still gonna be at the top. He gave him a condescending smirk and shoved past the shocked boy. Take it down a couple notches, Blondie. Hitoshi laughed. Shut it. What the hell, Bakugo? Hiroshima yelled from inside the class. Thanks to you, we have a mob of haters out there. You should really watch what you say to people, Bakugo-kun. So you agree? Like I give a shit, he snarled. I'm heading for the top and none of you are gonna stop me. Come on, Deku. You're gonna be late to practice. Oh shit, Ajiro cried, racing out the door and pushing past the crowd. I have to go help Sensei set up the ring today. I totally forgot. See you in a bit, Midoriya. Dang it. Izuku yelped, I'm gonna be late too. Does everyone have their equipment? Toyo reminded as the boys scrambled around in the locker rooms. I can't find my shield. Someone called out. Has anyone seen my uniform? Aren't you supposed to be in the girls' room? Not today. Toyo responded. Midoriya, do you have all your stuff? Yeah, hopefully my staff won't backfire today. He called back as he strapped his items around his waist, chest, thigh, slipped his knee pads on and grabbed his boots from his locker. Itoshi, it didn't go through, he said, leaning back on the bench in boredom. I didn't fix all the kinks in it in time. As for the other, I'm not that confident with my bow skills yet, so I'm just not gonna risk it. Well darn, Toyo sighed, that sucks. Atsushi, Kaori specifically told me to tell you not to pull any stunts like you did last week in the gym. He gasped offendedly even as he reached for one of Midoriya's weapons. I would never dream of such a thing. Touch that and it'll blow up, Izuku warned, lacing up his boots and sliding his fingerless gloves on. Atsushi wisely drew his hand away. Jacket over or nah? Over, Hikaru responded. For him you lose intimidation points, but it leaves the element of surprise. Good point. There was a pounding on the door. Boys, 13 said through the door. The girls are already in the prep room. Shit, Toyo muttered. We'll be right there, sensei. It was utter chaos in the prep room as they all waited impatiently for the show to begin. Is everyone ready? The class president asked cheerfully as everyone wandered around, trying to calm last-minute nerves. Yeah, her classmates chorused. Who's gonna win? General. Who? General. 1 degrees Celsius. It's time, 13 told them, popping their head inside. Knock 'em dead. Show those heroic classes how it's done. I'm counting on you. They gave their class a thumbs up. Yes, SENSEI. Izuku practically skipped alongside his class as they filed down the hallway towards the roaring crowd and blinding sunlight. He could faintly hear President Mike up ahead screaming and introducing the other classes. And up next are our striving general studies. Classes C, D, and E. Give him a warm welcome, everybody. This is it, Shinsu muttered. This is our chance. Midoriya took a deep breath, adjusted his black headband and gave his friend a fiendish smirk. Let's knock him dead, he cried and stepped forward into the cacophony and light. Others grinned at his enthusiasm and ran out after him. Yeah, welcome to UAS Annual Sports Festival, everybody. President Mike greeted the roaring crowds. The only time of the year where it's perfectly legal to watch children beat each other to a bloody pulp. Does anything you say go through a filter before you say it? A gravelly and muffled voice responded over the speakers. Not in the slightest, my dude. He cackled back. Joining me for this broadcast is Mummy Man himself. But for now, let's join our wonderful students down on the field. Take it away, Midnight. Thank you, Hisashi darling, Midnight purred, blowing the booth a kiss before cracking her whip to catch the students' attention. All right, listen up, twerps. It's time for the athlete's oath. The crowd of first years broke into excited murmurs. Who do you think it is? Atsushi asked Midoriya quietly, who shrugged in response. Pipe down, she yelled, cracking her whip once more and silencing the kids. Your class representative is from Class 1 BAKUGOKATSUKI. What? The crowd screeched back. Kakin, Izuku yelped, already looking like he wanted to die. Probably cause he placed first in the entrance exam, Mina pouted. Yeah, the hero course entrance exam, Hanako huffed. This is either gonna go really badly or surprisingly well, Shinsu snickered as the blonde began making his way forward. Everyone watched with bated breaths as the boy shuffled up the mini-stage, hands shoved rudely in his pockets. The athlete's oath, he began, before making eye contact with Izuku and flashing an evil grin. Oh no, make no mistake, I'm gonna take first place and win, he announced straight at Midoriya. Immediately the boy on stage was booed and hissed at. Those in Wana having the unfortunate privilege of knowing the boy personally drooped in disappointment. His 1 degrees Celsius friends on the other hand. You suck at speeches, Shinsu booed, although laughing as he yelled at get off the stage, you moron. How dare you disrespect the dignity of this event. Boo-oh, Izuku yelled with the crowd. How many times have I told you to be nice? You're dead, you bastard. Don't get all cocky 1A. You're all gonna make great stepping stones, Bakugo shrugged, flicking off his aides as he made his way off stage to block out the offended yelling. Overconfident jerkwad, the silver boy from a few days ago muttered. I'll be the one to put him in his place. Izuku burst out laughing at that, earning him a glare from the boy. What? He snapped. Don't think I can do it. Oh, you can try, Midoriya giggled, but I'm the one who's gonna take him down. That message was meant for me. You, the boy puzzled. But aren't you in Gen? Alrighty, Midnight announced. Well, after that, rousing speech, let's get the first event started. The first event is gonna be. She pointed at the screen behind her where event names rotated too fast to read before finally stopping an obstacle course maze. She yelled. Immediately the arena filled with chatter. A race against time with all 11 classes of UA. You must get through the maze within 25 minutes. The first 42 to get past, or whoever makes it before time runs out, gets to move on. The gates to the arena began to open and the students crowded around, eager to begin. And of course, since our school preaches freedom in all things, So long as it's not too out of line or off the course, anything in this event is fair game. Nice. Izuku and Katsuki chorused, both edging to the front. Racers, ready. The lights began to count down. I'm getting into the hero course, Kaken, Izuku warned, and nothing is gonna get in my way. Not even you. Good. He smirked. I would hope not. Doesn't mean I'm gonna take it easy on your ass though. This is our chance to finally see who's better. I'm not holding back today either. You better not. The lights turned green. Go. And they took off. Mummy man, you ready to do the live coverage broadcast? No, not willingly. Too bad. Everyone, he's holding me hostage up here. Please send a competent hero to help me. Hey Yura-chan. Izuku greeted as he raced next to her. Good luck. He raised his gloved hand and she high-fived it. You too, hey. He gave her a triumphant grin as he rose over the squished crowd trying to get by. No fair. She yelled indignantly. Thank you. Love you. He shouted back. Not in the least bit sorry. I'll buy you a soda. He pulled out his first weapon and shook the canister before turning it on, releasing a plume of fire that shot him over everyone's head. Whoa. He felt the gravity return after a few seconds, Uraraka no doubt having to activated her quirk, but the damage was done. Izuku was now one of the people in the lead and he rolled into a run, jogging ahead most of his competitors. In a surprising yet genius move, Midoriya from the general course takes the lead, blasting ahead of the competition. What a great start, am I right? I wouldn't count out the other students quite yet, Mike responded, a small mutter. There was a commotion from behind and he felt a chill approaching. On instinct, he leapt up as high as he could, blasting a torrent of flames under him as he turned to see what it was. A red and white blur raced by on a path of ice, narrowly avoiding freezing Izuku in place like many of the others. You're not getting away that easily, Deku, Katsuki yelled, rising over the crowd with some of his classmates. Your next half and half. That was close, Midoriya sighed as he safely landed on the ice path, gripped soles of his boots keeping him from slipping as he continued running. The boy looked back and frowned at the sight of Izuku close behind before boosting ahead. Oh. You think you can run from me? The greenette giggled, putting his flamethrower back on his belt and slipping a baton from under his uniform. I don't think so, buddy. He threw the baton at the boy's feet, knocking them out from under him and sending him sliding across his own quirk. What the? Anything goes, remember? He cackled, recalling the weapon to his hand and racing past. He grabbed his flamethrower and aimed it at the ground as half and half predictably tried to freeze him in place. Nice try, my dude. Crap. Izuku skidded to a stop as several zero-pointers blocked his path to the maze entrance. Multiple targets acquired, the machines rumbled, eyes lighting up. Oh, come on. You can't have an obstacle course maze without some obstacles, starting with the first barrier. Robo-INFEROOO. Too easy. Although I should put on a show for dear old dad. The other boy scoffed, instantly freezing the robots in their tracks and darting under their legs. Whoa, nice, Midoriya complimented, starting to go under them as well. I wouldn't do that if I were you, the boy warned as the robots began to creak, causing Izuku to leap back. I froze them in pretty unstable positions. The beasts began to fall and the greenette raced out of the way. Seriously? He howled as they crashed around him. Anything goes right. The boy responded coolly before running into the maze, and 1A's Todoroki steals the lead, being the first to enter the maze. He's left the other contestants behind in a sabotaging move. That's cold, Todoroki. As her co-worker and fellow teacher, I'm begging you to never make that pun again. Izuku simply sighed, taking a couple steps back to get a running start at the frozen metal. He aimed for the lowest part in the barrier, quickly scaling the wall. Later, loser, Bakugo cackled, easily blasting over the fallen robots and landing on the other side in a few seconds. Other students began to pass him up, using their quirks to get over or through the obstacle. He finally made it to the top and slid down to the ground, heading off towards the entrance of the maze when a plate of metal caught his eye. It was relatively small, about twice the size of a skateboard, with cables hanging off of it. Must have fallen off, he muttered, beginning to run past it before doubling back to get it. He quickly fashioned a strap by tying the cords together and swung it over his back. Could prove useful as a shield or something. He dodged a robot trying to pin him down, and with that, he entered UAS maze. Ko-chan, Mitsuki called out. Over here, darling. Mai-chan, Masaru-kun, and Ko greeted, hugging the two in turn. Hello, and Ko-san, Masaru said politely. Are you ready for the festival? I'm a little nervous actually, she admitted. Her blonde friend slung an arm over the shorter woman's shoulder. Don't be, she laughed. Our little brats are gonna do great. I can feel it. Isn't that right, dear? Of course, Masaru agreed. Oh, Mitsuki and Ko fretted. Are you sure he'll be okay? Izuku is a big boy, and Ko-san, Masaru reassured. He can definitely handle himself. He pointed to the food stalls. How about some food before we go up? After getting themselves enough food to last them for the round, the three parents chatted and waited for the classes to come out. There's Katsu-kun's class, Ko pointed out as Wona was introduced. Best of luck, everyone. She cheered for the sake of Izuku's friends. Don't let us down, you little shit, Mitsuki yelled. Do your best, son, Masaru called out. And up next are our striving general studies. Classes C, D, and E. Give him a warm welcome, everybody." The classes came streaming out, a green dot leading the pack eagerly. "You can do it, baby." Inko screamed, "Kick their asses. Beat him into the ground, you magnificent little freckled bastard." Mitsuki inputted. "Go IZUKU." Masaru applauded. They watched as Katsuki took the stage and did his little speech, Inko and Masaru laughing at the well-deserved boos while Mitsuki booed along. "What the hell, you little shit? Can't you be a little more subtle? Knock him down a couple pegs for me, Izu-kun." "Racers, ready," Midnight called out after explaining the course. The crowd roared as the students edged towards the gate, camera panning over them go. The three cheered with the others as they watched on the screen. "There's Izuku," Inko squealed, shaking Mitsuki slightly and pointing at the screen where her son was levitating over the mob. He twisted, grinning and laughing at someone below him before blasting off screen and reappearing over at the front where he was now in the lead. "That's my baby." Izuku narrowly avoided getting stuck in ice and getting crushed by robots before calmly beginning to climb the very thing that nearly killed him. "Dang, he's unstoppable." Mitsuki laughed. "Hey look, it's my little twerp." She pointed out the blonde exploding himself up and over the robots, Izuku sliding down a few moments later and chasing the others into the maze. Inko couldn't help but vibrate with excitement at the sight of her two boys doing so well. Perhaps she would enjoy this after all. "I am so not enjoying this," Izuku shrieked, dodging the rubber bullets being shot at him and using the metal plate he'd picked up earlier as a shield as he ran through the barrage. He quickly turned the first corner he saw another dead end. He yelled frustratedly, "If only I could see the stupid maze." He froze before face-palming and slipping the makeshift shield on his back. "I Parker, for fuck's sake," he muttered and began backing up. "Why the hell am I on the ground? I go over walls, not around them." He raced forward and bounced up the corner before grabbing onto the ledge 10 feet off the ground. With practiced ease he climbed up, breathing a sigh of relief to see the walls were about a foot thick, hard to break through, but easy to run on for someone used to crossing balance beams and poles while wearing a backpack. He ran along the top of the walls, easily clearing the other obstacles he saw other people struggling with. "Midori," Mina cried when she saw the boy leap over where she was currently trying to dodge color bombs. "Isn't that illegal?" "I'm still technically on the course," he grinned, and Present Mike hasn't said anything. "Bye." He darted off and heard her curse before seeing her hop up as well, obviously upset that she hadn't thought of it that way. Others saw them pass and decided to do the same. "Deku, hey Kaken," he snickered as he, Mina, and now Zero and Tsuyu leapt over him. He heard explosions from behind and sped up. "What the fresh fuck?" Zero yelped, coming to a stop and nearly toppling off the wall before Mina grabbed him by his uniform collar. "It is an obstacle course," Tsuyu sighed, hopping down from their perch. "It's only natural we'd run into something like this." Others jumped off the wall and cautiously approached the swinging bags. "It seems our contestants have gotten to the pendulum mayhem. Whatever will they owe?" Midoriya from Class 1C has just run in head first. "Oh Toto," Mina shrieked. "What are you?" Izuku grabbed the first punching bag-sized weight and grabbed on, climbing to the top and beginning to leap from weight to weight haphazardly. He paused as he felt the air chill once more and held on tightly as Todoroki simply blasted the weights aside and continued on. "Asshole," he muttered, still clutching the wildly spinning weight he was on. He continued jumping from weight to weight, other contestants close behind before heading back into the maze. He pulled out his pole and threw it into a corridor where it extended to stick in between the two walls. He raced forward and jumped up to grab it, using the momentum to swing himself around like he was on the horizontal bar in class, spinning twice and letting go, still holding onto the now shrunk pole. He tossed off his plate ahead of him onto the divider and with a quick double tuck in the air, landed gracefully on the wall. The stadium erupted into cheers, nearly toppling him over in surprise. "What is up with this kid? That was amazing," Present Mike screamed, and Izuku glanced over at the screen where a camera was on him, no doubt having recorded that performance. He glanced over to the little robot filming him and waved at the audience with a grin, earning him more cheers as he took a quick bow and flashed a peace sign before picking up his metal sheet and vaulting over to the next wall. Todoroki had apparently caught on that going over the maze was faster than going through it, since after a while he simply created a ramp of ice over the cement walls, speeding past everyone. "I need a quirk," Midoriya whined, watching as others began to pass him up again. He eyed the ice slide next to him and an idea began to form. Using his pole to vault him up, he landed on the ice path lightly, frowning when his boots wouldn't slide on the ice. Another idea hit him. He swung the metal on his back to his chest and took a running start before throwing himself headfirst onto the ice, sledding down the ramp with a joyous whoop and passing up pretty much all the competitors that had previously been ahead. "Dang it, Midori," Mina yelled as he zoomed by, cackling his head off. "Hi Kaken by Kaken," he managed out, zipping past a blonde blur. He was quickly approaching Todoroki at a standstill. "Move it, Candy Cane," he shrieked as he flew by the boy. Todoroki leapt aside with a bewildered look on his usually stoic face, and Midoriya soon saw why he had stopped. He careened off the ramp, into the air and over a gorge. Shit, he cursed, flipping his makeshift sled onto his back once more and pulled out his pole. Please don't fuck up, he muttered, pressing a button and casting out a bit of his pole out to one of the pillars of rock. The bit turned into a hook and caught onto a pillar just out of reach from where he'd land. He gripped onto his shrunk pole and swung forward, throwing himself back into the air before landing in a roll on another pillar safely. And like something straight out of a fricking movie, Midoriya takes the lead once again from a very confused-looking Todoroki. 13. What have you been teaching your students? Wasting no time. He withdrew the wire back into the pole and activated his boots. Should have enough energy by now, he said to himself as he ran over to the edge and bounded over to the next pillar. Yes, he did this 2 more times before giving one last big leap, flipping midair and rolling to a stop on the other side. He heard the arena erupt into thunderous cheering and couldn't help but grin as he raced into the next segment of the maze. Now and first. The maze was way too easy, Bakugo thought, easily bounding over one obstacle to the other and destroying any he couldn't avoid. That half-and-half prick was still in the lead, however, having used a ramp of ice to get over the walls, which was all kinds of unfair. He heard familiar screaming coming up behind him, and he paused to turn only to see a green blur racing towards him on the ice. HIKACCHANBYKACCHAN. It screamed before whooping past him. He stood there in shock on the wall for a few moments before other blurs zipped by, pink, yellow, purple, black. You got this, Bakugo-kun, Mina encouraged, sliding on her knees. Sup Bakugo. Kaminari greeted happily, crouched and clinging onto Zero. Let's go, Blondie, Shinsu cackled, going backwards and kicking himself faster. Come on, dude, Zero yelled, laughing as he went by attached to Mina with his tape. You assholes, he screamed back, blasting himself onto the ramp, already seeing others coming down. I don't think so, he grinned, crouching down onto the ice and heating up his palms. With one hand melting the ice in front of him and the other blasting him forward, Katsuki quickly passed up the rest of his friends, genuinely laughing and enjoying himself as he did. And like something straight out of a fricking movie, Midoriya takes the lead once again from a very confused-looking Todoroki. 13. What have you been teaching your students? He heard Present Mike announce and sped up some more. Out the way, Peppermint Boy, he warned as he approached a still stunned-looking Todoroki. The boy moved out of the way once more as Bakugo blasted himself into the air gleefully, whooping and yelling. With only a few strong explosions, Katsuki cleared the obstacle effortlessly, landing on the other side gracefully in seconds flat. It seems others have decided to take young Midoriya's route. Bakugo clearing the fall in what has to be some kind of record. Holy crap, kid, that was some kind of pro-hero move or something. He raced on with a smirk, already seeing a green-haired boy bounding ahead. He'd catch up in no time. We're in the last stretch, ladies and gents. Only one more obstacle before we find out who makes it to the next round. Todoroki has stolen the lead once more, but Bakugo is hot on his heels. It's become a battle above the maze. And of course, let's not forget 1 degree Celsius Midoriya. He's fallen behind, but who knows what tricks that boy is still hiding. Not too many, to be honest, Izuku sighed, solely relying on his boots at this point to boost his tired self across the walls. He slid to a stop, looking over the seemingly empty field that stood in between him and victory. Todoroki and Bakugo are the first to make it to the minefield, the very last obstacle in this event. Minefield, Midoriya yelped as he landed on the edge of the obstacle. For any concerned viewers out there, don't worry. They're not actual mines, school-boarded into Loiskoff, but they still pack a punch. It's enough to make you wet your pants. He speaks from personal experience, Evrio. Would you look at that, they're almost a third of the way through the obstacle, isn't that great? Oop. There goes a contestant. His point was proven as a large, yet for some reason glittery, explosion tossed a student into the air. Izuku winced. There's no way I can catch up at this rate, he mumbled, watching how carefully others were going into the field. Come on, Izuku, think. I just need a boost. A boost. He looked down at the untouched mines near where he stood and grimaced. Well, that's one way, I guess. He got to digging. Bakugo has caught up anew. Tries to explode his classmate off the track, but Todoroki isn't budging. He's gonna fight for his position. Midoriya, Fujita questioned as she slowed down to watch her classmate do. Well, whatever it was he was doing. What are you doing? He gently placed the final mine on top of the pile and gave her a wobbly grin. Hopefully, I'm gonna win, he explained, gripping onto the sheet of robot a little tighter and backing away either way. I'd recommend running right about now. Her eyes widened in understanding, and she quickly buried herself as fast as possible away from the boy as he threw himself onto the bombs. What was that? Holy cow. Midoriya just self-destructed? No. He's still in one piece, and holy bleep, Aizawa, are you seeing this bleep? Please stop shaking me, I'm injured. Midoriya has literally blasted himself across the minefield and is quickly gaining on the 2 leads. He's passing them up, but oh, but he's slowing down. and both boys have set aside their fight to focus on Midoriya. Is he gonna keep this lead or lose it to 1A? Don't you think you're a little biased? Shut up and watch, mummy man. Nice try, DKU, Bakugo yelled, exploding forward in the hopes of passing up his flying friend. Don't even think about it. Dang, Izuku muttered as he began to fall, and the two boys caught up. Well, you know what they say. He flipped and pulled the metal out from under him. If you can't beat him, he slammed the plate down onto the mines, and between the other two running, take him down with you. The hit was enough to set off the bombs, blasting the three apart and sending Midoriya ahead. He landed in a roll and continued running, throwing himself past the finish line where he slid to a stop on his knees. And with one final exploding blow to his competitors, Midoriya Izuku from General Studies is the very first to cross the finish line. Izuku leaned his head back and yelled in victory with the crowd, throwing both fists to the sky as he knelt there in the grass, exhausted and battered. He saw his face on screen and grinned at the camera robot, screaming incomprehensibly and holding up a victory sign as he staggered to his feet, the mass of people and present mic screaming along. What an amazing start to the sports festival. And rolling into second is 1A's Bakugo Katsuki, followed closely by Todoroki Shoto. Deku, Katsuki yelled, not even pausing as he ran into the arena and raced over to where the tired boy stood with a paper cup. Ape, he squealed, setting down his cup hurriedly. Kakin, look, I'm really sorry about blowing you up, please don't kill me. The blonde ignored him and tackled his friend to the grass. That was amazing, but I swear to God the next time you take first place from me I will kick your ass to the moon, he growled, pinning the boy to the floor. Got it, he nodded fearfully as Bakugo set off an explosion near his head. The blonde huffed and got up, swiping Izuku's water from the table. Hey, that's mine. Katsuki simply flipped him off with a smirk as he chugged it all in one go. Fuck you. Right back at cha, Midoriya grumbled as he dusted himself off and took another cup of water. The two sat on the grass patiently in the waiting area as the students made it past the finish line one by one. God, this is taking forever, Bakugo groaned, leaning back before finally sprawling out on the ground. Just cut it off. Whoever didn't make it, oh well, suck it up. There's only 11 minutes left, Kakin, Izuku snorted, swirling what little water he had left. Take a break. Don't need one. Holy fuck, Zero panted, jogging over with Kirishima. How did you two finish so fast? You ever consider we're just that good and you guys suck? Katsuki snorted, flipping them off without even looking up from where he lay. Parker, Zero shrieked. How were you able to finish second, Bakugo? The blonde held up his pointer finger. 1. I'm awesome. 2. Explosions. Duh. +3. I've gone parkering with you guys before, so I have the basics down. He held up a finger for each point. And 4. You suck. Midori, do you mind if I tape this asshole up? He muttered. Go ahead, Izuku shrugged, drinking down the rest of his water. But I don't have my first aid stuff on me, so do so at your own risk. Damn. All right, Midnight announced when the last student came through the gate as the timer reached 0. And that's it for this event, ladies and gentlemen. Fucking finally, Katsuki grumbled, prying himself away from where he was currently trying to strangle Kaminari to no avail in order to walk over to where the others were beginning to gather around Midnight. All right, listen up, kiddos, she yelled. It's time for the post-preliminaries. Lots of people will be watching, so make sure to give it your all. The words on screen began spinning once more and the students pressed forward, eager to see the next event. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? It's the screen flashed human cavalry battle. Behold, she grinned, waving to the TV. The crowd broke into murmurs. That's a team-up event, isn't it? Suyu said. Yup, Kaminari nodded. How's it gonna work though? Here are the rules. Midnight declared you will work in groups of 2 to 4 people in a horseback formation. Same rules as a normal cavalry battle. Steal other groups' headbands while guarding your own, except there's a twist. She grinned. Everyone will get points depending on their rank in the previous event. Oh, so the number of points you have depends on the people on your team. Mina chirped. Stop saying what's my job to say. Midnight scolded. But yes, you get 5 points for 42nd, 10 points for 41st, and so on and so forth. Wait, Midoriya muttered, beginning to do calculations. That means, except first place, she interrupted gleefully, which is worth 10 million points. Every eye turned to the green-haired boy in the crowd, now looking incredibly nervous. Hang on, he sputtered. If I were you, I'd aim for the first place band. It's the chance for low rankers to get the points they need. She beamed at Midoriya and shot him a wink. The game will last for 15 minutes. Your team's number of points will amount to the total number of points you all add up to and will be on your headband. Any headbands you manage to steal have to be around your neck or higher. However, be careful. The more headbands you get, the harder it is to keep them safe. And most importantly, even if your headband is stolen or your formation breaks, until that clock runs out, you're still in the game. That's about 10 to 12 teams on the field all at once, Momo muttered. What a mess, Sato sighed. No need to panic if your headband gets stolen, right? Mana mused. Yeah, but you still have to be careful, Tsuyu told her. Quirks are allowed, so it's gonna be brutal. Katsuki perked up, however. Violently attacking another team in the hopes of making them fall or getting injured will get you a red card and kicked out of the game. He slouched again and scoffed, "You have 15 minutes to form your team. Welcome to our game of survival. Good luck, in plus ultra." "Deku," Bakugo called out, jogging over to where the boy was still muttering away, carefully scanning the crowd with a calculating gaze. "Oh, Kakin." He blinked in surprise as the blonde slung an arm around his shoulders. "Let's team up." He grinned. "Wait, seriously?" Izuku cried, beginning to tear up. "Really? I thought for sure you'd avoid me like everyone else." Katsuki snorted. "I'm not an idiot," he scoffed. "It's been about what? A month? 2? Meaning you already know everything about the others' quirks by now, don't you?" Midoriya slipped into a terrifying smile. "You catch on quick, Kakin," he cooed, leading his friend away from the crowd. "So smart." "Don't patronize me," he growled. "So I do," he admitted, "but I thought you'd want to steal my bandana for yourself and chase you around the field." Bakugo groaned. "No thanks. I've done that enough times over more important things to know it's pointless. Besides, our points combined gives us the highest score." Painting a target on our back, Izuku whined. "Meaning the fight comes to us," he laughed wildly, sparking up his palms. "No need to chase people down. They'll come to us like sheep to a slaughter." "Midori," Mina yelled, running over, "team up with me." She was cut off as another student dragged her away. "Never mind. Sorry, Ototo." "No problem," he called back. "Think we can take everyone by ourselves? With my quirk and your weapons, they won't stand a chance." Bakugo, Kirishima ran to the duo. "Team up with me, bro." "What? Why would I do that? Shitty hair." Katsuki wrinkled his nose in disgust. "Come on, dude," he grinned. "You need someone who can take your explosions right. With my quirk I can handle it. Hate to break it to you, but I'm already teaming up with." "Welcome to the team," Izuku yelled, yanking Kirishima over to where they stood. "Oh, Midoriya," Kirishima said in surprise. "You're with Ba?" Yeah, he answered absently, looking around the field. "Su-chan." "Sorry." The purple-haired boy shrugged helplessly. "I'm already with Uraraka, Hatsum, and Bird Dude." "Takoyami." "Sorry, Takoyami." "Dang," he muttered. "Onjiro." "Teamed up, dude." The blonde responded sheepishly. "Come on, think," Izuku muttered. "Who else?" Zero began walking by and Midoriya yanked him into their group. "What the? Welcome to the group," he said hurriedly, shoving him into Kirishima. "For now, I need to check something real quick." "Do not replace me," he warned, and ran off over to where Midnight stood, talked for a bit, nodded, and ran back. "What was that?" Katsuki asked suspiciously as the boy grinned triumphantly. "I have a plan on how to win. This is nuts," Zero hissed as they waited around for the game to start. "And probably illegal," Kirishima fretted. "I checked with Midnight and she said it was okay," Izuku reassured, handing the bandana for Katsuki to tie around his forehead. "Stop freaking out," Bakugo scoffed, climbing up on his teammates as the clock began to count down. "You ready, Deku?" "Yup," he chirped. "Everyone know the plan." "Unfortunately," Zero sighed, digging into the ground. "You're paying my hospital bill, Ototo." "Added to the tab," he grinned, pulling out a smoke grenade to have at the ready. 3, 2, 1, start. It was chaos from the moment the game began. All groups rushing towards the 4 boys worth over 10 million points. "Shit," Zero cursed. "God, why did I agree to this? This is a fight over the 10 million and everyone knows it." The Silver 1B student yelled as his group ran up. "DIKU," Katsuki warned. "On it," he responded, pulling the pin out of his weapon with his teeth and tossing it into the crowd. "Is that a bomb?" The grenade went off, immediately covering half the field in a dark purple haze. "Go," Midoriya ordered, and Bakugo blasted off into the smoke as the other 3 raced past the confused team. It's only been a few seconds into this game and already things have gone nuts. Midoriya has set off some kind of bomb and covered half the battle area in smoke. Present, Mike yelled in awe. Izuku's group ran out on the other side of the cloud, coming to a synchronized halt and looking up. "Anyone see him?" Kirishima asked. As if to answer his question, Katsuki came exploding out of the mist, grinning widely and with a mouthful of stolen bandanas. "There," Izuku pointed out. "Grab him." Zero taped the blonde and reeled him back to the group where he landed triumphantly. "What was that?" Present, Mike screeched. "Is that even legal?" "As far as I know, his feet didn't touch the ground." Midnight yelled back. "Still legal." "Holy shit, that worked." Zero laughed as Bakugo quickly tied the new bandanas around his neck. "That was fucking awesome," he cackled, thumping Kirishima's head excitedly. "Hey, let's go get that fucking half and half bastard's bandana next." "Midoriya?" Kirishima asked hopefully. "Why not?" he grinned, pointing out the colorful group. "Easily, let's get them." Their group ran at the confused-looking team as unhappy screeches of realization began to rise from the dissipating plume. "Crap. Incoming, Bakugo." 9 o'clock, Zero warned, and the blonde barely dodged the tongue that shot at him. "Fucking frog bitch," he shrieked, glaring at his classmates running at him and his team. He tugged at Kirishima's hair. "Hold it right there, shark face. I'm gonna get their points." "Deku, stats." "Obviously Tsu-chan," he recited quickly. "Frog quirk. Watch out for her tongue." Shoji can create limbs, so make sure he doesn't make an extra hand and grab our points when you're fighting off Tsuyu. Blind his eyes or hit one of those mouths. There might be someone else, but I can't see. They're too well protected. Got it, he grinned. Get ready to grab and run, sticky bitch, he ordered before blasting off, narrowly avoiding Tsuyu's tongue before landing on Shoji's back and prying him open, sticking an arm in and launching back into the air with a bandana and yelp as something white shot at him. Zero grabbed him and they ran off. What happened? Izuku panted. Pinky was in there, he huffed, brushing his shoulder off and tying his prize around his neck. I think frog bitch got one of ours. We still got theirs, Kirishima reassured as the blonde's palms heated up in frustration. Whatever, Katsuki scoffed. Time to go get a blur raced past, snatching up the bandana on his forehead. Class of the rider greeted with a smug grin. He got us, Zero cried. Oi, give that back, asshole. Bakugo screeched. I quote, I'll kill you. Well, the thief snickered. Seems one isn't all it chalked up to be. Bakugo, Kirishima hissed. We still have lots of points. He has a point, Kaken. Deku, stats. Now, he growled dangerously as Nito started off into a monologue. Monoma, Izuku mumbled just loud enough for his team to hear. The jerk we all know and love. Basically a 5-minute copycat. Don't touch him. Kaibara, dark hair, can rotate any body part like a drill. Avoid him to be safe. Suburaba, brown hair, can create a platform or shield out of air. He's probably defense. Kiwaro, black and white, can merge into anything black. No need to worry about him, but be careful. Hey, Monoma scoffed. Well, best of luck. Although I doubt you'll be able to do much with that on your team. He gestured to Midoriya. Tell me, Mr. Sludge incident victim, what it's like to be stuck with one of the only general students in the whole event. He laughed. Katsuki and Izuku were silent. Kirishima, Izuku snarled, pulling out a knife from his jacket. Change of plans. Before we get half and half, Katsuki agreed, a dark ominous aura radiating off of him as he snatched up the blade. Hand it to him. I'm gonna fucking kill every last one of them. Guys, Kirishima fretted. Put the knife away. No one insults my class. Midoriya growled. He's dead. Don't bother stopping them. Zero sighed, preparing to run at the first sign of trouble. Fucking destroy those stuck-up assholes. Bakugo, Monoma, another 1B classmate, scolded. That was uncalled for. What? He laughed. I'm just pointing out the facts. An explosion interrupted him and he turned to see a flaming palm racing towards him. Whoa. He dodged narrowly and his team quickly backed away. Get back here, you little shit, Katsuki crooned, tossing his knife from one hand to the other lightly from his perch. I'm gonna blow you to fucking bits. Shit, Zero yelled, yanking his team back in time to avoid a wave of white. Damn, the shooter muttered. They moved. Bondo, whole head, can shoot out a glue-like substance. Don't get trapped or you're stuck, Izuku told the antsy blonde Fujita. You know her, excavating quirk, not an issue. Kodai, other girl, can change object size, needs all 5 fingers, only non-living objects. Nothing you can't handle. Knife is poisoned. Click the button. Take them out. He pulled out a 2 dice looking and sized items out of his utility belt. Shield your eyes and get ready to catch Kaken. Zero-kun, he ordered, tossing a dice at the new team and one at Monoma's. His teammates closed their eyes as the dice lit up with a flash, blinding their opponents. Katsuki and Izuku took off at the same time, blonde launching at the bigger student and the other pulling out a baton and attacking the other group. ARGH, Bondo yelled as Katsuki landed on them fairly, swiping at each of them and landing a cut on all of them. Damn it, Midoriya, Fujita shrieked even as her eyes began to droop and her team passed out. Izuku threw his baton at the legs of one of the rear members of Monoma's team, the one with the drill quirk, knocking the whole group down before recalling it. Bakugo blasted back up and Zero taped him, swinging him over to the team Izuku had messed up. Get back up. Monoma panicked as Katsuki blasted towards them. Tsuburaba, shield. The boy blew a puff of wind and Bakugo landed on it angrily. Huh, he laughed. How do you like that? The group began to run off, but Katsuki wasn't done yet. He raised the blade he still had and brought it down on the shield with a snarl, smashing through it. The knife nicked the back of Monoma's neck as he grabbed his own headband and all the others before leaping back and reeled in by Zero. Go, Izuku shrieked as soon as his friend landed and the group raced off, leaving the others to deal with their wobbly leader on their own. Yeah, they cheered, coming to a stop and watching the mess Todoroki's group had left behind with Todoroki's and Kaminari's quirk. Where's half and half? Katsuki growled, looking around wildly as he attached his new prizes to himself. 6 o'clock, Zero answered, spotting a blur racing towards them at lightning speeds. Izuku pulled out his pole and extended it as they approached too fast for Katsuki to react. The bandana was stolen once more, but this time Midoriya was prepared, sticking the rod out and causing Ida and his group to trip and fall atop each other. Bakugo snatched up his bandana again with a snarl, snagging some of Todoroki's bandanas as well. Izuku glanced at the clock. 1 more minute, he called out, shoving his group away from Todoroki's. We just need to last 1 more minute. Hell no, Katsuki called back, and yanking at Kirishima's and Izuku's hair were destroying them and taking their points. You're crazy. Zero shrieked. We have more than enough points. A sheet of ice blocked their path and they skidded to a stop, turning to eye the newly reformed group. Or we fight them, I guess. Hey Blondie, Shinsu yelled with a grin, his team running into the miniature ring that had been formed. Katsuki opened his mouth. Don't answer, Izuku reminded, batting aside Momo's swipe at the points. I know that dumbass, he growled. Snapping his mouth shut. Light up the bird fucker. Izuku took out another dice and tossed it as Takoyami's quirk rushed them. A blinding light caused the shadow to shriek and recoil as Bakugo attacked them. Hands off, Blasty, Shinsu growled, wrestling with the blonde that had landed on his group. I stole these fair and square. Katsuki simply smirked back before blasting aside as a jet of ice approached. Hand over those points, Bakugo, Ada called as the boy was reeled in. What a coincidence, he yelled back. I was about to ask the same of Peppermint Prince over there. Todoroki scowled a little, sending a blast of ice that they barely dodged. Nice try. Don't count us out just yet, Bakugo-kun, Uraraka announced, Hitoshi now levitating over his group with a strange backpack on. Crap, Izuku yelped. Zero gravity and a jetpack. Not a good mix-up. Are you serious? Kirishima grumbled as other groups began racing towards them, trying to reclaim stolen points. Forget offense. We need to be on the defense, Bakugo Zero warned as they backed up against the ice. Can it soy sauce? Deku, keep an eye on Petunia, he ordered before turning around and blasting the wall behind them. Shitty hair. Oh, thank God. The redhead sighed as he turned and leapt through the exit Bakugo had provided while Izuku battled his friend zooming above, keeping him at bay with the knife. Katsuki had returned. Todoroki's group raced forward, now with a thick blanket around them. Zero immediately taped himself to Izuku and Bakugo grabbed hold of Kirishima. 10, 9, indiscriminate shock, Kaminari yelled at the same time as Izuku screamed, going up. Katsuki blasted himself and Kirishima out of the way while Izuku activated his boots and leapt up the crumbling wall of ice with Zero firmly attached. 8. Uraraka noticed this as well and floated her other two teammates, Hitoshi scooping her up and out of the blast radius. The other teams closing and didn't fare as well, getting wiped out by the electricity. 7. Kakin, Izuku yelled as they fell back down. Pikachu's down. His side is unprotected and Ada is slowing. Got it, he grinned, letting go of Kirishima and immediately blasting towards Todoroki's group. 5. Todoroki himself muttered something, bringing up his left arm instinctively as Bakugo raced towards them. He blinked in surprise before scowling and swinging his right arm over instead. 3. Katsuki twisted out of the way of the ice and landed on his own team. One more go, he announced. I can get it. He got ready to blast off when an air horn sounded over the speaker. 0. Time's up, folks, Present Mike yelled, nearly toppling over the blonde in surprise. Damn it, he screamed angrily. I had him. Izuku promptly let go of his friend, causing the blonde to shriek in disgrace and grab onto Zero and Kirishima for balance, taking them to the ground alongside him with a loud oof. They groaned in pain as they untangled themselves, Katsuki now sitting on the floor and screeching unhappily at the sky, neck buried in scarves. Let's take a look at the scores. Everyone turned to the screen to see only 5 teams had any points left. In 4th place is Team Tsui with 325 points. Shoji unfurled his back and the two girls stepped down happily, high-fiving each other in shoji. 3rd place is Team Hitoshi with 905 points. Uraraka released her teammates before they could completely float away, and they landed in a pile, satisfied with their score. 2nd place is Team Todoroki with 1,615 points. They broke their formation apart, exhausted and with Todoroki glaring at his pouting blonde classmate and the strange green-haired one before turning his attention back to a stupefied Kaminari. And last but definitely not least, in 1st place is Team Bakugo, who surprisingly, but not really, kept their 10 million safe, bringing their total score to a whopping 10,002,565 points. These 4 teams are making it to the final round. Bakugo's team cheered and Izuku enveloped a blonde in a crushing hug who was then tackled by Zero before all 3 were picked up and spun around by a laughing Kirishima. Put me down, Katsuki howled, even as he tried to fight back a smile. I have a reputation to uphold, you bastards. We made it. The other 3 shrieked happily, ignoring his protests. We'll get back to the festival after a 1-hour lunch break. See you then. Hey Eraserhead, you wanna grab a bite, bro? I'm taking a nap. Seriously? Holy cow, that was exhausting, Midoriya whined as he followed everyone else out of the arena, hands behind his head and twirling a couple curls. You, Todoroki growled, striding up to the boy. We need to talk. Izuku blinked in surprise and the rest of the people around him looked equally shocked. Okay, he answered, putting his hands down and glancing at his tired friends. Do you need something or? Not here, Todoroki said, grabbing him and dragging the boy after him. Where the hell are you taking him? Katsuki snapped. He'll be fine, the dual-colored boy responded, and Midoriya shrugged. Save me a spot, he told them before turning and jogging to keep up with Todoroki's fast pace. So, Izuku smiled. What do you need, candy cane? The boy scowled. My name is Todoroki. He responded coldly, not candy cane G's. Who put a stick up your ass, dude? Right, he said sheepishly. Sorry. He held out a hand, but the boy didn't take it, so Midoriya awkwardly put it back down. What was it you wanted to talk about? The boy simply stared him down, causing Izuku to shift uncomfortably. If you don't want to talk, that's cool, but I'm really hungry, so if you don't mind. There is something strange about Bakugo. The way he acts around you, he started. Oh no, during the incident at USJ he was constantly checking on your state, and he willingly went over to you, the first placer, to be on your team. From what I know about Bakugo, this is very strange behavior. Please don't. I'm starving, so I need to ask. I swear to God, if you say what I think you're gonna say, are you and Bakugo dating? Oh, for fuck's sake. What? No. Why would you think? Is he forcing you into a relationship? No. Listen, he seems like the type of person who would do that. Buddy, hang on a minute. Because I know a thing of two about forced relationships, Todoroki told him solemnly. Do you know about quirk marriages? Yes. People would get married based on their quirks to create super quirked kids. Kinda messed up when you think about it, really. Izuku shrugged, but back to the topic on hand. You know, my father is Endeavor, the second-ranked hero. Okay, can I please just explain this and go eat? Bakugo says he's going to be number one, and if you're going to willingly support him, then all the more reason to take the both of you down. Fascinating, honest. But I'm still not really understanding why. My father has gone all out to make a name for himself as a hero, and now I gotta listen to this. But he sees All Might as a roadblock to that goal. My father could never beat All Might on his own, so he came up with a different plan. Once again, what's this about Todoroki? Can I just walk away? I can do that, right? My father used his money and power to make my mother's family agree to the marriage. But all he wanted was her quirk. I don't like where this is going. Raising me to be the hero he could never be, to surpass All Might. I hate it. He sees me nothing more than a tool to achieve his own stupid goals. That's rough, buddy. Todoroki approached him and patted his shoulder. So, it is not my place to interfere. But if you need me to deal with Bakugo, I will do so, he vowed, giving him one last pat before silently walking off, leaving a very confused Midoriya behind. Izuku waited until the echoing footsteps completely receded. What the fuck just happened? He breathed out to no one before heading off to the locker room. What the fuck indeed? Bakugo pressed himself against the wall even more as he heard his friend's steps walk away. He'd gone to the restroom. No, he wasn't checking up on the stupid nerd because he was worried. Shut up, and had stumbled across the strange conversation. Seriously? He peeked around the corner to check to see if the coast was clear and began cautiously making his way down the corridor. He gave an annoyed huff and ran a hand through his hair in frustration. The stupid nerd didn't even get to explain. Shit, now I gotta go beat some sense into half and half. Got him, Nit. Every fucking year, I swear. Midori, Mina yelled, a bright pink beacon flagging the boy down to their table. Over here. One-chan, Midoriya greeted eagerly, rushing over with his tray. Congrats on making it to the next round. Same to you. She laughed as he sat down. Your team absolutely killed out there. Why, thank you. He giggled. By the way, sorry about you know what, Fujita-kun. He apologized. The girl waved him off. It's fine, she said with a smile. We still have 2 general students in the final round. Oh yeah, Su-chan. He shrieked. You made it. Hell yeah, I did. He answered from across the table with a mouthful of rice. He threw a fist into the air. General. General. His classmates responded eagerly. Has anyone seen Kaken? Izuku asked as he began to eat. Had to go to the restroom, Ajiro told him, tossing Uraraka a box of Pocky. I'm back, losers, Katsuki greeted, holding his own tray and sitting down next to Midoriya. What I miss? Me beating Ajiro-kun at speed in half a food fight, Uraraka answered. I still say you cheated. Ajiro scowled at the grinning girl. How do you cheat at speed? Kaminari snorted. What have I said about placing bets? Ida reminded, and the whole table rolled their eyes with a groan, having heard it all before. Can it 4 eyes? Bakugo growled. Let him have some fun. Jesus, he elbowed Izuku. Did you get the video my dad sent? Video? The boy questioned, pulling out his phone. No, not yet. He noticed Todoroki eyeing the 2 of them from another table and scooted a little farther away from Katsuki. Oh geez, I have a lot of messages. Exorcist uncle, look at what you've done to your mother. Izuku played the video sent. That's my baby. Enko shrieked, pointing to the screen and shaking Mitsuki frantically as she sobbed. Look at my son. He's in fucking first. She leapt out of her seat and jumped in place, popcorn, drinks and candy floating around her uncontrollably. That's my goddamn son. That one is mine. And so is that second one. Those are my boys. Those are our boys. Mitsuki screamed right along, picking up the smaller woman and spinning her around. That's my son and second. Holy fuck. Those are my little gremlin and bastard childer. The 2 broke down into hysterical and excited screeching, Enko still crying over their victory. They're not done. Izu-chan, what have you been teaching your mother? Izuku eagerly opened the next video. Get em. Mitsuki shrieked viciously. Kill em all. Destroy those little punks. Enko yelled along. No mercy, Izuku. There was a loud explosion off screen. Yeah, the blonde woman screamed, beat his ass Katsuki. Go get them. A cheer went up from the crowd as they began counting down the final seconds. Don't take no shit, boys. Masaru could be heard shouting on camera, you got this. I blame you for this, Izuku pouted, showing the screen to his friend. You have corrupted my mother. What gives you that fucking idea? Katsuki grinned and Midoriya punched the blonde on the shoulder playfully. He quickly opened up the rest of his messages. Fight Club group chat. Discount Elsa. Good luck, guys. I'm watching from home. Dollar store Wolverine. I just saw your school on TV, dudes. You're gonna do great. Don't touch the hair. You better win, senpais. Don't disgrace the dojo. Calligraphy. Do your best. Dragon Woman. She has a point. Don't you dare disgrace the dojo or you're doing extra sets next practice. Discount Elsa. Oh shit. Now you guys gotta win. Dollar store Wolverine. Rip Midoriya and Ajiro. Calligraphy. Wait, since when has Sensei been in the group chat? Big man himself. Since the very beginning, Kyoru-kun. Calligraphy. Shittest Glakov loved. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious, group chat. Princess. I'll kill it out there, my dudes. Siren. Woo. Go get it. First place, guys. Blade. Fuck it up. Fuck it up, you little shits. ASDFGHJKLKYTREDFG. Big sis is cheering you on. Anti. Fuck yeah. Those other kids won't know what hit him. Go get him, you magnificent bastards. Tiny. You kids got this. Heya, you're gonna be a okay dude. Sticker and Acid. You got this in the back. Typhoon. We'll be cheering you on. You can do it. Ember. Plus Ultra. Bendy Straw Bones group chat. Light Bulb. Good luck, you too. F1. ASFDGFHJHKJJHRYTDHRGXDFB. You can do it. Foam Pit of Death Survivor Queen. You guys got this. Best of luck. Walking Battery. Woohoo. I'll be watching you guys. Velasti Sensei. Do your best, Midoriya and Tsuyu. My wife and I will be cheering the both of you on. F1. YHHH. All hail the Demon Queen. Today's the day, little Midoriya. You're gonna absolutely rock this. Your mother and I will be watching in the stands. Fuck shit up and don't die, you hear me? Show every loser out there what you can do. Fuck it up, little man. Mama. Izuku. Do your best. I love you so much. You're going to do amazing, I just know it. You've gotten so strong and brave. Just remember that I'm already so proud of you. And while you're at it, teach everyone else what a Midoriya can do. Unknown number. Hey kiddo, your mom just sent me a link to the sports fest. I'm gonna watch it instead of sleeping, TBH. I'll be rooting for you, BTW. Best of luck from America. Midoriya. Zero questioned, you okay? I'm fine, he squeaked back, wiping away at his tears and putting his phone away. Let's do our best, everyone. He yelled into the air before shoveling his food into his mouth, tears still in the corners of his eyes. His friends gave him a weird glance before shrugging and continuing on with their meal. Andy, we're back. Present, Mike yelled. You have a nice nap, mummy man. No, you and the other nuisance kept yelling. Since this is a sports festival, we have some stuff for those out of the main course to participate. Why do I even try? You guys ready? A cheer went up from the crowd. All right. Midnight, take it away. Thank you. The hero yelled out from her stage. Okay, first things first. Since there is an odd number of final contestants, we've decided to allow someone from the 5th place cavalry team to enter in order to even it out. Excited murmurs rippled around the group of students. Once you've decided your player, we'll draw lots to see who gets matched up in the tournament. The 16 finalists can decide whether or not they want to join in on the extra event. One by one, the 16 students, now joined by the Silver 1B boy, came up and drew their lots, names going up on the tournament board. Aw man, Mina whined. I'm going against Midori in the first round. Woo. Shinsu cheered. I got Blondie in my half. Huh. Katsuki yelled. Once I'm finished with everyone else, you're so dead, Petunia head. I have Bakugo in the first round. Uraraka squealed nervously. No hard feelings, Tsuyu? Kaminori asked. Of course not, she smiled. We're here to have fun after all. Hey, you're it or right, Hatsum called out, marching over to the tall boy. Oh, yes, I am, he responded. Perfect. Crap, Zero groaned. I have Todoroki. Oof, Izuku agreed, patting his friend on the back. Good luck, my dude. Pipe down, Midnight snapped, cracking her whip. You're all free to get ready or join in. As for the rest of you, she gave a grin that sent chills down the children's spines. Well, let's just say your suffering isn't quite over yet. Did you see that? Bakugo cackled, pointing out a poor competitor that had just gotten run over by a large bull. Aren't you supposed to be with your class, Bakugo-kun? Hanako chuckled nervously. Now the blonde leaned back in his seat and propped his feet up on the barrier. You guys leave me alone. KICCHAN. Izuku yelled from below and the blonde peered over the edge, turning his aids back on. I need one of your hearing aids. What the fuck for? He snapped back. It's my item. He held up his tablet and his friend begrudgingly took off one of his aids. Break that and you're fucking paying for it, he warned before tossing it to the boy, who caught it gently and stopped running around. You're wasting your energy. Thanks. Midoriya ran off and Katsuki settled back into his seat. God, why can't this day be over already? He grumbled, closing his eyes and turning off his remaining aid to block out the crowd. And now the moment you've all been waiting for. President Mike announced, the infamous UA one-on-one tournament. Are you guys ready? You've all been through hell to get here and now you've only got yourself to count on. Technique, strength, wisdom, and knowledge. Aizawa continued. You must use all of these in the fights ahead and perform your very best. Couldn't have said it better myself. Mike said it's time for the first match. Despite being in general studies, our first contender making an impact on all of us is none other than Midoriya Izuku versus our very own hero course kiddo, Mina Ashido. The two students stepped forward into the ring, grinning and waving to the cheering audience. The rules are pretty simple. You win by knocking the other out of the ring, immobilizing them or getting them to surrender. Don't be afraid about having to hold back. We have our wonderful nurse on standby. Fight dirty if you gotta. Izuku's smile widened a little more and Mina began to look more nervous. Of course, going for the kill is a big no-no and you will be disqualified. I'll be here to make sure nothing like that happens, Cementos reassured, making himself a throne out of cement to watch over the ring. Cowards, the two of them huffed. Hey, no hard feelings, One-chan. Izuku fretted. Of course not, she grinned back. Don't hold out on me, Ototo. Start. Izuku slipped into a fighting stance and a dark look slipped over his face as he grinned fairly, pulling out a baton and extending it in one swipe. Good, I won't. He lunged forward and with one leap was in front of the pink girl, smiling wildly and baton raised to strike. Shit, she yelped, barely dodging out of the way in time as Izuku brought down the weapon with blinding speed, cracking the cement where she'd been standing. What the fuck, Ototo? You told me not to hold back, he giggled, smile still wide as he approached his friend. I plan to win, Mina. So hold still. He leapt again, crossing the distance in an instant and swinging, narrowly avoiding hitting the girl. Right away, Midoriya is going all out. This is gonna be one intense fight. God, I forgot how fucking scary you are in a fight. She shuddered, slinging globs of acid at his feet in order to make him jump back. He threw his baton at her feet in retaliation, which she easily jumped over. Izuku simply laughed, bringing out another baton from under his shirt and throwing that one at her head. She ducked and rolled out of the way. Huh? Now you don't have any. He pulled out his pole and extended it to about 6 feet, spinning it gracefully and sliding a foot back to steady himself. Son of a bitch. You were saying? He grinned. Oh, come on. Mina howled. That's gotta be against the rules. Not in the slightest. He registered all of those. How many stupid things do you have? More than enough. He cackled, racing forward and sweeping the staff at her feet. They danced around each other, neither being able to land a solid blow on the other. Izuku paused and shrunk his pole, placing it back on his utility belt. Mina eyed him warily as he raised his gloved hands out. Weaponless. What is this? Is Midoriya surrendering? I don't think that's it, Mike. The boy is smarter than he looks, but so is Ashido. What are you doing? She hissed suspiciously as he stood there grinning triumphantly, wiggling his fingers slightly. I win, he announced confidently. What? Whoa, what the? Mina whipped around to where Izuku's forgotten batons lay, now flying back to their owner, the owner she was currently caught between. Shit. She dodged one, smacking her lightly on her side and causing her to stagger, but the other slammed into her back, sending her stumbling to the floor. Midoriya wasted no time and lunged forward in an instant, knocking her feet out from under her. The two wrestled around on the ground before the boy managed to pin his friend to the floor, knee digging into her back and keeping her acid-producing hands safely away from his skin. That was too fast for me to properly follow, but Midoriya has somehow managed to pin Mina to the ground. Will she surrender? Never, she growled, wriggling under the small boy, but Izuku wasn't letting his prey go that easy. Oni-chan, he drawled sweetly, beginning to press down on the arm he held behind her back. Surrender, or I'll snap your arm. The girl blanched. You wouldn't. I wouldn't. I have. He grinned, pressing down a little more and causing her to squeal in pain. It's not like you won't be okay. Recovery girl is here after all. Her arm began to crack softly. All right, uncle, she shrieked, tapping his arm. I give. I surrender. Midoriya immediately let go and the two rolled away from each other. Mina Ashido has surrendered. Midoriya Izuku is the winner of this round. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to actually hurt you. Izuku panicked, racing over to where Mina was cradling her arm. I'm so sorry. He began genuinely crying. Mina, I'm sorry. It's fine, Midori. She patted his hair reassuringly with her good arm. No harm, no foul. Stop crying, you're on TV. He picked her up bridal style and carried her off stage. Hey, it's just my arm that's injured, you know. You're hurt. I'm taking you to recovery girl. It's the least I can do. Oh my god, she laughed, the both of them bright red. No mercy, Midoriya couldn't, so she clucked as his classmate sat down with them. I didn't mean to actually give her arm a hairline fracture, he whined as everyone shook their head. We're not mad, Midoriya Kaori tutted, just disappointed. Yeah, Hikaru laughed, disappointed you didn't finish the fight faster. He and Atsushi high-fived and Izuku groaned, a small smile finding its way back onto his face as his class laughed along. And we're back, folks. Who's ready for the second round? The boy cheered along with his class. This time it's 2 hero course kiddos. The amazing and super powerful Todoroki Shoto versus Zero Hanta. Ouch, Midoriya laughed that's harsh. The 2 boys stepped onto the stage and faced each other. You can do it, Oni-chan. Zero waved to his friend. You really think he stands a chance? Hanako asked doubtfully. Oh no, not in the slightest, Izuku said, still smiling and giving his friend a thumbs up. This is gonna be a quick fight. Start. Zero began stretching before suddenly shooting a stream of tape at his opponent, wrapping him up quickly. Zero is giving his all. He's trying to push Todoroki out of the ring. Not a bad idea. Hey, Fujita grinned. He did it. Nope, Midoriya chirped, popping the pea. Sorry, Zero-kun. Sure enough, the dual-colored boy sent a huge wave of ice, covering the whole ring and half the arena. Cold. Toyo shrieked as a wave of cool air rolled over the crowd. That's a bit much, Izuku pouted as Midnight talked to Zero, now frozen in the ice. Zero is IMMOBOLICED. TODOROKI moves on. Mike announced. Don't mind, Mina yelled and the crowd joined in. Don't mind. Well, I guess we'll take a quick break to thaw out the arena. Be back in a bit, folks. Su-chan. Izuku grinned, busting down the waiting room door. You ready? They finished fixing the arena. Yeah, he warbled out, taking deep breaths to calm himself. Hey, Midoriya cooed, sitting down next to his friend and rubbing circles on his back. You're gonna do great. What if she already knows how my quirk works? He panicked. What am I supposed to then? Beat her the old-fashioned way. Izuku told him. You can do that, right? But, no more buts. He scolded. You'll be fine. He dragged the boy out of his chair and began shoving him towards the door. Come on. I want to watch your fight. Alright already, Shinsu laughed. Plus ultra. Plus ultra. He agreed. Alrighty. The arena has been thawed and fixed for our next round. Mike yelled excitedly. Ready, mummy man? I guess. Nice. This time we have 1A's own class Vice President Yaoyorozu Momo versus General Studies Hitoshi Shinsu. They stepped up into the ring, the both of them smiling shyly. Ready, start. Let's have a good fight. Yeah, Shinsu told her, holding out his hand and smiling amiably. She shook it with a smile of her own. Yes, let's both do our best. She froze as his quirk took hold. Oh my god. He laughed. That actually worked. He continued chuckling for a bit before wiping away a tear. Ah, hey, you seem really nice. Sorry about this, but could you do me a favor? Walk out of the ring, he ordered. The girl turned around and made her way over to the edge. Well, what's going on? Mike yelled. Yaoyorozu is walking to the edge. What is she doing? She stepped over the line and Midnight slashed her hand in the air. Yaoyorozu is out of bounds, she announced. 1A's vice president is out. Momo snapped back to attention. What the? She looked down to see herself out. What? When did I? She whipped around to look at her opponent, grinning smugly and safely from inside the ring. Thanks for the win, he said with a small wave before turning to walk back to his cheering class. Hitoshi Shinsu makes it to the next round. Attaboy, Hitoshi-kun. Hanako laughed, slapping her classmate on the back as he made his way over to his seat. You rocked it, dude. Toyo grinned. The lilac-haired boy smiled bashfully, a light blush spreading across his cheeks as he rubbed the back of his neck. Thanks guys, he said. Do you know who's up next? This round we have the bubbly and bright Uraraka Ochako of the Hero Course versus the exploding firecracker of the Hero Course, Bakugo Katsuki. Oh, okay, yeah, Izuku yelled, jumping up onto the barrier and waving at the 2 students entering the ring. Do your best, guys. Midoriya. Hanako yelped. You're gonna kick his ass, Uraraka-chan. Hitoshi and Atsushi yelled, hopping up next to their classmate. Sit down before you fall, you fucking idiots. Bakugo could be heard all the way from the ring, which only caused the 3 to laugh mockingly. Kaori and Toyo grabbed the trio and yanked them back into their seats. Ready? The 2 figures stanced themselves. Start. They lunged at each other, Katsuki wasting no time and blasting forward. I'm kinda worried about this, Fujita admitted as the 2 exchanged blows. I'm sure Blondie wouldn't go full out on a classmate. He would. Izuku sighed and his friends stared at him in horror from this point forward. He's not holding back, not for friend or foe. He gestured to the heated battle below. It doesn't matter who you are, he's gonna try to absolutely destroy you. Uraraka doesn't stand a chance. Then Hanako fretted. I wouldn't count her out quite yet. Midoriya grinned. She's a pretty good fighter herself, you know. And she's not holding back either. Uraraka lunged again and Bakugo sent her sprawling with an explosion. He raced forward and grabbed onto something. She threw her jacket and sent it floating over. Smart move. Damn, Hikaru whistled. He really isn't holding back. That's Kaken for you. Uraraka came charging out from the smoke and Katsuki danced aside, blowing another explosion at her. The game of cat and mouse continued, Uraraka racing towards the blonde only to be blown back once more. Grumbles began to rise out of the crowd as it continued. Someone in the audience finally voiced their complaint. That's not how someone who wants to be a hero fights. The hero yelled, if you're so much stronger than her, just toss her out of the ring. Stop being cruel and toying with the poor girl. He's right. Boo. The crowd began to jeer at the blonde, but the two continued on with their fight, undaunted. Shut up. Izuku howled, leaping up on the wall and verdant eyes aflame as he yelled at the man across the arena. Shut up. Are you all stupid or just that blind? What? Izuku. Hitoshi hissed. What are you? Do you need your hearing checked as well as your vision? Midoriya continued on. You're a pathetic excuse for a pro hero if you can't even see what's happening. I'll break your kneecaps if you say any more crap like that about them. How dare. Aizawa. Hang on. Oh. He's absolutely right. Eraserhead growled into the speaker. Sit down, child. I'll deal with this idiot. Izuku huffed and climbed back down, plopping himself back into his seat with a scowl, and crossed his arms angrily. The pro who said he was toying with her. How many years of duty do you have? The man faltered where he stood. If that's what you're taking away from the fight, then go ahead and get out. There's no point in you watching. That general studies student saw what you couldn't. Do everyone a favor and start looking for a new job. That's a bit harsh, Eraser. Shut it, Mike. I'm right in saying it. Aizawa snapped. She's come this far and he recognizes that strength. His caution shows him accepting her as a worthy opponent. It's exactly because he wants to win so badly that he's leaving no room for mistakes or holding back. Now shut up and watch. My other student isn't quite done either. Oh, Atsushi said sheepishly, looking up above the ring. I didn't notice. Holy shit, Hitoshi breathed. When did she? She kept her attacks low and made Kaken focus on her and the ground with all the smoke and dust to keep him distracted. Izuku explained it's a brilliant move and anyone in the audience should have been able to see it, especially someone who needs to constantly watch their surroundings. Like a hero. The floating mass of rubble and debris began crashing down the moment Uraraka touched her fingers together, and she gave a triumphant grin. I'm gonna win, she yelled, and Katsuki looked up in a panic. It's a meteor storm, Mike yelled, and 1 degree Celsius went nuts. There's no way Bakugo can counteract that. Hanako yelped, but Midoriya shook his head sadly, counting down on his fingers. 3, 2, 1. The blonde threw a palm up into the air and aimed at the falling rocks, bracing himself before letting loose his largest explosion yet, blasting the attack away and sending a rush of hot wind to the audience. How? Hitoshi yelled as Katsuki regained his balance. The two teetered in place for a bit, Bakugo saying something to the girl as he rubbed his smoking arm before they took off again towards each other. Uraraka was able to take a few steps forward before her legs gave out from under her, Katsuki coming to a halt as she lay there. Midnight rushed over, holding out her hand to stop the blonde from approaching as she crouched next to the girl still trying to crawl forward. She reached her weight limit. Izuku sighed mournfully. She's done. Uraraka is unable to continue, she announced with a shake of her head. Bakugo wins. The audience was almost silent at her announcement. Damn it, Atsushi muttered before getting up and taking a deep breath. Yeah. Good job, you two. Good fight. Hitoshi yelled and began applauding. 1 degree Celsius beginning to join before one also started cheering for their classmates. One by one the audience members joined in. Good fight. They yelled good fight. Bakugo went over to his fallen opponent and gently carried her over to the stretcher before silently walking back down the corridor he had entered the arena through. Who's next? Hanako chirped, trying to fill the uncomfortable silence. Midoriya's rant had left. And now we have a support student covered head to toe in her amazing items. Hatsume versus Ida Tenya. What is he wearing? Izuku gawked as confused ripples filled the arena. Isn't that illegal? Kaori asked. Midnight began saying something to the kids in the ring. I'm sorry. They heard Ida respond. I was simply touched by my opponent's sportsmanship. She told me that to be seen as equals we should have the same advantages and offered me some of her items to use. I couldn't refuse such a show of trust and earnest spirit. Good enough for me. If both parties are okay with it, I guess it can be allowed. General and support classes burst into laughter. You fucked up. Hitoshi cackled. You fucked up so bad. Nice knowing you, Ida-kun. Midoriya wheezed. Whoa, so long 4 eyes. Fucking played. She actually did it. And he fell for it. Well, it seems like the other classes are satisfied with this suo. Start. Another wave of laughter rose from the non-hero course students. Even Bakugo's distinct cackle could be heard as they started. What incredible speed, Ida. Hatsume's voice echoed through the arena. And your legs feel lighter, do they not? Does she have a mic? It's a freaking infomercial, Atsushi sighed, leaning back into his seat and pulling out his phone as Hatsume continued her advertising. Well, it'll be a nice breather, Fujita grinned, watching with amusement at the way Ida was blatantly used and dragged around the ring. The students chatted with one another as the fight went on for the next 10 minutes before Hatsume finally stepped over the boundary line. Nothing left to show, she announced. Hatsume is out of bounds, Midnight called out, trying her best not to laugh. Ada moves on. You played me. Ada howled, like a cheap kazoo. Mei grinned. Sorry. For using you. She didn't seem sorry at all. I really don't like you. Well, after that tie between Kirishima and Tetsutestu, next up is another one, a showdown. The frog Itsuyu Asui versus the sparking Kaminari Denki. Yeah, Kotsu-chan. Izuku cheered. Don't you have to go get ready for your fight? Kaori reminded. SSHHH, he hushed. Whoever wins this I have to fight next. Ready, start. Suyu leapt put of the way of a lightning bolt, but Kaminari continued edging forward. I don't think she's gonna win. Hanako muttered. Yeah, no, Izuku agreed, smile slipping from his face as the yellow-haired boy discharged and knocked out his friend. ASUI is out. Kaminari moves on. As soon as he recovers, Midnight led the stupefied boy out of the ring before telling the robots standing around to pick up the poor girl. Ufitoshi muttered that's gonna be pretty hard to counteract. Yeah, and his quirk is gonna throw off my recalling gloves. Midoriya sighed. I think I can handle it, but just in case, I gotta go make a visit. Good luck with your fight. Etsushi called out after him. Thanks, I'm gonna need it. Kakin. The blonde perked up at the sound of his pet name, scowling at his friend making his way over. What the fuck are you doing here, Deku? He snarled, slouching lower in his seat and picking at the bandages covering his right arm. You here to yell at me too? Are you guys bullying Kakin? Izuku scolded playfully. Nuo, one chorused innocently. Shut up. He yelled at them. You totally were. And you. He pointed at Izuku. I don't need you fucking defending me, asshole. I can take care of myself. Midoriya simply rolled his eyes, having obviously gone through this argument before. I know that, he huffed. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings or whatever by being a good friend. Shut the fuck up, you know what I meant, he signed angrily. Really? Midoriya signed back. Just piss off, Deku. I don't need your help, I don't need your pity, and I sure as hell don't need you distracting me right now. I'm not in the goddamn mood. Well, maybe if you took that stick out of your ass you would feel better, Midoriya retorted, and the blonde opened his mouth to respond. You know what? Fine, my fight is coming up. We can talk about this later. He began walking away, Katsuki's classmates quite confused by the silent showdown that had just happened. Fuck you, Bakugo snapped, glaring at the match below. Sure, Kakin, he grumbled back. And Tokoyami wins. He's moving on to the next round. Izuku leaned back in his chair, idly looking around the empty waiting room as he heard Present Mike faintly screaming about Kirishima winning the little tiebreaker they had and announcing a 10-minute break before the second round started. He pulled out his phone in the hopes of distracting himself. He and Katsuki had gotten into plenty of fights before, and Izuku knew just to wait for the explosive teen to cool off, but their argument still bothered him. Why do I even care? He huffed. I could give two shits about his stupid pride not letting people stand up for him. He continued sitting there for a few moments before the door slammed open and a scowling Bakugo marched into the room. Well, Izuku drawled, putting away his phone. What do you want? Stop being an ass, Katsuki growled. Oh, so I'm the ass now. Will you shut up? For 5 fucking seconds, Jesus. Izuku crossed his arms and glared at his friend but kept silent. Look, I know I came off a little harsh. A little. Shut up, Bakugo gritted out, looking very close to blowing something up. You already know my thoughts on you defending me, Midoriya groaned, thumping his head on the table. And you already know I don't mean it that way. He cried. Why is it so hard to understand? I just don't like it. Okay, fine. I'm sorry for putting an asshole in his place because you were currently indisposed at the moment. Why are you saying it like I'm at fault here? Because you are. Why are you even here if you're not gonna apologize? He snapped. Bakugo tugged at his hair in frustration before crossing his arms and pulling his shoulders up. I don't like it when you're mad at me, he muttered. Izuku barked a laugh and threw a paper cup at his head. Get out of my goddamn room before I break my foot off up your ass, he yelled, and the blonde rolled his eyes, flipping the boy off, who simply shot him the middle finger back before leaving and slamming the door behind him. His phone chimed a few minutes later. Angry Pomeranian. We good, best boy. I'm still not talking to you, best boy. I'll think about it. Izuku marched over to the arena. Mood slightly improved as Mike introduced him and his opponent once again. Let's get this over with, shall we? He muttered. Sup, the blonde greeted as soon as the two were in the ring. Izuku quirked an eyebrow. Kaminari, right? The other seemed surprised that Midoriya knew him but nodded. Yup, you must be the Deku Bakugo, and the others are always talking about. He chuckled. I have to admit, I kinda expected more. Same here, Izuku snarked back. The grin on Kaminari's face slipped a bit, but he shrugged it off. Ouch, dude. Ready? No hard feelings for beating you up? Denki asked confidently. The greenette simply stood there with a placid smile on his face. Of course not. Start. If you can even land a blow, that is. Indiscriminate shock. The boy yelled and discharged a large amount of energy onto the field. How predictable, Izuku scoffed, leaping into the air and out of range. I have to be careful. This is not a good matchup for me. I'm basically a walking lightning rod with all this metal attached to me. He landed cautiously near the edge of the ring, eyeing the dazed blonde, shaking his head to reorient himself. There's a small window after a large attack that I can use while he's still dazed. Midoriya edged around his opponent. I guess I didn't make it large enough, Denki grinned, beginning to power up again. Damn, Midoriya muttered, looking for a way out. Come on, Izuku, think. He made a mental run through of his inventory, jumping up into the air even higher as the boy discharged once again. The only thing I have that I can actually hit him with would be a smoke grenade, but if I use that then he'll just go off again at random. He landed roughly and rolled out of the way of a stray lightning bolt. I hit him with a weapon and I'll end up shocking myself. What can I use that won't shock me in the process? His mind continued racing as he narrowly avoided the lightning landing around him, running circles around the blonde. Hold still, Denki griped, sending a blast that made Izuku's hair stand on end and broke the ground where he'd been standing only moments before. Something I can hit him with that won't shock me. He winced at the idea forming in his mind. Kaken's gonna kill me, he whined, pulling out a grenade from behind his back, making sure the other didn't spot it before running over in front of Midnight. Midoriya, she puzzled you good. Just peeky, he panted out. You might want to hold your breath though. Kaminari came running at the greenette and Izuku quickly pulled out another flash dice, setting it off the moment the blonde got too close. Denki stumbled back, rubbing his eyes frantically and groaning while Midoriya pulled the pin on his grenade, dropping it at his opponent's feet and dashing by. In indiscriminate shock, he heard Kaminari cry, although the radius was much smaller than before to avoid hitting Midnight. Izuku quickly picked up a brick-sized chunk of rubble and edged to the blue cloud of smoke trying to spot the blonde. He saw a flash of yellow and a small crackle of electricity in the haze. This is bringing back memories, Midoriya chuckled, taking in a deep breath before covering his nose and mouth with his uniform and dashing into the fog. Denki was stumbling around blindly and disorientedly, turning just in time to see Izuku disappear from in front of him. What the? He coughed out. Where did he go? His question was answered by a lump of cement dropping on his head from above and a green-haired boy landing in a crouch behind him. One swift kick later and an unconscious Kaminari was sent flying out of the smoke and out of the ring. Izuku came stumbling and coughing out a few moments later, fanning the dissipating smoke away from his face. Shit, that was my only. Kaminari is unable to continue, Midnight announced from where she checked on the blonde, startling Midoriya out of his complaining. Midoriya once again moves on to the next round, Mike yelled, causing the stadium to cheer. Oh yeah. He blinked in surprise as he waved at the crowd. Out of instinct was he announcing the fight this whole time? Midoriya Midnight huffed as Kaminari was carted off to Recovery Girl's office. What have we told you about excessive force? Oops, he chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly as he hopped down from the ring. Sorry. I panicked, that's on me. She shook her head, a small smile betraying the fact she wasn't as mad as she should be. Just go rest up. You made it to the semi-finals. Wooey cheered half-heartedly, limping to the exit. Can't wait. I'm so tired, Izuku screeched as he leaned back into his seat. Pure spite and my adrenaline rush is literally the only thing keeping me from passing out and forfeiting my next fight. Awa Hanako cooed, patting his curls. Is Mido-kun angry about his ankle? Yes, he fumed, gesturing to his bandaged left foot. 7 years. 7 years of training and I sprained my stupid ankle. By landing of all things. The first thing I learned how to do. Didn't Recovery Girl fix it? Atsushi asked, joining Hanako in messing with his hair. Yeah, but it drained me a bit, he whined, and she told me to stay off it until my next fight just in case. What's up, dipshit? Katsuki greeted, coming up the stairs with arms full of snacks. Izuku ignored him. Where did you get those? Kaori shrieked, leaping for the food which the blonde held up out of reach. Oi, I paid for these. He snapped good-naturedly. I had to make Pinky sneak outside to get them. Food, Toyo cried, immediately sitting up from her nap. God, y'all are a bunch of vultures, Bakugo muttered before turning to Hanako. What he break this time? I didn't break anything, Midoriya defended. I only sprained it. And yet you're still stuck sitting, he snorted. Whatever, Izuku huffed. Did you get me food? Maybe. Are you still giving me the silent treatment? No. Then yes. Izuku snatched up an iced tea and some yakitori from his friend before he could change his mind. You're forgiven, he said through a mouthful of spicy chicken. Nice to know you can be bought out with some food, Katsuki snickered, and the greenette stuck his tongue out rudely. You already knew that, he grinned, offering some of his food to his classmates, who fell on it hungrily. AHHH, spicy, really, really spicy, Hikaru shrieked, fanning his mouth and racing down the stairs for the nearest water fountain. Oh Jesus, Atsushi coughed, face turning red. What type of chicken did you get? Devil, Bakugo shrugged nonchalantly, taking a bite of his own. It's not that bad, Izuku puzzled, downing 3 of the pieces as if it was nothing. Neither of you are allowed to ever taste food for us, Hanako wheezed out and chugging half of her water bottle. More for us, Midoriya shrugged. Don't you have your fight next, Kaken? No, mine's last, he corrected also. Everyone is personally blaming me for Pikachu, meaning I can't go sit over there, so thanks for that, asshole. We've gone over this several times. I panicked, Izuku groaned, and it was only a mild concussion. And his ribs, Hanako helpfully inputted, earning a glare from her classmate. And a few bruised ribs, but that was an accident, honest. I forgot my boots were still on. Suguriye. It was. He whined. Why do you even care? You hate him after the whole, he gestured to his own ears, deaf talk thing he did. Yeah, but he stopped, Katsuki admitted also. The idiots following me around seem to like him, so I'm stuck with the bastard whether I like it or not. Aha, Izuku snickered as the blonde sat down in the seat next to him. Su-chan is up next, right? Time for the second fight. Mike announced eagerly. This time we have 1A's mysterious Takoyami Fumikage versus Generals Hitoshi Shinsou. 1 degree Celsius erupted into cheers as their classmate stepped into the ring. I want a good clean fight, boys, Midnight told them, and the two nodded. Ready, start, Mike called out, and Hitoshi held out his hand again for his opponent to shake. Let's both do our best. Yes, he greeted sweetly as Takoyami backed away. You must believe me a fool if you think I'm going to touch you after what happened with Yao, he started angrily before stiffening as the quirk took hold. Shinsou shoved his hand in his pockets and rocked back on his heels, grinning widely in triumph. Wow, he chuckled, you hero kids are all the same. Just can't keep your mouths shut. He hummed idly as he observed the crowd around him. Yesterday's friend is today's opponent. Not really much of a fight, but oh well. Walk out of the ring. His opponent began to turn and walk away when a shadow shot out and yanked the boy back, startling him out of his daze. Hitoshi frowned. This wasn't planned. Thanks, Dark Shadow, he heard him mutter. Oh, Wilwa, Shinsou drawled, trying to keep calm. What a cool pet. Didn't know we could bring those into the fight. I'm not a pet. The shadow howled, about to lunge before stiffening. Gotcha, he leered. Hey, Dark Shadow, Takoyami cried, snap out of it. Dark Shadow, Shinsou called out, attack your wielder. The creature did as was told, snapping and hitting its own owner. What did you do? Fumikage yelled angrily as he tried to shield his face from his partner. I have no clue what you mean, he shrugged, backing away from the fight. Hey, Dark Shadow, knock the both of you out of the ring. Dark Shadow, no. The creature ignored his friend and careened the both of them out of the ring. Takoyami is out of bounds, Midnight announced, and the spell over Dark Shadow was broken, now realizing what it was doing and stopping. Hitoshi wins again, Mike announced. He's moving on. All right, Shinsou cheered, waving to his class who cheered in return before turning back to his defeated opponent, now petting his ashamed quirk comfortingly. Hey, that's a pretty cool quirk you got there, he admitted as he began walking out of the ring, and the two glared at him, sorry for calling him a pet. He's obviously much more than that. You two will probably be great heroes someday. They both blinked in surprise and the glare lessened, although not by much. Thanks, he grumbled, momentarily freezing up and looking at him in surprise. Sorry, Hitoshi chuckled awkwardly, little side effect. He waved goodbye before darting off. See you. They both waved back, too confused to do much else. Come on, Mei. Izuku whined, you didn't bring anything of mine. No, she sighed, we're only allowed to bring our own things. Wait, she exclaimed suddenly, rifling through her belt. I think I accidentally took some of your grenades. Now that I think about it, I didn't get to showcase them though. That's fine, he dismissed. Do you have a blue? Nuo, she said with a shake of her head. Holding up 2 grenades, only reds and blacks for some reason, Midoriya groaned, beginning to pace. And this purple, but I think it's a dud. I'll take a red, he sighed defeatedly, picking out the gray weapon with a red pin and handle on it. I don't want to risk using a black one in a closed area. Good point, Hatsum agreed, still digging through her pockets. Hey look, a blue, she exclaimed, tossing the bomb at him, which he happily caught. Score, he cheered. Thank you. You're a lifesaver. You still have to test out my next experiment, she grinned, and he faltered. I remember the rules, he huffed, before fist bumping his friend. A deal's a deal. And don't you forget it, she smirked back before waving and turning to walk back to her class. Where'd you go? Hanako asked when he got back. You're not supposed to move. I'll be fine, he dismissed as he sat down. Had to go talk to Hatsum. Alrighty, not gonna question that, Hanako shuddered. Did Kaken leave already? He questioned. Yup. Bumped into Blondie on the way up, Shinsou piped up and sat down in the second row. Hey, Su-chan. Izuku greeted. You did great out there. They almost had you for a second there, Kaori chuckled. Still one though, he retorted playfully as 4 Eyes next. Ietsushi confirmed. Mike already announced them. Ready, fight. Eder revved his engines and shot forward, leaping over the jet of ice. Todoroki fired at him. Woo-ah. 1 degree Celsius oohed, Midoriya leaning forward in his seat and mumbling away, with another super-speeded blast. Eda was above his classmate, aiming a kick at his head. Todoroki quickly ducked out of the way, but his opponent simply leapt back into the air, feet barely brushing the ground before bringing his leg down on his back and slamming him to the ground. Ouch, Etsushi winced. That's gonna leave a mark. Almost there, Eda. Todoroki began icing the floor again, but Eda jumped up out of range and over the still somewhat dazed boy, grabbing the back of his uniform as he did and began racing towards the edge of the ring. Oh my god, he's gonna do it. Atsushi yelled excitedly, shaking a cheering Hanako. You got this. No mercy. Hanako screamed. Something isn't adding up. Izuku muttered, glaring down at the fight in slight confusion. Eda stumbled and turned to the boy he carried, looking quite surprised as he exchanged words with him, right before he was completely encased in ice and frozen to the spot. 1 degree Celsius groaned in disappointment as Todoroki shook himself off and walked out of the ring. Eda is unable to continue, Midnight announced. Todoroki moves on to the next round without even having to use his fire. Mike yelled. That's it. Midoriya blinked, startled out of his analysis. I haven't seen his fire once. What are you talking about, Izuku-kun? Hitoshi yawned. Todoroki's quirk is fire and ice. He quickly explained. This entire tournament I've only seen him use his right side. Ice, I assume, and not his left, which I'm guessing is fire. His classmates stared at him before turning back to the arena in horror. Are you telling me he's been only at half power this whole time? Hikaru shrieked. I'm afraid so. Izuku nodded. Dude, Kaori realized, don't you have to fight whoever won this fight? Izuku nodded solemnly, glaring at the boy heading into the tunnel. Yup. Hey Izuku, Shinsu called. Oi, Hikaru drawled earth to Midoriya. Hello, Atsushi tried. You okay, buddy? The next fight is starting. Mido Hanako warned the green-haired boy from where he was going over the several notebooks Hitoshi had grabbed from the locker room for him. He responded absently, flipping from book to book and muttering away, casually twirling a knife in his hand as he did. And Midoriya's out for the count. Toyo laughed, waving her hand in front of him to get no response. I don't think he's all quite here right now. The counter, Mike yelled as an explosion echoed through the arena, immediately catching Izuku's attention. He panicked, shutting his books and putting his knife away. Kaken's fight started already. Why didn't anyone tell me? His class burst into laughter and he looked around in confusion. What's so funny? Feint, dodge, turn, shit, avoid that. Bakugo twisted out of the way, Kirishima's razor-sharp fist grazing his cheek as he slammed a flaming palm into his classmate's side. The two leapt apart, Katsuki growling in annoyance that the boy wasn't out yet. Damn it, nothing phases him. He's more than just hardening. No dice, my bro. The redhead laughed, slamming his fists together. I've played FKA enough times to know what to expect. And even if you do land a blow, it does nothing against me. Bakugo blasted forward and slammed an explosion on his classmate's face and a knee in his ribcage before backing away from each other. Kirishima shook his head dazedly, taken off guard by the physical attack. You're pushing too hard. Calm down. Keep your cool. The voice in his head warned, sounding suspiciously a lot like Midoriya. Shut up. He snapped back at himself, taking in a deep breath and eyeing the opponent he now circled. He's been slowing down. Usually he'd have dodged an attack like that. If he's slowing down, it means he's tired. Katsuki gave another rapid combo, this one more experimental than before. Yup, definitely slower. He noticed how Kirishima seemed to be guarding his left side, wincing slightly as he rolled out of the way of another blast. What's wrong, shitty hair? He taunted, getting tired. You need a little nap. I can do this all day. Ejiro chuckled back, shifting enough for Bakugo to spot what he was hiding. A burn. I burnt him. That means. An evil grin began to slowly spread on Katsuki's face and Kirishima shuffled nervously. His quirk is weakening. If his quirk is weakening, then my attacks can reach him. Becca bro, I don't like that look you're giving me. Kirishima panicked. That look never means anything good. Why are you giving me that look? Bro, stop smiling. What's with the look? Because you're dead. Katsuki smirked, exploding forward faster than before and slamming both fiery hands on Kirishima's chest, tackling him to the ground and using the momentum to leap off the boy, blasting him from above. Ejiro quickly got to his feet in the effort to defend himself properly, but Bakugo was too fast, rapidly hitting his classmate with a barrage of attacks from all sides. You're always going on and on about your quirk and about how fucking hard your skin is, but it looks like with enough rapid attacks, he continued his barrage, the redhead trying in vain to guard himself. You start falling away. Kirishima staggered back, catching a glimpse of the feral and triumphant grin Bakugo had as he raised his hands once more. Call it a draw. Ejiro whimpered, blood draining from his face as the blonde's hands began heating up. Die, Katsuki responded, blasting his opponent straight out of the ring where he thudded to an unconscious stop at the edge of the stairs. Well, you wouldn't have lasted very long in a fight with me anyway. He snorted and brushed his hands off, clearing them of the remaining smoke and ash before heading for his own stairs. And with that final fiery assault, Bakugo moves on. Mike screeched, he's now in the semifinals. Dear audience, are you pumped up? Whoa, a certain green-haired annoyance cheered over the rest of the crowd. All right. Bakugo grinned up at his friend and waved, receiving waves back from his adopted class. You're dead, Blondie. Shinsu screamed from next to him, making Katsuki grin even wider. I'm gonna kick your ass. I'd like to see you fucking try Petunia. He cackled back. We'll be right back after a short 10-minute intermission. Inko-sen, you need to calm down. Masaru worried we're out of tissues. My baby. Inko sobbed. He's in the final four. Ko-chan, you're gonna dehydrate. Mitsuki chuckled, handing her a water bottle. And Izuku won his round ages ago. I know, but I'm still so proud, she wailed, blowing her nose into the tissue a worried fellow spectator had handed over. Mitsuki and Masaru looked at each other and shook their heads slightly in amusement. Prep room, where's the stupid fucking prep room for the last time? Izuku growled, glancing up and down the maze of hallways under and around the arena. Ugh. Forget it, he groaned, tugging at his curls. I already wasted a bunch of my time talking over strategy with the others. I might as well just head to the arena entrance. He tied his hair up in its usual half up, half down style and slipped his headband back on as he walked. Geez, I have to go against Todoroki of all people, oh my god. He came to a startled stop right before almost crashing into Endeavor, the number 2 hero. Oh, hey, the hero rumbled, glancing down at the much smaller child. Scary. He's so fucking scary up close, holy shit. Hi, he managed to squeak out. You just humiliated yourself in front of the number 2 hero. Way to go, Lamio. He cleared his throat. Hello, he corrected politely, trying his very best not to curl up into a little ball and die on the spot. Endeavor stepped forward and glared down at him. Oh Lord above, just fucking kill me now. See, can I help you? Endeavor asked. Why are you back here? He tried, every nerve in his body bristling with signs of danger and run away. I saw what you did out there, the man thundered, pointing an almost accusatory finger at the general student. Those are some remarkable items you have there, and you're clearly skilled in using them. Izuku couldn't help but puff up a bit proudly at the compliment. He noticed my items. Well, I would hope so. I worked really hard on these. Thank you. But it won't be enough, the hero told him bluntly, and Izuku froze, invisible shields beginning to come up defensively. Not even with that agility quirk you seem to have. What are you on about? Midoriya muttered, bright green eyes now glaring up at the hero defiantly. What are you doing? Shut the fuck up, you idiot, before your mouth gets you into more trouble than you can handle. Endeavor raised a fiery eyebrow in surprise. My son, Shoto. He has a duty to surpass All Might, he stated. What in the ever-loving fuck? Oh, right. Todoroki told me about this, but damn, I think he left a couple things out. His match against you will be nothing more than a stepping stone in his path to become number 1. Oh my god, are you for real right now? Izuku marveled, the man blinking back in confusion. Holy mother of God, you are more of a prick than I thought you were. Don't get me wrong, you're a great hero and all, but holy shit. Endeavor simply stood there, lost for words at the spew of insults coming from such an innocent-looking child. Like, dude, what is wrong with you? That's your son, my successor, a literal teenager, Midoriya shrieked, waving his hands around a child. Is that all you see him as? A mini-you, a tool? He shuddered and stepped back. You're a sick, twisted bastard. Todoroki is his own person. He isn't you and he isn't All Might, he muttered before turning heel and marching away. Enjoy the show, Endeavor. Are you fucking serious? Izuku panicked the moment he turned the corner. You're just cruising for a bruising today, aren't you? Izuku. Where in your right mind was pissing off the number 2 hero a good idea? He thudded his head repeatedly against the cement wall. Poor Todoroki. Damn, he was a bit of an ass, but no one deserves a dad like that. He shook his head frantically, refixing his hair as he jogged down the hall toward the arena. No time. You can have a heart-to-heart talk with him after you beat his ass into the ground. Just remember the plan. Midoriya stepped out into the sunlight and was greeted with the loud, enthusiastic cheering from all around. He made his way silently up the arena stairs, barely giving his screaming classmates and friends a glance. You ready? Todoroki asked him quietly, question almost lost among the noise of the crowd. Izuku took a deep breath and steadied himself, turning a calculated gaze on the opponent standing before him. As I'll ever be, he responded with a small tilt of his head, miraculously keeping the nervous wobble out of his voice. This is it, people. Mike screamed. Both of these competitors have done amazingly during this year's festival so far, but there's only room for one powerhouse in the ring. The crowd somehow got even louder, and Midoriya forcefully tossed aside all remaining jitters, closing his eyes and controlling his breathing as best as possible. Just like sparring in a street fight. He reassured himself. Midoriya versus Todoroki. Are you ready? Not in the slightest. Start. Blazing verdant eyes snapped open, landing dangerously on the dual-color-haired boy, and Izuku raced forward. Move it, spark plug. Bakugo growled, leaping over his classmates' feet in the ordeal to get to his spot. What the Bakugo? Kaminari sputtered, sitting up in his seat. What are you doing here? Yeah, aren't you supposed to be in a prep room? Gyro asked, glancing over at the new bandages Katsuki had acquired in Recovery Girl's office. There's no TV in the room and the live stream quality sucks, the blonde snapped, settling in his seat and propping his legs up on the rail. There's no way in hell I'm missing this fight, and neither is Petunia, so we agreed to just make a mad dash for the arena when it's our turn to fight. That's actually really sweet of you, Bakugo Uraraka confessed, shrinking away when he shot her a death glare. Oh please, Katsuki snorted, turning back to the arena with a faint smirk. I just want to watch half and half get his ass fucking handed to him. Knowing glances were passed around. But isn't Midoriya? You know, a battered Kirishima piped up quietly with a small uncomfortable shrug. Yeah, Mina agreed softly, and don't get me wrong, he's a great fighter. I got my ass completely whooped by him, she panicked, waving her hands around, but there's a big power difference between him and Todoroki. Come on, we all saw what he did to Zero, right? Your point? Bakugo questioned, casting a fiery gaze at his classmates. Dude, Todoroki is unstoppable. Kaminari cried, there's no way he can be beat. Oh, ye of little faith, Katsuki chuckled, you haven't seen anything yet. What are you talking about? Ajiro questioned anxiously. PFF, he huffed in amusement and grinned when he gets serious. Deku fights with the moral compass of a fucking roulette wheel and self-preservation of someone who met God and wasn't impressed. This won't end well, Ida announced. Kick his fucking ass, Deku. Todoroki let loose a torrent of ice the moment Midoriya took a step forward, and the general student quickly leapt aside, continuing forward towards the boy's unguarded left side. The hero in training frowned slightly and turned, raising his right foot once more and shooting another wall of ice at Izuku. Once again, Izuku jumped to his right in order to avoid the attack. I don't have to fight him, Midoriya chided himself breathlessly, swerving to avoid attack after attack. I just have to outlast him. He threw the occasional knife to keep Todoroki busy as he ran laps around the increasingly frustrated boy. Hold still, Shoto growled, breath steaming in the freezing ring. I'm good, thanks, he responded chipperly from behind an ice block, ducking out of sight when ice was blasted at him. Hey, you got a jacket or something? I think it's starting to get a bit chilly out. Shut up, the boy gritted out, chasing after the smaller green blur as it darted past. Izuku scooped up and recalled a few of his stray knives, tucking them away before hiding behind a pillar to take a good look at his surroundings. Okay, plenty of barriers for me at this point, he began muttering, eyes darting around warily, but not too many high vantage points. I'm not wearing him down fast enough. I need to outlast him, but I only have a limited amount of weapons on me. I need more weapons, readily available and easily accessible. He looked down at the spikes of ice jutting out of the floor at his feet. A wide grin spread across his freckled face as an idea came to mind. I'm gonna die. Where did he go? Shoto huffed in annoyance. He hadn't expected the general student to cause him this much trouble, and yet. Ice fight, Midoriya yelled, running out from behind a pillar of ice and slinging icicles at Todoroki, cackling his head off as he did before throwing himself behind another mini glacier. Shoto couldn't help but let out a surprised curse and threw up a wall to block his own quirk. He takes the midfielder by surprise, passes it over, and it's a straight shot to the net. The boy whipped around in shock to see his grinning opponent somehow behind him, sliding ice chunks between his feet before kicking them at him. He takes it GOOAALLL. His opponent cheers as the ice shatters all around Todoroki, and it takes all he has not to curl up on the floor to better avoid the projectiles. What is this? Midoriya is actually pushing back Todoroki. A blast of fire would be all it takes to get him to stop. Todoroki can't help but think as he runs, bringing up another wall behind him to block the razor-sharp icicles being thrown at his back. He shook his head stubbornly. No way. I'm not using his stupid quirk to win this. A large cracking noise interrupts his thoughts. Yes, please. Izuku laughs as he easily kicks apart the ice to splinters. Keep doing that. You're just making it even easier for me to beat you. He scooped up more shards and hurled them, narrowly missing his target. It's like you want me to win, leaving all these magnificent weapons lying around, using Todoroki's own ice against him. Brilliant. He's actually making a dent in his defense. Shoto simply grits his teeth and continues to avoid Midoriya's well-aimed attacks. He's trying to push me out of the ring. Not bad. You know, this would be a lot easier if you used your fire, the boy drawls with a condescending smirk. Never. He growls in response. I'll never use my left side in a fight. You really think you can win this at half power? Izuku scoffs, something in his tone having changed. Pretty arrogant of you, don't you think? He narrowed his eyes, thinking like that is only gonna end up in failure for you. I'll take my chances, Todoroki grumbled. I can take him. The agility quirk is hard to pin down, but I can do it. I tried. He shrugged, disappearing from view and reappearing dangerously close next to Shoto, who barely blasted out of the way in time to avoid a kick. But your chances aren't looking too good. If you keep this up, it won't end well for you. You know that, right? Do you ever stop talking? Nah, not really, Midoriya grinned, throwing more icicles. It's a gift. It's a pain in my ass, that's what it is. Seriously though, your ice powers are taking a drain on you, aren't they? You're already slower than before. He gave a chuckle also. You're covered in frost and shivering. Don't think that's supposed to happen, right? I don't need my left side to win this, Shoto told him angrily. Izuku slowed to a stop, strange look on his face. Yes, he muttered, you will. He positioned himself to leap, and Todoroki focused, intent on making sure he couldn't disappear again. Because I'll kill you if you don't. He howled angrily, whipping out more blades and ice shards as he leapt forward, bombarding the stubborn boy with barrage after barrage of attacks. Use your fire, damn it. You coward. How dare you think you can beat me at only half power? Todoroki turned heel and ran, dodging the blows awkwardly. You can't win. Your ice isn't enough, you idiot. Well, Midoriya just upped his game like 5 notches. Is he actually going to win this? Remember, Mike, Todoroki still hasn't used his fire, and Midoriya is having a hard time as it is. You're right. Use your fire. So irritating. he snarled, pausing mid-run at the edge of the ring before turning and blasting the freckled annoyance shut up. A glacier to rival the one he had thrown at his classmate a few rounds ago appeared in the arena again, engulfing a good part of the ring and even some of the sky itself. Shit, he groaned and clutched his right arm, now frozen and frostbitten. Too much. I used too much power again. Oh god, not again. I don't know if Midoriya got out of the way in time. There's too much ice to tell. Midnight. I can't see him, she yelled up, worriedly trying to see into the fog and crystals. Cementos. I don't have an eye on him, he called back, anxiously trying to spot the small child as well. This might just be it from Midoriya. There's no way he avoided that hit. Oh shit, Mina shrieked as the cold washed over them. Is he okay? Fuck. Hitoshi cursed from several rows down, getting up and pacing. Come on man. Not like this, damn it. No, Hanako fretted, gnawing at her thumb. Come on Midoriya, come on. Damn, Zero groaned, pulling at his hair. You had him. Shit, this is part of the plan, right? Hikaru laughed nervously, all eyes on the lone figure in the ring. Right. It doesn't end like this. It can't. I don't think anyone could have planned for this. Uraraka sighed, glancing over at the silent Bakugo. Come on Midoriya, Kaori pleaded. Give us a miracle. Just one more crazy stunt, dude. Our quirkless wonder. Just one more. Go. Toya whispered. We know you can do it. This might just be it for Midoriya. There's no way he avoided that hit. Mike screamed. Come on you quirkless shit, Katsuki muttered, leaning forward in his seat and hands balled up in front of his mouth as he glared at the ring below. I know you're still kicking, you little bastard. Quit being a dramatic bitch. I'm calling it. Midnight yelled. Count of 10. 10, 9. Mike began counting down and the audience murmurs grew louder. Come on. Isoki yelled. Come on bro. 8. Let's go Midoriya. Anjiro encouraged. 7, 6. Ototo. Mina screamed enthusiastically. 5. You're not letting that half-powered bastard win, are you? Hitoshi shrieked. 4, 3. A large explosion from within the ring shook and rattled the glacier as ear-splitting cracking filled the arena. The largest plume of fire anyone had seen burst from the gaping, steaming hole, and standing in the melted cavern was no bleep way. Mike and Eraserhead cried. That can't be possible. Midnight gasped, Cementos at a loss for words. A very livid and battered-looking freckled devil. Fuck yeah, Katsuki cheered, getting up to yell with the rest of his amazed class and audience. That's right. Kick his ass, Deku. 4. There's no way. I hit him. I know I did. There's no way. 3. The explosion and plume of flame that rivaled his father's shook the very ground he stood on. There's no way. The tiny general student towered over Shoto from his perch on the glacier. No bleep way. The two commentators yelled, Midnight practically swooning in shock where she stood. I'm still in the ring, he cackled before letting out a blood-curdling yell and leaping down faster than Todoroki could follow in his dazed state. Izuku tackled Shoto to the ground, hand poised above him with a blade ready to bring down on his opponent. He's going to kill me. He's actually trying to kill me. This can't be legal. Shit, he cursed, kicking the other off in a terrified panic. Midoriya rolled into a crouch, eyes flaming with something indecipherable as he ran at his left side again. Stop it. Stop trying to get me to use my fire, damn it. Don't you dare underestimate me. Izuku howled, knife glinting dangerously and expertly in his hand. He'll stab me. I can't let him get closer. He began backing away, a shiver running down his spine as the green-haired demon rushed him. He'll kill me. Don't let him get closer. Get away, get away. Use fire. No. No, Todoroki screamed. Go away. He brought up his right arm and fired. Shit, wait. Oh no. Izuku skidded to a stop, trying to avoid the inevitable. He stopped just in time for the shards of ice to go straight past the boy's right side, ripping a gash through his uniform and body. Midoriya let out a keen of pain as he clutched his side tightly, blood dribbling down his chin. Crap. I didn't mean to. Izuku glared at him and swapped out his weapon for a grenade. He can't seriously be thinking about fighting right now. He pulled out the pin with his mouth and threw it at Todoroki before disappearing again. A plume of deep red hissed out of the can, making it seem as if the ring was filling with blood. Shoto brought up his uniform to his nose and mouth to block out the gas. At least it's staying low to the ground because of the temperature. He glanced around. He's gone. This isn't good. Oh, God. Fuck. Izuku cursed, ducking into one of the caverns in the glacier still in the ring, making sure he was out of view of the cameras and audience before shakily sinking to the icy floor, still clutching the growing bloodstain on his side. He hissed more curses and profanities at the heroic student while his mind raced for a solution, spitting out the blood pooling in his mouth to the side. The ache in his ribs and ringing in his head from the first big blow weren't helping either. You really fucked up now, you idiot. Stupid. How are you so suicidally stupid? Okay, think. You'll have to quit if you keep bleeding out like this. Staunch the bleeding and then focus on the fight. Izuku's mind went back on his lessons and real-world experience, vision whiting out for a few moments from the throbbing, burning pain in his side, every breath sending a new debilitating wave over him. He could faintly hear Mike yelling something from under the bells his head seemed to be buried in. Or was it Midnight? He couldn't tell. I'm glad mom can't see me right now because this is so not gonna be pretty. Izuku quickly unbuttoned his uniform, unclipping the belt of weapons strapped across his chest and wiggling out of his shirt halfway. Come on, where is it? He grumbled, digging through one of the containers on the belt still around his waist single-handedly. Bingo! He pulled out a glass capsule with a wire frame about the size of his thumb, full of a suspicious dark purple liquid. With expert fingers, he popped the identical blue capsule out of the hilt of the penknife he'd been trying to stab Todoroki with a while ago and swapped it out with the other. He shook the knife a bit, watching the viscous liquid ooze into the channels built into the blade. Taking a deep breath, he gently peeled back his hand and pulled up the ripped and bloodied shirt in his mouth before touching a few drops of the drug on the wound, wincing slightly. Okay, he panted as the gash began to numb. Next step. Come on, next step. Fuck. This is gonna hurt like a bitch. He rifled through his things again, finally picking up his flamethrower, a new canister of fuel and a simple blade. He switched the empty can with the full one and turned it down to its lowest setting. Midoriya took the poisoned blade and stuck its hilt in his mouth, biting down gently with the bloodied shirt as he mentally prepared himself, running a flame up and down the knife now in his other hand. This is not a good idea. I'm gonna pass out from the pain before I even do it. Oh god, oh fuck, what am I doing? I'm so sorry. 13 Sensei, I know you're gonna get blamed for teaching me this. Recovery girl and Kaken, please don't kill me. I've suffered enough. He took a deep breath and stretched out a bit, eyeing the wound as the simmering knife hovered over it, hand shaking. Here goes nothing. He took a deep breath and quickly pressed down, excruciated screams muffled by the makeshift bit in his mouth. He could feel the tears running down his face and could see literal stars. But the boy grit his teeth, sucked it up and did it again and again until the whole gash had been cauterized. The knife clattered out of his hand and he spat out the blade in his mouth, sluggishly slipping the belt back over his chest as he tore up the remains of his shirt and wrapped it around his torso in case the wound split, which it probably would. I'm so tired. Izuku thudded his head against the glacier. I want this to end already. He hissed and winced once more as he tried to get up, side flaring up with a half-numb, half-blinding pain. As he slipped his uniform back on, he glanced up to see a horrified-looking Todoroki standing at the entrance of his temporary hideout. Midoriya narrowed his eyes into a glare so bright it nearly melted the cave he was in. Fucking bastard. Looking down on me because you have such a strong quirk. I bet it was real easy to get into the heroics course, wasn't it? I don't care who the hell your dad is, I'll kick your ass. Why? Shoto marveled. Why are you going so far? It's just a what? Izuku snarled. Just a fight. Just a game. Is that all this is to you? A friggin' joke. He began marching forward, the other backing away warily. I bet that what all of this is to you, isn't it? A laugh. A little friendly competition not even worth going full out on. He sneered. Well, guess what? Newsflash. He gestured to his class up in the stands. To us, this isn't just a fight. This is our chance, my chance, to prove ourselves. We're giving it all we have and here you are. Pretty boy not even using his quirk to his full extent in the hero course. He spat on the ground. How dare you? You're mocking us by holding back. Must be real fucking nice to have such an overpowered quirk. Not having to deal with all the shit I had to deal with growing up quirkless. Fuck you. You don't understand, Todoroki growled, beginning to look angry himself. You don't know what I've been through because of his quirk. You're right, Midoriya yelled back. I don't know what you've been through. But you don't know what I've been through either. The hoops I've had to jump to even get to this ring. He pulled out his staff and extended it, which is why I'm giving it all I have. For my sake and those who helped me get here. So show a little respect and do the same, you jerk. I'm sorry, but I will never use his quirk in a fight. By his quirk do you mean endeavor? Izuku shouted. What does he have to do with any of this? This is our fight and your quirk I'm talking about. No, it's his stupid power. Does he control your arm? Your left side? No. Can he force you to set off your fire involuntarily? Cause your left side to catch on fire whenever he feels like it? No, but then how the hell is it his quirk? Midoriya howled. God, it's frustrating even talking to you. His power. You're not endeavor. He shrieked angrily, growing impatient. So why do you keep thinking you are? Because your quirks are similar. It's your body, right? Therefore it's your power. No one else's. Since when can someone other than the person it belongs to own a quirk? Idiot. Shoto froze and stared at Izuku incredulously. It's my power, he repeated, looking stunned and glancing down at his left hand like it was the first time he was seeing it. Midoriya simply stared back before rubbing his forehead tiredly. Please tell me all you want to. Students aren't this frickin' stupid, he muttered. Kaken was right. He's surrounded by idiots. The things I do to get a plan back on track. I hate everything. I'm gonna kill that fucking half-and-half bastard. Katsuki screamed, having to be held back from leaping into the ring and finishing off Todoroki himself. Let me go, shitty hair. He's dead. You can't fight a fight for someone, Bakubro. Kirishima yelped, hardening his skin in time to protect himself from a blast to the face. I'm sure at this point Midoriya can handle him. Gotta admit, I didn't see that coming, Kaminari admitted, leaning over the rail to try and listen in on the argument going on in the ring. He's dead. Bakugo continued ranting. The next time I see his stupid scarred face, I'll kill him. Bakugo-kun, calm down. Nina yelped. It was just a graze, and we both know he's had worse injuries than that. Be grateful it wasn't worse, like impalement or something. Katsuki snapped his head to glare at her, red eyes gleaming murderously. If that asshole impaled Deku, that's the last time he'd ever use his fucking quirk, because I'd snap his goddamn neck where he stood. He snarled softly. I am now very much glad Todoroki didn't impale Mido for a completely different reason, Shiro announced nervously. Look on the bright side, Kaminari told them cheerfully as Uraraka, Kirishima and Shiro wrestled Bakugo back into his seat. At least he hasn't used his fire on Midoriya. Oh my god, Todoroki is using his fire. Is he finally taking this seriously? Mike yelled as a bright flare lit up the ring and the two students in it. Katsuki looked Shiro dead in the eye. Let me go right now so I can murder him, he ordered. Shiro raised his hands in surrender, using Mina as a shield. He's all yours, Kiri. What? Shiro, don't just leave us, Ijiro sputtered. Where's Edo when you need him? Uraraka whined, bracing herself as Katsuki took in a deep breath. Die, you fucking pokeball, LOOKIN. Half and half son of a bitch, I'll rip out your spine and beat you senseless with it, you got? I do want to be a hero. Shoto grinned, tears in his eyes as his left side erupted into flames. Thank you. No problem, Izuku responded, clutching his right side. I fucked up. Whose stupid idea was this to get him to use his fire? Because I know even I'm not that suicidal. Shit, the poison is starting to wear off. I need to finish this. Now, SHOTOOO. Endeavor could be heard booming from the stands. Todoroki glanced over and his flames died down a bit. Oi, Midoriya snapped before beaming widely. Don't focus on him. Your fight's with me. He darted forward and swung his staff, dancing around the bursts of ice and fire. Todoroki fired with renewed vigor. You're crazy, you know that, Shoto told him, fighting in your condition. Don't blame me for what happens. I get that a lot. Izuku laughed. And don't worry about me. He slipped another grenade out from behind his back and pulled out a flash dice. At the same time, you should worry about you. He tossed the dice into the air where it exploded in a blinding light, rolling his grenade into the dissipating red haze on the ground. It's warming up in the ring. Good. The gas should start rising, especially if he uses more of his fire. Even if I can just knock him down, I can get him to pass out. He dug himself in with a feral smirk. All right, time to get serious. While Todoroki blinked away the fading light, Midoriya attacked him with his staff, bringing up a plume of smoke with each swipe. Shoto simply shot more ice at him, which Izuku had to ungracefully dodge again. Watch it. Are you trying to stab me again? He yelped, and the other paused momentarily. My bad, he apologized before going right back to trying to trap him. Izuku felt something cold seep through the bottom of his pant leg's water. He glanced down and stepped uncertainly, since his knees and everything below was hidden under the scarlet fog, hearing a splash. Yes, it worked. He melted his own ice, haha. Midoriya turned and darted off towards the melting glacier still in the ring, hearing and memorizing where the puddles were. Showtime. He slid to a stop and spun his staff, ignoring the splitting pain his side was still in, and tried to extend it some more. Oh, come on, he yelled frustratedly, tugging at the stubborn metal. Not now. Don't break on me now. Todoroki took this opportunity to run forward. That's it, just a little farther, stupid hunk of junk, he cried, slamming it into the glacier where it snapped in half. He took the two halves, slid the switch on one of them and dropped it into the rising cloud, kicking it to where he knew a puddle was located and hearing the faint crackle as it stopped where he planned it to. You're out of weapons now, Shoto told him. Crap. He's gotta move to the left for this to work. He glanced at the grappling hook half of his staff and desperately hurled it with all his might at the incoming heroic student, groaning and knees buckling a bit as his side erupted with a searing white-hot agony. Todoroki leapt to the left and kept running. You missed. Did I? He chuckled, holding his side and backing away. Shoto noticed much too late the flash of something in the fog where he was about to step. His foot landed in the puddle and 50,000 volts of electricity ran through the boy. A pillar immediately shot out and tossed Todoroki in the air, live taser in the broken staff sticking out of the ice and fizzling out. No more tricks, he panted as he shakily got to his feet. This ends now. Screw you, Izuku yelled, throwing two penknives with deadly accuracy into his right leg and arm. I'm not done yet. Shoto looked down as his leg gave out from under him and arm went limp, poison setting in. Why do you have so many weapons? He grumbled, fumbling to take them out and toppling over the pillar's edge. There was a soft thud as he landed into the gas still on the ground, head popping up for a few moments before sliding back under. Midoriya hesitated, waiting for the boy to get back up. He peeked at the makeshift bandage under his unbuttoned uniform, wincing at the fresh blood seeping through. He finally pulled out a baton and swished the gas away as best as possible, holding his breath in anticipation. Is he out? Did it work? No way, he's probably trying to trick me. Midoriya, Midnight called out, jogging over to where the two were. Let me handle this. She fanned the smoke away from where Todoroki lay, nudging him with a heel before squatting down and poking his cheek warily. The tattered boy didn't budge, chest rising and falling slowly. Midnight got back up, brushed herself off and cleared her throat. Is he okay? Izuku worried he's not dead, is he? Todoroki has been rendered unconscious and is unable to continue. She yelled up at the booth, sounding as if she didn't quite believe it. There was a shocked silence throughout the arena, a convenient gust of wind blowing away the remains of the attack, revealing a passed-out Todoroki on the ground and battered Midoriya in the rubble. I fucking told you he'd win. A person yelled triumphantly in the quiet. That's my baby. A woman screamed from up in the stands, breaking the spell in the audience. He won, Mike screeched, and the sounds of someone falling out of their chair could be faintly heard over the speakers. He won, the audience chorused. I won, Izuku shrieked, clutching his head in amazement as he looked from Midnight to Todoroki and back again. You won, she repeated in disbelief as the arena erupted into thunderous cheering and applause, Mike's announcement lost in the noise. Midoriya stood there in shock, staring at the unconscious body on the ground. I won, he mumbled, eyes beginning to light up and tearful smile spreading across his face. I won. He turned to where his class was and leapt up and down, waving frantically IFRIGGI and won. He screamed before turning to where Wana was seated. KACCHAN I won. Hell yeah you did. Bakugo yelled back, exploding his palms in the air to create crude fireworks, 1 degree Celsius, going absolutely nuts with the rest of the audience a few rows down. I won, Midoriya sobbed, trying to wipe away his tears as Midnight led him towards a medical bot. Sensei, I won. Indeed you did, she told his with a soft smile, ruffling his hair. Congrats kiddo. You're in the finals. Kami and Hikaru mumbled as Izuku limped over to where Todoroki had fallen, crowd hushing anxiously as they watched. Please God, I'm begging you, Fujita prayed, eyes squeezed shut. I can't watch, Hanako whimpered, covering her eyes but peeking through her fingers. Todoroki has been rendered unconscious and is unable to continue. Midnight called out, completely silencing the crowd. I fucking told you he'd win. Bakugo cackled from down the rows, getting up and pointing accusingly at his classmates. That's my baby. Someone, no doubt a family member, yelled from the crowd. Oh my god. Atsushi gaped as the arena burst into cheering. He did it. He actually did it. That crazy bastard fucking did it. Shinsu shrieked, shaking the nearest classmate next to him frantically. He beat fucking Todoroki. Kaori screamed, setting off the entire class into hysterical shouting. He did it. He won. Holy shit. He's in the finals. Sensei, there's a general student in the finals. Oh my god. Hanako began crying with some of the other students. The plan worked. It worked. Hikaru cheered, picking her up and spinning her around. Several students were leaping and jumping, shaking each other and dancing around with the thunderous applause. General, General, Atsushi began chanting, the rest of the class and others picking up on it and screaming it at the boy below. General, General. Izuku turned to them and put a fist in the air, the other hand holding his side. I friggin' won. He yelled up at them, grinning widely. YHHH. Hitoshi screamed with a volume that could rival Present Mike from where he was perched on the seats. Our boy did it. Hey, don't you have your fight next? Toyo reminded, cutting him off mid-scream. Shit, he cursed, hopping down and racing for the exit. You're right. I'll see you on the other side. No way. Kaminari breathed at Midnight's announcement. No frickin' way. I fucking told you he'd win. Katsuki screamed, palms exploding excitedly as he leapt out of his seat, grinning widely as he turned to his classmates triumphantly. And you bastards didn't believe me, he smirked. He won, Wana yelled with the crowd, all of them diving out of their seats to crowd over to the rail, trying to get a good look at the student that had knocked out one of their top classmates. Oh my god, Ototo did it, Mina squealed, spinning Zero around excitedly, the two of them laughing and whooping in the chaos of the audience. Holy shit, Kaminari screeched in realization. I could have died. He won, Zero chanted, pulling Tsuyu, Uraraka and Kirishima into their little ring and hopping around happily as the rest of the class stood in shock. Stomping and chanting could be heard from the classes around them. Kaken, I won, Izuku yelled from below, and Bakugo shoved his way to the front. Hell yeah you did, he shrieked, blowing up his hands in the air triumphantly. Bakugo, send your fight, Momo reminded over the noise. Yeah, and a bit, he dismissed with a grin. Right now I gotta go beat that fucking idiot senseless for getting himself injured. He laughed, racing off towards the stairs. Should we stop him? Kirishima chuckled, out of breath from all the yelling. He'll be fine, Ajiro snickered. That's my baby, Inko shrieked as she leapt out of her seat and raced to the front, dodging the flaming hero standing dumbfoundedly on the stairs. She began crying all over again, trying to hold back her sobs as the arena began cheering for her. Izuku, her son. Ko-chan, holy shit, Mitsuki cried, nearly tackling the smaller woman and spinning her around excitedly. He did it. Izuku did it. 1003 CHAAN, and Inko wailed, sobbing into her friend's shirt. He did it. My baby won against that super strong boy. All on his own. Midoriya-san, please put everything down, Masaru chuckled, trying to pluck the flurry of objects circling the two women from midair. My baby, she hiccuped, trying to get herself under control and wiping away her tears. He won, she sniffled. He doesn't even have a quirk and he won against such a strong opponent. And he did so fabulously. Mitsuki cackled, picking the woman up from where she was kneeling. You raised an amazing boy, Inko. You really did. Masaru agreed. That was quite the show for your little quirkless punk. He did good, didn't he? Inko laughed, wiping away her tears before crying all over again. Oh my god, he's quirkless. He could have gotten killed. She shrieked. Midoriya, Izuku, how dare you be so reckless, young man. You are so getting it from me when we get home. Oh boy, Mitsuki sighed. Here we go, Masaru chuckled. Did you just say quirkless? One of the spectators near the front baffled, catching the trio's attention. The boy who just won is quirkless. Oh yeah, he is. Mitsuki grinned proudly. He's dead, that's what he is. Inko yelled. I told him to stay safe, and what does he do? Give his poor mother a heart attack, that's what. How about we go sit down? Inko-san, Masaru fretted, dragging the smaller woman away. Your son is quirkless, the hero boomed, glaring down at the lady as he stepped in their way. Yes, she huffed, he is. Impossible. Shoto would never lose to a quirkless person. Check the cameras again then, sir, Inko told him, squinting suspiciously at the man. Because my quirkless son won that fight fair and square. Who isn't hero material now, Yue? She yelled smugly at the booth before marching off proudly to the bathrooms to clean up. The information that a quirkless person won the fight began to spread among the audience like wildfire. You're going to be the death of me, Midoriya, Recovery Girl ranted, wheeling over to the boy in one of the cots in her rolling chair. What were you thinking? No, were you even thinking at all? She fumed. You're so lucky I don't have my cane on me, otherwise I'd smack you. Never stopped you from hitting me before, Izuku grumbled, trying to disappear from sight into the mattress. She whacked him angrily with her pen. Oh, see what I mean? Shouldn't you be trying to heal your patients, not injure them further? If you're uninjured enough to talk back, you're uninjured enough to get a few extra hits, she snipped as she helped him out of his uniform. Let's see the damage this time. Can't possibly be worse than what you did to poor Todoroki. Poor Todoroki, Midoriya squeaked offendedly. He stabbed me, iced me, and tried to set me on fire. You're no saint either, Chiyo retorted. The poor child has a concussion, bruised ribs, several cuts, and poisoning from whatever was in that knife. He's in better shape than me, he muttered, wincing as he began pulling back on his makeshift bandage. Besides, the poison will leave his system in a few hours at most, and he's sleeping it off, so he'll be fine. Oh. He squealed as she tugged at the cloth impatiently. That stings, Shuzenji-sama. Slowly. You did this to yourself, so suck it up. What soft knocking interrupted their bickering, and they glanced over at the door. How's he doing? 13 asked softly, poking their head into the room before entering. Still alive and sassy as ever, unfortunately, Chiyo huffed, finally peeling back the blood-stained shirt. Did you cauterize your own wound out in the ring? He what? 13 shrieked, racing over to where the boy lay. Midoriya, are you telling me you cauterized a wound on your side, near your vital organs, without, first of all, the proper sanitation, second, the necessary medical equipment, and third, and most important of all, no medical degree or experience? Be lucky I can't legally use my quirk on you. Give me that. They snatched up the pen from Recovery Girl and started hitting Izuku on the head. Have you learned nothing? Nothing at all from my lessons. Oh, sensei, Shuzenji-sama said I have a concussion. Stop, he wailed. All in all, he didn't do too badly, Chiyo admitted. For an amateur, of course. I've had it done before on my leg when parkering, Izuku told her, trying his best to block the assault from his teacher, so it's technically not my first time. Well, I suppose I can't let my best marketeer stay in bed half dead, she chuckled, rolling over to her desk for supplies. I can't heal you up right away. You don't have nearly enough stamina for that, so it's lights out for you, so I can do the basics. She held up a large needle with a clear liquid in it, and Midoriya paled. Is that size really necessary? He whimpered. I can just rest up. I'm tired enough to pass out on my own. Fine, but I want you asleep within the next 5 minutes or else, she threatened. Deal. Sleep well, troublemaker. 13 sighed defeatedly, patting their student gently on the head as they got up to leave. We're all very proud of you, even if you do give me a heart attack from time to time. Thanks, sensei, he grinned, giving a big yawn and settling into the cot, starting to snore softly almost immediately. What are we gonna do with him, Recovery Girl? Chiyo looked up from where she was going through her supply cabinet. Stick a warning label on his forehead and take away his weapons, she suggested with a faint and fond smile. Believe me, I tried. Oh, what happened? Remember that day when you had like 7 kids in your office who had to be treated for bite wounds? I'm gonna murder him when he wakes up. Please don't. Diku. Bakugo shrieked as he kicked open the door. You little shit, I'll kill you. Nothing better to be woken up with the yipping of an angry Pomeranian, Midoriya griped, yawning and rubbing his eyes. Let me guess, I got like 20 minutes in tops. 17 and a half, Recovery Girl corrected Bakugo-kun. What have I told you about waking up my patients with your entrances? Whoops, he shrugged, going over to his bedridden friend, snatching up a pillow and hitting him in the face with it. Oh, Izuku shrieked, sitting up immediately. What is it with you people hitting me in the head? Bakugo hit him again, slightly harder. Oh, Shuzenji-sama, he's bullying an invalid. If the invalid is you, I'm not stopping him, Chiyo snorted. Midoriya gave an offended gasp at this, opening his mouth to retort when the doors opened up again and a mob of overexcited 1 degrees Celsius and 1 children came streaming in. Midoriya. His class cheered as they raced over to surround him. You did it, Hanako told him, hopping up on his bed. Dude, that was awesome. Atsushi cackled, plopping down next to her. Midori, you were so badass. Mina laughed, joining the other two on the cot. You really were. Anjiro agreed. You really had us going for a moment there. You were so manly, dude, Kirishima exclaimed, punching his shoulder lightly. Well, I try. Izuku grinned, shifting to make room for his friends and inconspicuously pulling his discarded uniform jacket up over his wounds. Midoriya is very injured and Todoroki is recovering next door, so I'm going to have to ask you all to leave, Chiyo told the high schoolers, gesturing to a curtained-off cot near the back. Awa, they all groaned, reluctantly beginning to shuffle towards the door. Out, she ordered, waving her clipboard at them, and they began moving a bit faster, all of them either having heard of or been on the receiving end of the board. He needs serious treatment, so unless you're injured yourself or a family member, I need you out. Bakugo raised his hand. You don't count as a family member, Bakugo. The boy lowered his hand with a TCH. All right, you heard her, he barked, clapping his hands and ushering the others towards the door out. Our idiot needs to get fixed, again. You can visit him later. Kinky, stop trying to hide in the cabinets or I will drag you out by your horns. Damn, Mina muttered, quickly exiting with the others. He'll be good for the final round, right? Katsuki asked, the last one out the door. Don't worry about him. He's in good hands, Recovery Girl reassured, waving as the door finally shut. The moment it did, Izuku's smile fell into a wince. Honestly, Midoriya, if jostling the bed around was hurting you that much, you should have told them to get off. I'm fine, Shuzenji-sama, he muttered, slowly laying back down with a sigh. They just wanted to see if I was okay. Which you're clearly not, she retorted with a shake of her head. Take that jacket off. That burn on your side is my main concern, so I need to heal that before I can do anything about the rest of you. It'll probably scar since I can't heal it all the way, due to you being so tired. Just another to the collection, he chuckled. Can you do my ribs next? They're definitely at least fractured if the pain from every breath I take is any indication. Midoriya, that's the kind of stuff you tell me as soon as you come in. You were busy with Todoroki and then All Might. I didn't want to bother you, he defended. She whapped him on the head with her clipboard. OWW. Once again, concussion. Oh, calm down. It's the first thing I healed you for. Man, was it just me or was Midoriya in pretty bad shape? Ajiro noted as the mixed group made their way down the halls. Did he? Hanako asked in surprise. He looked okay to me. Nope, that Todoroki fight definitely took it out of him. Mina sighed. I hope he'll be okay for the final round. Bakugo-san, Yaoyorozu yelled, jogging down the hall to meet them. Shit, what now? Katsuki groaned. What do you want, Ponytail? The arena is nearly fixed, she told him once she caught up. Slightly out of breath. Your fight is going to start in a bit, so they want you in your room. Fuck, I forgot about that, he cried, turning around. See you losers later. He also means thank you for reminding him. Kirishima sighed in disappointment. Wait, Hitoshi's fighting. Atsushi shrieked, his classmates suddenly looking panicked. We have to go watch that. 1 degree Celsius began to race down the hall. See you later, 1A. No hard feelings for whoever wins, right? Zero called out after them as his class headed down a different hall after Yaoyorozu. Obviously, my good audience, it is time for the second semi-final of the day. Mike screamed thank you to Cementos for fixing our arena. Again, I want to raise Hisashi. Cementos yelled at him good-naturedly as he settled into his seat on the sideline. Midnight strutted out onto the platform and waited patiently, giving Cementos a thumbs up when he inquired about Midoriya. It's another general versus heroics matchup. This time we have the secretive Hitoshi Shinsu versus the explosive Bakugo Katsuki, Mike announced to the frenzied audience. The cheering grew as the two boys walked on stage, both with wide and feral grins. You're dead, bitch, Katsuki cackled, cracking his knuckles impatiently. That's what you think, Shinsu responded with a smirk of his own. They've both been indisputably undefeated, but only one of them can walk out of the ring the victor, listeners. This is sure to be an exciting, heart-pumping fight. Ready? The two shuffled expectantly, waiting impatiently. Start. Bakugo blasted forward immediately, palms ablaze and snarling viciously. Hitoshi expected this, however, and sidestepped him expertly, tripping him up as he did. Didn't think you'd go for something so simple, Blondie. He laughed as Bakugo got himself back up. You all out of ideas? Katsuki turned and smiled, right before turning off his hearing aids. Aw, fuck you. He flipped off the blonde. Get fucked, Petunia boy. Bakugo giddily signed, looking ready to burst with laughter. Can't fucking hear you, Elmao. Worst matchup, dude. You're horrible, Shinsu shrieked, ducking and rolling out of the way as the blonde leapt at him again. I hate you so much. Katsuki's smile only seemed to grow even bigger as he swiped and kicked at his friend. The two continued dancing around each other, the blonde speeding up more and more with his attacks that Hitoshi carefully dodged. "Why aren't you using your quirk?" he yelled frustratedly. "What? Am I not worth the effort? I'm in general, is that it?" Katsuki frowned and opened his mouth before quickly shutting it with a frustrated growl. "The hell you talking about?" "You know damn well what I'm talking about," he hissed. "You got this perfect quirk. I bet everyone told you could be a hero, didn't they? Probably why your ego is so damn big." Katsuki was now biting his lip in an effort not to respond. "But you won't use it against me? Like I can't handle it? I'll show you." With surprising speed, Hitoshi raced forward and expertly swept Bakugo's legs out from under him. "Shit," he cursed, going still as the other's quirk took hold. "Ugh." Finally, Hitoshi panted for someone who never shuts up. That was surprisingly hot. Bakugo's palms lit up, exploding the blonde in his side and shocking him out of his daze. He quickly blasted himself away from the shocked Shinsu, rolling into a crouch and dusting off his hands warily. "Fuck, that was close," he muttered softly, flexing his fingers carefully. "Damn it. I didn't want to have to use that. At least I know it works." "Well, how?" Shinsu sputtered, warily edging himself closer. "You shouldn't be able to use your quirk." "Secret," Katsuki answered automatically before going rigid once more. "Don't use your." A loud explosion interrupted the command, Katsuki shaking his head dazedly and waving the smoke away. "Damn it," he shrieked. "Stop doing that." "How the fuck?" Hitoshi yelled back in frustration, running up and trying to land a blow on the heroic student. Bakugo evaded him, parrying the blows with trained ease. "Damn you, asshole. Don't go holding back on my behalf." Katsuki shrugged and swiped a flaming palm at the boy's stomach, sending him flying backwards. Hitoshi quickly stopped himself before he could roll out of the arena and let out an annoyed growl at the sight of the blonde flying towards him. He rolled away and came up behind him to try and kick him out of the ring, but Bakugo quickly dodged and used another explosion to get away from the attacks. "Tired?" Katsuki signed teasingly, having to duck as Hitoshi threw a shoe at his head. "Watch it, asshole." The two exchanged blows momentarily, the purple-haired boy trying to use his remaining shoe to beat the blonde over the head. "I have to walk my backpack. Have you seen my cat?" Shinsu deadpanned, Bakugo pausing in confusion. "What?" Dantusire. Another explosion, almost immediate this time, knocked the two of them apart. "Fuck you," Bakugo growled irritatedly, shaking off his hands and glancing down at them worriedly. "How?" Hitoshi howled, trying to tackle the blonde. "Why?" Katsuki stubbornly kept his mouth shut, focused intently on the barrage of attacks the other was delivering. "Why is it that you get such a good quirk? Why are you the one in the heroics course?" He attacked faster and more intensely. "Why did I have to fight you of all people?" He once again swept Bakugo's legs out from under him, except this time in the effort to keep himself from falling, Katsuki grabbed onto Hitoshi's uniform to right himself and took the both of them to the ground. "Oh," he yelped, palms exploding before Hitoshi could even utter a command. "Why don't you just answer?" Shinsu screamed as Bakugo rolled away. "I'm always begging you to shut the fuck up, and now when I actually need you to talk you won't." "What the hell, man? I like pissing you off," Katsuki panted, freezing in place and hands exploding once more. "Argh," the other groaned, tugging at his own hair. "Just forfeit already. Are you really that desperate to win? You have no idea." Bakugo laughed, palms going off the moment his body went still. Katsuki shook his head to clear it and started forward, hands ablaze. Shinsu backed away and looked around frantically for something to help him. "Whoever wins round this has to fight Izuku," Hitoshi screamed in a last-ditch effort to get him to stop. Bakugo paused, explosions sputtering out as a look of realization washed over the other boy's face. "Oh my god. If I win this round I have to fight Izuku." They both looked at each other in horror, before glancing at the white stripe outlining the ring and back at each other. Shinsu immediately leapt for the line, Katsuki tackling him to the ground before he could tap a hand over it. "Oh no you don't," he howled. "You're finishing this fight fair and square. You're crazy," the purple-haired boy screeched, futilely trying to kick or punch his friend off. "I'm not fighting that psychopath. And if you had any sense you wouldn't either. I'll take my chances," Katsuki snarled, trying to blast him. "Now suck it up and fight." "Fuck off. Fight," the blonde snapped, trying to put him in a headlock. "And don't even think about." Asura. Katsuki threw a hand over his mouth to muffle the forfeit. "What did I just fucking say?" he grumbled, letting out a curse when Hitoshi bit down on his fingers. "Did you just fucking bite me?" The general student reached out and snatched up one of his discarded shoes, smacking Bakugo in the face with it and wriggling free to try and reach the line. "Stop trying to forfeit, damn it. Didn't you tell me you wanted to be a hero? Since when does a hero run away from a fight?" "Gotcha," Shinsu panted triumphantly as Katsuki froze in place. Dantusire quirk. He paused to catch his breath. "Oh geez, I thought you'd never fall for that." Bakugo tipped over from his unsteady position, landing roughly on the cement and snapping out of his control once again. "Son of a bitch." Within seconds, the blonde had him pinned to the floor, one arm behind his back and face shoved in the ground. "I ever mention how much I hate you?" came the muffled complaint. Maybe once or twice, Katsuki wheezed, sitting down on his friend's back to keep him in place. Can I forfeit now? I don't think I can use my quirk again. My head hurts, and I think I'm gonna throw up. Nice try. Naziriaslajud, I'm gonna throw up, he warned, tapping Katsuki's hand frantically. Oh gross, the blonde yelped, scooting aside as Hitoshi got up on his knees and emptied his stomach in the ring. Yeah, I think you can forfeit. Shinsu collapsed on the ground, grimacing at the sight of his own vomit, and turned around with a raised hand. Midnight, he called out weakly, I forfeit. The woman snapped her whip in the air with a crack. Hitoshi Shinsu forfeits, Midnight announced. Hitoshi Shinsu has surrendered. Bakugo Katsuki wins this round. Mike cried, the two boys still exhaustedly in the ring. Katsuki carefully got up and walked over to his opponent, extending a hand to help him up. Didn't know you could fight like that, he admitted as Hitoshi accepted the assistance and wobbly got up. Hey, I picked up a couple things over the years, Shinsu chuckled with a nonchalant shrug, arms slung around Bakugo's shoulder as they headed to the stairs. PFF, whatever, Katsuki scoffed with a roll of his eyes, just don't throw up on me on our way to recovery, girl. No promises, he grinned before growing pale. Oh shit, he leaned over to the side and puked again, grabbing the blonde for support. You're disgusting, Bakugo shrieked, trying frantically to hold the two of them upright while at the same time avoid the splash. You can't wait until we're at the nurse's office. You think I want to be throwing up right now? Hitoshi yelled back before quickly covering his mouth with a groan. Stop being sick, Katsuki shouted, practically dragging him to the exit. Stop yelling at me. It's not helping. Then stop puking your guts all over the place. How about I puke on you, you little? Don't even think about it, I swear I'll kill you. I'm not joking, Petunia. Why? Recovery girl asked defeatedly, shaking her head in disappointment. You two are almost as bad as the other one. Out of the way, Blondie, Hitoshi hissed, letting go of his support and racing to the nearest trash can. Katsuki leaned on the doorway tiredly, watching with a mixture of disgust and concern as his friend dry heaved into the wastebasket. Patch him up, please, he mumbled, staggering over to a nearby cot. I'm just gonna pass out for a bit if that's okay. He plopped down face first into the pillows, quiet snoring coming from the teen within seconds. Aw shit, Hitoshi groaned, having wiped his nose and seeing his hand bloodstained. Overused my quirk. You two look like crap, Izuku chuckled softly from his cot. Who won? Shinsu nodded weakly to the passed out blonde. Wow, you really gave him a run for his money, huh? I guess. I got pretty desperate and hit him with my shoe, he mumbled, wobbly getting up and staggering to the seat recovery girl set out for him. Midoriya cackling at the idea of his best friend getting hit with a shoe. He kept snapping out of my control with his explosions. Wait, really? Izuku interrupted, sitting up a bit more in his bed. He used that move. And he calls me self-destructive. Because you are, Chio grumbled. What? Hitoshi puzzled as recovery girl checked him over. What move? Midoriya turned a bit red and wouldn't meet his friend's gaze. Well, I actually don't know much of the details myself. He kept it a secret from me. But he said it was a move that would keep him on par with you. Huh, believe it or not, Kaken sees you as a proper opponent. Ever since you first used your quirk on him, he's been trying to come up with a way that can let him regain control of the situation. But how? He shouldn't be able to move once I use my quirk. Exactly, Izuku interrupted excitedly. His quirk is really hard to control. The slightest twitch could send his explosions in a completely different direction than intended, which is why he's worked so hard at containing them in any given situation. Even when they go off when he's mad, he's still in control. My guess is that he had to have a super unsteady explosion at the ready constantly during your fight, and the moment his body relaxed, they would go off and snap him out of your quirk. It's a move he created specifically for fighting you. He created a move to counteract my brainwash, Hitoshi repeated in awe seriously. Like I said, Midoriya shrugged. He sees you as an actual opponent, not an extra like everyone else. Only problem is, since the explosions aren't controlled like usual, there's a higher chance of them backfiring and burning him. It happened all the time when we were little. Shuzenji-sama, can you check his palms? They're probably burnt a bit. My hands are fine, Katsuki growled, muffled by the bedsheets. They're not even first degree. What did you do to your hands? Recovery girl shrieked as she marched over. The boy quickly pulled them out of sight. I said they're fine, he snapped, wriggling away from recovery girl's prying hands and hissing when she finally grabbed a hold of one of his palms. See, they're fine. A little salve, some aloe gel, and I'm good to go. You have blisters on the heel, she pointed out with a scowl. Yeah, like two, he argued, and their small. Izuku threw a pillow at him from across the room, hitting the blonde's shoulder. Get your hands fixed, he yelled angrily. Don't make me come over there. You shut up, Bakugo fumed. You have no right to yell at me, Mr. Impaled and bedridden. Last thing I need are two nurses scolding me. Izuku started pulling himself up and reached for the bandages on the table next to him. Sit down, troublemaker, Shio huffed, and the boy quietly obeyed with an unhappy scoff. And you? Katsuki turned and pointed to the silent Hitoshi. Hurry up and get some rest. You have to fight that half and half bastard next, and if you end up like Deku, I'll kill you myself. Everyone stop yelling. My head already hurts, he whined, plopping down in a cot. Speaking of Happy, where is he? Wasn't he recovering from Izuku's beating? He woke up a while ago, so I sent him back to his class before Midoriya could start another fight. Again, he started it. Izuku protested he wouldn't stop asking me weird questions. He literally stared at you for 5 seconds and you nearly took his head off with a pillow. Recovery girl responded, which he iced and threw back. You hit him in the face. He ripped my side open. I think that gives me the right to be at least a little mad at him. The two continued back and forth. Hitoshi quietly curled up in his cot munching on saltines he'd gotten from somewhere, and Bakugo having to bandage up his own hands. Oh, Todoroki, you're back. Uraraka greeted tiredly. A few classmates pointedly ignored his return. I highly recommend running when Bakugo gets back, Kaminari warned from where he was casually draped over the rail. He's pretty pissed at you. Who's fighting? Shoto inquired, taking his seat and looking awkwardly around at the strange tension in the air. Bakugo and that other boy from General Hitoshi, I believe his name is. Yaorazu responded. They just finished up. Who won? Bakugo, of course. Kirishima scoffed, but Hitoshi gave him a pretty good fight, not gonna lie. Better than you anyway, Kaminari snickered, and Ijiro turned nearly as red as his hair. You try fighting a literal explosion and see how well you do. He squawked. I have. Do you know how many times I'm nearly strangled by him on a daily basis? Not fun. So I'm fighting another general student. Todoroki interrupted. Kaminari flashed him a grin. Yup. Good luck, dude, cause if he ends up like Midoriya, Bakugo will have your head. Alright everyone. Before we get to that long-awaited final fight, it's time for the playoffs. Mike announced to the eager crowds. YEAHHH. This time we have our hero course kid, the icy Todoroki Shoto, against General once more the mysterious Hitoshi Shinsu. Hitoshi, are you sure you're okay for this round? Midnight asked him quietly as the boy made his way into the ring. Yeah, he mumbled weakly with a nod. Recovery girl gave me the all clear, as long as I don't overuse my quirk. Midnight nodded and walked over to Todoroki, no doubt to ask him the same question. Both players are eligible for the fight. Midnight finally announced from her stage. It's time to see who's gonna make it to that final spot on the podium. Ready? The crowd screamed in anticipation. Fight. Hey, Shinsu greeted with a tired smile. So how's your day been? Shoto immediately shot out a wall of ice, completely encasing Hitoshi save for his face. That's a bit much. Don't you thing. He shivered out. Sorry, but I'm not taking any chances with you general students, he started before going still. Hey, what's this? Is the fight over already? Why, you guys are really need to learn to shut up. Hitoshi chuckled. Melt me out, he ordered. Shoto shuffled over and paused, as if fighting himself on whether to obey the orders given. Melt me out. He lit up his left hand and carefully began thawing Shinsu out of the ice. Todoroki is melting his opponent out. What is happening? Thanks, dude, he grinned fiendishly, brushing off a few shards of ice as he stepped out of the cocoon. Do me a favor. Walk out of the ring. Todoroki turned and started walking towards the line. He's walking out. Todoroki is walking out of the ring. Shoto stumbled over a chunk of ice on the ground and paused, looking around in confusion. Shit, Hitoshi cursed, racing over and punching the teen in the face as soon as he turned around. Todoroki's eyes widened in surprise as he shoved Hitoshi away, but Shinsu grabbed his arm and threw him to the ground alongside him. Didn't expect you to wake up that fast. Shoto narrowed his eyes, getting up quickly, and Hitoshi found himself once more iced to the floor. Oh, come on, don't be like that man, he whined, desperately trying to tug his frozen legs out. Todoroki simply stared at him for a little while longer before shaking his head and completely encasing his opponent again, backing away out of earshot. Shinsu kept trying to pull himself out, yelling insults and taunts at the stubbornly silent heroics course student. Come on, he hissed, frustrated tears beginning to well in his eyes. Come on, please. Not like this. Don't let it end like this. Midnight quietly made her way over. Hitoshi, can you continue? She asked him softly, looking concerned as the boy's nose began to bleed again. I can do this, Midnight, he promised desperately. I swear. I can still fight. She looked at him with sympathy. Can you even still use your quirk? She gestured to his bloody nose. He shook his head frantically. Hitoshi, if you overuse your quirk, that doesn't matter. He cried. I can still fight. Midnight, please, he begged, tears streaming down his face. I can still fight. Just give me a chance. Hitoshi. She paused, glancing over at the quiet Todoroki. I admire you for pushing your limits, but there's only so far you can go without permanently hurting yourself. You need to know when to stop for your own good. The boy dipped his head in shame, shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Can you use your quirk? He shook his head softly. No, he whispered. Are you able to get yourself out of the ice? No, he admitted, tears and blood mingling on the floor between them. Midnight sighed and patted his head comfortingly. You should be proud of what you've accomplished here, kiddo, she murmured. I'm sorry it has to end like this. Shinsu let out a small sob and seemed to shrink a little as she walked back to her stage. Hitoshi, Shinsu is unable to continue, she announced. Bleep, I mean ahem, sorry Hitoshi. Shinsu is unable to move and cannot continue. TODOROKISHOTO wins. The crowd cheered and yelled while Midnight ordered Todoroki to melt out his opponent. The moment his hands were free, Hitoshi quickly wiped away his tears, dabbing at his nose with his uniform collar. Is your nose okay? Shoto questioned before receiving a cold glare. Fuck off, he mumbled, waving the boy away. Last thing I need is your goddamn pity. He marched over to the stairs, ignoring the cheers in Todoroki's favor. Dude, that was awesome, a familiar voice called up from the stands. He looked up in surprise to see his whole class at the rails, grinning and waving down at him. You almost had him, huh? Hikaru laughed. I'm just glad you're alive. Hanako cried. Imagine if you had ended up like Midoriya. I'd kill you. We're super proud of you, man. Atsushi grinned, giving him a thumbs up. You did amazing. And you're not dead, so bonus. I lost, Shinsu yelled back, a small smile finding its way back on his face. You gave it all you had, Kaori shouted proudly. I mean, come on Hitoshi. Do you even realize who the hell you took on? The guy even Midoriya had a hard time with. I probably wouldn't have lasted more than 5 seconds in the ring, but you managed to actually land a blow. Just listen around you. Tetsup told him. We're not the only ones who noticed. Hitoshi blinked in surprise and for the first time actually listened in on what the crowd was saying. I wonder what his quirk was that let him win so effortlessly. I'd love to have a quirk like that. It'd probably make my hero work a lot easier, haha. I like how he doesn't solely rely on his quirk. If it comes down to it, he can fight pretty darn well. It's amazing how he managed to hold his own against this kid and the exploding one. He has good fighting instincts. I can't believe he's in general. Someone like that should totally be in the heroics course. Shame about him being in general. He'd probably be a good hero. Maybe I'll take him on. I love that fighting spirit of his. It got me all fired up. I really wanted him to win too, damn it. I can't wait to see him at next year's festival. That quirk is so cool. You see Hitoshi, Toyo hollered, beaming brightly with her classmates. You're amazing. Everyone here knows it. You're gonna get so many internships, dude. Shinsu frantically wiped away the tears that started to form again, grinning up at his class. I think I did okay. He laughed, holding a fist up to the sky. General. His class eagerly mimicked him. General, they chorused, laughing and throwing bits of trash at him like confetti. Did you win? Izuku pressed the moment his friend walked into the infirmary. Come on, man, spill. Hitoshi shrugged as Recovery Girl gave him a quick check over. He got me. Dang it, he cried. Arg. I totally thought you won. Shinsu stared at him dumbfoundedly. You do realize exactly who it was I had to go against, right? He questioned. Your point. You're unbelievable, he chuckled, shaking his head. Only you would think I could have won against that guy. Next year. Huh, next year. Next sports festival. You'll beat him, Izuku announced solemnly before grinning. I believe in you. It took a moment for Hitoshi to finally close his mouth before leaning back in his seat and laughing. You're crazy, man, he wheezed, and you should be more concerned about your own fight, shouldn't you? Ugh, I have to fight Kaken of all people, Midoriya grumbled. In my condition too. What? You don't want to have to fight your bestie? Hitoshi began teasing. Oh no, I'll absolutely demolish him if I have to, he chirped happily, the grin on Shinsu's face turning into a look of horror as he realized Izuku was 100% serious. I'm just saying that in my current state it's gonna be pretty hard to completely destroy him, so he finally realizes who's the better fighter out of the two of us. Midoriya, I swear if one of you ends up in ICU. Chiyo started warning, Hitoshi looking horrified at the thought of his two friends fighting all out with each other. I'm so glad I didn't win that fight with Blondie, Shinsu mumbled quietly. What was that, Su-chan? Nothing, he yelped, glancing down and pulling a vibrating phone out of his pocket. Ah, I gotta take this. See you later, Izuku. Good luck with Blondie. Please don't get yourself killed, or end up killing him. No promises, he beamed. Recovery Girl immediately whacked his head with her clipboard. Oh, I'm obviously kidding, Shuzenji-sama. Shoto, Endeavor rumbled, Todoroki instinctively flinching at the sudden noise in the empty hall. The teen straightened up and turned around to face his father's glare with one of his own. Here we go. What? He snapped, quickly looking around if there was anyone nearby. Why was I down here again? Oh yeah, I had to go to Recovery Girl. Third place, the hero growled, and Shoto couldn't help but wince. Damn, I knew he'd be mad about that. What about it? He monotoned with a shrug, not meeting the man's gaze. Those general kids are really something. That boy you lost to was quirkless, Shoto. Quirkless, Endeavor snarled. I expected better from you. And then falling under the other one's quirk. Have you learned nothing? You try going against a literal demon trying to slash your throat out with a knife and see if you don't panic a little. Shoto snapped defensively, drawing back a bit when his father's flames rose in unspoken anger. Quirk or no quirk, that guy was scary. I'm gonna have nightmares for days. He took me by surprise is all, he corrected quietly. They were both good fighters. You are my successor, Shoto, the man growled. I will not allow this kind of incompetence and failure from someone who bears my power. You're not Endeavor. So why do you keep thinking you are? Because your quirks are similar. It is not your quirk. Todoroki hissed. I am not you. What? Endeavor scoffed. You're my son. It's your body, right? Therefore it's your power. No one else's. I am my own person. Shoto exclaimed defiantly, causing his father to blink in surprise. This is my quirk, not yours. I'm done letting you make me believe any part of me is owned by you. Since when can someone other than the person it belongs to own a quirk, idiot? What are you talking about? This is my power. He gritted out. I might have gotten part of it from you because of genetics, but by God I will make it my own. I don't know you shit. I'll do whatever it takes to surpass you with my quirk. And when that day comes, I will be so much better than you could ever imagine. He stood up straighter and glared at his shocked father with a triumphant look. Now, if you'll excuse me, my jaw hurts like no tomorrow from that punch I got a little while ago in the ring, and I am going to go get that fixed. I'll see you at home, father. The boy turned around and marched off, ignoring the sputtered protests of the hero. Did I just stand up to Dad? Like, properly stand up to him? Holy shit, I did. Haha, he's gonna be so pissed, but that was so worth it. He made his way to the infirmary, freezing before turning the corner at the sound of another person's voice. Hitoshi quietly slipped out of the room, smiling a bit at the bickering coming from inside. He took a deep breath and answered his still ringing phone. Hey Mom, he greeted, forcing enthusiasm into his tired voice. How's it going? Shinsu, oh my God, are you okay? His mother cried. I saw you throw up in the ring. You didn't overuse your quirk, did you? No, they made me stop before I could. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was going to have to beat you. I thought the point of you being worried was that I wasn't hurt. You wish. She chuckled. Oh, hang on, shiteru. Get over here, your son's on the phone. Hitoshi recoiled a bit at the noise. Shinsou. His father shrieked excitedly in the background. Is that really him? Mom, tell Dad to take it down a couple notches, please. I have a headache, he groaned. He says for you to shut up, Teru. She relayed. So mean. Shiteru whined, getting on the phone. Shinsu. Kiddo, how are you doing? Hey, I'm fine, he shrugged, leaning on the wall, still a little nauseous to be honest. I meant about the fights. How are you holding up? Shin, either son. Oh, the fights. He gave a forced laugh, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. I mean, what did I expect? Those guys have some really crazy quirks. I never could have won against them, haha. You really wanted to win, didn't you, buddy? His father said softly, and he froze, fake smile slipping away. Yeah, he warbled, slumping down to the concrete floor. Yeah, I really wanted to win. So badly, Dad, he sniffled and wiped away his incoming tears. I wanted to win so bad. Shinsu, I know I don't say this enough, but I'm proud of you, son. His mother hummed. You did amazing out there. I know our patrons definitely enjoyed the show. Oh no, he cried, trying desperately to wipe away the tears streaming down his face. They saw me. I don't think you quite understand. His father laughed, and there was a beep. Back. No, don't FaceTime me. I'm a mess right now. He panicked. Just take the call, Shinsu. His mother snapped over the speaker, and he reluctantly complied, trying his best to regain his composure before he went on camera. His grinning parents filled the screen. Wow, you look like shit, his mother noted, his father giving her a scandalized look. Hiromi. Mom, what? He does, she argued. Ignore her, Shin, you know how she is. Shiteru chuckled, moving away from the woman. Now prepare yourself. It might get a little loud, he warned as he walked through the double kitchen doors. Wah, hey everyone. My son's on the line, so watch your language. His father yelled, holding up the screen to show Shinsu the packed cafe. Immediately the speaker was filled with cheering, hooting and yelling, people holding up their phones, tablets and laptops to show the sport festival live stream, as well as the TV in the corner tuned into the same channel. Oh my God, he groaned, hiding his red face behind a hand and trying to shrink into his uniform. You were amazing, Hitoshi-kun. That was some awesome moves, man. You're really the pride of this neighborhood. You're setting the bar for people like us. You're a good example for kids with quirks like ours. You kicked ass. Don't worry, you'll get him next time. Shinsu, a young woman with white hair, shrieked, snatching the phone and placing her sunglasses on her head to reveal gleaming gold eyes. You little punk. That was so cool. Why didn't you ever tell us you could fight like that? A silver-haired young man joined in, practically shoving the woman away to get a good look at the boy. Holy shit, dude, that was so bad. The part where you flipped the blonde one like wham, and you punched that red and white one with a pow in. No, the bird guy. The lady grinned as she shoved back. You turned his own quirk on him. Now that was hella cool. You guys are just saying that because you work for my parents, Hitoshi chuckled, leaning back as the camera moved away from their adamant protests. You see all these people, Shinsu? Hiromi asked him. We got a full house today because of you. You're welcome, Mom, he snickered. Shinsu, what you did today in that ring inspired all these people, Shitrue told him over the still cheering crowd. You should be proud of what you've accomplished. I know that's not as cool as getting a spot up on that podium, but you're still #1 for us. That's probably pretty lame coming from your old man, huh? No, it's fine. He laughed, wiping away the new tears threatening to fall. Thanks, Dad. Hold your head up and march forward. Be proud of yourself, son, his mother ordered, because we sure as hell are. Moo, he whined. Now crying? I'm over here trying not to cry. Oh God, he's crying, she panicked, looking over at her husband. Shitrue, he's crying. What do I do? Well, get ready to cry tears of joy because you have a whole dang feast when you get home. His father laughed, turning the camera over to a large cake and other packages on one of the counters. Everyone drop these off. We'll be eating for weeks. You two better eat it. They're taking up so much space, Hiromi grumbled. I just said I'm trying not to cry, he shrieked, although grinning ear to ear. Did Jenku-sen make some of her pan fry? Yup. Score. Hey, Hitoshi-san. A voice called out, and the camera turned to a beaming woman with light orange hair holding a cup high. Jun, he blinked in surprise. We're proud of you, kiddo, she told the boy, looking almost bashful for a moment to Shinsu. And the hope his generation will bring. To Shinsu, the customers cheered, holding up whatever they had in hand for the toast. I hate you guys, he sobbed through his smile. You guys are the worst. We love you too, son, Shitrue chuckled. Okay, enough out of us. I'm sure you want to get back to your classmates. Get yourself checked out first. Hiromi told him. You're not getting off of work tomorrow, but I might let you sleep in. Wow, thanks, Mom. Bye, Shinsu. And hey, one last thing. Yeah, Dad. Next year you're getting that gold, I just know it. Okay, bye. His father ended the call and left him there grinning at the now dark screen. Damn right, I'm winning next year. Hey, you're back, Izuku noted from the edge of his cot, buttoning up his uniform over the bandage wrapped around his middle that took forever. Who was calling you? Just my parents, Shinsu shrugged. They told me to get checked out, so he gestured to the room. I'm back. You should have been back anyway, recovery girl chided, hitting him lightly on the head with a pen. Wait there so I can give you the all clear. Well, I'm heading to my waiting room, Midoriya announced, hopping off the cot. See you in a bit, Shuzenji-sama. That is not a good thing, she shrieked. Midoriya, please don't make my life harder than it already is. You're amazing. I love you, I owe you, he responded, finger gunning her and nearly hitting himself on the opening door. Oh, Todoroki-san, how's your leg doing? Fine, the boy mumbled. And your side? Hey, could have been worse, he shrugged happily. By the way, if you ever need to chat about anything, just ask Kaken for my number. Actually, scratch that, he'll kill you. Ask Mina instead. Got it? Okay, cool. He beamed, waving to the three as he made his way out the door and practically skipped down the hall. Toodles. What? He is way too happy to be fighting Katsuki, Shinsu grumbled, leaning back as recovery girl looked him over. Where does he get all that damn energy? He glanced over at the awkward Todoroki still standing by the door. So what are you here for? Forget something. Huh? Oh, no, I just needed to get my jaw checked, he murmured. Shio looked over at him. Yep, that's gonna bruise, she confirmed, Hitoshi turning his head so that the other couldn't see the triumphant smirk on his face. Ice packs are in the freezer. Sit over on the chair if you want me to fix it. I don't know, Shinsu interrupted with a grin. I think purple might be a good look on him. Oh, stop it, recovery girl scolded, bopping his head with her cane as he stuck his tongue out impishly. Be kind. Just saying, he shrugged, watching the other teen shuffle his way over to the mini fridge. Suo, you and Midoriya sure seem to hit it off despite the fact you nearly killed each other. The ice pack clattered out of Todoroki's hands. What's up with that? The boy glanced over at him warily as he picked up his ice pack. What? Your jaw hurt that much? I don't bite. I'm fairly certain you have, Chio muttered. No, you're thinking of Izu now. He bites hard. That bastard has sharp little teeth, let me tell you. The two of them laughed while Todoroki stared at them curiously. Hitoshi turned back to him. So come on, man. What's your deal? Hey, talk to me. In the ring, Shoto mumbled as he pressed the pack to his right cheek. Talk to you. In the ring, Shinsu repeated with a raised eyebrow. What? Like a therapy session? He's a pretty good therapist, to be honest, Shoto shrugged. Something like that, I think. Huh, go figure, he mused, watching the boy make his way back to the door. Well, guess I'll see you around, Peppermint Stick. Stop by for lunch someday, yeah. He grinned. Todoroki turned around, confusion clear on his face. Why do you guys keep calling me Peppermint? He baffled. I have a name. While you three really do share the same brain cell, recovery girl sighed as the other boy started cracking up. I think you can figure it out, Hitoshi wheezed. What's up, losers? Shinsu greeted his class as he arrived at. And no more talking for me, Hitoshi, his classmates shrieked, nearly tackling him back down the stairs. Why can't you talk? Atsushi questioned. You okay? Shinsu nodded, tapping his throat and drew small circles in the air with his finger. Overused your quirk, he guessed, and the other nodded, throwing him a pair of finger guns and a grin. Hikaru came up from behind and slapped him on the back. That, my friend, was an amazing performance, he told him, leading his classmate to a seat. Once you can talk again, you gotta tell us what it was like, dude. Hitoshi made claws with his hands and bared his teeth silently. Hell yeah, I bet it was scary. Bro, I almost pissed my pants just watching. Shinsu grinned again and took his seat excitedly before tapping his wrist the time. He shook his head, pointed at the ring and tapped his wrist again. The fight will begin in a moment, Hitoshi-kun, Kaori answered, Shinsu giving her a thumbs up. Guys, who usually translates for Hitoshi? She asked the class. Midoriya, they chorused, Hitoshi tapping both his cheeks once to indicate the same answer. Shit. She thumped her head on the back of the seat in front of her. Can you use his notebooks? The boy drew a line across his neck with a finger and shook his head. Yeah, you're right, he probably would kill you. And us. She gave a sigh and thought, okay, Hanako, you're translating for us. While the girl sputtered, but I barely know any sign. Just the basics. That's actually better than most of us. Toyo chimed in. Hanako-chan it is, Kaori declared, and the other girl groaned. Sorry, Hitoshi-kun, she chuckled awkwardly. I'm probably gonna butcher any sign you tell me. It's okay, he shrugged. At least you're trying. She gave him a small, bashful smile back. Thanks. Hey, it's the moment you've all been waiting for, folks. It's time for the final fight of the day. Can I get a yeah? Everyone in the arena responded excitedly. All right. You sure you can even fight, you damn nerd? Katsuki jeered the moment Izuku stepped into the ring. Recovery girl gave me the all clear to kick your ass. Midoriya shrieked happily back, and the blonde grinned fairly, bouncing slightly on the balls of his feet in anticipation. For the first time in a long time, my dear audience, we have a general course student in the final round. The support classes let out shrieks and whistles from everywhere they were seated, and of course, we have our hero course champion in the ring as well. Wanna let out a loud cheer of support, everyone? It's time for the ingenious and amazing Midoriya Izuku versus the explosive powerhouse Bakugo Katsuki. Only one of them is making it out of this ring the winner, so make sure to leave it all on the field, boys. Come on already. Izuku whined impatiently. Let's just go. Don't fucking hold out on me, you little bitch, Katsuki snickered, flexing his fingers. As long as you don't hold back on my quirkless behalf, Kaken. He shot back with a grin of his own. Wouldn't dream of it. Are you all fired up? Ready? The two boys grounded themselves in tensed fight. In an instant, the two were flying at each other, Izuku launching a barrage of attacks Katsuki could barely dodge. What? No gadgets? Katsuki sneered as they split. I already know your entire inventory. There's nothing new you can throw at me. Oh yeah, Izuku grinned, reaching for his belt the moment Katsuki took off towards him, palms ablaze. Then remember this. He whipped out a small canister from under his shirt and released a giant plume of fire. The other came to a screeching halt midair, letting out a panicked curse as he frantically backtracked and nearly shot himself out of the ring. Funny how the boy with explosions as a quirk has fire as his biggest weakness. Izuku cackled, walking forward as Bakugo took wary steps back. But I guess that's what you get when your sweat is basically nitroglycerin. You bastard. Katsuki grinned. You knew all along you'd fight me, didn't you? Not really, he shrugged, but it was better to be safe than sorry. We both know you're not crazy enough to literally walk through fire. He let out another plume and the blonde dodged over it carefully, watching the white line get uncomfortably close and his maniac friend getting dangerously closer. Sorry, Kaken, but I'm winning this thing. Well, never expected I'd have you point a flamethrower at me of all things, but I can't really say I'm surprised at this turn of events, Katsuki admitted, digging his feet into the ground and preparing to leap again. Midoriya held up his weapon warningly. I see a single spark and I'm lighting you up like a rotisserie chicken. Get cooking then. Bakugo laughed, blasting towards his friend. Without hesitation, Izuku released another jet of fire, creating a large explosion the moment it made contact with the blonde that knocked him off his feet. He rolled into a crouch and watched in surprise as Katsuki came flying out of the smoke with his arms shielding his face, grinning like a madman in uniform ablaze. He rolled out of the way as the boy landed next to him and tried to kick him, ducking and dodging the explosions Bakugo sent his way. Katsuki eventually paused in time to salvage what he could of his lit-up bandages and uniform, frantically patting himself out once he realized he was still on fire. You're nuts. Midoriya cackled as he refilled his canister and tried to set his friend on fire again. Learn from the best. Bakugo laughed back, flipping over the plume and skidding nearly to the line. Come on now. Don't tell me that's it. Why, of course not. Izuku giggled, pulling out a smoke grenade from behind his back and rolling it towards Katsuki. Shit, he cursed, running forward as it began to spew blue smoke, kicking it into the air and sending it back to its owner with another kick. Ha. Nice try. Batter up. Midoriya grinned, having pulled out a baton and swung it at the incoming projectile, sending the smoking grenade into Bakugo's chest as it exploded. Fuck, Katsuki screamed, rocketing up out of the plume and coughing madly. Izuku just laughed, pulling out yet another smoke bomb and dropping it at his feet, thick purple smoke blending with the deep blue. Bakugo let out a violent stream of profanities as he tried to spot the green-haired irritation in the mess from above. He glanced around at the cheering arena, goading him to drop back down into the smoke. Hell no. He grumbled, I'm not going in there. Two silver flashes whizzed out of the cloud and past him, narrowly missing his cheek and side. Oh come on. Damn it. I missed. Izuku's disembodied voice complained. Bakugo whipped around in the direction of the sound. "Come on, you piece of shit," he muttered, squinting into the smoke. "I know you want to shoot me." A slight shift in the smoke was his only warning before 3 more blades shot out towards him. He let out another curse and dodged 2 of them, the third slashing his thigh. "Gotcha," he sneered, preparing to dive down when Silver caught his eye again. He only had enough time to let out a strangled squawk before trying to twist out of the way of the returning knives that grazed him. The blades sank back into the cloud and shot out once more, Katsuki now trying to escape the loop of knives flying back and forth from the sky to the ground. "All right, that does it." He took a deep breath and turned off his palms, flipping himself so he was now dropping headfirst towards where the knives were entering. He landed himself and let out a large explosion to clear the air, turning around cautiously for any movement. He managed to spin out of the way of another blade, ducking as it returned into the wall surrounding him. With a wide grin he dove in, carefully holding his breath as he reached for a flash of blue and white. "Almost Kakin," Izuku teased, slipping out of his grasp. "Careful now." A blinding light lit up the smoke in front of him and he staggered back with a groan, frantically rubbing his eyes as more flashbangs went off around him. "Screw this asshole," Bakugo snarled, raising a palm to the air and letting off an explosion similar to the one he'd used against Uraraka. A heat wave created rolled over the ring, sweeping away the smoke and revealing Izuku crouched uncomfortably close to him. "Hi, Kakin," he chirped happily, slashing a knife at his friend's ribcage and making the blonde leap back in a panic, letting off an explosion that knocked the 2 of them apart. "You're really trying to kill me," Katsuki hissed, holding his still smoking arm. "Well, one of us had to make an effort," Izuku drawled, twirling a penknife in his left hand and pulling his taser out of its holster on his thigh with the other. "Honestly, Kakin, it's like you're not even trying." Katsuki stiffened and a wide smile began to slowly spread on his soot-covered face. "Oh," he hummed, Izuku shifting nervously as the blonde began to step back. "I'm not trying now, am I?" "Hang on now," Midoriya sputtered. "Don't do anything stupid." Katsuki shot into the air, climbing higher and higher. "You wouldn't dare," he shrieked, beginning to back away, horror clear on his face. "Kakin, I'm quirkless. You wouldn't use that on poor quirkless me, would you?" Katsuki's feral grin glinted from above and Izuku scowled. "Shit," he muttered and turned tail, racing to the white line farthest away from his friend and coming to a stop a few meters before he crossed it. "Last chance," he yelled. "No one would blame you if you just surrendered." "Oh, would you shoo it up?" Bakugo howled faintly. "You told me not to hold back, so now you're getting what you asked for, bitch." "I have so many regrets right now," Izuku huffed, digging his boots into the ground and holding out his weapons defensively in front of him, fully prepared to fight back anyway. "Wait, what is Bakugo doing?" Mike began before a scuffle could be heard over the speakers. "Bakugo," Aizawa growled into the microphone. "Don't you dare." "Don't worry, sensei," he cackled as he dive-bombed, beginning to spin faster and faster. "He can handle it." "Howitzer, Cementos," Midnight shrieked, leaping down from her position and throwing her arm out to catch his attention. "Quick." "On it," he yelled back, jumping down from his seat and slamming his hands on the ground. On second thought, Midoriya paled, backing away and heading for the line as 5 thick walks of cement shot up in the ring to buffer the incoming destruction. "Impact," Katsuki screamed, explosion demolishing the walls and sending the students and heroes flying apart. The crowd fell into a quiet buzz as debris and dust rained down over the ring, 2 piles of rubble on opposite ends stirring slightly. "Oh," came Izuku's muffled voice as he sat up, shoving chunks of cement off his chest and clutching his right arm with a pained hiss. He carefully stood up and brushed himself off, wobbling slightly on the unstable pile. "That son of a... Oh, God, that hurt," Katsuki moaned, rolling over and tossing pieces of rubble aside as he sat up, rubbing his head. "What happened? What happened?" Midoriya shrieked, gesturing to the utterly decimated ring with his good arm, the other hanging limply at his side. "You nearly killed me, that's what happened." "Relax," Bakugo scoffed, getting up and brushing the dust off of his uniform as he casually walked back to the center like he hadn't directed an explosion with the power of a literal missile at his best friend. "I knew you'd lie." Izuku stared at him with his mouth open. "Your idea of what I can survive and my idea of what I can survive are on 2 very different levels," he screamed, furiously marching forward to meet him. "Are you crazy? If Cementos hadn't thrown up that barrier, I'd be dead." "I highly doubt that." "Why, you little..." He shot out a leg and harshly kicked Katsuki in the stomach. "Asshole. I could have died." "Yeah, but you didn't," Bakugo retaliated, clocking Midoriya on the cheek. The 2 stood there for a moment, glaring at each other and out of breath. "That's it. You're dead for real this time." Katsuki tackled Izuku to the ground, both of them rolling around and exchanging insults as well as profanities as they wrestled, a very dull contrast to their previous, much more flashy fight. "Oh," Midoriya yelped, elbowing the blonde in his face. "Watch my arm jerk. That explosion broke it." "Oh, boo-hoo," Bakugo snarled, shoving the brunette's sharp teeth away from his leg before they could clamp down. "You dislocated my shoulder and broke a rib." Izuku bit down on the teen's hand, causing him to leap to his feet and drag Midoriya up with him. "Oh, let go." You're not a dog. He kicked him off and sent him rolling. Izuku stuck his bloodstained tongue out rudely as he got back up. Oh, you think you're real funny, don't ya? Yeah, I'm a riot, Midoriya sneered, wiping the blood from his nose on the back of his good hand. Call it a draw. Hell no. I figured, he shrugged, taking a step back as Katsuki launched at him, palms bleeding and sparking. A small whip shot up into the air, connected to an all but forgotten Midnight still sprawled out on the ground. Midoriya, Izuku is out of bounds, she announced exhaustedly. Bakugo came to a screeching halt, and the two boys looked down at Izuku's feet as he kicked away some rubble to reveal that indeed his back foot was almost a whole inch over the cracked and ruined line. The two stared in silence, blinking slowly as if they couldn't quite understand what they were seeing. Wait, I'm out of bounds, Midoriya puzzled, turning to her in confusion. Midnight gave him a thumbs up. You're out. He wins. The fight is over. Thank God, she confirmed, still not bothering to get up and simply waving her arms and whip around as she talked. Hey Midnight, Mike called over the speakers. What going on? Why'd they stop? Midoriya is out of boo. No fucking way. Katsuki shrieked angrily, pointing an accusatory finger at the freckled child. You stepped over on purpose. You wanted to end the fight cause you knew you were gonna lose. Izuku narrowed his eyes dangerously, growling softly as he pulled out another taser from his holster. I did no such thing, he argued defensively. Did too, did not, did too, did not. Bakugo launched himself at Midoriya furiously, the two of them resuming their scuffle on a pile of rubble, now both out of bounds as Katsuki tried to explode Izuku's head and Izuku tried to shove his taser down Katsuki's throat. Midnight picked up her head slightly to watch the fight. Boys, she reprimanded. I already said Midoriya was out of bounds. The fight is over. Neither of them paid her any heed. These little shits, she grumbled, painfully getting up cement toss. A small wall immediately separated the two pissed teens, the hero himself still lost in the wreckage. There we go. All right, now can we please? Izuku easily scaled over the wall with a single boosted jump, flipping Katsuki off from where he dangled halfway over the edge and sent very personal insults at the blonde from above. Bakugo gave an angry, almost animalistic shriek and flew up to the top, knocking the both of them back to the ground where they resumed their squabble. Midnight, didn't you say Midoriya was out of bounds? Was that it? Mike questioned, audience murmuring in equal confusion. Is the fight over? Pause, they're still going at it pretty good. How do 13 and Aizawa deal with this on a daily basis? She groaned, heels click-clacking as she marched over to the wrestling children and ripped part of her suit, releasing her quirk over them. Bakugo teetered for a moment mid-obscenity before finally succumbing and crumpling to the ground, fast asleep. Huh, Izuku cheered triumphantly, even as his own eyes drooped. Why? And then, he collapsed on top of the blonde, passed out before he even hit the floor. Midnight rubbed her temples tiredly. Midoriya, Izuku was out of bounds, she announced again. Bakugo Katsuki is the winner of this fight. She looked down at the peacefully sleeping kids and frowned. Somebody get over here and drag their asses to Recovery Girl before one of them dies of internal bleeding or something, she barked, pointing the medical robots that were still functional towards the two. Eakugokatsuki wins, Mike yelled, crowd cheering enthusiastically now that they knew what the fuck was going on. He's the champion of this year's sports festival, folks. What an amazing performance. Let's give all our participants a huge round of applause, shall we? All that's left now is the awards ceremony. Holy bleep show, I thought this day would never end. Him. My mic's still on. What, if I hear so much as a single whimper from either of you, I'll put you back under myself, Shio hissed as she rolled back and forth on her chair between the two cots carefully separated on opposite sides of the room. Midoriya, do not test me right now. Izuku did nothing but nod, careful not to make eye contact with the already pissed elderly woman. The two boys watched carefully as she hobbled around the room, waiting until she was as far away from them as possible before daring to speak. Hey Kaken, Izuku rasped out. I think we messed up. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Everything hurts. I can taste colors. Is that normal? My head is still spinning. How hard did you fucking deck me? I don't know, but my hand hurts like a bit. I better not be hearing you two arguing, Chiyo yelled, and they both promptly snapped their mouths shut. No ma'am, Izuku squeaked, sinking down further in the cot, just wondering, do you have any pain meds or something? Everything hurts. Chiyo squinted at him as if debating whether or not to help him before finally tossing him some candy. Thank you. You two better hurry up for the awards ceremony, Recovery Girl warned them, going through her cabinets. What? Katsuki hissed. No way. We need to finish that fight. Both Izuku and Chiyo stared at incredulously. We did finish the fight, you moron, Izuku snapped. I stepped out of bounds. No, the blonde shrieked, sitting up and regretting it immediately with a wince. You stepped out of bounds on purpose. That wasn't a fair fight. I want my rematch. I must have hit you too hard in the head cause you're out of your mind. Midoriya howled back. Neither of us can fight right now. Fight me, shitty nerd. I'm not accepting first place for a fight I didn't win properly. No, well then I'm not taking first, Katsuki harumphed, plopping back down and crossing his arms stubbornly like a pouting child. And now it's time for the awards ceremony. Present Mike yelled excitedly at the cheering crowds, color bombs and fireworks exploding over the arena in bright celebration. Give it up for out winners, folks, Midnight announced with a crack of her whip as she deliberately ignored a certain student up on the podium. Todoroki eyed the first place podium warily, backing away a bit more and almost on the edge of his own platform. Midoriya was on the other side, nearly doubled over in laughter, wheezing and clutching his stomach with his left hand since the other was still broken and in a sling. And in the middle was a frenzied Bakugo, chained and muzzled to a post as he attempted to kick Izuku off the podium, leg frantically straining to reach the hysterical green-haired child from where it was strapped. Kakin, Izuku scolded between breaths, now crying with how hard he was laughing. Behave yourself. You're on TV. Muffled curses that would no doubt make a sailor blush had they been intelligible enough were his only reply. Let's get on with the ceremony, shall we? Midnight suggested, also trying not to laugh at the blatant teasing of the feral blonde and very noticeable uncomfortableness of Todoroki. This medal ceremony is going to be done by none other than... You know him, Mike continued. You love him. I am. A voice boomed from above, setting everyone off into loud excited cheering as the hero landed in the arena here. With the medals, everyone's hero All Might, Midnight and Mike yelled, Midnight looking embarrassed at interrupting the man. Sorry, she whispered, didn't mean to cut you off. It's fine, he reassured quietly with a thumbs up, standing up and heading towards Todoroki on the third place podium. Hey, it's All Might, Izuku grinned, not being able to hide his instinctive excitement. Bakugo simply growled something back through his muzzle, glaring at the man in front of Shoto. All Might tried his best to keep up his smile against the holes Katsuki was burning into the side his face while he placed the medal over Todoroki's head. Well done, Todoroki, he congratulated. I'm proud to see you starting to use your fire now. Any reason why now of all times? The boy looked down at his left hand with a thoughtful look. It was my fight with Midoriya, he admitted. All Might raising an eyebrow in surprise. He made me realize a few things about my quirk. I always wanted to be a proper hero like you, but there are still some things I need to work through in order for that to happen. He paused and glanced over at Izuku, who waved slightly back with a gleeful smile. I'm still figuring it out a bit. All Might pulled the boy into a hug. I like that new look on your face, All Might told him gently. I understand. Whatever you need to work through, I'm sure you will manage. He pulled apart and patted the boy on the head gently. You will make a wonderful hero one day, Todoroki. As your teacher, I am very proud of you for coming this far. Shoto nodded slightly, inspecting the bronze medal on his chest as he ignored Katsuki's furious grumbles next to him. All Might made his way over to the second place podium. Izuku and All Might stared at each other for a few unspoken seconds, Izuku finally standing up straighter with a smug look on his face despite the state he was in. Both arms were wrapped up, the right one in a sling and his gym jacket over his shoulders, which gave a clear view to the bandages wrapped around his middle. His face was littered with band-aids, but that didn't stop him from grinning ear to ear. Look, All Might, he said softly, I made it. All on my own. The hero nodded and carefully put the silver medal over the boy's head. Indeed you did, young Midoriya. You should be proud, he agreed, pulling him into a hug like he had with Todoroki. You have so much potential in you, more than I have ever seen in a hero in training, and you will no doubt rise above your peers to the top. He gave him a fond smile and Izuku faltered, not really expecting this reaction. I'm very proud of you for working this hard to get here, but Midoriya. He gestured to the many bandages covering the boy. I know you feel you have everything to prove, but you don't. You don't need to tear yourself apart in order to show you're capable of keeping up with everyone else. Trust me, everyone can see your strength. You can't help others if you keep breaking yourself in the process. Izuku blinked in shock before hurriedly wiping away the tears beginning to well up. Okay, he sniffled, nodding and giving him a teary smile. I'll be more careful from now on, All Might. Did the hero sighed in relief because your teachers are ready to keel over of heart attacks by now. Oops, Izuku chuckled, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. I'll try and work on that. The hero made his way over to the final child, the one still wiggling in his restraints and growling like a rabid dog. Oh dear, All Might chuckled, smile slipping only ever so slightly. Is all this really necessary? The muzzle is for sure, Izuku muttered, Shoto snorting before quickly changing it into a cough as Bakugo turned his glare to him. All Might popped off the muzzle, Katsuki shaking his head the moment he was free. Congratulations, Bakugo, All Might told him with a cheery smile, pointedly ignoring the smoke coming from the shackles around the boy's hands. You kept your promise from the beginning. First place, All Might, Katsuki snarled with the ferocity of 1,000 suns, invisible flames surrounding him as he bristled. This win doesn't mean jack to me. I refuse to acknowledge this win, and if I don't acknowledge it, then it doesn't count. I don't want that medal. It means nothing. Just take the freaking medal, you big baby. Izuku snapped before All Might could respond. We can finish this out in the parking lot if you're that desperate. Katsuki strained against his restraints, trying to attack his friend from his position. I'm gonna kill you. Take the medal. No. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.